Chapter 181 Attack. Rushing through the portal. The first thing Duanmuhui saw was a ruin. The ground was filled with yellow sand, and the whole world seemed to have completely decayed. Looking up, he could see a black sun hanging high in the sky, with bright red light emerging from all around the black sun, illuminating the whole world in a dark red. The fire is about to go out. But Wang Ying's mother's appearance is no longer visible. At this moment in front of Duanmuhui, a large number of monsters have gathered here. But obviously this is impossible. In front of Duanmuhui were demon soldiers wearing pitch-black armor and evil monsters that looked like crocodile heads. It was obvious that they had already noticed Duanmuhui's presence and were ready to tear this intruder who dared to invade the Annihilation Realm to pieces. Roar! With a roar, the monster that Duanmuhui had pushed back into the Annihilation Realm opened its bloody mouth again and gritted its teeth at Duanmuhui. This time, Duanmuhui did not give it another chance. He stretched out his hand, grabbed the monster's mouth and tore it hard, tearing off the upper half of the monster's head. Then Duanmuhui waved his hands and threw the monster's body forward. At the same time, he roared, grabbed the warhammer and jumped up, hitting the demon soldiers in front of him hard. Boom! As the thunder hammer landed, the roaring lightning spread out, and the demon soldiers retreated. At the same time, others followed Duanmuhui and rushed in, and raised his hands, and a whistling blizzard rushed forward, blowing away the enemy in front of him. At the same time, Gu Lia opened her mouth and let out an angry dragon roar. Vosvoda! Along with the deafening, the dragon roar almost ranging the sky. Meteorite rain fell from the sky, smashing into the team in front of him. And suddenly the demon soldiers who were caught off guard were out of mind. At the same time, Otis returned to Duanmuhui again. She jumped up again, as if she was familiar with the process, and sat on Duanmuhui's shoulders. Then the puppet girl raised her hands and pointed forward. The invisible silk threads whizzed and spun under her control, tearing into pieces any enemy who dared to invade. On the other side of Duanmuhui, Bibi rushed over, her hands condensed with bright red magic. As if in a storm, countless bats emerged from behind her, rushing to the enemy forces ahead, blocking their sight. Even Audrey was not idle. She stood behind Duanmuhui and others, raised her hands, accompanied by Audier's movements, and countless dark feathers emerged out of thin air, as if a branch of arrows shot towards the enemy. Although the damage caused by Audrier was not high, it also caused some trouble to the opposite Demon Legion. On the other side, the Angel Army did not fall behind. Along with the sound of loud bells and the music of the horn, the praise of the praise came to the present, covering the body of the pure and sacred power. And the Aurora Angel lifted up the staff in their hands, covering the sacred light of the exuded in front of the demon army. Heavy objects are average. At the same time, the Shining Angel raised his shield, gripped his spear, and charged toward the battlefield. But they were obviously just a drop in the ocean. After all, this was the Annihilation Realm, the territory of the demon god. Soon, countless dark shadows began to gather from all directions, and thousands of demon armies and monsters emerged from them. Like a raging wave, they rushed towards Duanmuhui and others. However, Duanmuhui had already expected this. Coordinates locked. Teleporting started, as Duanmuhui's command sounded. Behind him, a series of azure circular portals appeared out of thin air. Then, thousands of night guards wearing black power armor and holding power swords and bolt guns walked out of them. Above the sky, a giant golden battleship also appeared. This is certainly not Duanmuhui's Queen-class flagship. After all, this flagship is where Duanmuhui anchored the world fragment, so it is naturally impossible for it to come in. Fortunately, the first Moon-class cruiser built in the Void Dock and delivered to the Guardians has been completed. Duanmuhui just wanted to deal with Molag Bal, so he found the Tower Council and hoped that the Guardians could participate in the battle and improve the combat power of the Moon-class battleship. There is no objection to the Gaota Parliament. Nothing can test the weapon combat effectiveness than in actual combat. Unlike the Empire warships, because the Guardian itself has the ability to transmit it, it can be directly transferred to the opponent's warships. Therefore, according to the requirements of the Gaota Parliament, the monthly cruiser completely removed the torpedo tubes and installed a large number of macro guns again to use it for ground attacks. At the same time, accompanied by flashes of light, Guardians appeared out of thin air and joined the battle with weapons in hand. Voice of Truth. Prepare to attack. Bomb all the way to the Black Fortress ahead. I want to blow that coward out. Duan Muhui waved the battlefield, knocking down all the enemies in front of him, and quickly issued an order. Soon, along with Duan Muhui's order, the Moon-class cruiser Voice of Truth, which was suspended in the air, slowly shifted its angle and aimed its broadside cannon at the battlefield below. Immediately afterwards, there was a burst of artillery fire. In just a blink of an eye, the rear of the demon army was completely covered by rising smoke, and the fierce artillery fired directly toward their fragile bodies into pieces. Then the macro cannon blasted forward all the way, and everything in its path was completely destroyed. Even the Black Fortress that looked extremely solid was turned into a dilapidated ruin after this round of bombardment. Wow! At this moment, accompanied by a strange cry, Duan Muhui saw a robot wearing a cloak and holding a black hand cannon coming to Duan Muhui. He was the Hunter Minter of the High Tower Council. Cave 6. Although not all members of the High Tower Council could come here this time, they still sent a representative. This place is really cool. So where is this place? Just think of this place as HL. In fact, it is pretty much the same. And what we are dealing with is the devil. TSK. This is really interesting. I never thought that I would go to HL one day. Hearing Duan Muhui's answer, Kai shook his head number 6. And then he raised his right hand. The next moment, the flame broke out from the Camp 6. And then saw that he held a left round of the flames. And the demon Dajun in front of him continued to several triggers. Jun was knocked to the ground instantly, and turned into a scorching body. These guys seemed to have no difficulty. Capita 6 turned his left wheel on the 6th, and breathed a breath. For the Guardian, it's really not too difficult. At this moment, Duan Muhui also glanced at the battlefield not far away. Unlike the Angel Legion and the Night Guards fighting in the group, the Guardians were basically a group of 3 people, and they were flexibly interspersed with the battlefield for sweeping. Although the Guardians were only 3 people in a group, their strength was definitely not to be underestimated. On the battlefield not far away, facing hundreds of demon soldiers, a Guardian with thunder wrapped all over his body jumped down and smashed directly into the crowd, knocking all the demon soldiers away. Then another Guardian reached out, grasped a void bow, and shot an arrow forward. Soon, the arrow formed a huge black vortex that kept spinning not far away, sucking all the demon soldiers scattered by thunder together. Then, the third Guardian's body instantly burst into flames. And then he raised his right hand and summoned a flaming blade, swinging it directly at the demon soldiers gathered together. Soon, accompanied by a series of flaming sword lights flying past, those scattered and bound demon soldiers did not even have time to resist, and turned into ashes in the flames. It must be said that the Guardian with light energy is really awesome. Although the Night Guard and the Angel Legion are not bad, they still don't have the ability of the Guardian. Of course, the most important thing is that the Guardian is not afraid of death. Continue to move forward, break through the Black Fortress and rush to the palace. Duan Muhui had only one goal, which was the huge black palace in front of him. Obviously, if he guessed correctly, that should be the location of the devil, as long as he destroyed its lair. Duan Muhui didn't believe that this guy would still be a coward. Aim at the palace and blow it up for me. Soon, under Duan Muhui's command, the Hong cannon turned its muzzle again and aimed at the huge palace in the distance that almost reached the sky. Then, a series of artillery fire broke out again, bombarding the target. Although the Dark Palace was extremely magnificent and blasphemous, it still could not withstand the wrath of the Inquisition. Amidst the explosion that almost resounded through the sky, the huge palace began to collapse. And at the same time, an angry roar also sounded. Well, anyone who finds out that their house has been demolished will be angry. Madness. With this roar, it seemed as if the whole world was shaken. And even the 2 sides who were fighting were frightened by the roar. However, immediately afterwards, the huge ruins of the collapsed castle were seen floating up under some extremely powerful force, and smashed directly towards the Voice of Truth in the air. Void shield at full power. Turn the ship around. Seeing this, Duan Muhui also hurriedly issued an order, and the engine on the side of the Voice of Truth suddenly began to spray, forcing the warship, which was originally facing the battlefield sideways, to move forward again. At the same time, the dark blue void shield also rose. Then everyone saw that the huge palace wreckage directly hit the Voice of Truth, instantly submerging it. Huge pieces of rubble fell from the sky and scattered everywhere. The battlefield below was naturally no exception. Everyone hurriedly dodged in all directions to avoid being smashed into a pulp by those huge and heavy rocks. However, after the wreckage and smoke disappeared, the voice of truth was still floating in the air intact. Call. Seeing this scene, Duanmu Huai also breathed a sigh of relief. Report the situation. Void Shield has exceeded its limit by 130%. Cooling down. While Duanmu Huai was speaking, a huge creature tens of meters tall stood up from the palace ruins on the other side. It was tall, with a pair of curved horns, a pitch-black body, sharp teeth, and two eyes emitting a faint blue glow. Foolish mortal. Do you think you can defeat me with such a little trick? I am the god of annihilation. Haha. I'm going to hit you. Looking at the demon in front of him, Duanmu Huai felt calm. He glanced at the top of his head. Molag Ball, Epic, LV55. Well, it's about the same level as the big demon. As expected, he can fight well. Seeing the system display above, Duanmu Huai's mouth curled up slightly, and a smile appeared on his face. The reason why he chose to rush in was not because of his passion, but the result of calm calculation. As mentioned before, all the gods in this universe, no matter how awesome their own scriptures are, ultimately, they are judged by their beliefs and influence. Why is the Chaos God so powerful? He has gathered the emotions and souls of all intelligent creatures in the entire galaxy. How powerful is this force? If nothing else, the sheer number of them is terrifying enough. But what about this Molag Ball? At best, he is just the indigenous god of one world. Even if the scriptures say that he can destroy the world, in the final analysis, only the people of one continent believe in him. How many people are there on this continent? According to Duanmu Huai's experience, the power of an indigenous god of a world is basically equal to a weakened version of the great devil. Now it seems that he guessed right. Cold staring at the idiot of Yao Young, Duanmu Huai sneered, and then issued an order again. Main gun locked. Attack. Chapter 182 Showdown. Duanmu Huai never doubted whether Morag would be defeated. The reason is simple. Can the sword master block a nuclear bomb? Of course not. Even if you have mastered your swordsmanship to extraordinary levels, you will still be blown to pieces by a nuclear bomb. The reason is simple. Because all fear comes from insufficient firepower. By the same token, as long as there is sufficient firepower, no problem is a problem. This is also the origin of human beings, all gods. It is not that gods created humans, nor is it that gods protect humans. To put it bluntly, gods possess powerful strength and authority that far exceeds human imagination, which is why humans have fear and respect for gods. That's all. Just like Morag's attack. Indeed, as a demon god, he was able to smash a palace as big as a city. In the eyes of the people in this world, he was naturally extremely powerful, and his body, that was dozens of meters tall, was something that mortals could not touch. But, that's it. Can he make a hole in Mars? Well, I'm afraid not. But unfortunately, Duanmu Huai can. BFG 10,000 activated. Target locked. Attack! At Duanmu Huai's command, the main gun port in front of the voice of truth opened, and then a series of shining green lights emerged, aiming at the huge demon standing on the ground. At this moment, Morag seemed to have sensed the danger, and he raised his hand and tried to do something. But unfortunately, it was too late. A whistling torrent of plasma energy gushed out from the muzzle, cutting through the sky and shooting directly at the huge demon in front of him. Facing this attack from the sky, Morag roared and raised his arms to block in front of him. But his blocking had no effect. The torrent of energy easily shattered Morag's arm, penetrated his chest, and then fell to the ground. Immediately after, the ground moved. Boom, 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 boom. Violent vibrations spread throughout the entire Annihilation realm, and the ground seemed to undulate like waves. Both sides of the battle could not stand firmly, and almost fell to the ground. The howling wind and high-temperature air waves came head-on, and even the angels did not dare to confront them head-on. They quickly landed on the ground and hid behind the wreckage. I don't know how long it took. Everything was calm again. When the people looked up to look forward, the scene in front of them made them widened. In front of them, the black fortress and palace had disappeared, leaving only a huge pit that was hundreds of meters deep and almost extended to the end of the horizon. High-temperature airflow came out of it, and even the air became distorted. Everything that was originally here was destroyed, and nothing was left. Hiss. Seeing this scene, Cade number 6 also took a breath of cold air. As a buyer, he certainly knew the specific data of the battleship provided to them by Duanmu Huai when introducing the BFG 10,000 as the main gun of the battleship. Cade number 6 remembered that Duanmu Huai did say that this thing could make a hole in the planet with one shot. At that time, he had no impression of this. But now, Card said he would never forget this scene anymore. Compared to Cade 6, Duanmu Huai seemed very calm. In fact, the BFG he gave to the Guardians was just a castrated version. On the one hand, the Moon-class cruiser was just a cruiser after all, and could not be compared with his own Queen of Glory class. On the other hand, is there any problem with the foreign trade military equipment being castrated versions? If it was the Queen of Glory class, this shot would have directly penetrated the entire annihilation field. The current moon level has only made a hole, which is just barely okay. But it was enough to deal with Morag. Master, is it dead? Sitting on Duanmu Huai's shoulder, Otis raised the question that everyone was concerned about. And Duanmu Huai shook his head, then stood up and gripped the war hammer. Everyone, pay attention. That demon is going to get serious. Foolish mortal. At the moment when Duanmu Huai finished speaking, a thunderbolt came crashing down and hit the battlefield in front of him. Then, a demon god who was about the same size as Duanmu Huai strode out. At this moment, he was extremely angry, and the brilliance shining in his eyes became more and more dazzling. At least from the outside, he did not seem to be hurt. Do you really think that you can destroy my annihilation realm with these ridiculous toys of yours? Destroy the god of annihilation? This is Cold Harbor. This is my world. I will be immortal here. I will never be destroyed. Oh! It's anxious. It's anxious. Duanmu Huai held the war hammer and calmly watched Morag's angry roar. Indeed, as Morag said, this is its domain, and it is immortal here. But its performance is not as relaxed as Morag said. After all, according to reason, the demon god can change its size at will in the domain. If it wants, it can turn into a giant several hundred meters tall. As a result, it shrank so small. Obviously because it was afraid of being hit by BFG 10,000 again. This is why it took the initiative to run to the battlefield. After all, only here can it avoid being bombarded by the main gun. No matter what, Duanmu Huai and the others are here, and Morag is immortal. Even if they fight to die together and then fire another shot, Morag can be resurrected again. So in Morag, it is not afraid of death in itself because it is immortal. Well, Duanmu Huai came here knowing this. Otherwise, why would he have gone to so much trouble to become a Doom Slayer? Go! Kill it! But Duanmu Huai certainly wouldn't be stupid enough to do the same as the boss, and specifically voice out his threats in the final battle. It would be better if the opponent was arrogant. This would make it easier for him to win. Right? So Duanmu Huai stopped talking nonsense and gave the order directly. Foolish mortal. Your struggle is meaningless. At the same time, Morag also roared. And along with a shout, countless demon soldiers emerged from behind him and rushed forward again. At the same time, Duanmu Huai also started to move. First, summon 20 puppets. Activate Puppeteer's Cloak effect and get 40 puppet cards. Activate Power of Dragon Transformation. Discard 20 puppet cards. And transform all puppets on the field into flying dragons. Boom! In just a moment, 20 huge flying dragons appeared out of thin air. They opened their mouths, roared angrily, and spewed blazing flames at the demon army in front of them, turning them into ashes. But that's not all. At the same time, with the destruction of the 20 doll cards, the special effect of motor armor was launched, and it instantly summoned it. Call! A black shadow flashed, and then a huge set of armor shining with colorful light appeared on Duanmu Huai's body, wrapping him up completely. Next, activate weapon enhancement. And then, Lorena. Yes, Sir Knight. Hearing Duanmu Huai's call, Lorena nodded and turned to the angels around her. I'm counting on you. Soon, Sahel opened his wings, and the pure white feathers fell from the sky, falling on Duanmu Huai's body, and turned into an angel's care. At this moment, his attack and defense have surpassed the limit of 10 energy levels. Enough to fight Morag. Drink A. Duanmu Huai rushed forward, directly knocked away the demon soldier in front of him, raised his war hammer, and rushed towards Morag in front of him. The latter was also holding a one-handed hammer in his hand at this moment, and was moving forward under the protection of the demon soldier. Seeing Duan Muhui rushing towards him, Morag sneered, clenched the weapon in his hand, and smashed directly at Duan Muhui. At the same time, Duan Muhui also swung the war hammer and hit Morag's head. Morag had no doubts about whether he could defeat the other party. This was his annihilation realm, and his power was unlimited here. The other party was just a mortal. Although he admired the courage of this mortal who dared to lead the army into the annihilation realm to kill, it was a pity that what he did was just to add a new trophy for himself. I will imprison your soul in the eternal ruins. Let your soul howl in anger in the eternal flames. Die, mortal. Morag thought so and did so. He was very sure that in front of his power, this mortal would have no choice but to surrender until the moment he encountered the other party head-on. The blood-stained white rabbit armor looked funny and ridiculous, and its scarlet eyes and split mouth with its front teeth showing were so strange that even Morag, the demon god who loved struggle and chaos, felt his heart suddenly tighten at this moment. An inexplicable palpitation emerged from the depths of his soul, as if he was facing not just a mortal, but some strange thing that he had never seen before and had never existed in this world. This weird palpitations flashed deep in Ratrag's heart, which slowed down its movements slightly, but it was enough. Boom! The hammer of ball in Morag's hand collided heavily with the thunder hammer. Morag should have unleashed all his strength at this moment to blast the mortal in front of him into ashes. However, due to a trace of inexplicable fear, he missed this opportunity. When Morag came to his senses, the opponent's power had already exploded. Boom! Duan Muhui's thunder hammer knocked the hammer of ball crooked. The huge impact force even broke Morag's right hand holding the hammer of ball. Then it directly hit the body of the demon. The demon only had time to let out a muffled groan, and then flew backwards and fell heavily into the crowd. The battle even stopped at this moment. The demon soldiers turned their heads in surprise and looked at the demon god, who was smashed to the ground. He was their master and the undisputed ruler of this area. But now, it was smashed away in front of everyone. However, Duan Muhui obviously would not give the opponent any chance. He raised his warhammer again, rushed towards Morag, and smashed it hard on the head. Get lost. This time, anger surpassed fear and surprise. Morag's demonic power completely erupted. He suddenly raised his left hand and punched the thunder hammer swung by Duan Muhui. Then the hammer in Duan Muhui's hand suddenly broke apart, and at the same time, even Duan Muhui himself stepped back. However, he did not give up. After throwing away the broken hammer in his hand, Duan Muhui rushed forward again. His two arms were like shackles, stretching out to Morag in front of him, trying to restrain him. But Morag grabbed his arm again, and then twisted it hard. Crack! Duan Muhui's thick arm was twisted off in an instant, and at the same time, Morag grabbed his broken hand, pulled him in front of him, and then lifted him up high. Foolish mortal, you have succeeded in angering me. Now is the day of your death. While roaring, Morag raised his right hand and grabbed Duan Muhui's chest directly. He wanted to dig out this man's heart in front of everyone and let the mortals here know their stupidity and despair. Mr. Knight. Owner! At this moment, Ojas, and then others also saw this scene and screamed in haste. But they were blocked by the demon soldiers and had no way to get to Duan Muhui. They could only watch as Morag's right hand passed through Duan Muhui's chest, and there was nothing in his hand. What happened? Morag was stunned when he felt the empty touch of his right hand. But for Duan Muhui, this was the moment he had been waiting for. Go to death. Miscellaneous. While Ratrag's right hand passed through Duan Muhui's chest, Duan Muhui pulled out the chain-sawing sword from behind him, roaring and split a sword at Morag. At this moment, Ratrag couldn't avoid it. He could only watch the crazy rotating chainsaw and screaming down, directly splitting its head. Chapter 183, God Killing. The chainsaw sword spun down and split Morag's head directly. At this moment, Morag let out a terrified roar, and at the same time, his body suddenly exploded, and countless forces scattered in all directions. What is this? What is this? Morag's eyes widened. He originally didn't care about Duan Muhui's attack. As Morag said, he was an immortal demon, and it was impossible to kill him. But this time, Morag felt completely different. At the moment when Duan Muhui's chainsaw sword split Morag's head, he felt an unprecedented and unimaginable pain. The pain was like tearing his body in half. His strength was rapidly fading, and he himself was gradually losing strength. What's this? What exactly is this? Morag couldn't understand what was happening to him. Logically, even if he was defeated and killed, his power would still exist in the Annihilation Realm and be reborn again. However, this time, his power did not return as Morag thought. Instead, it disappeared like a flood. No, 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 no. Morag raised his hands in despair. His mind was blank. He didn't even know what to do. Because at this moment, Morag was facing a completely unfamiliar area. Death and destruction. The earth began to tremble. The sky began to roar. And red lightnings poured down and hit the ground, as if representing the pain that the demon god had experienced. It collapsed to the ground, watching its power and life slip away in despair, and experiencing the arrival of a certain inevitable end. Its body began to solidify gradually, turning into a broken object like a stone statue, and collapsed silently. Is this death? Yes, this is death. Standing on the ground, looking at Ratrag's tragic situation, Dwanmu Locust Noodle sneered. But what the Doomslayer brought to them was complete destruction and death. It was because Dwanmu Hwai was very sure that Morag could not guess this that he took the initiative to come to the door to attract hatred. As long as Morag gave him a chance to kill him, then he would really die. The only drawback is that this can only be used once. After all, it is not easy to find a mentally retarded person like Morag. Dwanmu Hwai could feel all kinds of eyes coming from the Annihilation Realm. Surprise, fear, astonishment, excitement, anger. After all, for the demons, it was the first time they had seen with their own eyes an existence that could completely kill them, no matter what Dwanmu Hwai's identity was. It was obvious that the demons had already developed a strong fear of him. At least before they understood his abilities, they would not dare to trouble him. But now, what Dwanmu Hwai is concerned about is the system prompt that appears in front of him. Molag Bal is dead. The Destroyer's ability is activated to gain Strength plus 10, Constitution plus 10, Perception plus 10, Charisma-30. The Charisma value is locked and cannot be modified. What the H.L. is Charm 30. Although this thing itself looks ugly. Dwanmu Hwai looked at Morag, who was lying on the ground and had completely turned into a broken stone statue, with disdain and spat. Fortunately, my charm value is locked. Otherwise, I would not know what kind of weird thing I would become. Obtain the heart of the demon. Players gain a weaker divine power. Weak divine power. Well, it's not surprising. Seeing this, Dwanmu Hwai's eyes twitched slightly. The power of gods in Xinghaiol is divided into strong power, medium power, weak power and faint power. Among them, the representative of powerful divine power is the Chaos Evil God, the leader of the entire galaxy. The medium-level divine power is the cross-planetary god, who can spread faith in the universe. The weak divine power is basically the indigenous god of a planet. Weak divine power, basically some indigenous people have become gods. This is the extent of Morag's status as an indigenous god. Random priesthood domain locked domain fear. All believers will receive a bonus of +1 deterrence. Hey, this is good? If we're going to die, let's die together. Although there are a lot of dissatisfaction with the field of fear, Dwanmu Hwai still expressed his mood. It is true that what is worrying is not the scarcity of wealth, but the inequality of its distribution. It would be much more comfortable if we all died together. What comes next is... Thinking of this, Dwanmu Hwai opened his eyes and looked at the heart of the demon in his hand. Mr. Cavaliers, what is this? At this time, other people also came to Dwanmu Hwai and looked at him curiously. After Molag Bal's death, the demons also dispersed and disappeared. So everyone also came to Dwanmu Hwai. This is the demon god's heart. As long as I use this thing, I can reshape this annihilation realm and become a demon god. Hey, Mr. Knight, are you planning to become a demon god? Hearing Dwanmu Hwai's words, and was a little surprised, while Dwanmu Hwai shrugged his shoulders. Although he is called a demon god, he is actually not that great. Just think of him as a more powerful wizard with a world similar to his own. So, what to do? Watch it. Dwanmu Hwai was also familiar with how to reshape the god's domain. After all, in the game, all players above the middle level had their own god's domain, and Dwanmu Hwai was no exception. If it were a new player, he would probably be very hesitant. But for Dwanmu Hwai, he just had to copy the blueprint in the game. Of course, considering the scope of the priesthood, some adjustments will have to be made. Thinking of this, Dwanmu Hwai began to recall in his mind the divine domain he had created before. Then, he clenched his fists and squeezed them hard. The next moment, everyone saw that everything around them seemed to collapse completely, with sand and rocks flying, the earth cracking, and the sky shattering. For a moment, everything seemed to be completely dissipated. However, in the next moment, the raging sand disappeared in an instant, and in front of everyone's eyes, a magical scene appeared in their eyes. Looking around, the withered earth and sky around them disappeared, replaced by the boundless and invisible Milky Way. A huge star was burning slowly not far away, and the floor and frame under everyone's feet were replaced by steel. A magnificent Gothic cathedral space station was suspended in the universe, with 3 long corridors connecting the 3 directions of the space station, leading to 3 slightly smaller space towers. However, the size of each space station was still similar to that of a city. Just standing here and looking at the scene in front of you was enough to shock you. Well, that's about it for now. Duanmu Huai clapped his hands and nodded with satisfaction. His divine domain was actually very simple. Starting from the main hall, it was divided into 3 courts: aliens, heretics, and demons. Unlike the divine domains of other demon gods, Duanmu Huai's divine domain was not very large. On the one hand, his own strength was not enough to occupy such a large place. On the other hand, Duanmu Huai did not actually need a very large divine domain, because the divine realm is just a transit station for Duanmu Huai. With this transit station, he has a place for his soul to rest. Then after training here, he can join the Inquisition Legion under Duanmu Huai and travel and fight among the stars. In simple terms, this is the process. First, Duanmu Huai established a faith of the tribunal with himself as the core on this continent, and then recruited a large number of believers. After the death of these believers, their souls would go to this tribunal palace to be tempered. And then when their faith was strong enough, they could merge with the power armor in the form of spirits and become a member of the tribunal core under Duanmu Huai. In this way, Duanmu Huai does not need to ask Grandpa to come to find other demon to cooperate with Grandpa before, and he can do it himself. I'm talking about you, Stendhal. You looked down on me, and now I don't need to waste my time on you. Of course, it doesn't end there. Although Morag was dead, as a god who controlled and enslaved mortals, he naturally had many souls in his domain. Duanmu Huai summoned these souls, who had been enslaved by Morag one by one, and asked them about their next plans. After all, the Inquisition needed people with firm wills and pure beliefs. And Duanmu Huai didn't plan to keep guys like these. So if he wanted to go, he opened a door directly to other demon gods, or the Holy Spirit. In response to this, most of the enslaved souls happily went to find the gods they believed in. Of course, there were also some souls who agreed with Duanmu Huai's ideas and systems of the tribunal. So they took the initiative to stay and submit to him. And naturally the vampire is indispensable. That's right. After destroying Morag, Duanmu Huai naturally obtained the souls of those enslaved vampires and let them meet Bambi. The vampire queen was naturally very surprised and excited to see Bambi. After learning what happened from Bambi, the queen told Duanmu Huai that their clan was willing to stay here and serve the Inquisition. After all, vampires themselves don't have any beliefs. Even if they leave here, they have nowhere to go and can only become wandering ghosts. For Duanmu Huai, the divine domain is already there, and the next step is to increase its popularity and then recruit believers and employees. As it happens, he already has a goal. Chapter 184 Ultimatum. The death of a demon god affects more than just the annihilation realm. At the same time as Morag died, the sky, which was supposed to be at noon, was dark, with countless meteors falling from the sky, and 2 full moons even hanging high in the sky, as if making some kind of announcement. Not only that, almost all the believers of the gods received the revelation of the gods they believed in and worshipped at this moment. Molag Bal is dead. Only the believers of the god of slavery did not receive the message. Or rather, they were no longer able to receive any message. At the moment of Molag Bal's death, all his believers felt as if their brains suddenly exploded. The god's last roar before his death completely destroyed the sanity and spirits of his believers. All of Molag Bal's believers became insane or lunatics. At the same time, the statues that Molag Bal had built across the continent were shattered and completely destroyed. This caused panic among the people of the entire continent. Countless priests prayed to their gods, eager to know the truth behind it. However, all they got was the strange silence of the gods. But for the elves, These are not the only things they have to worry about. The elven fortress in Skyrim was emptied out, and the Thalmor elves were extremely angry. They demanded an explanation from the Empire, but the latter said that they had no idea what was going on. At this moment, the elves were already approaching with a large army, saying that the Empire must give an explanation for the attack on the elven fortress. Otherwise, they would start a war against the Empire again. At this time, the king capital of the elves ushered in an uninvited guest. Somerset Isle. This is the home of the High Elves, with mountains and lakes, flowing rivers and bays, and lush forests. It is the academic center of the High Elves, and also their art palace. The fragrant vineyards span the vast plains, and the purple grapes are as dazzling as pearls. And that pure white city with tall spires is the capital of the elves. Eleanor. This is the home of the elves, the holy city in their hearts. It is shrouded in the most rigorous magic barrier, and the Griffin Knights patrol the mountains 24 hours a day. This is the most heavily guarded holy place in the entire elf kingdom. Therefore, one can imagine how surprised and astonished the elves were when a man wearing white armor and as tall as a giant walked into the royal court and came before the elf queen without paying attention to others. Who are you? An uninvited guest? Queen Iron, sitting on the throne, looked at the man in front of her, stopped the elven guards from trying to take him down, and asked softly, "What is your business that requires you to appear in the elf king's court in this way?" "Hello, your majesty." Duan Muhui raised his head and stared at the elf queen in front of him. She was slim, beautiful and majestic. But to Duan Muhui, it didn't matter. "I am an inquisitor from this court. I am here only to present you with a gift and a notice." As he spoke, Duan Muhui took out a scroll, opened it, and then read the contents aloud. Hearing Duan Muhui's words, the elves could not believe their ears. The notice he read was not a notice at all, but an order from the Inquisition. This organization called the Inquisition believed that the elves had posed a serious threat to human existence. Therefore, the Inquisition required that the elven sovereignty must achieve the following points. First, the elven sovereignty must return all lands except Somerset Isle to humans and abolish the White Gold Treaty. Second, the elven sovereignty must provide sufficient wealth to compensate the families of humans who died in the Elven War. Thirdly, the elven sovereignty must... Nonsense! Before Duan Muhui finished reading, the angry elves interrupted him. The elves could hardly believe the arrogance of this order. They could not understand why a human being would be so bold as to say such treasonous words in the sovereign city of the elves. "Shut up, alien!" However, the elves' anger had just erupted when it was defeated by the Inquisitor's roar. "This is the order of the Inquisition. You must obey. Lowly alien race. This is the price you should pay for daring to attack humans. If you are unwilling to accept this request, then the wrath of the Inquisition will completely destroy the entire Somerset Island and destroy all of you long-eared bastards." As he spoke, Duan Muhui threw the scroll on the ground. At the same time, he raised his head and stared at Queen Iron coldly. "You and the gods you believe in are vulnerable in front of the Inquisition. This is my ultimatum to you. Oh, and here is a gift for you." As he spoke, Duan Muhui stretched out his hand, took out a large box out of thin air, and smashed it directly on the ground. The box instantly cracked, and then hundreds of elf heads covered in blood emerged from it, rolling on the floor of the Elf King's court. Seeing these elf heads, the elves around were in an uproar. That's General Briffy's. How could he? The army you gathered outside the Empire has been completely annihilated. This is a small gift to you." Duan Muhui raised his head and stared at the elves in front of him with contempt. "Listening, you have a limited degree of benevolence. This is the first time and the last persuasion. If you don't want, then the entire Xiaowu Island will be completely destroyed and drowned in the sea. And your soul will be completely dismissed in the star furnace of the trial court. The gods will not help you. Therefore, you better think about making a decision." At this point, Duan Muhui's eyes flashed a bright red. Ferocious light filled with cruelty and murderous intent. "It's up to you to choose whether to hide in your own rat hole, trembling and waiting for destruction, or to save your life. Shut up, blasphemer." At this moment, suddenly, a figure rushed out from the crowd and ran towards Duan Muhui. It was a high-level elf woman, with a nimble figure, like a female leopard running towards its prey, and the two daggers in her hands exuded magical brilliance. "Let me cut off your tongue and chop off your head, and see if you can still speak nonsense." The elf girl moved so fast that she arrived in front of Duan Muhui in the blink of an eye, as if the dagger in her hand would be able to cut his throat in just a moment. Then, a gauntlet made of steel emerged from the elf girl's eyes, completely covering her vision. The huge iron hand grabbed the elf girl's fragile head and smashed it to the ground. Under the huge impact, the elf girl's beautiful face became distorted in pain. But before she could say another word, Duan Muhuai's right hand twisted and pulled the elf girl's head and spine off her neck in an instant. The elf girl's head, which was tightly grasped by the iron hand, opened its mouth and stuck out its tongue. Her big emerald green eyes were lifeless, as if covered with a layer of haze like a dead fish. Duan Muhuai threw the head and the headless corpse to the ground, then stomped on the elf girl's head. Sympathy is reserved for humans. Aliens deserve only our contempt, he whispered, then raised his head again and stared at the pale, bloodless face of Queen Iron. I will only give you one chance, Queen of Aliens. There won't be a second chance. After saying this, Duan Muhuai turned and left, and the others could do nothing but stare blankly at his receding figure. For a moment, the entire royal court seemed to have stopped time. It was unknown how much time had passed before Queen Iron stood up, walked down from the throne, came to the headless body of the elf girl, and picked up the blood-stained ultimatum. Your Majesty, send someone immediately to find out what happened. What happened to the expeditionary army? It didn't take long for the news of what happened in the Elven King's court to spread across the continent. Almost everyone was talking about it. A mysterious organization called the Inquisition broke into the Elven King's court alone and demanded that the elves return to Somerset Island, or else they would be completely defeated. This news immediately seemed to add fuel to the fire, stirring up the emotions of the entire continent. The people of the Empire cheered in unison. They certainly would not forget that the Empire was invaded by the elves, who even occupied the capital, and carried out looting and burning it. The people of the Empire hated the Thalmor elves so much that they wished that all the Thalmor elves would be exterminated. The elves were also furious at this blatant challenge to the elven sovereignty. Many elves even returned to Somerset Isle on their own accord, willing to live and die with the elven sovereignty. As for the Inquisition, it was not all talk and no action. After investigation, the elves and the Empire found that the 70,000 elves stationed outside the Empire to exert pressure were indeed dead. The entire land seemed to be scorched, and not even a single intact corpse could be found. Only black charred corpses remained. Only people living nearby heard rumors that there once was a city above the clouds, and they launched an attack there. Light like a meteor shower burst out from the city on top of the clouds, destroying the entire elf army. It now seemed that the power of the Inquisition was clear. So, will the elves surrender? No one knows the answer. We only know that the Elven Sovereign has withdrawn all of its elite troops to Somerset Island. But no one knows whether this is a choice of surrender or a fight to the death. But for Duan Muhuai, no matter which path the Thalmor elves choose, their outcome is already determined. Chapter 185 Formation. Duan Muhuai didn't care about the disturbances from the outside world. While the reputation of the tribunal spread throughout the continent, he also began to build similar tribunal organizations in various places. Duan Muhuai's first Inquisition organization was not built in Skyrim, but in Hammerfell. The reason is very simple. When the Empire and the Elves signed the Platinum Treaty, most of the territory of Hammerfell was assigned to the sovereignty of the Elves. The residents of Hammerfell province will naturally not give up, and this has to start from the war between the Elves and the Empire. According to historical records, in the war between the Elves and the Empire, the Elves had always had the upper hand, and even occupied the Imperial City, and carried out killing and looting. After that, the Elves had been looking for the king of the Empire, trying to negotiate with him. The king at that time, on the one hand, made the Elves mistakenly believe that he really wanted to surrender, and on the other hand, he secretly assembled troops and took advantage of the Elves' carelessness to rush to the royal city in 3 directions. In the end, humans successfully recaptured the capital of the Empire. But in this war, the Empire also suffered heavy losses. A total of 3 legions were completely destroyed, and the remaining ones were exhausted remnants. With this victory, the king and the Elves signed the Platinum Treaty, ending the war between humans and Elves. Of course, this approach is not incomprehensible. Although the royal city was recaptured, the Empire was already seriously injured and could not continue the war with the Elves. Signing a peace treaty with the Elves with the help of this victory is also understandable from a political perspective. But the people of Hammerfell province obviously did not buy it. They believed that the Empire should not surrender after retaking the royal city, but should pursue the victory and drive these long-eared bastards directly into the sea. You know, Hammerfell didn't kill so many people just to cede their land to those elf bastards. In fact, because of this, even though the Empire and the elves signed the Platinum Treaty, the resistance against the elves in Hammerfall was in full swing, and the Empire's order to cease fire with the elves was ignored by Hammerfall. They had made up their minds that even if everyone died, they would take back their land from the elves. It is precisely because of this that the current province of Hammerfell is in fact semi-separated from the Empire. Under such circumstances, the emergence of the Inquisition naturally greatly encouraged the people of Hammerfall. Considering Hammerfall's hatred towards the elves, Duanmu Huai set up the first base of the Inquisition in a mountain range in Hammerfall. As for the operation of this base, Duanmu Huai completely handed it over to the Dark Knight Guards. After all, the Dark Knight Guards originally did similar work in the Yajin Society. Training warriors and the like were also their old tricks. In addition to this, there are the holy scriptures of the Inquisition. In Star Ocean OL, there is a setting that is very contradictory. According to the original setting, the Inquisition represents the Empire and the Emperor, and every Inquisitor must fight in the name of the Emperor. But in fact, as the player's Inquisitors, they are not impressed by the Emperor. Many Inquisitors even regard him as a heretic or even a spy who has infiltrated the human race. They believe that the Emperor is not the savior of mankind, but is just using mankind to play a big game. These players also have their own ideas and reasons. First of all, the Emperor strictly prohibits humans from engaging in any superstitious activities. At first glance, this reason seems to be to prevent the Chaos God from being known by humans, thereby weakening his power. However, looking at human history, we can find that whether there are gods or not, humans will have some kind of faith, not to mention that gods do exist in this world. So in the eyes of players, the Emperor's actions are simply a cover-up and a cover-up, which is meaningless. This is just like the prohibition in the United States. The original reason for the prohibition was that Congress believed that alcohol was the root of crime, and alcoholism also caused many domestic violence problems. At the religious level, alcohol was also associated with sin. In addition, capitalists believed that workers drinking would affect labor discipline and production efficiency. So the United States enacted prohibition. The result was that illegal brewing and smuggling of alcohol became rampant. Prohibition did not have any effect at all, nor did it limit the occurrence of criminal behavior. On the contrary, smuggling and illegal brewing led to more criminal problems. The same is true of the imperial truth promulgated by the Emperor. Its essence is no different from prohibition. It does not recognize objective facts, but insists on prohibiting them through subjective will. The end result is the collapse of the entire imperial truth. Players also criticize the imperial truth on the forum, and many players believe that it was a misunderstanding to regard the imperial truth as materialism, because according to the dialectical materialism of reality, the unity of the world lies in materiality. Consciousness is the product of the development of the material world to a certain stage, and human cognition is a reaction to objective existence. So in simple terms, materialism does not represent atheism, but because there is no objective fact to prove the existence of gods, materialism regards them as non-existent. If there is a God in this world that can be objectively recognized, then materialism will also recognize its existence. Therefore, if we look at it from the perspective of materialism, then the imperial truth of StarCraft OL is obviously not materialism, but idealism. Gods and demons do exist in that world, but you deny them all and want to use subjective will to deny the objective facts. This is a big lie in itself and will not last long. Just look at the results. Prohibition was enacted in 1919 and repealed in 1933. The imperial truth existed before the emperor's death. But who would care about it after the emperor's death? Otherwise, how did the imperial state religion come into being? In the final analysis, materialism is always stronger than idealism, and any attempt to influence or even deny the existence of objective reality with personal subjective will is meaningless. You say that gods don't exist. So if you have the guts, why don't you give them protection when they pray? Giving them protection while saying that gods don't exist is really hypocritical and makes me speechless. Therefore, in the eyes of many players, the emperor's original practice of promulgating the imperial truth was simply a big mistake. He could have used some means to teach humans to objectively understand these existences, rather than directly denying the facts. Denying the objective reality will not solve any problems. To be honest, it is better to distort human cognition by saying that the so-called gods are just beings with more powerful powers than to completely deny the reality of the existence of gods. In addition, the Emperor's behavior seems contradictory to many players. Take the repair of the webway. For example, why didn't the Emperor repair it before the Great Crusade? Why did he have to wait until after? Didn't he understand that food and fodder must be sent before troops move? And the facts also prove that the Emperor knew about the existence of the webway long ago. Couldn't he have repaired it before launching the Great Crusade? Of course, the Emperor is also a human being, and humans make mistakes. However, the Imperial classics describe the Emperor as being so wise and powerful that the only thing missing was that he was able to predict the future 5,000 years in the past and 5,000 years in the future. Then, for players, this raises questions. Either the Emperor is not as smart as the Imperial texts say, or he will make stupid mistakes, and more than once. Either the Emperor has ulterior motives and is planning some unknown conspiracy. And all this is part of a huge plan. Because of this, as a judge of the player, although the responsibility of guarding and saving mankind, they will not accept the Emperor's set, and may even deny it. In the Empire at that time, Duan Muhuai's behavior would have been considered heresy. But now the Empire is in ruins and no one pays him. So Duan Muhuai can naturally do whatever he wants. The Holy Code of the Inquisition is actually very simple. Protecting humanity is the most core element. Any existence that threatens humanity must be defeated. Whether to completely destroy them or spare their lives to see the results is decided by the Inquisitor himself. Of course, there are also statues representing the Inquisition. A war hammer. After receiving the blessing, you can get a 10% damage bonus to races other than humans. The people of Hammerfell are tough, and the Red Guards are especially good at fighting. In order to fight against the elves, many Red Guards joined the Inquisition and became one of its members. Everyone is waiting for the final moment to arrive. At the same time, Duan Muhuai was meeting an old man. That was the Imperial Emperor Titus Me too. You wish the Inquisition to cease its attacks on elven sovereignty? Duan Muhuai stared at the old man in front of him with a slightly cold look. Yes, great warrior. The old emperor nodded. Although he was not as tall as Duan Muhuai, sitting in front of him, the old emperor also showed his own demeanor. Now is not the time to turn against the Thalmor elves. Empire, I think you've made a mistake. Your Majesty. Duan Muhuai raised his hand and interrupted the old emperor. The trial court is not a friend of the Empire. As I said before, the trial court was just responsible for eliminating all enemies that threatened human beings. And the political issues within human beings were not what the trial court needed to consider. That is, the death of the Empire is meaningless to the trial court. Governance. We will not care. When the old emperor heard Duan Muhuai's words, a hint of uneasiness flashed in his eyes. Is this the attitude of the Inquisition? Yes, this is the attitude of the Inquisition. Duan Muhuai stood up and looked at the old man in front of him. For the Inquisition, any existence that threatens humanity must be defeated or destroyed. The elven sovereignty has proven their threat and hostility to humanity through their actions. Therefore, for the Inquisition, they are enemies that must be eliminated. Having said this, Duan Muhuai looked out the window. It's almost time. It seems that the elves have made their choice. Then, he spoke coldly. Chapter 186 Judgment comes. Time passes by every second. Queen Ai was standing on the high platform and looked at the all-armed elves below. Silent. But most of the elves expressed their rejection. The elf is a proud race. The high elves think that they are the right to inherit the gods and enjoy the existence of the rights of the mainland. Never surrender. The pride of the elves would not allow them to give up. They would rather stand here and perish together with Somerset Island than lower their proud heads to humans. I would rather die. Never kneel down. Let these humans know that the pride and dignity of the elves cannot be trampled by them. No matter how powerful the other party is, they will make humans feel, and the determination of the elves. Things have come to this point, and have reached the end. For Queen Ai, she has no other choices. Soon, a beam of light descended from the sky and landed in front of the queen. And then the huge figure appeared again. He didn't care about the fully armed elven soldiers around him, and just stared at the elven queen. It seems that you have made a decision. Yes. Queen Iron took a deep breath and nodded vigorously. She stared at the man in front of her with a firm gaze and shouted sternly. The elves will never accept your humiliating conditions. If you want to destroy Somerset Island, then we will do everything in our power to defend our ancestral land. Queen Iron's voice was firm. without the slightest hesitation, and full of the majesty and determination that a queen should have. Hearing her words, the elves raised their weapons and roared loudly. For a moment, the entire Somerset Island was filled with the roars of the elves. They were using this method to express their determination and fighting spirit to the enemy in front of them. However, the other party did not say much. He did not seem to care about the performance of the elves or the queen's answer. He just nodded and disappeared again. Seeing this, the queen clenched her fists. Then she stood on the platform and gave orders. Open the magic barrier. Everyone prepare for battle. We will never surrender. We will show our dignity and glory as high elves here. Let the trial court see the will of the sovereignty. To Duan Muhui, the elves' will, determination and ideas were meaningless. In fact, he only gave one order after returning to the voice of truth. 3 rounds of macro guns, a round of light spear, and then the main gun shot together. A command that lasted less than 5 seconds determined the fate of the elves. First of all, it was found that an elf sentinel was abnormal. He withdrew his gaze from the distant sea level, only occasionally glancing upward at the sky. And then he seemed to discover something, and his eyes widened in surprise. Looking up at the night sky above his head, countless stars were shining in the dark night sky, seemingly no different from usual. But soon, he found that something was wrong with the starry sky. The starry sky, which should have been quiet, seemed to be shaking, as if it was falling from the sky. No, it was not the night sky that fell, but the stars. Hundreds of huge macro cannon SH/LS penetrated the atmosphere and rushed towards Somerset Island like a meteor shower, falling mercilessly with the glory of destruction under the acceleration of gravity. In the blink of an eye, the sky above Somerset Island was covered with a dazzling, scorching, and violent light. The magic barrier that the elves had put all their efforts into contemplating was not able to stop the huge 140-meter-long SH/L for even a second. It was completely shattered like a fragile spider web. And then a meteor rain fell from the sky and covered the entire Somerset Island. The flame shot up into the sky, and there were jets of flames and air currents everywhere. From a distance, the entire island seemed to be a volcanic eruption. Countless flaming mushroom clouds rolled up into the sky and almost enveloped the entire island. Under this ruthless attack, all resistance was meaningless. The fortress of Gautisi City built by the elves was blown into pieces like a fragile building block, and the elves inside were torn into pieces before they could even scream. In the violent shaking, the earth seemed to be undulating like waves, and even the sea was surging. The mountains were flattened. The forests of the elves were destroyed, and the vineyards across the plains were completely destroyed. The earth, forests, grasslands, cities, ports, nothing could survive this terrifying and nearly destructive bombardment. Just when the elves thought that this terrible attack would last forever, suddenly, everything seemed to end without any warning. The remaining elves looked up in surprise. They looked around and saw broken walls and ruins everywhere. At this moment, it seemed as if the whole world was plunged into deathly silence. They could not even hear each other talking. It was as if even the sound had disappeared from this world. At this moment, the elves' vision caught a glimpse of light coming from the sky. Like bright sunshine, several beams of energy mixed with high temperatures fell from the sky and shone on the entire Somerset Island. Unlike the previous violent attacks, this time the flames and high temperatures swept across the entire island. The remaining cities, forests and mountains were all engulfed in the fanatical flames. The shining light was so bright that it even illuminated the sky. It was like a hot sun about to rise slowly from the sea level. "Your Majesty! Your Majesty!" The elven guard screamed as he ran forward. The glass armor he was wearing had completely melted at this moment, merging with his flesh and blood. He screamed in pain and reached out to his queen in despair. However, the next moment, the elven guard's flesh and blood as well as the glass armor had completely melted into a pool of thick liquid and scattered on the ground, while his bones perished in the burning flames. "Your Majesty, please leave here as soon as possible." The court wizard raised his hands high. His 10 fingers had turned black, but even so, he still clenched his teeth, trying to maintain the protective barrier. His sleeves began to catch fire, and his hair was burned clean. "It's already too late." Queen Iron shook her head. Then she raised her head and looked at the night sky in front of her, as if she couldn't bear to look at the Elf King's city, which was completely engulfed in flames. Although Queen Iron knew before making this decision that this would be an unimaginable battle. She still didn't expect that the gap between the two sides would be so big. Is this really something that mortals can do? Shouldn't this be something that gods can do? No. Even gods probably can't do this. They didn't show up. And there wasn't even a fight. In just a moment of confrontation, the entire Somerset Island was completely destroyed. Is this the kind of power we are fighting against? Thinking of this, the queen opened her eyes. And the last thing that came into the vision of AIE was bright and dazzling. The plasma torrent roared down, heavily bombarding the Somerset Island. Under this blow, the already dilapidated Somerset Island was directly shattered and split. Countless cracks appeared on the earth, and the sea water roared and flooded in. The broken earth fell apart, and the sea water rushed in violently, evaporating on the high-temperature earth, forming a group of white smoke flying high into the sky. When all this was over, the holy land of the elves, the location of the royal city, and the home of the High Elves, Somerset Island, had completely collapsed and was completely submerged by the sea. Their wreckage sank to the bottom of the sea in the final bombardment. And as for the tens of thousands of elves on it, they were worthlessly marching towards death. Their determination, their will, their dignity, were completely destroyed without even the slightest spark of hope, leaving no trace behind. Duanmu Huai stood on the bridge with his hands behind his back. The resistance, struggle and pain of the elves were meaningless to him. He could already feel that the souls of the elves were struggling in pain. But this was not enough. The wrath of the Inquisition was not so easy to eliminate. The destruction of the aliens was not so simple. Their souls would be completely destroyed by the star furnace in the annihilation field of the Inquisition and turned into energy as the source of existence for the Inquisitors. No matter how horrific the things that happened on Xiaomu Island were. For Duanmu Huai, all he saw in his eyes was just a fleeting spark. But this is not the end. Order the night guard to prepare. We are going to completely take care of these aliens. Starting from tonight, the ancestral divine land will completely cease to exist. For the people of this continent, this night was a thrilling night. The flames of Somerset Island attracted everyone's attention. But that was not enough. In addition to Somerset Island, the other two territories of the ancestral divine state, Valen Forest and Elsewhere, were also attacked. The night guards in black armor broke through the elves' defenses, ruthlessly slaughtered the main city armies of the two territories, and hung the bodies of the lords on the city gates, announcing the complete demise of the ancestral divine state. With the destruction of the high elf armies, and the death of the lords of these two territories, the situation began to become unstable. In Valen Forest, due to the destruction of the ancestral divine state, the Wood Elves regained power and re-established a pro-imperial federal government. In Elsville, the Tiger people also started to fight for power and rebuild a new regime. Just overnight, the ancestor Shinjo, the sovereignty of the elves, was completely announced. This night was also known as the Destruction Night. After this night, there were no races daring to question and confront the trial court. Duanmu Huai didn't care what the continent would become, or whether the empire would seize this opportunity to reorganize its internal conflicts. As he said to the emperor, the Inquisition would only focus on external threats to humanity. And as for internal confrontations among humanity, the Inquisition didn't care, let alone care. Even if another regime overthrew the empire and re-established a new country, it would have nothing to do with the Inquisition. Therefore, after that, except for leaving a few hundred night guards to manage the power of the Inquisition on this continent, Duanmu Huai brought the others back to Maalia. Chapter 187 Preparation. After returning from Tianji province, Duanmu Huai can finally relax for some time. The trial court built in the empire is gradually expanding. For Duanmu Huai, this continent has become a very good conquered world, civilization and security. Fortunately, the Cabra tribe did not have warships like Duanmu Huai before. Otherwise, with one shot, the entire holy city would be destroyed. And what would they do? Very good. Everything went well. Sitting behind the desk, looking at the report in his hand, Duanmu Huai nodded with satisfaction. And the transaction with the Guardian civilization did not use money. Because of the collapse of the empire, there is no unified currency at all. Therefore, Duanmu Huai is a transaction method with objects. It is XN, the resource required for the construction of the warship. After all, Duanmu Huai himself also wants to build a fleet. It's just that the Guardian civilization is really poor, although they have now begun to restart mining facilities on other planets. Considering that the Guardians are short of money, They have only placed an order with Duanmu Huai for 1 Sword-class frigate, 1 Viper-class missile destroyer, and 1 Moon-class cruiser. There is no way. After all, the Imperial warship was originally driven by machine souls. After getting Ajin technology, Duanmu Huai changed its line to the Imperial battleship and redesigned a series of automated processes to reduce the demand for manpower as much as possible. Duanmu Huai doesn't have to worry. After all, he has enough puppets to operate them. But the Guardian civilization can't find so many people to drive the warships at once. And they need to be retrained. The most important thing is that there are not many people guarding the civilization. The Inquisition fleet currently under Duanmu Huai's jurisdiction, in addition to the Queen of Glory-class flagship, has 2 more Moon-class cruisers under construction. In addition, there is the Wani giant ship that he captured from Cable, which is powerful enough to destroy an entire galaxy. It can be said that Duanmu Huai's current Inquisition fleet has taken shape. By the way, Duanmu Huai also changed Cable's Wani giant ship beyond recognition, except for the main gun that serves as the core of the battleship and can be used to detonate stars. He dismantled all other parts and replaced them all with macro cannons and light spears, and then matched them with close-range anti-aircraft turrets. The current Wani giant ship is more like a cosmic fortress than a battleship. In addition, in exchange, Duanmu Huai also obtained a core technology reorganization from the Guardian. To explain here, that is, the instant movement used by the Guardians is not instantly moved at all. For example, during a battle, you can often see the Guardian driving a small shuttle and then coming in front of an enemy warship. The next moment, the Guardian disappears from the cockpit and then appears on the enemy warship. At the beginning, Duanmu Huai thought it was some kind of space teleportation technology. But after he talked with the Guardian's spirit, he was surprised to find that this was not space teleportation at all, but reorganization. Yes, the whole process is actually like this. When the Guardian drives the shuttle to the destination, the Guardian will be decomposed by the ghost. In other words, strictly speaking, the Guardian at this moment no longer exists in this world. You can say that it's okay for him to be dead. Then, Ling Ling will reorganize the data of the entire Guardian and projected it on a new position to resurrect him. Therefore, the whole process is not a process of space transmission, but a process of decomposition and reorganization. In fact, the Guardians summon their cars and use similar technology. Of course, this technology is also limited. The Guardian can be resurrected infinitely because there is light with a clever light. So you can play this way. Ordinary people's decomposition must be the ending of the dead. Don't expect to be resurrected. But for Duanmu Huai, this technology opened a window for him. Light energy is also a way to use psychic energy. That is, as long as the psychic energy is sufficient. Duanmu Huai can also use this technique. It has been said before that soul walkers can anchor world fragments in the real world to stabilize the order of the subspace and avoid overheating and distortion. Now Duanmu Huai has anchored the fusion of world fragments of the 2 continents of Maalia and Nian, where the Empire is located, on the flagship. In other words, within the space of these 2 continents centered on the flagship, the order is stable and stable, whether in the real universe or in the subspace. This also means that in this area, Duanmu Huai can use spiritual energy instead of being afraid of overheating and space distortion. In this way, Duanmu Huai can also use this technology to reorganize and disassemble the warships within the range countless times. Don't underestimate this point. This is how the Guardian is resurrected. This means that in this area, even if Duanmu Huai's warships are blown up, they can be resurrected with full blood like the Guardian. Of course, it is impossible to change to an ordinary warship. After all, ordinary warships need people to operate. And although this decomposition and reorganization technology can reorganize inorganic matter, it cannot reorganize living things. Fortunately, the warships under Duanmu Huai are all controlled by puppets with zero consumption. And puppets themselves are not living things, so they will naturally not be affected. Although the flagship Queen of Glory class is not included in this list. For Duanmu Huai, being able to apply this technology to warships is already quite good. It's not like no players in the game have thought about doing this. But unfortunately the conditions are lacking. After all, warships need to be operated, and the Inquisitor cannot create intelligent AI. And it is obviously not cost-effective to disassemble and reassemble warships with humans on them. But now, Duanmu Huai doesn't have to worry about this problem. Of course, this technology is not without flaws. Just like the Guardian, although it is said to be able to revive infinitely, is not without weaknesses. That is, if the guardian's spirit is defeated, then the guardian will not be able to revive when he dies again, and will be completely dead. Similarly, if the Queen of Glory class, which serves as the projection core, is destroyed, then the other worships will also not be able to be reorganized. Simply put, Duanmu Huai's flagship is actually equivalent to taking on the responsibilities of a large ghost. After these 2 Moon-class cruisers are built, we can prepare to set off back to the novice village. Calculating the time, there should be enough time. Well, I hope that when I go back, I don't see the novice village explode on the spot. Duanmu Huai currently has more than 10,000 night guards under his command, plus 3,000 warrior souls recruited from the Oblivion realm, and 2,000 guardians. This should be enough to fight against the attacks of chaos. Click. When Duanmu Huai thought about the next schedule, the door suddenly opened, and then Audrey walked in with a pot of tea. Master, please have some tea. Oh, thanks. Hearing what Odell said, Duanmu Huai looked up and nodded to her. Then Odell came to Duanmu Huai's table, poured a cup of tea for him and Ojas, then put down the tea tray in her hand and stood quietly by the side. I said, "Do you have nothing else to do?" Duanmu Huai took a sip of tea from the cup, then looked at Odell and asked in confusion. After returning to Manalia, and Angulia also went to report to their fathers. Odell, as Duanmu Huai's personal maid, stayed. But to be honest, Duanmu Huai thinks this personal maid, it really has no effect. There are maid dolls on the battleship who are responsible for cleaning and cooking. There is nothing else that Odell needs to do. In fact, what she basically does every day is to wake up Duanmu Huai, bring him meals, make a pot of tea, and then stand by him motionless. To be honest, after a long time, Duanmu Huai began to doubt whether she was a puppet. My duty is to serve the master. Hearing Odil's indifferent answer, Duanmu Huai shook his head helplessly. He and Odile had not spent a long time together, but Duanmu Huai felt that he could understand why the Duke's son had no interest in Odile. To be honest, Odile is pretty, with a slender figure, fair skin, black hair as smooth and shiny as silk, and fighting ability. If it were an ordinary man, he would definitely be attracted to her at first sight. But after a long time, you will find that this young lady is really lacking in character. There are quite a few girls around Duanmu Huai, and each of them has her own charm, and is lively and cheerful, and just being around her makes you feel relaxed and happy. Although Gulia is taciturn and introverted, she also has a gentle and considerate side. Lorena is always full of energy. You can often see her running in the corridors that are dozens of kilometers long while greeting others with full energy. Bambi is even more of a cutie, as clingy as a kitten. Even Faylene always likes to hold those travel guides and scenic albums, and walk around with a dreamy look, which looks quite interesting, not to mention Ojas. But what about this Miss Audrey? Duanmu Huai felt that she was just an unimportant NPC in the game. When players chatted with her, they could only get a few fixed answers. Hello, traveler. I'm here to admire the gardens. Thank you for your concern, traveler. And then nothing happened. If Duanmu Huai were to say, the other girls all have their own charms, but Odile gives people the feeling that she is like a piece of dry bonito, without any taste at all. To be honest, even Mia, the artificial angel, felt more interesting to Duanmu Huai than Odile. At least no matter what happened, she always spoke in a sweet and lazy tone, and seemed as if she didn't care about anything. It was quite interesting. If Duanmu Huai were allowed to choose, if there were other options, he would definitely not choose to marry a woman like Odile. Apart from being pretty, it's really boring. The thought of marrying a woman like this and living like this every day. Well, I have to admit that the succubus is indeed stronger than her. I have something to do. You go down and rest first. Duanmu Huai collected his thoughts and spoke. The latter said nothing, but just lowered his head silently, then turned and left. Crack. As the hatch closed again, Duanmu Huai sighed and looked at Ojas. To be honest, this young lady is really tricky. What do you think? Hearing Duanmu Huai's question, Ojas silently turned over a page of the book. Too much fear and too little confidence is cowardice. Ojas? What is it? Master? Read less inspirational quotes and philosophy books. They are not good for people. But isn't this a book written by humans? Okis held up the book in her hand. with the title How to Make You a Better Person written on the cover. 80% of the books humans write are delusions. Duanmu Huai rolled his eyes. There are very few people who can do the nonsense in this book. But humans call them philosophers and write books about their words? Most philosophers die a miserable death. You can regard this as a collection of crazy thoughts of mentally ill people before they commit suicide. But it seems to make sense? It just makes sense. Duanmu Huai curled his lips. Okay. Let's stop talking nonsense. What do you think of that young lady? My words. I think if you didn't look so scary, it might be easier to communicate with you. Thank you for your sincere advice. This was not the first time that Duanmu Huai had been stabbed in the back by his most trusted puppet. And he was used to it. Besides that, this time, just did not answer immediately, but thought for a moment. Let her become the master's woman. Puff. Upon hearing this, Duanmu Huai spat out a mouthful of black tea. What the hell is this? It's written in the book. The originally arrogant young lady, after being forcibly possessed by the male protagonist, instead of hating him, became obsessed with him. Humans are really complex and strange creatures. Wait, what is this book you're reading? Where did it come from? It's Miss Lorena's reading book. I heard she found it in the library some time ago. A missionary priest. Do you think this thing is appropriate? It seems that I will need to sort the recycled books carefully in the future. Chapter 188 Odil's Melancholy. Why? Returning to her room, Odile let out a long sigh. She sat on the chair, her fatigue unconcealable between her brows. For Odile, her life has been a mess since her engagement was broken off in public. As a daughter of an aristocrat, Odile naturally received an elite education from a young age. She also knew that she would marry the son of a duke in the future. For this reason, Odile also worked hard to learn the knowledge, manners and experiences that a duchess should have. To be honest, Odile didn't have any special feelings for the duke's son. They first met when they were very young, and they met once a year after that. But Odile could feel that the duke's son was not very enthusiastic about her, nor did he care much about her. In fact, Odile was the same. For her, the duke's son was her marriage partner. But other than that, she didn't seem to have any special feelings for the duke's son. Odile was not surprised by this. Political marriage was like this. In fact, her parents were the same. Odile also knew that her father and mother had good lovers outside. Their marriage was more a political work and obligation than love. However, even so, when the duke's son broke off the engagement in public, Odile still felt confused and uneasy. She was not sad because of jealousy or being abandoned, but because she was worried about her future. After all, Odile has been learning how to become a qualified duchess since she was a child. It can be said that the meaning of her existence lies in this. But now, the duke's son broke off his engagement with her, which meant that she could no longer become a duchess. This meant that Odile's life and efforts for more than a decade from birth to now had all gone to waste and became meaningless. So, what should I do next? Odile didn't know what to do with her future. Although the duke's son's breaking off of the engagement had shocking details, the fact that she had been broken off was an indisputable fact. No matter what the reason was, it was impossible for her to marry another nobleman now. Maybe I will become a political bargaining chip for my parents and marry a big businessman. After all, this possibility is not impossible. Odile also knows that some nobles will obtain some capital by marrying their daughters to some wealthy businessmen. Although it is impossible for me to have a buyer in the noble world, it is not impossible for a businessman to do so. But when Odile learned her fate from her father, she was still surprised. You will be the personal maid of the Dragon Slayer Knight. Dragon Knight. Odile was not unfamiliar with this name. After all, everyone had seen the evil dragon Fife attack the royal city. Odile was also deeply impressed by the fact that the powerful knight killed a dragon that even the princess could not defeat. Moreover, she also learned from her social circle that the kings of Regnice and Manalia seemed to be willing to marry the princess to him. But that was all Odile knew. The knight seemed to have no interest in attending banquets and never appeared in the aristocratic circle. But no one complained about it. To be honest, when Odile saw the Dragon Slayer Knight at her engagement dinner, she was somewhat surprised. To be honest, Odile's first impression of Duanmu Huai was consistent with her imagination of a dragon slayer. He was tall and mighty, and full of the aura of a strong man. Although he looked particularly scary, it was understandable. After all, he was the one who killed the evil Dragon King. Yet he was a pretty boy. It would be out of place. What happened after that? Up to now, Odell has been Duanmu Huai's personal mate for some time. But, what on earth should I do? Looking at her hands, Odell murmured to herself. Yes, this was exactly what she had been worried about. That is, she didn't know what to do. Her Royal Highness is right. Although a personal maid sounds like a maid. In fact, she is not just a maid who serves her master. She is also responsible for handling chores in the mansion, and even interpersonal relationships. In simple terms, a personal maid is like a butler who belongs to a certain person and tries her best to meet the other person's requirements. But the problem is, Duanmu Huai never made any demands on her. This adult does not ignore her existence. But simply, it seems that she doesn't need to help her to do anything. To be honest, even if this gentleman looked at her with some intention like other men, Odell at least knew that she could do something. But it is not the truth. Odell could sense that there was nothing special in the look in Duanmu Huai's eyes when he looked at her. She could understand it. After all, this gentleman already had 2 princesses, and Angulia as his fiancées, and the girls around him were almost all beauties who were no less beautiful than herself. And they were all more interesting than herself. Yes, Odell also knew that she was a boring woman. If you ask her what her interests are, she seems to be completely unable to think of anything she is interested in. She seldom eats desserts because she has to control her intake to maintain her figure. Although she has also worked hard to learn art, none of them are out of interest. She learns them all for the dignity of a duchess. Odell's only meaning of existence is to study hard since childhood and make herself suitable for the position of duchess. Not only that, Odell looked up and looked out the window. There was a huge fireball burning outside the window, and a metal warship shining under the light. She remembered that Duanmu Huai said that it was called a star, also known as the sun, and the place where they were was called a galaxy. And in each galaxy, there was a sun. Yes, this is Odell's biggest worry. Following Duanmu Huai, she saw many things she had never imagined before. She even followed Duanmu Huai to H.L. and faced the devil. This also made Odell clearly understand that the master she followed was far more capable than ordinary nobles. Because of this, Odell was also very anxious. She had no idea what a person like her could do here. It was like a poor person who had always lived in a poor countryside coming to the luxurious royal capital. Everywhere was filled with things that Odell could not understand, imagine, or relate to. What are these? How to do it? The knowledge she had learned was almost completely useless in this world. The only thing she could do now was to do trivial things like serving meals and tea to Duanmu Huai. But this is clearly not enough. In fact, Odell envied Okis and Phylan because they could do their own things freely. But she was different. It was not that Odell was bound by her identity, but that even if she was told you can do whatever you want, Odell didn't know what she wanted to do. Anyway, let's read the book first. Odell thought of this and reached out to take the book on the table. It was a book called Astronomy that she borrowed from the library. According to Her Royal Highness the Princess, it described knowledge about the world called universe. Perhaps, after learning these, she would be closer to where her master is? Maybe. That's right. While Odell was studying hard, Duanmu Huai was communicating with the guardian civilization. The prison was invaded? Duanmu Huai sat on the chair and looked at K6 opposite him, who nodded. We just received a report that the elder prison where the fallen baron is imprisoned has just been invaded. We are sure that they are coming for the imprisoned fallen baron. We must go there immediately. But because the guardians are short-handed. So, I wonder if the Inquisitor can help. False. It is the group of wandering pirates. Duanmu Huai recalled the records of the guardian civilization about the fallen. According to the records of the guardian civilization, the fallen were once one of the alien races inspired by the traveler. Later, the guardian abandoned them and ran away. Then this race became a group of alien pirates, burning, killing and looting everywhere. But then again, you're still locking up these damn aliens. In my opinion, just kill them and there won't be any problems. I suggest that you send the voice of truth to fire a cannon at the prison. It will definitely solve all the problems. Duanmu Huai obviously couldn't understand the idea of the guardian civilization. In his opinion, these fallen barons were a nuisance. Wouldn't it be better to just kill them? Such idiotic things often happened in the game. They could have been killed, but they had to be locked up. As a result, after the other party escaped, they had to chase them and kill them after catching them. since they will die sooner or later. Why not just kill them directly? Why wait until they escape before killing them? Isn't this a waste of time? Although I personally want to do this. But unfortunately, I said, hearing Duanmu Huai's complaints. Cade number 6 shrugged helplessly. Oh well. Duanmu Huai stood up. Anyway, I am idle. Just go with you. By the way, you know the style of our trial court. And I won't be merciless. Of course. Otherwise, I wouldn't have come to you for help. I thought you were busy. By the way, I've been so bored lately that I'm almost panicking. Duanmu Huai stretched his body as he spoke. He was not lying. Apart from dealing with some paperwork, Duanmu Huai had nothing to do recently. He was quite bored and wanted to find a place to stretch his body. Let's go! Chapter 189 The Lost Tribe. Prison of Elders. This is the prison of the Guardian civilization, which is specially used to detain those criminals in the interstellar. Of course, if Duanmu Huai were to comment, this is a waste of time and money. But there's no point in saying this now. When Duanmu Huai, Otis and Cade arrived at the prison of elders, it had been completely blocked off, and a woman was standing outside the gate, waiting for their arrival. Hey, Petra Wangi. Thank you for the invitation. Cade 6 greeted the woman in front of him, and then asked, what did you prepare for this party? In response to Cade 6's questioning, Petra drew the dagger from her waist. Yeah. Same as before. Oh. Seeing Petra draw out the dagger, Cade 6 excitedly raised his hands and pointed at her, making a gesture. Come. Perform. Show our judge friends. Hearing what Cade number 6 said, Petra opened her hands. And then Duanmu Huai and Otis saw the dagger fly up out of thin air, hover in the air, turn twice, and then fall back into her hand again. Seeing this scene, Duanmu Huai raised his eyebrows. The Awakened? For the Awakened? Duanmu Huai also knows a little bit. This is one of the 3 races of the Holy City. Of course, it is 3 races. But in fact, they are all humans. Yexo was originally humans. Later, they uploaded their spirit to the mechanical body, and then turned into a mechanical race similar to space ribs. Cad 6 was one of them. As for the origin of the awakened person, it was also interesting. It was previously said that human beings in this galaxy have encountered an invasion from darkness. The once glorious human civilization faded, and only the small part of the holy city was left. Essence. However, whether it was luck or misfortune, they entered another dimension and settled there. After settling there for a long time, the immigrants found a way to return to their original world. Some of the awakened ones who returned, led by their queen, established a new kingdom in the asteroid belt, while others returned to the holy city. As for the queen, I heard that she died in a battle with an enemy called the Demon Tribe a long time ago. And the kingdom established by the awakened ones is basically ruined now. Well, that doesn't matter. The reason why Duanmu Huai is interested in this race is because this race has mutated during that seed life. They have superpower-like abilities, and their skin has become blue. Coincidentally, it reminded Duanmu Huai with a group of similar existence in the Imperial Navy. During the long years of the Imperial Navy's warships expeditions, many crew members got married and had children on board the warships. Because these crew members were affected by the warp during pregnancy, the children they gave birth to had mutated appearances or powerful psychic abilities, and these children were called Sons of the Void. Well, it looks similar to the awakened person in front of him. Or maybe the other world the awakened person mentioned is actually somewhere in the subspace. If the Black Hole Project had not caused a sharp decline in the power of the Chaos God, it would have been difficult for this group of people to get out alive. How is it? Isn't it handsome? I won't make a fuss about this. Cade 6 looked very happy and pointed at Petra again. Come on. Do it again. We'll talk about it later. Petra retracted the dagger. Then she suppressed the smile on her face and became serious. The prisoners, who are now released, are raging in prison. Fortunately, the main arena and lower floors are locking. If the core security system is offline, then let's evacuate and blow up this damn place completely. Duanmu Huai has always believed that one shot can solve 1,000 problems. If one shot can't solve it, then use 2 shots. Multiple turrets are king. Of course not. In short, we must ensure the stable operation of the core security system and catch the escaped prisoners. Well, let's do it. As he spoke, Cade 6 took out his hand cannon. How about we have a competition? Is there a colorful head? The last person standing has to buy the winner a drink. While saying, Capita 6 pointed to Muhuai and Petra. 2. Ojas and I will go and take care of those fugitives. Duan Muhuai took out the war hammer behind him and swung it hard. I'll leave the security system to you. I can't stand this stuff anyway. 2 against 2. Fair enough. Hearing Duan Muhuai's answer, Cade number 6 nodded. So, take action. This is Cattle School number 6. Pay attention to my movement. But you must keep up with us. While saying that, card 6 stepped backwards, came to the bridge, and then leaped. I'll go first. Wow. 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 Hee hee. Seeing this scene, Duan Muhuai rolled his eyes, then clenched his hammer and rushed forward. Let's go. Ojas. Yes, master. When Duan Muhuai and Ojisi rushed into the prison, it was already a mess. The prisoners who broke out of the prison were waving weapons and venting their anger wantonly. This was normal, as most prisoners were obviously not happy about being locked up in prison. The appearance of Duan Muhuai immediately made him the target of the prisoners' anger. Kill them! With strange cries, the prisoners raised their guns, pointed them at Duan Muhuai and Ojisi, and pulled the trigger. Soon, countless bullets whizzed out from the muzzles, turning into a hail of bullets that enveloped the two. Duan Muhuai didn't care about these attacks at all. He didn't even try to dodge, and rushed forward to meet the prisoners' attacks. The bullets hit Duan Muhuai's power armor and bounced off without even scratching the outer coating. Then Duan Muhuai rushed in front of the prisoners, raised the war hammer in his hand, and swung it down with force. Boom! The next moment, the prisoners in front of them became a bunch of tattered meat, and they were smashed out. While Duan Muhuai was moving, Ojas did not stop. She stretched out her right hand, and invisible silk threads intertwined to form a huge shield, blocking the prisoners' attacks. Then Ojas's left hand twitched slightly, and with a waving of her fingers, puppets the size of dolls emerged silently from the darkness. And then, they waved the blades in their hands and rushed directly to the enemies in front of them, stabbing the sharp blades in their hands into their bodies. Obviously, during this time, Aji Silk also grew up. The evidence is that she can manipulate other dolls other than the Guardian doll. According to Ojas, these dolls were created based on her insights from reading books. They also have the ability of stealth like the killing dolls, so they are quite good helpers for Ojas. Oh, these guys really want to play a one. However, even in the battle, Cade number 6 still seemed unable to shut his chattering mouth. Even if the two sides were not fighting together, his voice would still be transmitted to Duan Muhuai's ears through the communication. Well, Duan Muhuai really doubted that the Tower Council sent Cade number 6 out to work. Besides the fact that he was a hunter-minter, they were probably fed up with his nonsense and wanted to give themselves some peace and quiet. This riots must end here. If these killings go out here, they will rage in the reef. Petra is obviously worried about the situation in front of him. But for Duan Muhuai, in that case, just kill them all. He waved the war hammer again, and the non-eyes of the non-eyes in front of him smashed into a meat sauce, and at the same time gave an answer lightly. You clearly know that these guys are murderers, but you still lock them up here. Are you running a charity? However, no one answered Duan Muhuai's question. So at this moment, a huge explosion suddenly sounded, even shaking the entire prison. Hee. Soon, Cade's voice sounded again. Which of you is playing with the bomb when I'm not around? Let me see. Damn. What's wrong? Hearing Petra's voice, Duan Muhuai asked. The explosion just now caused the security system on the ground floor to go offline. All the prisoners in there are high-level prisoners. I have to go check it out. That is, the guy who is not dead. So, let me go. Duan Muhuai decisively changed the words he heard, and then waved to Ojas. Ojas, come here. Let's go. Wait, how are you going to get down? You don't have security clearance to the lower deck. You still need to ask? In response to Petra's question, Duan Muhuai raised his eyebrows. Of course. Jump down directly. At the same time, Ajis came to Duan Muhuai again, and jumped onto his shoulder as lightly as a kitten. Then Duan Muhuai grabbed Ajis with one hand, and then jumped directly off the bridge. The whistling wind passed by Duan Muhuai's ears, and just a moment later, he felt like a huge rock, hitting the platform of the lowest deck of the prison heavily. Then, Duan Muhuai slowly raised his head and looked forward. Hey, damn alien bastards. Low. In the dark and dim prison cell, there was silence. Hundreds of fallen people emerged silently from the darkness, and silently surrounded Duan Muhuai and Ajis. In front of him, several huge figures emerged from the darkness, and standing between them was a man wrapped in a cloak. It was obvious that he was the culprit of the commotion, judging from where he was standing. Thinking of this, Duan Muhuai raised his war hammer. It seems that this time, I won the bet. At the moment when the fallen from all directions pounced on Duan Muhuai also jumped up and rushed towards the enemies in front. Chapter 190 Victory or Defeat. For ordinary people, being surrounded by these fallen ones, with 3 pairs of arms, is a very dangerous thing. Although they have no weapons in their hands because they have just escaped from prison, their number alone is enough to make people uneasy. But for Duan Muhuai, this level of encirclement is completely meaningless. Facing the fallen ones rushing towards him from all directions, Duan Muhuai roared and took a step forward. The next moment, the soul flames burst out from his body, pushing all the fallen ones around him away. At the same time, he raised his thunder hammer and smashed it at a tall guy in front of him, who was wearing heavy armor like himself and looked like a boss. Obviously, these guys should be the high-ranking prisoners that Petra mentioned, the fallen barons. In the face of Duan Muhuai's attack, the other party did not retreat. He roared, and the 3 opponents raised high. Among them, the top pair greeted Duan Muhuai's war hammer, and the remaining 2 pairs were to Duan Muhuai's body and head. Even though it doesn't make any sense, the attack of the fallen one did not cause any harm to Duan Muhuai at all. The warhammer in his hand directly broke the opponent's arm, and then continued to move downwards. With a bang, the fallen one's head was smashed directly into the chest by Duan Muhuai and could never be pulled out again. Yo, the head is still hard? Duan Muhuai gave a casual compliment, then threw the headless corpse aside and continued to rush forward. At this time, other people also reacted and quickly dispersed to both sides. This is also a weakness of Duan Muhuai. He is tall, which makes him slow, although his 2 long legs can make up for the disadvantage of distance to some extent. When it comes to attack speed and reaction speed, Duan Muhuai is a little unable to do it. There is no way around it. A big body means more things to pay attention to. But Duan Muhuai himself is not the kind of petite person who can see and hear everything. This is one of the reasons why he rarely takes off his power armor, as long as he wears power armor and a helmet. Even if he is attacked by a sneak attack, he can at least withstand the first blow. In fact, this is also the reason why Duan Muhuai always likes to take the initiative. His reaction is far from the level of being the last to strike or using static to control dynamic. So once the battle begins, he either fights to take a shot to figure out where the opponent is, or he strikes first. Anyway, as long as you do it yourself, you can be sure that the other party will come over, so you don't need to consider those messy people. Duan Muhuai knew that some judges would abandon power armor and fight by accelerating. It must be said that this fighting style was also very handsome. Duan Muhuai had also seen a few of them wearing wide-brimmed hats, black windbreakers, holding scriptures and weapons in their hands, and they looked very handsome. Moreover, each of them was as fast as a ghost, hiding in the darkness silently. If the Inquisitors came over, these guys would probably become corpses before they could even react. But unfortunately Duan Muhuai would not do. His speed was completely relying on the bonus of the jet backpack. Therefore, when he killed the first enemy standing in front of him, several other guys who looked like boss flashed away and quickly launched an attack against Duan Muhuai. At the same time, Duan Muhuai quickly scanned the battlefield and identified the enemy in front of him. In addition to the miscellaneous soldiers, the remaining bosses also started to act. One of them hit his body and disappeared into thin air. Another weird-looking guy raised his gun and aimed at him. The third boss took out a bunch of grenades from his side. But soon, a guy holding a huge meteor hammer burning with flames blocked Duan Muhuai's sight. It's so troublesome. I'll just kill them one by one. Duan Muhuai made a decisive decision. Then he roared and smashed towards the fallen one in front of him, who was holding a flaming meteor hammer. The latter snorted coldly, swung the meteor hammer in his hand hard, and hit Duan Muhuai's head directly. But this is meaningless. Boom! The meteor hammer hit Duan Muhuai's helmet heavily, making a dull sound. At the same time, the thunder hammer swung by Duan Muhuai also smashed into the chest of the fallen. The latter seemed to have never expected that Duan Muhuai didn't even dodge his attack, and was at a loss for a moment. However, when he tried to retract his hand to avoid it, Duan Muhuai had already swung the meteor hammer. and the huge impact force directly hit the fallen's chest. At this time, the gunfire from the front and the flying grenades from the front has also shrouded Duanmu Locust. Boom boom boom. A series of explosions sounded, covering Duanmu. But then, before he hadn't waited for these fallen people to breathe, and saw that the horrible demon rushed out of the smoke again. What the hell is this? Seeing this scene, those falling bars were also surprised for a while. They were imprisoned in the Elder Prison for a long time. Naturally, they did not know the situation outside. But this guy doesn't look like a guardian at all. Although Titans are also very strong, they gain their powerful strength through light energy. And once they face an attack beyond their limit, they will be injured or even die. But this guy is different. He completely relies on this strange armor to withstand the attacks of himself and others. Whether it is a close-up or grenades or guns, it seems that it cannot cause any harm to this set of armor. And what the hell is this paint job on the armor? Seeing the rabbit with a hideous smile rushing towards him under the light of the fire, the third fallen baron's hair stood on end with fear. He almost instinctively jumped up and threw all the grenades on his body towards Duanmu, trying to use this to run farther away. It has discovered that although this scary guy is very powerful, he is not fast, as long as it can dodge him. However, just as the fallen baron tried to escape pursuit, he saw the terrible rabbit reaching out its hand to him. Then, the fallen baron felt a huge suction force emerging, and the next moment his body flew directly towards the horrible armored rabbit. No 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 no! Aware of this, the baron of the fallen man made a scared cry. This was not because he was about to be caught by the terrible monster, but because he just threw all the grenades he owned by the other party to delay the footsteps of the monster. Boom! At the moment when the baron fell into Duanmu's hand, those grenades also exploded at the same time, covering the figure of Duanmu again. When Duanmu strode out of the flames carrying the tattered body of the guardian baron, the other fallen finally stopped approaching. What monster is this? No, don't come over here. It seemed to be shocked by this terrible rabbit. Soon, another fall of the fallen man suddenly appeared from the air and shouted to AOG, "If you dare to move again, we will kill this woman." But that was all it had to say. The next moment, the fallen couldn't help but reveal expressions of horror as they looked at the body parts of their compatriots that had been cut into slices and scattered all over the ground. I never thought that this is the power of the Inquisitor. At this time, the man wearing a cloak came out before. His eyes hidden in the cloak stared at Duanmu. The corner of his mouth raised slightly, and an unpleasant smile appeared. Although I did hear about your existence, I didn't expect that you would be more troublesome than the Guardians. But you are still too rude. The moment the words fell, the man suddenly raised his hand, and then an invisible force rushed towards Duanmu. This was the power of psychic energy. However, court death with Duanmu's roar. The next moment, the man only felt that his power seemed to hit a wall, rebounded back in an instant, and hit him directly. Why? How is it? At this moment, the man who was paralyzed to the ground never had the more ease of expression before. On the contrary, his golden eyes stared at Duanmu in horror. As an awakener, the man's most proud of his power beyond ordinary people. The man thought so, but the reality gave him a heavy blow. Why do you also use this power? He stared at Duanmu, puzzled. This should be a power that only awakened people possess. Why does this guy have the same power? Or even more powerful than himself? This has nothing to do with you. Looking at the man in front of him, Duanmu spoke silently. Then he clenched his hammer. But at this moment, ouch! I'm coming down! Get out of the way! Along with a scream coming from the communication channel, a huge black shadow appeared. Duanmu raised his head and looked up, only to see a huge stone platform falling towards here. Oh my god! Seeing this scene, Duanmu also screamed, and hurriedly grabbed Ogus and dodged backwards. At the same time, he stretched out his hand and threw out a soul card. The next moment, the card turned into a cold storm, instantly covering the fallen people around them, preventing them from escaping. No 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 I. The man lying on the ground at this moment was naturally no exception. He looked at the huge platform falling towards him in despair, screamed in despair, and raised his hands in vain to block in front of himself. The next moment, a huge platform fell from the sky and crashed heavily onto the deck on the bottom floor. Until the dust settled, Duan Mu Huai came forward holding Otis. Then he saw a small ghost appear out of thin air, followed by a flash of light. Then Cade number 6 lifted the stone slab and jumped out from underneath with a refreshed look. Well, it was obvious that this guy had just been resurrected. Well, this is just seeking death by relying on the fact that you can't die. Hey, I'm here. Isn't it late? What about other guests? There aren't many people left. Duan Mu Huai silently looked at the platform fragments scattered on the ground. The remaining fallen people had been smashed into a paste by the platform that had just fallen. And the man was naturally no exception. Well, but this was not a problem he should care about. Oh, it's over. So who wins? It's you to win. Looking at the Cade 6 in front of him, Duan Mu Huai sighed silently. If I had known this earlier, I would have just blown this place up with a cannon. Chapter 191 Return. For Duan Mu Huai, this prison riot was just a small warm-up. Although the final result was a little unexpected, it ended perfectly anyway. Of course, the matter did not end there. According to Petra's investigation, the Awakener seemed to be the younger brother of the queen of their clan, and it was very likely that something had happened to cause this. Therefore, Petra was also very anxious and planned to let the Guardians go to investigate. Well, as you can imagine, this is another branch of the quest. But Duan Mu Huai has no time to take care of this now. So at this moment, he has led his Inquisition fleet back to the novice planet again. Phew. Looks like we're still in time. Duan Mu Huai breathed a sigh of relief at the relatively peaceful appearance of the planet in front of him. Then he turned on the screen, looked at the scenery in front of him, and began to look for his target. First was the capital of Bretania, Carcassonne. Duan Mu Huai adjusted the screen and stared at the city of the Night Kingdom. On the quiet street, in front of a small jewelry shop, an ordinary dressed girl was sprinkling water. Judging from her appearance, she was quite skilled at this job. Immediately afterwards, Duan Mu Huai saw an old man driving a carriage full of goods to the door of the store and greeted the girl. The latter also waved happily to the old man, then turned around and said something to the store. Then Duan Mu Huai saw the elf scout come out and start carrying the goods with the old man. It's still a pretty good life. Looking at this scene, Duan Mu Huai's mouth curled up slightly, revealing a smile. For Duan Mu Huai, after experiencing so many things, it has been a while since he came to this world. But he still won't forget what happened when he just came here. Although Alyssa is a good child, she is too different from the world he lives in. Duan Mu Huai doesn't intend to drag such an ordinary girl into his battle with the evil god. In his opinion, living an ordinary life like this is more suitable for this girl. After all, with her identity, it would only be more embarrassing to return to the Empire. Thinking of this, Duan Mu Huai turned the camera again and looked at another location. Mordheim. This once cursed city seems to have regained some vitality and vigor. Duan Mu Huai can see that the originally dilapidated city has begun to be rebuilt, and the streets are more crowded. However, Duan Mu Huai also saw that the place seemed to be heavily guarded and the atmosphere was a bit tense. Although he didn't know what happened, it was obviously not a good thing. As for the imperial capital of Altdorf, to Duan Mu Huai's surprise, he not only saw the flag of the Empire on the Altdorf side, but also the flags of the elves and Bretania. It is so rare to see these forces gathered together. What happened? Anyway, go and see. Soon, Duan Mu Huai brought Otis to the royal city of Altdorf again. Although his outfit was ridiculous, the guard still led him into the castle, and sent someone to inform the king. After all, Duan Mu Huai was a hero who saved Altdorf from the cultists. In addition, he had obvious features, and it was impossible for him to disguise himself. The king had also given him preferential treatment in this regard. So Duan Mu Huai did not encounter any obstacles and entered the castle. Not only that, he also saw an acquaintance. Hey! Isn't this Sir Knight? It's been a long time. Who are you? Looking at the man in front of him, Duan Mu Huai thought for a moment. General Pastor? Ha! I didn't expect that His Excellency the Knight still remembered me. I can hardly tell. After all, you've changed a lot. As Duan Mu Huai spoke, he looked at General Pastor in front of him curiously. He certainly had not forgotten this general, who was in charge of the command in Mannheim, and even planned to make him wear a yellow robe. However, unlike the skinny man at that time, the current General Pastor had a ruddy complexion and looked much more energetic. He even gained weight, and his protruding belly could be seen. Ha! I haven't been exercising lately. Noticing Duanmu Huai's gaze, General Pastor smiled bitterly. Duanmu Huai naturally would not care about such a trivial matter, so he started chatting with General Pastor. According to General Pastor, he lived a pretty good life after that. Although his ability was not very good, he showed his loyalty to the Emperor that night. So after that, General Pastor's position and title were also promoted by one level. Of course, General Pastor did not disappoint the Emperor's high expectations, and worked diligently. Duanmu Huai also inquired about what happened in the Empire after that. And it was basically the same as what the Emperor had told him at the beginning. On that night, the Emperor's 3 sons were dealt with for colluding with the evil god, and the nobles who colluded with the 3 princes were also implicated. A large number of nobles were dealt with, and new people were promoted. Of course, the Emperor's tough approach naturally caused uneasiness among the lords of various places. However, when the Emperor proposed the electoral system, the lords' original intentions were suppressed immediately. Anyone who was not a fool could see that this system was not limited to the royal family as before. Even all lords were eligible to become emperors of the empire. Although at their own age, they might have to retire with the old emperor, but their offspring still have a chance. So these lords quickly calmed down and obeyed the emperor's instructions obediently, and a domestic political crisis was thus resolved. The empire is currently relatively stable, all thanks to the Lord Knights. At this point, General Pastor also respectfully expressed his gratitude to Duanmu Huai. When he thought of the fate of the entire Adolf if the princes who colluded with the evil god came to power, or even if Duanmu Huai and others had not stopped them that night, he couldn't help but take a breath. The reason why the entire empire is so peaceful now is precisely because of what Duanmu Huai did. He not only eliminated the believers of the evil god, but also eradicated the vampires on the original territory of the empire. If not for this, who knows what the current empire would become? There's no need to say these polite words. Duanmu Huai waved his hand and changed the subject. By the way, is there any festival recently? I also saw flags of countries like Bretania. Is there any event going on? Hey, Sir Knight, don't you know yet? Oh, I just came back from abroad, and I don't know the situation here yet. It's not really a secret. General Pastor didn't care about Duanmu Huai's excuses, and quickly explained the current situation to Duanmu Huai. After Duanmu Huai left, the entire empire enjoyed a period of peace because the forces that colluded with the evil god were dealt with, and the vampires entrenched in the empire's territory were also eliminated. However, the good times did not last long. After just over a year, various crises began to appear around them. First, the Chaos Army in the north gathered and attacked the south. If it were the empire, which had been troubled by internal and external troubles before, it would have been destroyed long ago. Fortunately, the empire was stable this time, so it blocked the attack of the Chaos Army. However, Kislev, another country located on the northern border of the empire, was not so lucky. Under the attack of the Chaos Army, they only barely resisted for a while before they collapsed. Finally, with the rescue of the empire, they led the remnants to evacuate. Moreover, at the same time, a civil war broke out in Bretania, which was separated from the empire by a mountain. Although the civil war ended in the end, Bretania was also seriously injured. Moreover, in the south of the empire, the Skaven began to riot against their normal behavior and launched attacks on various southern territories. Even the elves were not spared. It was heard that the dark elves in the north, who were confronting the high elves, were also attacked by the Chaos Army. It can be said that this wave was equivalent to the Chaos Army collectively moving south and beginning to attack the border of civilization. Because the situation is urgent, representatives from Bretania, Kislev, and the elves came to the empire to discuss forming a coalition force to fight. It has indeed begun. After listening to General Pastor's words, Duanmu Huai also frowned. He did not participate in the War of the End of the World at that time, but he also learned from the posts of forum players that the sign of the beginning of the end of the world was the chaos of demons, and all kinds of monsters and ghosts came out to show their presence. Now it seems that the development of the situation is just as described in the forum post. So it seems that I have come back at the right time. I'm sorry to bother you. Just at this moment, a guard came running over panting, looked at Duanmu Huai and said, "Okay," respectfully. "You are the Knight of National Salvation, right? His Majesty wishes to see you. Please follow me." This title is a bit exaggerated. Hearing the other party's title, Duanmu Huai complained helplessly in his heart, but he still nodded. And then he and Ojas, led by the guards, walked into the castle, and came to the king's study. Hey, long time no see. Sitting behind the desk was Kevin. Or should we call him Emperor Karl Franz? He put down his quill, smiled at Duan Muhui, and said low to him. By the way, why did your armor become like this? It's cute. I quite like it. Ha ha ha. You are worthy of me. The emperor laughed at Duan Muhui's answer, and didn't take it seriously. After all, he was a man who used pink bunnies as his battle group name. So it was not surprising that he painted his armor in this color. By the way, where have you been? I've been sending people to look for you. I just got back from an overseas adventure. Oh, is it fun overseas? It's nothing interesting. Just boring things. Duan Muhui shrugged his shoulders, and then sat on the stone bench that the emperor had asked his servants to bring specially for him. Since your majesty sent someone to look for me, does that mean something is wrong? Of course. I think you should have some understanding of the current situation of the empire. I've heard a little bit. I heard that the Ratmen and the Chaos Army are beginning to wreak havoc. Yes. Speaking of this topic, the emperor's expression suddenly turned serious. In fact, according to our investigation, the change in the Chaos Army this time is likely related to one person. Oh, who is it? Archeon, the Ever-Chosen. Chapter 192 Main Mission. According to the emperor, a Chaos Chosen One appeared in the north. He integrated all the Chaos armies in the north, and planned to launch an attack on the world. It seemed that this man had also appeared in the prophecy. Therefore, the Chaos clan was ready to move. They all believed that his appearance represented the vision of the prophecy. That is, the world would be destroyed and everything would become the prey of the god of chaos. In fact, the ones attacking now are not even the direct troops of the man called Archeon, but some chaos legions who can't help but want to act as the vanguard, and seem to be intending to use this method to attract the attention of the Eternal Chosen. But for Duan Muhui, that's bullshit. Isn't it? He stared at the emperor with a look of surprise. It is no wonder that Duan Muhui showed such an expression. Because according to the emperor, the guy named Archeon received the blessings of the god of tyranny, the god of deceit, the god of plague and the god of desire at the same time, and became the chosen one of the four gods. This is nonsense. Right? Not to mention the god of plague and the god of desire. How could the god of tyranny and the god of deceit choose the same person as their chosen one? Isn't this funny? Duan Muhui has never seen such a weird choice of the evil god. What if the god of tyranny and the god of deceit fight? Is this guy going to fight both sides? I don't know the specifics. After all, I haven't faced him directly on the battlefield. But the information given by the prisoners captured from Kislev, the elves, and the northern front is not much different from this. So it should at least prove that this is not just a rumor. So you are gathered together to discuss how to deal with the enemy? Although you could say that. Having said that, a hint of bitterness appeared on the emperor's face. But that's not quite right. The elves can't come to help. In fact, the elves' army that came this time was brought by Her Royal Highness the Princess. Well, thanks to you, we are able to have an elf army with powerful magic. Although the number is small, it is better than nothing. As for the elves, I heard that they seem to be fighting a civil war. Hearing this, Duan Muhui was stunned for a moment. Civil war? Yes. It seems that the original Phoenix King disappeared, and the elves began to argue about who should be the next Phoenix King. They were not satisfied with the candidates chosen by each other. Well, when it comes to power, both elves and humans are the same. Perhaps thinking of those bastard descendants of his own. The emperor sighed helplessly. And the Eternal Lady was very dissatisfied with the elves' internal strife despite facing a powerful enemy. So she led a delegation to Altdorf under the pretext of friendly exchanges. I really didn't expect it to be like this. So the current situation is not optimistic? That's about right. Originally, the High King of the Dwarves contacted me and planned to lead his army to help us. But the dwarves seemed to be unable to reach a consensus on this. So they had to give up in the end. Oh! What's the dwarves' reason? They believed that it was impossible to defeat the Chaos Army. So they simply locked themselves up underground to protect their homeland. Unnecessarily sending people would only weaken the dwarves' power to protect their homeland. Having said this, the emperor shook his head. So far, we haven't received much help. There are only remnants of Kislev left. And the elves only have one delegation. What about Brednia? This is exactly what I wanted to ask of you. Having said this, the emperor's expression suddenly became solemn. Originally Barnonia was ready to help us, but suddenly there were rebellions in their country. Rebellion? At this time? Hearing this, Duanmu Huai raised his eyebrows, and immediately sensed a strong smell of conspiracy. Yes, according to the intelligence we have obtained, the rebellion was launched by a knight named Malabad, who claimed to change the current system of Bretonnia, and then launched a rebellion. Not only that, the three dukes of Carcassonne, Lyons and Artois have now publicly declared their support for Malabad. So rampant? I have to say that after learning about the situation of Betonia from the emperor's mouth, Duanmu Huai was surprised. Where's the king? Where's the fairy of the lake? King Lon disappeared in the battle with the rebels. His whereabouts are unknown. The same is true for the lake fairy. There is such a thing. Duanmu Huai frowned. The lake fairy was the spokesperson for the lady of the lake. Logically speaking, when something like this happened in Bretonnia, the lake fairy would not have not intervened. But now she had simply given up and ran away. What did this mean? It is not convenient for the empire to interfere in Britannia's internal affairs. But it is different for you. You are a Holy Grail Knight, and have enough reasons to intervene. Moreover, we have heard that there are a considerable number of undead among the rebels. Although the emperor did not finish his words, Duanmu Huai understood what he meant. Right now, the empire needed to concentrate its forces to face the Chaos Army in the north, and did not want to be attacked from behind by Bretonnia for 1,000 years. The elves and dwarves could not be relied upon, and only remnants of soldiers were left in Kislev. Moreover, the empire had neither the ability nor the excuse to intervene in Britannia's internal affairs. But Duanmu Huai is different. As the Holy Grail Knight of the Lady of the Lake, and the guardian of Bretonnia, it is natural for him to go to Bretonnia to deal with this matter. Of course, the emperor also told Duanmu Huai about the movements of the Skaven. According to the spy report, the Skaven were on the brink of civil war. However, just when these Skaven were about to kill each other according to tradition, the god they believed in, the Horned Rat, suddenly came in person and killed the great prophet who was about to start a civil war. He also left a disaster lord to command the Skaven, so that the Skaven could unite and rush to the ground and turn everything into ruins. It must be said that this news surprised Duanmu Huai. He was not surprised by the arrival of the great Horned Rat god, but that there was a spy who could hide in the Rat People's Council of 13 and watch the whole process from beginning to end without being discovered. Who is this person? Where does your empire find such talents? Why not let him go to the Eye of Terror? After that, Duanmu Huai said goodbye to the emperor, returned to the warship, and told everyone what to do next. So, next I plan to take a few people with me. Don't we just kill those guys without using a battleship? Cade number 6 asked curiously. This time he came here as a representative mentor leading other guardians. Now Duanmu Huai is more and more certain that the Tower Council threw him here just to give him some peace and quiet. I plan to hold off on using the battleship for orbital bombardment until the very last moment. Exposing it too early will only draw unnecessary attention. Duanmu Huai did not intend to expose the Inquisition's legion and guardians too early. In his plan, these two would appear when the Chaos Army invaded in large numbers, killing them by surprise. And then, he would respond accordingly depending on the situation and the movements of the evil god. If it were here, she would be the first to raise her hand. Unfortunately, and is now carrying out the royal capital reconstruction plan. She has gathered a large number of people who have learned architecture, and seems to be planning to build a large commercial district based on the appearance of the city she has seen before. Of course, it is mainly the large department store with facilities, such as bookstores and amusement parks, that it has seen on that planet before. By the way, there are of course no cranes or tower cranes in this world. But magic is enough to handle the problem. According to it, this commercial area will be used as the first test area, and everything from the reconstruction of the energy system to the sewage facilities will be designed completely in reference to that world. If the effect is good later, it will be promoted nationwide. Of course, Duanmu Huai will not object to this. He also wanted to see what the magical version of a modern commercial city in another world looked like. Gulia didn't return, although she couldn't go back. This world had no good attitude towards this half. Bambi's going. Bambi's going. But fortunately, someone took over N's job. Bambi raised her hands excitedly and jumped up and down. Now Bambi has regained her former vitality. After all, although Bambi's compatriots are dead, they are now working in Duanmu Huai's annihilation field. For Bambi, this is no different from before. So she quickly returned to her original state and began to be full of exploration and curiosity about the outside world. Yeah, no problem. Although Bambi is a vampire. Duanmu Huai agreed because this vampire doesn't look like a vampire at all. I want to go too. I also want to see what's going on over there. Lorena also raised her hand. She and Duanmu Huai had adventured in this world before. And as a priest, Lorena naturally couldn't sit idly by and watch the rampage of the undead creatures. Duanmu Huai wouldn't refuse this either. After all, Lorena had been here before and had a certain understanding of this world. So he wasn't worried that she would have any problems. Although Bambi is very curious, he is well behaved and obedient. So there is no need to worry about anything happening to him. Well, okies, Bambi, Lorena, you guys come with me. Okay? However, before Duanmu Huai could finish his words, he felt a gaze directed at him. He turned around and saw Odile standing not far from him, staring at him. Do you want to go too? I am the master's personal maid, so I must follow my master's actions. Odile said this expressionlessly, and no one knew what she was thinking. Then, let's go together. Anyway, I'm just sitting around doing nothing. Thinking of this, Duanmu Huai retracted his gaze and looked at the system prompt in front of him. Main quest the end. The big words are still vivid in my mind. This time, this main mission must not fail again. Chapter 193 Attack. Returning to Brednia, looking at the green waters and mountains before him, Duanmu Huai sighed softly. To be honest, this idyllic scenery is indeed deceptive. If you just look at the grass, blue sky and white clouds in front of you, and the castle in the distance, no one would have thought that a war is in full swing in such a land. And evil is about to triumph. Duanmu Huai was looking at the scenery in front of him while thinking about the direction of the strategy. The end of the world was indeed a major event that affected the players in Star Ocean Online. But the problem was that it was not taken seriously by the players until after it happened, since the entire planet was destroyed at that time. There were many contradictions in the players' retellings. This is not surprising. After all, there are people who like to have fun everywhere. In addition, there is no evidence. If a player insists on saying that he received a mission and witnessed the destruction of the world, you cannot provide evidence to refute him. After all, the entire planet exploded on the spot. For example, the matter of the Eternal Chosen was not mentioned by any player in the previous life. As far as we can see now, this should be first-hand intelligence from the front line. And it is obvious that at that time, the players who stayed on the novice planet basically did not meet the level requirements to fight on the front line. And those who met the requirements basically left the novice village. What the players know is only the general changes in the situation, which involves internal military secrets of the highest level, which they are obviously not qualified to know. The civil war in Brednia was not the biggest threat in Duanmu Huai's eyes, and the Chaos Army was only a foreseeable enemy. In Duanmu Huai's eyes, the Skaven were the most in need of extermination on this planet. To put it in a metaphor, the Chaos Army was more like a fatal disease that came with great force. And if it was not treated in time, it would kill the patient in a short time. However, as long as they were well prepared, the patient was not completely without a chance of surviving or even recovering. However, the Ratman is more like a cancer. It grows with the host and is difficult to completely eliminate. Any attack on it will cause equally serious damage to the host. Frankly speaking, if most of the planet was occupied by the Skaven, Duanmu Huai would not hesitate to launch an extermination order, using whirlwind torpedoes to turn the entire planet from the inside out into a burning fireball, burning those damn rats to death. Therefore, Duanmu Huai did not intend to waste too much time on a rebel army, which would fall apart as soon as the leader died. Therefore, he decided to kill the guy named Marlobode as quickly as possible, and then go to the southern countries to fight against the threat of the Ramin. In Duanmu Huai's opinion, this was a much greater threat than a group of rebels. But first, we have to find out where this guy is gone. Thinking of this, Duanmu Huai quickly retracted his gaze and looked to the north. On the distant horizon, a dark shadow was covering everything. That was the most evil and desolate territory in Brednia, and also the territory of the traitor, Muzilin. Duanmu Huai had heard some rumors about this territory. It was the place where the most evil duke in all of Brednia lived. Some even said that he was actually a vampire. There are also the most depraved witches, who will ask the villagers to pay their children as tithes, weave clothes with their hair, and bathe their bodies with their blood. There is also the most brutal knight, who is rumored to ride out of the darkness. stab innocent people to death in their beds, eat their children alive, and even rip out their souls. If you ask why in a place like Brednia, full of chivalry, no knight comes here to enforce justice, the reason is very simple. Chivalry also includes loyalty to class. As a knight of Brednia, they cannot point their guns at a noblewoman, even if she is a witch who lives by bathing in the blood of children. Likewise, they could not disobey the orders of their superiors, even if the other party was a cruel and vicious duke. Being loyal to one's duties and treating ladies well gave them a new perspective in this territory. From this, we can see that not all virtues are good things. As for why the Lady of the Lake didn't take action herself, that's the Lady of the Lake's problem. Anyway, it has nothing to do with Duanmu Huai. Although he is a Holy Grail Knight, Duanmu Huai never abides by the virtues of chivalry. If you dare to stand in front of him, even if you are the Lady of the Lake, you will be beaten to the head. Sir Knight, what should we do next? Go straight to the enemy's lair, kill those thugs, and then leave. In response to Lorena's question, Duanmu Huai gave a decisive answer. That evil place is not suitable for staying for long. Having said that, Duanmu Huai turned his head and looked at Bambi and Odile. Will you stay here and enjoy the scenery? Or come with us? Bambi must act with his followers. Bambi is not afraid of those bad guys. Bambi clenched his fist and waved it vigorously. And Odile nodded silently. Oh well. Duanmu Huai didn't say anything more. He stretched out his hand. And soon, with Duanmu Huai's movements, several puppets emerged from thin air. Then, under the influence of the dragon transformation power, their bodies instantly shattered and turned into fierce black dragons. Then Duanmu Huai summoned the metal secret dragon and took the others to ride on it. Okay, let's go. Hopefully we can get this done quickly this time. In most worlds, dragons are a symbol of antiquity. They have very distinct characteristics, ancient, powerful, and rare. They once tried to rule the world, but eventually fell into a deep sleep for a variety of speechless reasons. It is the same in this world. Almost no one has ever seen a real dragon. It is rumored that these dragons have already fallen into a deep sleep and are almost impossible to wake up. It was also because of this that when dozens of giant dragons flew in from the sky, people in the entire territory fell into panic. No matter the oppressed peasants, brutal thieves, or corrupt knights, even if they were crazy enough to disdain the Lady of the Lake and had their hands stained with blood and sin, all of this seemed meaningless in front of the dragon army. Ding, 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 ding. The bell rang, and the soldiers rushed up the castle wall. They raised their bows and arrows, aimed at the giant dragon in the sky, and launched an attack. However, the sparse arrows were completely unable to stop the giant dragon. On the contrary, the flames that fell from the sky instantly enveloped the entire castle in a blazing fire. The dragons roared past, and the gorgeous and majestic castle of Muzelin turned into a burning furnace in an instant. Flames gushed out of the windows, filling the entire castle with huge black smoke. The soldiers on the city walls, who tried to resist, either died screaming in the flames, or dropped their weapons and fled for their lives. A cloud of black smoke flew out from the window covered by flames, and then turned into a man in gorgeous clothes. He was in a mess at the moment, but still screamed and tried to escape. However, the next moment, silver claws pierced through the man's body, nailing him to the ground and preventing the man from trying to escape. Immediately afterwards, Duanmu Huai jumped down from the metal secret dragon and stood in front of the man. Since the other party didn't die after all this, it was obvious that he was not human anymore. Okay, tell me, who are you? I am the Lord of Muzelin. Okason. Okason? Hearing this unfamiliar name, Duanmu Huai frowned. Where's Maribod? He's not here. Lord Maribod is not here. He is at the front, in the north. Facing Duanmu Huai's question, the man hurriedly said that he didn't know who this scary guy in front of him was. But it was obvious that the other party had a powerful force that he couldn't imagine. Although he didn't know why he was looking for Maribod, it was obvious that this was not something he should consider. He is fighting the last of the dukes of Brednia in Montfort. Once he wins, he will become the king of all Brednia and save the country from that evil lie. At this point, the man saw the badge on Duanmu Huai's chest, and then his eyes suddenly widened. Wait, you're a Grail Knight? Oh, so? Duanmu Huai was not surprised that the other party recognized him as the Holy Grail Knight. After all, in Brednia, only a few people did not recognize the Holy Grail Knight emblem. However, what Duanmu did not expect was that, after learning his identity, the man named Okason actually reached out and grabbed him. Knight of the Holy Grail, please listen to me. This is all a lie. Brednia, us, and the knights, everyone has been deceived by the liar. The Lady of the Lake. You too? Oh! Hearing this, Duanmu looked at him with interest. Come on. Tell me. What's going on? The Lady of the Lake. The Lady of the Lake is not the deity that protects Brednia. She is actually the goddess of the elves. She disguised herself as the Lady of the Lake to deceive us in Brednia in order to gain our faith and souls, so that we can become slaves who protect the elves. Holy Grail Knight, please listen to me. You were just deceived by that damn elf. She used sweet words to deceive this country and its people. So we will gather together to resist all this. Speaking of this, Okason became more and more excited. Lord Malabad obtained the Holy Grail. When he drank the holy water, he learned the truth of everything. The elves, and the impending doomsday of this world. The elves already knew all this. They have abandoned this world and tried to go to a brand new world. And the Knights of Brednia will become the guardians of that world and protect the elves' new home. Oh, this is interesting. It must be said that Duanmu found this guy's revelation somewhat interesting. And he finally understood why Malabad wanted to rebel. So what's the matter with that missing lake fairy I heard? After their lies were exposed, the elves' representatives naturally lost their qualifications to stay here and fled. Oh, hearing this, Duanmu nodded. Then he stretched out his big hand and gently pressed it on Okason's head. Then grab it hard. Puff. Afterwards, Okason's head was crushed like a tomato. And then Duanmu raised his hand and returned to the metal secret dragon. Okay, let's go north. Chapter 194 Plague. Originally Duanmu planned to go there and kill that idiot as soon as possible, and then resolve the civil war in Brednia. But what he didn't expect was that when he arrived at the battlefield, the guy named Malabad had already been killed. The one who killed him was none other than the Green Knight who said, "Love is a light, so green that it makes you panic." Come to think of it, how could I have forgotten about him? Duanmu patted his head as he watched the Green Knight holding up Marabad's head in a show of strength. He had heard that the lake fairy was missing, so he subconsciously thought that the Green Knight was also missing. He didn't expect that this guy would show up at this time. And he was actually the founding emperor of Brednia. It was really beyond Duanmu's expectations. But in any case, the issue of Brednia was now resolved. And the king also assured Duanmu that after resolving the civil war, he would lead reinforcements to the empire to resist the attack of the Chaos Army. However, Duanmu's mission was not completed. The Green Knight also hoped that Duanmu could go to the southern territories to see the situation. He heard that rats were rampant and plague was rampant there. The Green Knight also did not want Brednia to be attacked by rats. However, the southern territories were independent territories and were not within the scope of Brednia. The reason is the same as that of the emperor of the empire. Perhaps all emperors and kings are like this. Fortunately, Duanmu originally thought that the rat infestation was more important. If it weren't for the mess in Brednia, he would have gone there long ago. Now that the Green Knight was in charge of the cleanup, he handed the job over to the Green Knight without hesitation. He took the others to the southern territory. Only, how miserable. Standing at the city gate and looking at the city in front of them, everyone showed a look of surprise. The stalls outside the city gate were empty and filled with rotten and spoiled fruits. There was no sound in the entire city, and the streets looked dirty and muddy. Walking on the streets, one could see sealed wooden doors and windows everywhere. A foul smell was nauseating. It's a plague. Seeing this, Duanmu's face darkened. Plague? Yes. This is a common method used by rat people. And it is also the most annoying thing. Duanmu gritted his teeth when he said this. The Skaven were best at driving rats to spread plagues and viruses to every corner of the city. Humans might be able to eliminate the rats, but they had no way to deal with the virus. Under the influence of the plague and the virus, the number of soldiers who could fight would gradually decrease. When the resistance of the entire city was completely disintegrated, the Skaven would rush out and destroy the entire city. My dear, why are there crosses on some doors? Sitting in Duanmu's arms, Bambi pointed to the side and asked curiously. On both sides of the street, there were some houses with a big cross painted on their wooden doors with white paint, which looked very strange. That means there are patients inside. Normally they would just lock them up in the house and leave them to fend for themselves. How could this happen? Shouldn't the priests treat these patients? Hearing Duanmu Huai's words, Lorena asked in surprise. And Duanmu Huai shook his head. You can't save them all. You are also a priest. You should know that the power of the clergy is limited. You may be able to treat a few hundred patients a day, but I don't think you can handle treating thousands or tens of thousands of patients. In that case, why not ask God for help? Then only they themselves know. Duanmu Huai shook his head. The method used by the rat people was also the most common method used by the followers of the god of plague. Simply put, the lower limit of the medical system was broken. No matter whether it was divine magic or science, there was always a limit to the number of patients that could be treated. Once this limit was exceeded, the entire medical system would completely collapse. This situation could not be avoided even in a highly developed interstellar world, let alone a world like the Middle Ages. In fact, there are also many worlds that have been issued extermination orders by the Inquisitor because of untimely treatment in order to avoid them falling into the hands of the god of plague. Hey, you want it, but I won't give it to you. I'll make you angry to death. As for the other question, well, Duanmu Huai said he wanted to ask that too. To be honest, Duanmu Huai really didn't understand why. Compared to the evil gods, the righteous gods always seemed very stingy when performing miracles. In this regard, the 9 holy spirits in Tianji province seemed very calm. The statues were placed there, and anyone could go up to ask for a blessing. Although the blessing itself was not particularly strong, it did allow people to feel the power bestowed by the gods. This is also the reason why, even though there are only 9 holy spirits in the Tianji province, there are more believers than demons. After all, when people have a choice, they are willing to take the right path. Yes, if you have a choice. On the contrary, the gods here gave Duanmu Huai the feeling that they were stingy. It was fine if they didn't show their holiness on weekdays, but when it came to the critical moment, they all pretended to be dead. To be honest, Duanmu Huai was originally quite troubled by the problems in Bretagne. After all, the lake fairy was missing, and the lady of the lake was like a dead person. In that case, even if he defeated the rebels, there would definitely be a second fallen one standing up. But now that the Green Knight has the blame, let him be. In Duanmu Huai's view, general believers can be divided into 2 types. One type is the type that doesn't believe in it in normal times, but seeks help at the last minute in an emergency. Another kind of believer, in Duanmu Huai's opinion, is basically similar to buying insurance. Simply put, the idea is that you pay a sum of money on a daily basis, and then hope that the insurance will come in handy when danger occurs. Otherwise, why would anyone have such a devout belief in gods? There may be people who seek inner peace, but most people are obviously not high-level monks. And when you have worked hard to pay insurance premiums for decades, and when you need to use the money, the insurance company says they will not compensate you. The insurance company is so upset. Most of those fallen believers also think this way. Therefore, it is better not to believe in unreliable gods. On the contrary, even if the holy temple where Lorena is located is a very rationally run religious institution, gods will take action when something happens. And believers will also think of asking gods for help at the first time. It is not like many believers begging for miracles, but more like the reaction of calling the police when encountering bad guys. Relatively speaking, this kind of religious relationship is much healthier. As for unhealthy religious relationships, it's like this. Burn him to death. When Duanmu Huai and his party walked through the street and came to the square, there was a crowd of people holding torches and pitchforks. And there were also some soldiers nearby. At this moment, they were surrounding a man in a priest's robe, throwing stones and other things at him, smashing the unfortunate priest's head and causing blood to flow. Although the priest wanted to speak several times, he was interrupted by the mob. We don't want any Sigma. Get out. Sigma is our patron saint. Hearing the roar of the mob, the priest raised his voice. He is our protector. Hack you Sigma. Hack you asylum seeker. If asylum was useful, my daughter wouldn't have died. A peasant woman roared and threw a stone, hitting the priest. Beside her were many peasants who were laughing at him. Where is the glory of God you call him? Where was he when we needed him? Why didn't he stop the plague? Why did so many people die? And Sigmar remained indifferent? He doesn't care whether we live or die. You brought the plague to us. The others around also burst into anger at this moment. You brought this city to ruin. All of this is caused by you. Capture him and burn him to death. Sir Knight, should we go up and help? and was not here. Bambi was too frightened by the mob to speak. Oja sat on Duanmu Huai's shoulders as usual. Ignoring all these things, I'm afraid even if the priest was burned alive in front of him, Oja wouldn't care. As for Odell, she stood behind Duanmu Huai without saying a word, and no one knew what she was thinking. Only Lorena felt a little uneasy. After all, as a fellow clergyman, she naturally couldn't bear to watch a priest being burned to death. Okay, leave it to me. Duanmu Huai was too lazy to watch this farce anymore. He coughed, took a step forward, and then roared. Roll. The sound like thunder instantly shook the entire square. The riders turned around, and when they saw Duanmu Huai, their faces turned pale instantly. The next moment, accompanied by screams one after another, one rider after another ran away like rats, and some of them were so frightened that they fainted on the spot. Well, if you think positively, this is actually no different from when a superstar appears on stage. When a superstar appears on stage, there will always be fans who faint. It seems that my charm is close to that of a superstar. Duanmu Huai thought so and walked up to the priest, who had just wiped the blood off his forehead. When he saw Duanmu Huai coming over, his eyes were suddenly startled. But when he saw the Holy Grail badge on Duanmu Huai's chest, he immediately saluted. I never expected to see the Holy Grail Knight here. I never thought I would see Sigmar's priest here. This is not the Empire's territory. The Southern Lords are right next to Bretania, so it's understandable that Duanmu Huai, as a Holy Grail Knight, would come for a visit. But it's incomprehensible that a Sigmar priest would come here. I heard about the plague in the Southern Territories, so I came here to spread the glory of Sigmar. But you can see, my Lord Knight, that they have been deeply poisoned by the plague and can't even see the truth. As long as they have a sincere faith, they can get a way out. Well, this is the incompatibility between the two. Hearing the priest's words, Duanmu Huai rolled his eyes. For these people suffering from the plague, as long as Sigmar can perform miracles and eliminate the plague in the town, they will immediately become devout believers of Sigmar. However, this priest believed that they must first demonstrate their devout faith before they could gain the glory of Sigmar. But for people who are about to lose everything, this is obviously meaningless. Anyway, let's find a place to talk. Duanmu Huai glanced around. After all, the situation seems to be much more complicated than I imagined. Chapter 195. Premonition of Plague. What is very funny is that although Duanmu Huai and others have fought against the rat people, in fact most people in this world believe that rat people do not exist. The reason is actually very simple. That is, most of the people who have seen the Ratman died. As mentioned before, the Ratman's fighting style is unique. They will not rush up to fight on their own immediately, but will first release the plague through the rat swarm to weaken the manpower in the city as much as possible. When the resistance in the city basically collapses, the Ratmen will pour into the city through the tunnels. At that time, facing the unparalleled number of Ratmen, the disease-ridden soldiers will have no choice but to die. The Silver City was an exception at first, because the Ratmen were acting together with the followers of the God of Plague. In fact, even so, only a small number of people escaped from the Silver City. In addition, the world was backward and information was blocked. In this case, even if there was a Ratman attack, most people would just treat it as a joke. This is the mouse. Cunning, insidious and annoying. According to the Sigmar priest, when he came here, the plague had not yet spread to the city, and everyone welcomed him at that time. After all, the appearance of a Sigmar priest could protect the city from the plague. It turns out Sigma is out of service area, so it's useless. As a result, this priest gradually began to be looked down upon, and when the plague broke out, he was regarded as the culprit who brought the plague. Don't the lords of the Southern Territories care about this? I heard that the lords of several southern cities died suddenly overnight, and many high-ranking officials seem to have died as well. It was definitely that damned rat trick. What the rat people are best at is assassination. After losing their leader, the top leaders will fall into chaos. Coupled with the rampant plague, it will be even more difficult to handle the problem. But then again, Duanmu Huai was not completely unprepared for this situation. I don't know if what Kukulu and the others made is effective, but now is not the time to use it. Now is not the time to be thinking about these issues. Looking at Priest Sigma's endless complaints, Duanmu Huai frowned and spoke. Are you here to preach or to help treat the plague? To cure the plague? Of course. Having said this, Priest Sigma raised his voice. But the next moment, he immediately became weak again. But, as you can see, Sir Knight, the people here do not believe in Sigma. In that case, let's try another method. Another way? Duanmu Huai thought for a moment, and then knocked on the table. Are you going to Scarborough Fair? Parsley, sage, rosemary and thyme. Sir Knight? Hearing Duanmu Huai's words, not only the priest of Sigma, but also Lorena and Bambi looked at Duanmu Huai in surprise. The latter noticed their gazes and coughed. Oh, nothing. Just reminiscing, parsley, sage, rosemary and thyme, you know those. Yes. This is, using these 4 kinds of flowers. We can brew something called 4 thieves vinegar, which can disinfect and suppress the plague to a certain extent. If you want, you can try it. Is that so? I see. I'll give it a try. Hearing this, Priest Sigma frowned, then showed an expression of sudden enlightenment, nodded vigorously, stood up, bowed to Duanmu Huai, and then left. Yeah, not bad. Looking at the back of Priest Sigma, Duanmu Huai nodded. If this guy said that as a priest he would not use such a crude method, then that would be a different matter. Sir Knight, was that a song you just sang? It was not until this time that Lorena asked in disbelief. Well, a folk song. Duanmu Huai nodded. He was singing a ballad that was very famous in their world. Scarborough Fair. The reason why Duanmu Huai remembered this ballad was because he remembered that in the player forum, when players were discussing the rat plague, a great man who was not sure whether he was a historian or something else said that this plague was a replica of the Black Death. And then he also gave everyone some popular science knowledge. That is, during the Black Death, there was something called 4 thieves vinegar that was used by the people for disinfection and epidemic prevention. The reason for this name is that many people died during the Black Death. And during this process, 4 thieves took advantage of the dead to steal property everywhere. After being caught, the soldiers were very curious about how they stole from so many dead rooms without being infected with the plague. The latter told them that they made a kind of vinegar with 4 kinds of flowers. And before stealing, they would soak the vinegar in cloth strips to cover their mouths and noses, wrap their hands and feet, and prevent the plague. After that, this secret recipe spread and was named 4 thieves vinegar. This boss also told the players that the song Scarborough Fair is actually about the Black Death. Are you going to Scarborough Fair? Parsley, sage, rosemary and thyme. Say hello to a girl there for me. She was my love. Please ask her to make me a linen shirt. Parsley, sage, rosemary and thyme. There is no need to seal it or sew it. She will be my true love. As for the second part of the song, tell her to find me a piece of land between the sea and the shallows, and tell her to reap it with a sickle and tie the heather into bundles means that the man has been infected with the Black Death, and ask the girl to find him a cemetery and clean it with a broom made of heather so that he can be buried. Well, I have to say that at that time many players said that they knew a useless piece of knowledge. But to be honest, this piece of science is indeed deeply remembered by many players. After all, the song Scarborough Fair is very popular, and everyone thinks it is a love song. The repeated appearance of parsley, sage, rosemary and thyme in it is indeed a bit strange. But everyone just thinks it means flowers, like roses used to express love. But in fact, the original meaning of this song was to let people remember the recipe of 4 thieves vinegar so that they can use it in the future. I didn't expect that this is actually what it meant. Well, after knowing this background story, it's inevitable that you'll feel a chill down your spine when you listen to this song again. Although that was the case, some players later said that they brewed 4 thieves vinegar according to this method and sold it in the city, which was very popular and achieved certain results. As to whether it was nonsense or true, Duanmu Huai was not sure. But anyway, there was no harm in trying. Right? After all, vinegar does have the effect of disinfection and sterilization. When I was a child, my family would burn vinegar for disinfection and prevention during the flu season. You can't say that it is useless. Anyway, nothing special. Duanmu Huai briefly introduced the situation of this song, and then returned to the main topic. By the way, what do you think of what the priest just said? Before leaving, Priest Sigma also provided a clue to Duanmu Huai, saying that when he was preaching, he met people from the Inquisition here. The religious situation in the Southern Territories is a little different from that in Sigmar and Brednia. They are a federation of independent territories, So religion is also under unified management. Although they do not have a state religion like the Lady of the Lake like Brednia, they have also established a department to uniformly manage religious sects, which is the Inquisition. However, unlike the Inquisition, this department seemed to be more responsible for coordinating conflicts between various sects. But not long ago, according to what Priest Sigmar said, he met people from the Inquisition with a group of soldiers, who seemed to be tracking a brother and sister. Sister and brother? Yes. I heard that the younger brother seems to have the blood of the evil god. Some people also say that the plague and rat outbreak this time were caused by him. When Duanmu Huai heard what Priest Sigma said, he was also stunned for a moment. It must be just a coincidence. Lorena offered her opinion, and Odell nodded. When people are in trouble, they always want to find a scapegoat. This way, they can legitimize their inner guilt, as long as they regard it as someone else's fault. Then, they are not wrong. Audrey's expression was somewhat gloomy when she said this. Perhaps she remembered the scene when she was rejected in the first place. Although Duanmu Huai said that Audrey was not completely without fault, it was obvious that this was not the right thing to say now. Is there no way to save the people here? Bambi frowned and asked uneasily, while Duanmu Huai shrugged. I don't have that ability. Even if it came, I don't think he could do anything. Manalia's magic does not include curing plagues, which is mainly the work of alchemists. Moreover, the plague spread by the rat men is not just an ordinary plague, but something similar to a curse. From this point of view, divine magic is more appropriate. Logically speaking, in this situation, it would be more appropriate to ask the priests of Shalaya, the god of healing and mercy, to help. Asking Sigmar's priests to come here to stop the plague is like asking an officer to operate on a patient. It's simply nonsense. It seems that the southern leaders are not completely idle, but whether they have found the right direction is unknown. Anyway, there's nothing we can do here. Let's move on. Let's go to the center and see what the situation is like over there. This is just the border of the southern territories. But even so, it has become like this. You can imagine how bad it is inside. If it continues like this, once the rat plague breaks out, a large number of refugees may go to Brednia, which is obviously not a good thing for Brednia, which has just ended the civil war and has not yet recovered. As for what will happen, you will only know after you go there. Chapter 196 Rat Infestation. Although the situation they had seen in the town was already very serious, when everyone left the town and continued along the road, they soon saw an even more shocking scene. What is this? Looking at the piles of fat pigs on both sides of the road, Bambi widened his eyes in surprise and asked anxiously, aren't these pigs food for humans? Why would they? Maybe these pigs are infected with the plague, so they have to be slaughtered. But then again, why are they just left here without being buried or burned? Duanmu Huai frowned as he stared at the hundreds of fat pig carcasses on both sides of the road. Although it is natural to kill infected poultry to prevent the spread of the plague, it is equally important to deal with them afterwards. You just dump them on the side of the road, which is simply a large source of infection. Maybe the plague in the town they were in before was spread by the carcasses of these pigs. Sir Knight. However, at this moment, Lorena suddenly screamed. She took 2 steps back and pointed her finger forward nervously. That pig seems to be moving. Oh! Duanmu Huai raised his head and looked in the direction of Lorena's finger. It was already dusk, and except for the light of some torches and the searchlight on Duanmu Huai's power armor, it was almost dark. Under the bright white searchlight, everyone saw a big fat pig lying on the ground not far in front of them, which seemed to gradually move its body, and its head turned slightly, as if it wanted to turn to Duanmu Huai's side. Dead pigs? There shouldn't be such a funny thing in the world. However, at this moment, a horrifying scene happened. Under the searchlight, the pig's soft, swollen belly suddenly began to wriggle, as if something was drilling around inside. Then, the next moment, the pig's belly suddenly burst open, and then hundreds of black rats, like a tide, screamed out and rushed towards everyone. Ah! Girls are afraid of mice, and the girl next to Duanmu Huai is no exception. Bambi screamed and hugged Duanmu Huai, turned around and shrank into his arms. Lorena and Odell were also terrified and hurriedly retreated. Only Otis was still sitting quietly on Duanmu Huai's shoulder, with no change in her expression. Get lost. Duanmu Huai would not let the rats rush over. He roared and took a step forward. Then the soul flames instantly erupted from Duanmu Huai's side, directly igniting everything in all directions. Soon, hundreds of squirming rats were engulfed by the flames and disappeared. The dead pig bodies that were also burned by the flames also burst open one by one, and more rats poured out, screaming and fleeing in all directions, as if they could not bear the erosion of the flames. What on earth is going on? Looking at the swarm of rats fleeing around her, Lorena's face turned pale. Although this missionary priest was powerful, she didn't have the skills to attack a large area like the mage, and it was obvious that facing tens of thousands of rats, the holy book in her hand was useless. TSK. This is getting more and more troublesome. Duanmu Huai looked around and saw that although the rats had moved away from the burning corpses, they were still lingering not far away. They made dense squeaking sounds. And in the night, the red spots of light emitted by the rats' eyes could be clearly seen, which were even more terrifying when they gathered together. Use this. As Duanmu Huai spoke, he took out several grenades from his armor pocket. This is incendiary bombs. Just pull out the pin and throw them into the rat swarm. As he spoke, Duanmu Huai pulled out the bolt in his hand, and then threw the incendiary bomb out with force. Soon, there was a bang sound, and flames suddenly broke out from the rats, instantly covering nearly 100 rats in the fire. But this was not over yet. These rats seemed to have the ability to ignite fire. The flames spread among the rats in an instant. However, these rats did not seem to be stupid. They almost fled from their burning companions at the fastest speed and gathered together again. Ahu. Seeing this scene, Lorena's face turned pale, and Odell reached out to cover her mouth, as if she was about to vomit. It's strange. They look as if they have intelligence. Aji spoke lightly, and Duanmu Huai nodded. Not surprising. The Hive effect. The more people there are, the higher their IQ is. Especially since these aren't just any rats. Duanmu Huai was talking without stopping his hands. He took out one incendiary bomb after another, and threw them directly into the rat group. Soon, more and more rats were engulfed by the flames. Finally, when there was only a big circle of fire left around Duanmu Huai, the remaining rats chose to retreat. They turned around and went straight into the forest, disappearing without a trace. Okay, let's keep moving forward. Not until the rats left did Duanmu Huai retract his gaze and speak. After that, everyone continued to move forward, but the situation along the way was not much better. Finally, Duanmu Huai found a dilapidated hut beside the street, and then used the gravity gloves to play Minecraft to build a house. Although it was still a square coffin. For Duanmu Huai, it was enough for people to live in it now, and the rest would be dealt with tomorrow. It's the first time I've seen such a scene. Sitting by the campfire, Lorena still looked frightened. It was no wonder. Thousands of rats surrounded them in a dark mass, and it seemed as if they had some kind of distinct will. This was indeed a terrifying thing. I remember you weren't this scared when you were in Mordheim before. Right? Duanmu Huai looked at Lorena curiously. This priestess girl once went to Mordheimer with him and fought with the ratmen there. He thought Lorena would not be afraid of ratmen. Of course I'm not worried about the rat people. But rats are too small. If you're not careful, they'll get in. As she spoke, Lorena even looked around anxiously. Sir Knight, is everything okay here? What if something happens while we are sleeping? Don't worry. I've made all the necessary preparations. Those rats won't be able to get in. Seeing Lorena's little girl-like appearance, Duanmu Huai also laughed. Just as he said to Lorena, he also reinforced the house, so that even if the rats could dig holes, they could not get in. Of course, he could also understand Lorena's worries. After all, it would be an absolute nightmare if you woke up and found a mouse on your face. Tea, please. At this time, Odile also prepared dinner. Unlike others, she basically worked as a maid. Odile carried a small bag with her. Although it looked only the size of a handbag, it contained a lot of things, including food and tableware. Duanmu Huai was really curious whether this was the space pocket in the online novels. But I have to say that Odile's cooking skills are really good. Duanmu Huai's requirements for food are actually not high. Although he looks like a strong man, he eats only a little more than the average person. For Duanmu Huai, food is simply used to absorb nutrition. Before, he had no problem eating dry food alone. Although the dry food in this world is wind-dried meat and the like, it is still edible with water. But Duanmu Huai would not refuse good food. Just like now. Sizzle. The steaks in the pan on the campfire were emitting the aroma of fat. Bambi and Lorena calmed down when they smelled the aroma. Odell sat quietly and skillfully cut the cooked food with the cutlery in her hand and put it on a plate. She first handed it to Duan Muhuai, and then to Bambi, Lorena, and Okies, who of course refused. She didn't need to eat. I never thought it would get to this point. Duan Muhuai picked up the fork, picked up the steak and put it into his mouth, and started talking at the same time. Those rats. I'm sorry, Lord Knight, but I don't want to talk about this over dinner. All right. Looking at Lorena's expression, Duan Muhuai also shook his head. He really didn't expect that this missionary priest would be afraid of mice. Of course, to be honest, anything that reaches a certain number is scary. Even Duan Muhuai himself actually felt that so many mice were frightening. Of course, it would be just as disgusting if it were a cockroach. Although he always scares others, it doesn't mean that Duan Muhuai himself has no fear. After dinner, everyone rested in front of the campfire and then fell asleep. The same goes for Duan Muhuai. But when he opened his eyes again, the scene in front of him suddenly changed. The first thing that caught Duan Muhuai's eyes was a desolate place. He stood up and saw ruins everywhere. There was no hut of his own, and no one else was here. The whole world looked like a post-apocalyptic wasteland after a nuclear explosion. The sky was covered by a strong wind mixed with yellow sand, and the shadow of the sun was almost invisible. Squeak! 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 Suddenly, a series of shouts rang out. Duan Muhuai stopped and looked forward. Then, the strong wind gradually dissipated. The yellow sand that had originally blocked his vision retreated, and a city appeared in front of Duan Muhuai. It was a city that Duan Muhuai had never seen before. Judging from the style, this should be a city in this world. But it is not the city that Duan Muhuai has been to. But the city had been destroyed. The whole city was in a mess. All the buildings had collapsed and there were corpses everywhere. These corpses were all human. Their skin had been torn off and their flesh had been bitten off, revealing piles of bones. Duan Muhuai didn't see anything, but he could feel that under the ruins of those buildings, countless malicious eyes were staring at him. He took a step forward. Squeak! 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 In the deserted city ruins, the sounds coming from underground echoed. But Duan Muhuai didn't care. He just walked forward step by step until he came to the city square. At this moment, the whole city suddenly began to tremble, and then countless rats rushed out. They quickly condensed into a huge, giant-like rat. It had long, twisted horns like a cow. It stared coldly at Duan Muhuai, and Duan Muhuai also widened his eyes and stared at it. At the moment their eyes met, the giant rat suddenly trembled, and then it let out an angry howl. However, the next moment, the body of the giant rat collapsed instantly. At the same time, the whole world became dim again. Duan Muhuai opened his eyes and stared coldly at the extinguished bonfire in front of him. That's really interesting. A challenge, right? Thinking of this, Duan Muhuai raised the corners of his mouth. Then I accept your challenge. Chapter 197, Secret Pass. The next morning, Duan Muhuai led everyone on the road again. But this time, he did not go to the next city as originally planned. When the girls asked Duan Muhuai the reason in confusion, "We have been targeted by the rat people's god." That's right. This is what Duan Muhuai realized after thinking about it this morning. Under normal circumstances, perhaps the big horned rat would not care about an ordinary warrior. But Duan Muhuai forgot that he is now an annihilation demon. A demon-level existence that controls the annihilation realm of judgment and fear. In terms of status, although he is not as good as gods like the Lady of the Lake and Sigmar, he is not much different from some ordinary gods. Under such circumstances, Duan Muhuai showed up in the plague-ridden territory of the Great Horned Rat. It would be strange if the other party did not come to say hello to him. It can only be said that Duan Muhuai neglected this matter, which led to this result. Fortunately, the Great Horned Rat did not seem to take him seriously. So we have to shift direction. In this case, going to the city is the most unwise choice. The city is where rat men and mice gather. If Duan Muhuai and others go to the city like this, it will be no different from moving under the nose of the big horned rat. Therefore, he must change direction and move forward from other places. Duan Muhuai certainly already had some ideas about this. There is a place that the horned rat can never peek into. That's the world fragment. That's right. Duan Muhuai's plan was to use the same method as when he accepted the mission of the Lady of the Lake to steal the crown of Nagash. To open the door of the subspace, use the overlap of the world fragments and the main plane. then reach the destination, and then open the door and get out. Under such conditions, there was no way the horned rats could spy on their actions. The only thing left to do now is to find an entrance. Fortunately, Duanmu Huai had found an entrance nearby through a warship in orbit in outer space. However, the entrance is a little difficult to enter. Bambi, want to go in here? Looking at the hole in front of her, Bambi showed a clear expression of resistance. Well, it was no wonder that she had such a reaction, because this was not an ordinary hole. It was full of dirt and dark stagnant water, and even smelled bad. For the vampire princess, she obviously did not like this dirty environment. Well, it's in here. But before that, Duanmu Huai looked around and then looked at the girls again. Take off your clothes first. Why? It has to be said that the girls were stunned when they heard Duanmu Huai's request. Why? 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 Because we have been noticed by the great horned rat. It is possible that it will send rats to hide on you. In order to avoid this, we have rats on us. At this moment, almost all the girls except Oja screamed with fear. Even Odell, who usually had a sullen face, turned pale with fear. For young girls, it was indeed an unimaginable fear to know that there was a mouse hiding on them. It's not impossible. Then, alright. Duanmu Huai sighed helplessly, then stretched out his hand. Soon, under the effect of the gravity gloves, a room similar to a locker room quickly appeared on the spot. Go in and check it out. This time the girls didn't make excuses and rushed into the locker room. After a while, with a scream, the next moment Duanmu Huai saw the girls running out of the locker room and rushing to his side. They took off their outer clothes one by one, wearing only thin clothes. Their fair skin and smooth curves could be seen under the sunlight. However, the girls at this moment seemed to be completely unaware of this. They just squeezed towards Duanmu Huai desperately. Then a moment later, the naked Ojas walked out, holding a small, struggling, and ferocious-looking mouse in her hand. By the way, even without clothes, Ojas doesn't have any good-looking dolls. So you can tell what they look like without having to explain. Where did you find it? Duanmu Huai stared at the rat with bared fangs and claws and asked. In Miss Odell's skirt. Oh, Duanmu Huai understood immediately. Although Odile was wearing ordinary clothes, perhaps because she was a daughter of a noble family, she liked to wear skirts with layers of lace. The mouse seemed to be hiding in her lace, and because of its small size and light weight, it was not discovered. You could imagine how Odelle felt when she lifted her skirt and found a mouse on it. You weren't bitten. Duanmu Huai looked at Audrey, who was hiding behind him at the moment, her face pale. Hearing Duanmu Huai's question, Audrey just shook her head. No. The rat tried to climb up, but thanks to Miss Oakes. At this point, Odelle reached out her hand and folded her slender arms nervously. Just thinking back to that scene made Odelle's scalp tingle, because Odelle was wearing a black skirt. She didn't even notice the mouse hiding in the lace gap of her skirt at first. It was not until Okies asked them to take off their clothes that Odelle realized something was wrong. Then she saw the mouse squeak and jump up in an instant, quickly crawling towards Odelle's face. Odelle was completely frightened at the time, or any girl would be terrified to see a mouse crawling all over her body. I have to say, at this time she really looked like a pitiful young lady. Duanmu Huai stared at the mouse, which squeaked and screamed. However, the moment it noticed Duanmu Huai's gaze, the thumb-sized mouse suddenly tensed up its body, let out a shrill scream, and then turned into a soundless piece of meat, completely motionless. Are there no more mice on anyone else? They can't be hiding in their hair. Please don't scare us, Sir Knight. Lorena was about to cry at this moment. She reached out her hand tremblingly, wanting to touch her hair, but not daring to. The same went for Odile and Bambi. If I really felt a mouse in my hair, I would be so desperate that I would want to die. In the end, Duanmu Huai checked them all and confirmed that there were no mice on any of the girls. Although as a girl, it was a bit embarrassing to have her body touched like this. But compared to the mice that were likely to be hiding somewhere, it was still tolerable. Okay, that's it. Duanmu Huai withdrew his hand, pretending that he didn't notice the girl's complaining eyes. He was actually at a disadvantage. If he really took advantage of them, it would be fine. The problem was that Duanmu Huai was wearing power armor all over his body, including his hands. Even if he really touched them, he wouldn't feel anything. Moreover, he had to be treated with such dissatisfied eyes by the girls. He wanted to cry. You guys go in first. Duanmu Huai stretched out his hand and activated the soul resonance. Soon, a shining light appeared inside the passage in front of him. Bambi, Odell and Lorena hurried forward and walked in, followed by Okus. Finally, Duanmu Huai glanced around. Then he stretched out his hand, threw a disc on the ground, turned around and walked into the portal in front of him. Just as Duanmu Huai turned and walked into the portal, another rat suddenly jumped out from behind a piece of rubble at the bottom of the passage. It followed Duanmu Huai silently and suddenly rushed forward. Boom! The next moment, a violent explosion sounded, collapsing the entire passage. The mouse was blown away by the airflow of the explosion before it could even do anything. It fell heavily to the ground and was smashed into a pile of meat paste by the falling rocks. An angry whistle sounded, but was quickly drowned out by the sound of the explosion. The scene before my eyes flashed by. When Duanmu Huai raised his head, the scene in front of him made him sigh with emotion. It's so beautiful. Lorena stared blankly ahead and spoke. It's no wonder she said that, because what appeared before everyone was a rare beauty. At this moment, everyone was standing in a huge underground cave. The cave was so big that the boundaries were almost invisible. If people did not look up and see the stone walls and dome above, anyone would probably think that this was just a huge basin valley or something like that. But in fact, this is an underground world. Duanmu Huai had read Jules Verne's science fiction novel A Journey to the Center of the Earth before. In the novel, the protagonist went deep into the center of the Earth through a crater. Deep in the center of the Earth, they saw a huge space with countless unimaginable and even extinct plants and animals, and even lakes with huge dinosaurs and fish in them. This place now gives people a similar feeling. The huge underground cave was filled with dense prehistoric plants, giving people a feeling of Jurassic Park. To be honest, it would not be surprising if a few dinosaurs came out of it. In addition, the most eye-catching thing was a big tree in the center of the cave. The tree was extremely tall, estimated to be hundreds of meters high. The golden light fell from its dense leaves, illuminating the entire cave. Well, such a big tree must look very beautiful when it burns. Where is this place? I don't know either. Duanmu Huai withdrew his gaze. Anyway, let's move forward and see what happens. Squeak, squeak, squeak. However, just as everyone was about to move forward, suddenly, a series of faint sounds rang out, and then several small figures jumped out from the bushes in front of them and stood in front of Duanmu Huai and others. Who are you, and why are you invading our kingdom? Standing in front of Duanmu Huai and the others was a group of rats wearing soldier armor and holding swords and shields. Or rather, Rat Man. Chapter 198 Golden Tree. Rat Man? When they saw these rat men, everyone immediately became nervous. But they soon discovered that these rat men were different from those they had seen outside. How should I put it? They look cleaner and not as wild as they used to be. And their fur is white, which makes them look a little cute. Let's put it this way. If the Skaven look as dirty, ugly and disgusting as rats in the sewers, then these rats give people the feeling of those little white mice in the laboratory. If nothing else, it's pretty clean. Don't come any closer. If you come any closer, we'll bite you. The bluffing look is also speechless. Snort. Seeing these rat men, Duanmu Huai snorted coldly and took a step forward. At this time, these rat men were also trembling with fear, raised their heads and looked at Duanmu Huai. And then the next moment, they let out a terrified cry, turned around and quickly flew away and disappeared into the jungle. So those are the rat men. Bambi doesn't think they're dangerous at all? Bambi was also lying on Duanmu Huai's shoulder, curiously watching the fleeing rat men. It was no wonder that Bambi had such an idea. Compared with the rat men that Duanmu Huai and Lorena had met in Monheim before, these rat men did give people a different feeling. They were shorter than the Skaven rat men, and although they also looked like rats, they were not as disgusting as the Skaven rat men. Of course, this was just the appearance. Duanmu Huai would not trust a group of rats so easily. And maybe these rats are related to the Skaven in some way? After all, there are many different opinions on how the ratmen came from. Apart from a similar legendary origin, there is no other evidence. Although it is unknown when this fragment of the world was made, it is certain that it definitely appeared earlier than the Skaven. Maybe these rats are the origin of the Skaven. Anyway, let's keep moving forward. Duanmu Huai glanced around and then spoke. Led by Duanmu Huai, the group walked towards the towering tree in the distance. Although they didn't know where this place was, they were sure that the huge tree was definitely not ordinary. As long as they walked there, they should be able to find something. Of course, Duanmu Huai and his companions also encountered many animals along the way. It seems that this forest is indeed an animal paradise. There are all kinds of animals everywhere. But there are no primitive species, like the dinosaurs in Journey to the Center of the Earth. Instead, there are more animals like squirrels, hedgehogs, and moles. However, they all noticed the fear in Duanmu Huai's body, and they ran away almost as soon as Duanmu Huai appeared. This place is really interesting. Perhaps because they did not encounter any enemies along the way. The girls gradually relaxed and looked around curiously. For them, this kind of underground natural jungle was probably the first time they had seen it. So it was no wonder that the girls showed such expressions. Oh, come on. Bambi was originally planning to play with the birds here. Bambi pouted unhappily as he watched another group of birds that had originally perched on the branches quickly spread their wings and fly away. As long as the owner is not here, the little animals shouldn't be afraid. At this time, Ojas, as always, put forward constructive suggestions and stabbed Duanmu Huai in the back. We are not here for tourism. Duanmu Huai patted Ajiz's head and replied unhappily. That's good. It can save a lot of trouble. As for whether any small animals would approach him, Duanmu Huai didn't care. At worst, he could just find a small animal's soul card later. As they were talking, the group passed through the jungle and came to a grassland. Ah, Sir Knight, there seems to be a building over there. At this time, Lorena seemed to have discovered something. She quickly stretched out her hand and pointed towards the hillside not far away. Duanmu Huai followed the direction of her finger and saw a building that looked like a monastery on the hillside not far away. So everyone quickly turned around and walked towards there. Dong dong. However, just as they walked down the hillside, suddenly, accompanied by several loud noises, they saw a knight appear in front of them. He held a halberd in one hand and a huge shield in the other, and was wearing golden armor all over his body. And even the horse under him was covered with full body armor. Well, if nothing else, he looks very rich. Ah, we can just ask him how to get there. Seeing this knight, Duanmu Huai also walked forward and raised his hand. Hey, brother. However, before Duanmu Huai finished speaking, the Golden Knight suddenly swung his halberd and rode his warhorse towards him without any warning. He came in front of Duanmu Huai and suddenly pulled the reins. The warhorse in front of him jumped high, and then the Golden Knight swung his halberd and chopped directly at Duanmu Huai's head. Damn it! You have no moral principles. Just come and fight! Are you considered a knight? Duanmu Huai was startled by the attack of the Golden Knight, but he did not retreat. Although the Golden Knight was very burly and strong, Duanmu Huai's height was also not to be underestimated. In fact, just standing there, he was almost as tall as the Golden Knight on his warhorse. So facing the attack of the Golden Knight, Duanmu Huai roared, rushed forward, and hit the belly of the warhorse with his shoulder, knocking it and the Golden Knight on it to the ground. But the Golden Knight was obviously no pushover. He simply rolled on the ground to avoid the overturned warhorse, then suddenly swept his halberd and hit Duanmu Huai again. Then Duanmu Huai grabbed the halberd in his hand. You don't listen to me, do you? Duanmu Huai grabbed the halberd in one hand, walked forward, and kicked the Golden Knight. The Golden Knight flew backwards as if hit by a catapult, and fell heavily to the ground. However, even so, the Golden Knight still did not give up, but tried to stand up and continue attacking. But at this time, Duanmu Huai had already stretched out his hands, grabbed the Golden Knight's horse, and smashed it down hard. Boom! The heavy warhorse smashed directly onto the Golden Knight. The next moment, only a wailing sound was heard from the warhorse. And then it, and the Golden Knight under it turned into dust and disappeared into the air. Only the halberd was still stuck in the ground, showing that a battle had just taken place. What exactly is going on? At this time, the girls also gathered around, looking at the scene in surprise, completely unsure of how to react. It seems that there is indeed something wrong with this place. Duanmu Huai clapped his hands, picked up the halberd next to him, looked at it, and then showed it to Lorena and the others. Have you ever seen anything like it? If we were from the same era, I would have heard something. I'm sorry, Sir Knight. Lorena looked at the halberd carefully and shook her head. I've never heard of a place like this underground. I don't know either. Odell also gave an answer. As a noble daughter of Manalia, she was well educated. If even she didn't know. Ah. Bambi seems to have heard what Her Majesty the Queen said. However, it was Bambi who gave the answer in the end. Have you heard of it? In response to Duan Muhuai's question, Bambi nodded vigorously. Bambi remembers that Her Majesty the Queen said that there is a very powerful underground world somewhere. And it is said that there is a golden tree in it. That thing must be gone. Duan Muhuai raised his head and looked at the huge tree in the distance that was emitting golden light. From a distance, it really looked like it was made of gold. All the fragments of the world are the remaining reflections of the destroyed things in reality. That is to say, the world in reality has been destroyed. So how were they destroyed? What does this have to do with those Skaven? Duan Muhuai thought for a moment and shook his head. Anyway, let's keep moving forward. After defeating the inexplicable Golden Knight, Duan Muhuai and his party walked up the hillside and arrived in front of the monastery. But unfortunately, it looked like the building had been abandoned. Although the front looked intact, the ceiling, roof and walls inside were basically dilapidated, with only some pillars left. The entire ruins were, of course, empty. We'll just rest here today. Duan Muhuai looked at the time displayed on his helmet. Although this place was underground, it seemed that there was a certain amount of time. At least now, the light above his head began to dim. This made the golden tree in the distance look more like some kind of signboard lighting that shone brightly at night. Lorena, Bambi, and the others did not object. Although they did not do anything along the way. They were exhausted from the previous rat incident. So they all sat down to rest. But at this moment, Duan Muhuai turned his head and looked at the bushes next to him. I've been following you all the way. It's time for you to come out. Then he asked in a low voice. Hearing Duan Muhuai's question, the girls were all startled. Except Aog, who continued to sit there reading without any expression. The bushes shook for a moment. And then a petite figure walked out of them. She was a petite girl, wearing a princess-like dress with armor on it, and holding a rapier in her hand. Of course, the most eye-catching thing was the mouse-like semicircular ears on the girl's head, and the long, thin tail like a mouse that stretched out from her back. Hello, uninvited intruders. Staring at Duan Muhuai, the girl spoke. I am the princess of the Spirit Rat tribe. Milfy, may I ask you why I came to this cursed place? Chapter 199 Forest Princess. Everyone was stunned as they stared at the girl in front of them, who claimed to be the princess of the Spirit Rat clan. The girl in front of him was very short. Or at least from the surface. She was about the same height as a dwarf. Or even shorter. And her figure was not as strong as a dwarf, but very slender. To be honest, in Duan Muhuai's opinion, this girl was more like a walking Barbie doll. We are just a group of travelers. Duan Muhuai came in front of Milfy and stared at her. To be honest, in front of Duan Muhuai, Milfy looked even smaller, almost the size of a figurine. Then please leave here. Although looking at Duan Muhuai's appearance made Milfy a little uneasy, she still took a deep breath and stared at Duan Muhuai calmly. This is a cursed place. Anyone who enters it will be cursed. Oh! Hearing this, Duan Muhuai raised his eyebrows. If you don't mind, how about telling us in detail? Sure. Soon. Milfy explained the situation of this underground world to everyone in detail. According to Milfy, this underground world was once an extremely hot furnace, with blazing flames gathering into a red river, burning day and night. Later, a sapling appeared in this hot land. It was not destroyed by the flames, but thrived and turned into a towering tree. Under the influence of this tree, the roaring and raging flames gradually disappeared, and then countless plants grew from the dust-covered land, forming a new, wonderful and huge underground world. At that time, many races came here. Later, these races were blessed by the golden tree, became stronger and stronger, and formed civilized countries. Among them are humans, orcs, giants, and even the moon rabbit and Milfy. They lived together in this underground world, living a peaceful and harmonious life. Soon, however, all that changed. One of the tribes suddenly claimed that they had received guidance from the golden tree and demanded that all races must believe in the golden law. This immediately caused dissatisfaction among many other tribes, although each tribe did regard the golden tree as a part of their faith. Due to different civilizations, their interpretations of the golden tree were also different. However, the actions of this tribe seemed to others as if they were trying to monopolize the golden tree. So they naturally could not tolerate it. Soon, war broke out. But it must be said that the Golden Clan was indeed powerful. They eventually defeated the other tribes, seized their faith and power, and used this power to forge the Golden Law. Only a few tribes escaped, such as the Spirit Rat clan of Milfy. After all, rats are good at escaping. When the Golden Clan attacked, the Spirit Rat clan immediately moved their families to the outskirts of this underground world and built a small city here to avoid the power of the Golden Clan. After this, the Golden Clan became prosperous and almost occupied the entire underground world known as the Borderland. However, everything that goes up must come down. The Golden Law, which was once the source of power for the Golden Clan, was completely shattered for unknown reasons. Then a terrible curse suddenly broke out, sweeping across the entire Golden Clan. Milfy didn't know what had happened, but she knew that the Golden Clan, who had been blessed by the Golden Law, had now become half-dead monsters. Their wills had gone crazy, and they had become monsters full of hatred and distortion. The leaders of the remaining Golden Clan seemed to be collecting the fragments of the Golden Law and reshaping the laws of this world. Of course, those races that had escaped the slaughter of the Golden Clan did not think of taking this opportunity to recapture the Golden Tree. They organized an army and tried to break into the Golden Clan's capital to recapture the Golden Tree. However, the curse and madness on this land were beyond their expectations, and the entire expeditionary force was completely wiped out, with only a few insane survivors barely returning. However, the horror is not just this. The survivors who finally came back brought back a terrible infectious disease that could infect anyone who got close to it, turning them into madmen and then turning them into ashes in the flames. This disaster also severely damaged the vitality of the races that had not been wiped out. After that, no one dared to get close to the Golden Tree, and the same was true for the Spirit Rat tribe led by Milfy. They had been wandering outside the border, monitoring everything and preventing outsiders from entering the border. Therefore, please leave here immediately. After finishing the story about this land, Milfy stared at them and spoke again. This land has been cursed. Anyone who enters here will never be able to return. Please leave immediately. Even if you say that, I won't give up. Duanmu Huai certainly would not turn around and leave immediately because of this. In fact, after listening to Milfy's words, he became more interested in the Golden Law. Moreover, Duanmu Huai just now compared this piece of land with a map in reality, and found that the large piece of land from the southern territories to the Skaven Demon City almost overlapped with this place. Now that the world has become fragments, it means that the world has been destroyed in reality. So, what was the reason for its destruction? It is now obvious that this world, like the holy city in Manalia, has fallen into a vicious circle. However, every vicious circle has a reason. The reason for the destruction of the holy city was that the monks of the Mechanicus summoned the devil of H.L., the king of Ice Prison. The reason for the destruction of Manalia was the war between Manalia and Reg Nice, which was started by the evil dragon Fafnir. So, what about this border area? What led to its demise? And that power, is it related to the Skaven? According to Milfy, the Golden Tree initially gave many races power, which enabled them to open their minds and even evolve into humanoid races, such as Milfy. The rat guards Duanmu Huai and his companions had encountered on the periphery were still in the form of rats. However, Milfy only had ears and tails that looked like rats, and other parts were no different from humans. Isn't that what the Skaven are like? Originally they were just rats, but later for some reason they developed intelligence and became an intelligent race. In fact, the Skaven seem to be unique on the entire planet. After all, whether it is dwarves, humans, high elves, ogres, or orcs, their origins can be clearly verified. Only the Skaven are a race that appeared inexplicably later. It was as if there were no rat men in this world originally, and suddenly one day rat men emerged from the cracks in the rocks. They are not born in the year of the monkey. Is it possible? Besides, there are so many animals. Why rats? Not pigs, sheep, cows, tigers, lions, etc. In terms of numbers, cockroaches are millions of times more numerous than rats. But forget about the muscular cockroach alien, as you will probably faint after seeing it. Duanmu Huai always had a hunch that this fragment of the world might have some kind of inseparable relationship with the birth of the horned rat and the Skaven. And all these secrets are hidden in the Golden Tree. We have decided to go to the Golden Tree. Your Highness Milfi. Perhaps you will think that our choice is foolish. But we also have things we need to do. So we are very sorry that we cannot obey your request. Really? Hearing Duanmu Huai's words, Milfi lowered his head dejectedly. But at this moment, suddenly, another voice sounded. In that case, how about I go with you guys? Hearing this voice, Duanmu Huai and others looked up and looked into the depths of the forest. They saw a girl walking out of the forest, similar to Milfi before. She also had a pair of furry animal ears and long golden hair. However, compared to Milfi, who looked like a Barbie doll, this girl's body shape was not much different from that of an ordinary human girl. She was wearing a skirt armor and holding a huge shield with a long sword in her hand. In her pair of blue eyes, there was a glitter of curiosity and excitement. I saw everything you did just now. You were able to defeat the tree guard so easily. You are indeed an extraordinary traveler. Since you have decided to go to the Golden Tree, can you take me with you? Your Highness. Seeing the appearance of this girl, Milfi cried out in surprise. And Duanmu Huai also looked at her. Who are you? Ah. Lo. Nice to meet you. I'm the Forest Princess, Mistrina, and I can be considered the protector of this forest. The girl named Mistalina smiled at Duanmu Huai and then bowed. I wonder if this powerful iron warrior would allow me to go with him. Your Highness, please don't make such careless remarks. Before Duanmu Huai could say anything, Milfi started talking with a pale face. You are the guardian of the forest. What will happen to the forest without you? I know that well. Milfi. However, Ms. Trina interrupted Milfi with a serious look. You should also be aware that the forest is becoming increasingly weaker, and the curse has begun to spread. Even we will eventually have no way out. Therefore, I hope to go to the Golden Tree and talk to Mother Earth. Perhaps I can find a solution to all this. At least, this is much better than staying here and watching everything deteriorate and doing nothing. Having said that, Mistalina looked at Duanmu Huai again. This powerful iron warrior was able to defeat the tree guard with his bare hands, which has proven his strength. Since they don't plan to leave, don't you think someone who is familiar with this place would be more helpful? But in that case I can also. That's right. Hearing what Milfi said, Ms. Trina nodded with a smile. Then you come with me. Then she spoke. Chapter 200 Enter. Sir Knight, are all princesses like this? Walking beside Duanmu Huai, Lorena asked Duanmu Huai in a low voice, while she looked at Mistalina, who was walking in front of her with great interest. Duanmu Huai certainly understood why Lorena asked this question, because Mistalina was very similar to it in terms of personality, except that she was not as curious as in. But other than that, once a decision was made, it was difficult to change it, and she was quite willful at times, which was exactly the same as in. If these two people met, they would definitely get along well. In fact, looking at Milfi walking dejectedly beside Mistalina, Duanmu Huai felt that she was a replica of Gulea walking beside him. They are all miserable people. But then again, there are quite a lot of princesses in our team. Looking at Bambi, who was lying on his shoulder and curiously looking at the surrounding scenery, and then looking at Ms. Trina and Milfi in front of him, plus an Angulia, who were not at the scene. It would be better to change the name of his own regiment to Princess Alliance. Of course, maybe Lorena would agree with this name. After all, it is much better than some names like Pink Bunny. But Duanmu Huai still thinks the Pink Bunny is more interesting. By the way, Mistalina also told Duanmu Huai about another version of the belief in their forest clan legend. According to this version, the Golden Tree is not the creator of everything. It is just an incarnation. The real creator of this world is the existence called Mother Earth. The reason why it is called Mother Earth is that huge hands grow on the earth. The finger which can convey the supreme will through these fingers. Therefore, those fingers are regarded as the fingers of God by the forest people. That is, the so-called fingers of Mother Earth. The forest tribe also seems to have their own views on Mother Earth. They think that Mother Earth has gone crazy and cannot communicate at all. But Mistalina has a different view. She thinks that no matter what, they should talk to Mother Earth first. In Mistalina's opinion, the consequences of not taking action will be worse. However, because of the tragic end of the previous expedition, most of the forest tribes opposed this proposal. And now there are not many people left in the forest tribe. If they organize another expedition, they may be wiped out. It is for this reason that when Mistalina discovered Duanmu Huai and other powerful travelers, She immediately thought of going to the Golden Tree with them to negotiate with Mother Earth. Along the way, they encountered many soldiers wearing armor, who looked like they were from the Golden Clan. Although these soldiers seemed normal, once they saw Duanmu Huai and the others, they would rush up without hesitation and attack them. Although the attacks of these soldiers were nothing more than a drizzle to Duanmu Huai, he even thought about capturing a few prisoners to inquire about the situation. But these soldiers seemed to be unconscious, and could only roar and howl like wild beasts. According to Mistalina, these people have been cursed and trapped between life and death. Although their bodies will not die completely, their souls have long been completely shattered in repeated destruction, turning them into crazy people who act on instinct like this. Even if the body is immortal, it does not mean that the spirit can survive. Now these undead seem to have lost their minds, leaving only hatred for the invaders. Of course, it is impossible for these soldiers to block the way of Duanmu Huai and others. The strongest warrior among them cannot withstand Duanmu Huai's hammer. Not to mention that neither Ajis nor Lorena have the power to easily defeat them. Even Bambi and Odile became much more active when facing these soldiers. Bambi would summon a large group of bats to block the soldiers' vision. And then Odile would raise her hands, and countless black feathers would shoot out like arrows and hit the soldiers. Although its power is not very strong, it is enough to deal with soldiers. After all, Odile deals damage to the entire team. On the other side, Milphie and Mistalina also participated in the battle. But Milphie's role was really limited. Her body was as small as a Barbie doll, so she was always moving around in the crowd like a nimble mouse, occasionally drawing out her rapier and stabbing at the enemies around her. It was hard to say how much damage she could cause. On the contrary, it was Mistalina's fighting style that surprised Duanmu Huai a little. She held a shield in her right hand and a long sword in her left hand, and fought the enemy methodically. In short, Mistalina looked more like an experienced warrior than a princess, especially the way she attacks. Call! The angry soldier roared and swung his war hammer at Mistalina. At the same time, Mistalina's eyes lit up, and she took a step forward. Then she swung the shield in her right hand suddenly, hitting the war hammer hard and knocking it aside. Taking advantage of the opportunity when the soldier lost his balance, Mistalina swung the sword in her hand and directly chopped off his head. "You're doing a good job." Seeing this scene, Duanmu Huai nodded and praised. No matter how you look at it, Mistalina is a qualified fighter, and the move just now was also quite good. Accurately find the point of force, take the opportunity to destroy it, and take advantage of the opportunity to kill the opponent with one blow when he loses balance. This is also a good skill, but Duanmu Huai himself can't use it. Although Mistalina's skills are very interesting, Duanmu Huai still believes that strength can defeat skill. And with his current strength, if he encounters an enemy that needs to be dealt with in this way, he probably won't be able to use this technique. Mistalina is a girl, and she is naturally weak in strength, but she makes up for it with speed and reaction. But Duanmu Huai's reaction, how should I put it? He suspected that if he followed Mistalina's approach, he might have been stabbed several times by the opponent just after he swung his shield. Or he might have seen the opponent about to attack, and swung his shield, but failed, and was killed by the opponent's sword. Well, Duanmu Huai felt that he was more likely to encounter this situation. So just use a hammer to smash it. It's simple and convenient. Fortunately, this is just a little trick. Hearing Duanmu Huai's praise, Mistalina responded with a smile. Then she looked at the soldier in front of her, and saw that he had completely turned into ashes and disappeared. But Mistalina's expression did not get much better. When I think about their resurrection, it seems like such a tragic fate. You know, the people who returned from the exploration team brought back notes that had it written on them. Recalling its contents, Mistalina shook her head. They wrote in their notebooks that the enemy they had defeated with great effort the day before would resurrect the next day, which made them very frustrated. The morale of the team was getting lower and lower, and they even lost the will to fight when they saw the enemy later. Having said this, Mistrina lowered her head with some sadness. I can understand how they feel. If I had known this would happen, I should have been more careful. In fact, this cannot be blamed on the exploration team. Any normal person would not think that the enemies killed by them would be resurrected on the spot after one night. Because of this, the expedition team seemed to have cleaned up the battlefield carefully, cleared the way for the reinforcements in the rear, and then continued to move forward. In fact, they probably never thought about the possibility that the enemies would be resurrected on the spot. When the exploration team discovered this, they had already gone deep into the border area and were in a dilemma. According to the records, they were divided into two groups at the time. One group believed that they should continue to explore forward and investigate the cause of all this as much as possible, while the other group believed that they should go back. But now it seems that the former has the upper hand? There's nothing we can do about it. Mistalina sighed. At that time, nearly half of the exploration team had already lost their lives. If we were to return along the same route, we would not only lose the other half, but also gain nothing. In this case, we might as well take the risk and move forward. Perhaps we can get some useful clues. Then let's stop here for today. Duanmu Huai stopped and looked around. They had come all the way through the checkpoints and had already arrived at the bottom of the city. It was already evening, and there were strong winds and heavy rain everywhere, so it was not suitable to move forward. There happened to be a few dilapidated huts not far ahead. So Duanmu Huai quickly locked onto the target. We'll go there to rest for the night, and then we'll continue on our journey. No one objected to this. So under the leadership of Duanmu Huai, the group came to the dilapidated house. However, what they didn't expect was that just as they were about to enter the dilapidated house, suddenly, a voice rang out. Who is it? Hey! Is anyone there? Everyone was startled when they heard the voice. They looked into the dilapidated house and found a woman huddled in the corner with a burning fire next to her. She just sat there, curled up uneasily, staring at Duanmu Huai and others. There is someone here? Duanmu Huai was also surprised when he saw this woman. But he quickly came to his senses and nodded to the woman. Hello. We are travelers passing by and would like to stay here for one night. It should be okay. Yes. Hearing Duanmu Huai's question, the woman nodded. Do as you please. Anyway, I am just a passerby. Then, she answered. Chapter 201 Dreaming. I have to admit, it was a bit awkward sitting like this in a shabby house during a storm. Everyone sat together, while the woman in the red cloak sat on the other side, just looking at them without saying a word. Excuse me, are you planning to head to the castle as well? Young lady? Mistalina was the first to break the silence. She looked at the woman with a smile and asked, while the other party trembled and shrank back. No, I'm just a coward. I don't dare. As she spoke, the woman lowered her head. Everyone had their limbs reattached. Everyone was stunned when they heard the woman's confused and incomprehensible conversation. But the woman just stared at the campfire and spoke in a low voice. Those who came to the border with me and fought for me, their hands, feet, and heads were all cut off and turned into parts of the spider. Well, oh, alas, although they didn't know what she was talking about. The content alone made the girls pale. Mistalina was confused and didn't know how to start, while Lorena was also confused. Bambi screamed in fear and got into Duanmu Huai's arms. Seeing this scene, Ojas thought for a while, then put down the book in her hand and got into Duanmu Huai's arms. However, the woman didn't care about it at all. She just raised her head and looked at everyone with a pair of lifeless eyes. Did you know that when a person is attached to a spider, he or she will look like a chrysalis? It's really amazing, isn't it? That is quite strange. Duanmu Huai's face twitched as he imagined a giant spider with human bodies with limbs and heads cut off. Could there be such a thing in the castle they were going to next? That would be really disgusting if that were the case. Hee hee. The woman chuckled. Duanmu Huai felt that she had Alzheimer's disease. Her eyes stared forward without focus, looking at something, but also looking at nothing. Although she raised her head and faced Duanmu Huai and the others, her eyes seemed to penetrate them and look directly at the void behind them. Are you heading towards Stonewell City? Is it because you believe the good words of the man in the white mask? Or do you want to become part of the spider? If so, then you are the same as me. Miss, do you want to become that limb-attached thing? Hearing this, Lorena couldn't help but ask, and her question seemed to pierce the pain in the woman's heart. She lowered her head, looked at the ground, and muttered to herself, but I don't have the courage to have my hands and feet chopped off, or my head chopped off. It's too scary. I really want to be like everyone else, but I'm too scared. I'm too cowardly. Well, this is more or less a person with common sense. In other words, no normal person would undergo a limb transplant. Oh, that's right. At this time, the woman seemed to hear something. She lowered her head, took out a small bottle from her arms, and handed it to Duanmu Huai. Can you please take this child with you on the trip? It's too pitiful to ask her to accompany such a coward like me. What's this? Duanmu Huai took the small glass bottle and took a look. It seemed to contain some dust. At the same time, his system also gave a prompt. Obtain the special item ashes of the soul jellyfish. Soul jellyfish ashes. Ashes that contain souls can summon the souls of soul jellyfish, floating in the air and illuminating the souls around. The crying girl jellyfish is looking for her distant hometown and will try her best to spray venom. The girl jellyfish is named Kulala. Jellyfish? Girl? Soul? How should this thing be used? Thinking of this, Duanmu Huai pondered for a while, then held the glass bottle tightly and injected a trace of spiritual energy. Soon, a huge jellyfish quietly emerged out of thin air. It emitted a purple light and floated in the air. Its soft tentacles danced slowly, looking very beautiful. Wow! It's so beautiful! Seeing the jellyfish, Bambi immediately emerged from Duanmu Huai's arms and stared at it with wide eyes. Lorena also looked at the soul jellyfish curiously and gently stretched out her hand. The soul jellyfish seemed to understand what Lorena meant and also stretched out its tentacles to touch Lorena's fingers. How adorable. My Lord Knight. It's quite cute. Duanmu Huai also reached out and poked the jellyfish in front of him. The jellyfish shook slightly and then returned to Duanmu Huai's side again. Although it is a jellyfish, it looks so beautiful and can glow. It is already a very cute pet. You see, there are still pets. Duanmu Huai was in a good mood when he saw the soul jellyfish in front of him. Didn't he say before that he would catch a small animal as a pet sooner or later? Now it's here. Isn't it? This soul jellyfish is also very cute. Isn't it? Thank you, young lady. Thinking of this, Duanmu Huai also bowed to the woman, and the latter waved her hand. It's okay. And the soul likes you very much. I think the child will be happy to be with you. Anyway, thank you. Is there anything we can do for you? In this case, hearing Duanmu Huai's question, the woman hesitated and thought for a while. If you plan to go to Stonewall City, please help convey to everyone who has become a pupa, I love you. Although I am still very scared. Sooner or later I will become exactly the same as you all. I am finally less afraid of pain. Is it necessary? After hearing what the woman said, everyone was speechless, and Duanmu Huai had no choice but to nod. After getting Duanmu Huai's answer, the woman seemed to be relieved, and then she bowed to everyone, curled up in the corner next to her, closed her eyes, and fell asleep. Looking at the sleeping woman, everyone didn't know what to say for a moment. Sir Knight, you are not really going to tell those people. We'll see what happens. In response to Lorena's question, Duanmu Huai scratched his hair helplessly. Just by listening to her words, I feel that nothing good will happen in Stonewall City. Anyway, let's take a rest first. Soon, everyone fell into a deep sleep, and Duanmu Huai sat there, staring ahead. At this moment, suddenly, Ogis's voice rang out. Owner. What's wrong? Ogis? Pain. What does it feel like? Ah. Hearing this, Duanmu Huai finally realized that Ogis was a doll, and would not feel pain. For her, whether it was removing her limbs or her head, she probably would not feel this way. Perhaps the fear caused by the limb reattachment mentioned by the woman before aroused Ogis's curiosity. So she had such an idea. Well, how should I put it? For ordinary living things, pain is an instinctive expression. When they are hurt, they feel pain. Pain reminds them that there is danger. After hearing what Duanmu Huai said, Ogisi still looked at him with an unimaginable look, which made Duanmu Huai not know how to explain for a while. It's like explaining colors to a blind person and telling him what blue is and what red is. He can't imagine it. Or if she asked herself what it felt like to breathe, Duanmu Huai might not be able to answer. Do you still remember Jiawei? Hearing Duanmu Huai's question, Ogis's expression darkened slightly, and she nodded. How do you feel when you think of her? I have no idea. As Ogis spoke, she stretched out her hand and placed it on her heart. I just felt like there was something strange here, and I felt like I had no strength at all. I didn't want to move, and I didn't want to think about it. That's called sadness. Duanmu Huai reached out and touched Ogis's head. That's what happens when people are sad. How did you feel when your father died? It's about the same as when Jiawei was there, but it seems more intense. Having said this, Ogis frowned slightly. It's even stronger. I feel as if my whole body is being torn apart. There's an indescribable feeling. That's the pain. But I'm not injured? It's mental pain. Just as much as physical pain. I see. That's what pain is. Otis pressed her chest and murmured to herself. Then she leaned against Duan Muhuai. But this makes me feel better. As she spoke, Otis closed her eyes. Will you please let me stay like this for a while? Master? Of course. Take a good rest. Duan Muhuai touched Otis's hair, then leaned against the wall and closed his eyes. Deep darkness. Smooth as silk. Soft to the touch. When Duan Muhuai opened his eyes again, he was not wearing any clothes, but lying on a bed. Beside him, a white shadow was hugging him. Ah, my king. There was only one light in the dim room, and a soft touch, mixed with a woman's gentle breathing and whispers, came into Duan Muhuai's ears. Please let me hold you tight and feel your warmth. My king, I can feel your power. The power of destruction and death. Please wake up and become ours. The voice gradually faded away, and the next moment, Duan Muhuai fell into a deep sleep again. Chapter 202 Rushing in. The next morning, Duan Muhuai and his party set out again and headed toward Stonewall City. The woman still stayed where she was. It seemed that she was not ready to go to Stonewall City. Well, in everyone's opinion, it would be better for her not to be mentally prepared. My dear, there won't really be that kind of spider in there. Lying on Duan Muhuai's shoulder, Bambi asked uneasily. No wonder she was so uneasy. Anyone who listened to the woman's words would imagine that there was a huge, hairy black spider in the castle, with human bodies with chopped off limbs and heads stuck on its body, like pupae, rising and falling with the spider's movements. Oh, well, Odell seemed to have thought of this scene as well. She turned her head away with a pale face, obviously not intending to think about this anymore. I don't think there is any. Is there any mention of it in the exploration team's notes? Duan Muhuai looked at the forest princess and asked curiously, and the latter shook her head. They mentioned that the castle gates were closed, and since they had no siege equipment, they couldn't get in. So they just went around it and bypassed the castle from another route. So they didn't know what was inside the castle. I think whatever it is, it shouldn't be a spider. Never mind. We'll know when the time comes. The road leading to the castle was not very peaceful. In fact, it was just like an ordinary castle with guards stationed everywhere. Duan Muhuai naturally lost interest when he thought that killing them would be a waste of effort. Master, what's wrong with you? Perhaps sensing Duan Muhuai's emotions, Otis asked curiously, and Duan Muhuai shook his head. Nothing. I just don't feel like fighting them anymore when I think about how they'll revive after being killed. But they're annoying enough. In fact, if they were just blocking the front, it wouldn't be too much trouble for Duan Muhuai. But the problem was that these soldiers were very cunning. They would even hide in the bushes on both sides of the road or above to launch sneak attacks, which was the most annoying thing. After hearing Duan Muhuai's complaint, Otis thought for a moment and then spoke. In that case, I have a suggestion. Duan Muhuai was quite surprised that Otis would make a proposal, but the content of the proposal also left him speechless. Is this really all right, Miss Otis? Lying behind Duan Muhuai, Odell asked uneasily, while Miss Delina beside her seemed a little excited. Ha! This seems quite interesting, I said. What are you thinking about? Duan Muhuai was speechless at this moment. In fact, Ajiz's proposal was very simple. That is, everyone sits on the master together, and then let the master lead them to rush over. Of course, if it were an ordinary person, this would definitely be impossible. But Duan Muhuai is much taller than the average person, and the girls around him are basically slender and petite, so it is not impossible to do it. For example, now, Odell, Ms. Trina and Lorena were lying on Duan Muhuai's back, while Bambi and Okis were sitting on Duan Muhuai's shoulders as usual. As for the princess of the spirit rat tribe, Milfy, she hid in Ms. Trina's arms. Okis used puppet strings to fix them on the outside to prevent them from falling, so that Duan Muhuai now looked like he was carrying a lot of sacks. What's even worse is that these sacks are restless. Wow! Is this a man's back? It feels hard to the touch. Miss Delina stretched out her hand curiously and tapped and poked Duan Muhuai on the back, while Milfy in her arms was speechless. That's armor, princess. Of course it's hard. Oh, I feel a little shy. Although Lorena had been carried by Duan Muhuai several times, her face was still red. As for Odell, She looked at Duan Muhuai uneasily. Master, won't your body be affected by this? It's not a big problem. Duan Muhuai waved the hammer in his hand. Although these girls did add some burden, they were not very heavy, so they did not hinder Duan Muhuai's actions. And even if they were attacked, Otis was still watching, so nothing would go wrong. Although this is a bit weird, it is a good choice if it can speed up the process. Are you ready? Okies? I am ready. Master. Very good. Then, as he spoke, Duan Muhuai bent down and stared ahead. Let's go! The next moment, accompanied by the roar of the jet pack and the screams of the girls, Duan Muhuai rushed forward like a galloping rhinoceros. Boom, boom, boom. Duan Muhuai was running fast on the road with big strides. His huge body maintained perfect balance under the help of the power armor. Even though a bunch of people were lying on him, Duan Muhuai's movements did not change at all. The road ahead was naturally heavily guarded, with fully armed soldiers holding spears and even equipped with crossbows. But for Duan Muhuai, these obstacles were naturally meaningless. He roared and strode directly towards the other side. Seeing Duan Muhuai coming, even those soldiers who had lost their minds seemed to sense some kind of danger and fear. They subconsciously retreated and instinctively raised their spears to point forward. At the same time, the soldiers behind also stood behind the crossbow turrets. However, at this moment, Duan Muhuai's tall figure had completely swallowed them up. The soldiers screamed, but it was more of a howl of fear than a roar at the enemy. They clenched their spears tightly and stabbed at the tall and burly enemy in strange armor. However, their attacks had no effect. The spears broke the moment they hit the armor, and the soldiers flew backwards under the huge impact. Boom! At the same time, huge arrows from the crossbow turrets were also fired and hit Duan Muhuai heavily in the chest. However, these arrows, which were powerful enough to penetrate a person, did not even slow down Duan Muhuai's speed at all. Just when the soldiers ambushing in the jungles on both sides leaned out and tried to attack Duan Muhuai, he had already broken through the defense line in front and rushed forward. After breaking through 2 checkpoints, Duan Muhuai entered a tunnel. The whole tunnel was dark, but this naturally did not bother Duan Muhuai. He rushed through the dark tunnel and came to the city gate. There was only a narrow passage between him and the city gate, with cliffs on both sides. And in front of this passage was a huge city gate and a bridge leading to the city gate. It is indeed a good place that is easy to defend and difficult to attack. Duan Muhuai just took a look and continued to rush forward. However, at this moment, call! A black shadow suddenly fell from the sky and landed in front of Duan Muhuai. Stupid. Get lost. Duan Muhuai was too lazy to listen to other people's nonsense. He didn't care about the black shadow's movements. He just raised the hammer with a roar and swung it violently. Then he saw the thunder hammer whistling past and directly hit the black shadow who had not yet landed, knocking it out. The black shadow flew directly in the air, then shook his hands and feet and fell under the cliff. However, Duan Muhuai did not care about this temporary obstacle. To him, this thing was not even an obstacle. At this moment, he had already rushed through the narrow cliff path that seemed to be about to collapse and rushed to the front of the city gate. At this moment, the city gate had been completely blocked by a huge iron fence, and it was impossible to open it. However, it was obvious that Duan Muhuai would not care about such a small matter. He stopped in front of the city gate, and then suddenly jumped. Wah! Accompanied by the screams of Odile and Lorena, and the excited screams of Mistelina and Bambi, Duan Muhuai took the girls and flew directly into the sky. At the same time, he quickly shifted his gaze and scanned the entire castle. From the outside, the entire castle seemed to be in a state of war readiness. There were crossbow turrets on the stairs on both sides behind the city gate, and soldiers were fully armed and standing guard at their posts. There were even more soldiers stationed in the atrium, as if they were waiting to fight a non-existent enemy. So who are their opponents? This thought flashed through Duan Muhuai's mind, but was quickly put behind him. And at this moment, Mistelina's voice suddenly rang out. Sir Knight, there is a tower over there. Following the direction of Mistelina's finger, Duan Muhuai saw that on one side of the castle, there was a tall tower. It was located alone outside the castle, with only a bridge connecting it. And there seemed to be something on it. It's Mother Earth. Sir Knight, please take us there. All right. Since Mistelina said so, Duan Muhuai immediately changed direction and flew towards the tower. Then he fell from the sky and landed heavily on the top of the tower. Bang! Duanmu Huai fell to the ground and looked around. He saw that the top of the tower was just a circular platform. There was nothing around it except for two huge things in the middle of the circle. What the hell is this? To me, it looks like a finger. Bambi poked his head out tremblingly and looked at the thing. And Duanmu Huai nodded after hearing what Bambi said. What was in front of them did look like human fingers. Judging from the appearance, it should be the index finger and the middle finger. Half of the palm was buried in the soil, with only these two fingers sticking out. Or rather, only these two fingers. Mother Earth. How could it be possible? At this moment, Mistalina also walked up to the two fingers, looked at them with sadness, stretched out her hand, and gently placed it on the two fingers. Could it be that you are really completely gone? Chapter 203 Punishment Mechanism. Looking at the two fingers in front of him, Duanmu Huai frowned. He did feel a familiar aura from these two fingers. In simple terms, it was just like the 9 saints statues in Skyrim province, with a bit of divine aura. I remember Mistalina said that a long time ago, the gods would communicate with the finger witches through these two fingers, and the finger witches would read and interpret the gods' messages and then pass them on to others. Of course, there have always been those who suspect that perhaps this is not a message from the gods at all, and that the finger witches are just pretending to interpret it. But in fact, they are just talking nonsense, and may even be deliberately misleading others. As for why the forest princess called it Mother Earth, Duanmu Huai could also imagine that most of this thing's palm was buried in the soil, with only two fingers exposed. So it didn't seem strange to call it Mother Earth. Only, Duanmu Huai walked to the tower and looked down. The entire tower was dozens of meters high. Combined with the hand, it always made him feel a little disgusted. Imagine an arm dozens of meters long buried in the tower, and then a hand stretched out from the top. It really doesn't look like a god. Or is its entire body buried in the tower, with only this hand stretched out? Duanmu Huai walked forward, stretched out his hand and placed it on one of the fingers. But unfortunately, as Mistalina said, all that was left here were wreckage, and the remaining aura was almost non-existent. He also couldn't use the statue to twist and open the passage like he did when he dealt with the demon, because there was nothing left here except the wreckage. But at this moment, suddenly, something happened that was beyond Duanmu Huai's expectations. Just as he was about to move his hand away, suddenly, the entire tower began to tremble, and then a voice sounded in his ears. You are not qualified. You are not qualified. The next moment, Duanmu Huai saw a flash of light and shadow in front of his eyes. When he came to his senses, he found that he was back at the gate of Stonewall City again. How is this going? Duanmu Huai looked around, but was surprised to find that there was no one around except himself. Whether it was Okies, Bambi, Lorena, Odile, or even Mistalina and Milfi, they were all gone. Thinking of this, Duanmu Huai immediately closed his eyes and sent out a mental communication. Okies, Bambi, Lorena, Odile, can you hear me? Soon. The girls' voices rang out from his telepathy. Yes, Master. What happened? Sir Knight? Family. Where are you? Bambi can't see you. Master. I'm fine. But what on earth is going on? Amid the girls' chatter, Duanmu Huai quickly figured out their situation. It was obvious that they, like Duanmu Huai, had been teleported to different places. Oja said that she was teleported to a dark underground city. Not the underground where Duanmu Huai and others were currently, but seemed to be deeper underground. Bambi cried to Duanmu Huai that she was trapped in a temple. Inside the temple there was a big, scary-looking monster, and outside the gate of the temple stood a huge guard with a bird's head. She could only hide in the shadows, and dared not even move. Lorena said that she was currently in a ruin on a white snowy field, and the surroundings were desolate. At least for her. There was no way back. Odile was better. She said she was teleported to a castle located in a volcano, where a noble lady received her and allowed her to stay there temporarily. Judging from this, it is estimated that Ms. Trina and Milfi were also teleported somewhere. Master, what is going on? Maybe it's some kind of punishment mechanism. Punishment mechanism? Hearing Duanmu Huai's answer, the girls were a little confused, and Duanmu Huai shrugged his shoulders, not knowing how to explain it to them. As mentioned before, each world fragment has different mechanisms and ways to pass the level. such as the doll house and the ghost mansion. In fact, there are also many world fragments with limited conditions in the game. For example, a world where men are not allowed to enter. A world where women are not allowed to enter. A world where neither men nor women are allowed to enter. A world where half men and half women are not allowed to enter. A world where people who think they are female, but are actually male, and don't recognize that they are male thinking they are female are not allowed to enter. A world where genderless people who identify as neither male nor female are not allowed to enter. A world where people who were originally men, and then transitioned to women, but still considered themselves men are not allowed to enter. Or you can't play FPS in a puzzle game. You can't play real-time strategy in an RPG. Of course, although there are settings in the game. For players, this is just a problem of the game mechanism of the copy. But in reality, combined with what Duanmu Huai heard before, you are not qualified. You are not qualified. It is probably said that. Perhaps it takes some special means to get up to that tower. And we went up directly and violated the rules. So we were separated as punishment. Duanmu Huai expressed his guess. But unfortunately, Mistalina and Milfi did not contact him. There was nothing he could do. After all, this world did not belong to Duanmu Huai. So he could not get the soul card from this world. Although Duanmu Huai also tried to summon others back directly. But unfortunately failed. Obviously, this should be some kind of restriction in this world. It seems that I only have one way to go. Through telepathy. Duanmu Huai also gave orders to the girls, telling them not to run around, and to find out where they were. And then he would find them. As for Mistalina and Milfi, Duanmu Huai was naturally worried. But since there was no way to contact them, he could only leave it to fate. Duanmu Huai was not worried about whether the girls would obey him. Okis and Lorena were both experienced and battle-hardened. Although Odile was a little disturbing. She said that she was entertained by a kind hostess, so she should be fine for the time being. Bambi was a little disturbing because she didn't know where she was. There was only a monster that looked like a beast in the temple, and she didn't dare to get close. There was also a huge bird-headed monster with wings outside. Well, let's hide first. Okay, let's take action. After confirming the girl's actions, Duanmu Huai withdrew his thoughts, glanced at the closed iron gate in front of him, and walked forward. However, at this moment, he suddenly heard a voice. Hey, you over there. Could you come over here? Duanmu Huai turned his head and found that there was a small door next to the city gate. At this moment, a man with dirty clothes, shackles and sparse hair was standing there and waved at him. Who are you? Duanmu Huai walked over, stared at the guy and asked, while the other party smiled and rubbed his hands. I'm just a gatekeeper. You want to enter the city, right? If you want to enter the city, I advise you not to go in through the main gate. There are a group of highly skilled soldiers blocking the way there. But I can show you another way. You can go through that hole. As he spoke, the wretched guy pointed at the hole on the wall next to him with a chuckle. To be honest, this guy looked too wretched. His last name wouldn't be Chin. The soldiers are not aware of that path. There should be a way to invade the city directly without being discovered by them. Alright. Hearing what this guy said, Duanmu Huai frowned first, then nodded. He didn't want to do what this guy said, although he did see a large number of soldiers guarding the city gate. But their arrows and crossbows couldn't even scratch his skin, so it was nothing to rush in directly. But what happened just now left some psychological trauma in Duanmu Huai's heart. What if another you are not qualified? You are not qualified. That's a real headache. So Duanmu Huai didn't say anything more. Turned around and walked through the hole in the wall next to him and walked forward. This path is not a hidden passage or something like that. It is obvious that the city had been attacked before, and the city wall was damaged. It is precisely because of this that a path that should not have existed appeared. Only, how do I get here? Looking at the stairs in front of him, Duanmu Huai gritted his teeth. It was not difficult to walk at the beginning. But when Duanmu Huai went around the back of the cliff, he encountered a problem. There was a staircase on the cliff that connected all the way to the gate of the city wall tower. The problem is that this staircase is made of wood. Is that really okay? Although Duanmu Huai was a little hesitant, he still raised his foot and stepped on the stairs. Then, crack! With a slight sound. The next moment the entire staircase suddenly cracked, and Duanmu Huai hurriedly retracted his legs and stepped back. Just when he returned to the ground again, he saw the wooden staircase outside the city wall collapsed instantly. carrying the two soldiers on it into the abyss. Duan Muhui silently glanced at the completely broken staircase wreckage in front of him, then turned around and returned to the guardhouse. Seeing Duan Muhui coming back, the wretched guard showed an uneasy expression, and he just watched Duan Muhui stride in front of him. Then he showed a flattering smile. "Please, what can I do for you? Open the door for me." Then he stared at the wretched man and spoke. Once again, Duan Muhui was certain that he was absolutely not suitable for stealth. Chapter 204 Entering the City. When the wretched guy heard Duan Muhui's words, his expression changed slightly. But, I said, open the door. Okay. Alright. Perhaps feeling the terrifying intimidation emanating from Duan Muhui, the man swallowed and nodded. I respect your choice. If you want to go in through the front door, I will yell to open the door. But think about it again. Is this a good idea? I advise you to. However, before the guard could finish his words, Duan Muhui reached out, grabbed him by the neck, and lifted him up. I said, open the door. Okay. I get it. If a person is determined to die, no one can stop him. Having said this, the guard took a deep breath and then shouted, open the door. Open the door quickly. Boom, boom, boom. As the guard's voice fell, there was a roar outside. Duan Muhui glared at the guard coldly, then threw him aside, turned around and strode out. At this time, the city gate that was originally closed by the iron fence had been completely opened. And looking into the city, Duan Muhui soon saw the crossbow turret on the high platform in front, and the soldiers standing behind the turret. Snort. This time, Duan Muhui no longer ignored them like before. He snorted coldly, gripped his warhammer tightly, strode into the castle gate, and rushed straight forward. Bang, bang, bang. Soon, a series of crossbow arrows flew over and hit Duan Muhui's power armor. But it also did not cause any damage to Duan Muhui. He jumped up, holding the hammer shining with thunder in his hand, and smashed it hard at the bottom. Boom! For a moment, there were flashes of lightning and thunder, and the roaring lightning shot out in all directions, burning all the soldiers controlling the crossbows to ashes. At this moment, the soldiers behind the barrier in front also raised their weapons and attacked Duan Muhui. Crossbow arrows were fired from their hands, but they did not cause any damage to Duan Muhui. On the contrary, he rushed forward directly facing the opponent's shooting, and then swung the warhammer in his hand violently, instantly smashing all the fences and barriers in front of him into pieces. As for the soldiers hiding behind the barrier, they screamed and flew backwards under the impact of the violent airflow, and there was no movement. Roar! However, all this was not over yet. At the same time, from the woods to the left of Duan Muhui, accompanied by the roar of a wild beast, a huge, lion-like monster pounced from the side and back of Duan Muhui. A sharp blade was tied to its right front paw. It rushed towards Duan Muhui as fast as a storm, then opened its bloody mouth full of sharp teeth and bit Duan Muhui. Court death. However, at the same time, Duan Muhui also turned around, shouted loudly, stretched out the thunder hammer in his hand, and stuffed it directly into the monster's mouth. Then Duan Muhui grasped the long handle of the thunder hammer, raised it high, and then smashed it hard on the ground. Boom! The lion with its mouth stuck fell heavily to the ground with this blow. Then Duan Muhui strode forward and stepped on the lion's head. With a light crack sound, the lion's head was immediately crushed into pieces by Duan Muhui, and its body also trembled violently, and then turned into ashes like other bodies, and disappeared into the air. Pa 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 pa. At this moment, a series of applause sounded from behind Duan Muhui. You're amazing. I've seen countless warriors, but this is the first time I've seen someone like you. Hearing the voice, Duan Muhui turned around and saw a suspicious man wearing a long, wide-brimmed hat that almost completely covered his face standing behind him. Who are you? Ah, H. Lo, brave and powerful warrior. The man smiled and bowed to Duan Muhui. I'm Roger, a magician. I came to this city because I wanted to find something. So, why did you come to Stonewell? You know, the people in this city are hunting fated ones, and using them as sacrifices for limb reattachment. Normally, no one would approach them on their own initiative. Do you know how to get into that tower? Duan Muhui glanced at the magician named Roger, and then pointed to the tall tower next to him. That was where they had landed before. It was here that the group was separated because they violated some kind of ban. Therefore, Duanmu Huai also wanted to know what was the correct way to enter the tower. That tower. Following Duanmu Huai's hand, Roger looked towards the tall tower, and then showed an expression of sudden enlightenment. So you came to challenge Greg in order to obtain the Great Rune. So you can see the guidance of the blessing? I'm not sure what you're talking about. Duanmu Huai shook his head. In short, if I want to go up that tower, what should I do? You must defeat and kill the city lord Greg and obtain his Great Rune. And then you can gain its power in the God-granting tower. However, the fated one who has not been blessed for a long time has appeared. To be honest, this is my first time in this land. Duanmu Huai thought for a moment, then looked at Roger. Are you familiar with this place? It's pretty familiar. After all, I've been here before. Then I want to make a deal with you. Oh! Hearing Duanmu Huai's proposal, Roger raised his head and stared at him curiously. What deal? I also need to find something in this city, but I'm not familiar with it. Duanmu Huai looked at Roger and spoke. And as you can see, this city is very dangerous right now. Let me help you. And you just need to answer a few of my questions. After hearing Duanmu Huai's words, Roger thought for a moment and then nodded. Indeed, from the battle just now, I can see that you are a strong warrior. If I have your protection, it will be more convenient for me. But what do you want to know? First of all, what exactly is a limb extension? Duanmu Huai looked at Roger and asked the question that had always puzzled him. Although he had heard from Little Red Riding Hood outside the city how to reattach a limb, he still didn't understand what the point of doing so was. Is there some biochemical maniac in the city? This story begins with the owner of this castle, Golden Greg. Speaking of this name, Roger also sighed rarely. I think you should also know that this land was once ruled by the Golden Law. However, after that nightmarish conspiracy night, the Golden Law was broken and the Shattering War broke out. All the descendants of the demigods hold fragments of the law and try to restore the Golden Law and rebuild the glory of the Golden Clan. Greg is one of them. However, his own strength is too weak. After the initial defeat, he escaped from the royal city among the women. After that, he hid in the city of Stonewell and dared not go out. He was defeated in the battle with the Valkyrie and even knelt in front of her, begging for his life. Oh, looks really weak. Although Duanmu Huai was still unclear about what had happened, just based on the fact that he fled among women, behaved like a turtle, and knelt down to beg for mercy after being defeated by the Valkyrie. Duanmu Huai classified him as a weakling. Of course, Greg didn't give up. He tried every possible way to increase his strength, and the method he came up with was limb reattachment. That is, to connect other people's arms to his own body. Hearing this, Duanmu Huai was confused. Why? The way to increase your strength is to connect other people's arms to your own body? Do you think this is like connecting the 1,000-armed Guanyin? After connecting 1,000 arms, you will become a Buddha. Right? Only Greg himself knows that. Roger shook his head. Anyway, after that, Greg sent out teams to capture the fated ones. Brought them here, cut off their arms and reattached them. Not only that, he would sew the remaining bodies of the fated ones together to create a monster called the Reattached Nobles. Hearing this, Duanmu Huai frowned, and he once again recalled what Little Red Riding Hood said. Those who came with me to the junction and fought for me had their heads, feet, and hands cut off and became part of the spider. Now it seemed that he had guessed what was going on. Do you have any other questions? Certainly. Hearing Roger's question, Duanmu Huai nodded. You said that Greg would reattach the limbs of all the captured people, and then stitch the remaining parts together to make monsters. Right. Then, where is that place? In response to Duanmu Huai's question, Roger was silent for a moment, then stretched out his hand and pointed to the small door behind Duanmu Huai. Go through that small door, and you will reach the limb reattachment hall. But I have to warn you in advance. That place is more terrifying than you think. I don't think so. Duanmu Huai nodded to Roger. He was kidding. He had seen a lot of things. How could he be frightened by such a little trick? Impossible. Thank you for your advice. I'll be back soon. After saying this, Duanmu Huai turned around and strode towards the small door. Roger looked at Duanmu Huai's back, shook his head, and then sat there, closing his eyes and meditating. Following Roger's instructions, Duanmu Huai walked into the small door and continued to move forward. And then he came to a hall. This place looks like a large restaurant, judging from the tables placed around it. This must have been the place where the knights in the city had their meals. Once. The reason I say this is because the hall has now completely changed into another appearance. Countless severed hands and feet were hung high on the scales on both sides of the hall. And on the floor, piles of corpses wrapped in cloth, like insect pupae, could be seen. They were piled up there layer upon layer, casting shadows in the dim firelight. Did you know that when a person is attached to a spider, he or she will look like a chrysalis? It's really amazing, isn't it? I see. Seeing this scene, Duanmu Huai narrowed his eyes. He almost understood what Miss Little Red Riding Hood saw. Thinking of this, Duanmu Huai raised his head and looked towards the center of the restaurant. In the dim light, a huge piece of meat is wriggling. If you look closely, you will find that it is a rather weird thing. Its back is covered with a black cloak, and it is surrounded by dozens of slender arms and legs holding blades and shields. At first glance, it looks like a giant crab with several pairs of legs. The abdomen of this crab is densely covered with human heads. I see. Is this the monster Roger mentioned? The one stitched together from the remains of the victims, called the limber-placing noble? Anyway, how on earth does this thing look like nobility? At this moment, the monster had already discovered Duanmu Huai's presence. It growled and crawled towards Duanmu Huai at the speed of a spider. Duanmu Huai just stood there, not even trying to dodge, watching the monster rushing towards him. He raised his hands tightly to hold the warhammer, raised it high, and then dropped it heavily. Boom! The limber placement noble, who had just run to Duanmu Huai, was knocked to the ground by this blow. Then Duanmu Huai raised the warhammer again and swung it down again. Boom! The limb-grafted noble began to fight back frantically, waving its long arms that were several times longer than those of ordinary humans and looked like 2 or 3 arms connected together. It swung the sword and slashed at Duanmu Huai's armor vertically and horizontally. Unfortunately, its struggle was as powerless as a mouse facing a dinosaur. Boom! As the thunder hammer roared down for the 3rd time, the huge impact force completely penetrated the body of the limb-reattached noble, and it twitched, then collapsed to the ground, turning into a miserable corpse. Just take a rest. Duanmu Huai retracted the thunder hammer, looked at the corpse of the noble who had been reattached and spoke. Then he raised his head again and looked at the hall in front of him with a sad face. But then again, how do I find this? From what we can see now, those friends of Little Red Riding Hood have probably died without a burial place long ago. What should she do? Can't I just pick up 2 stones and take them back? Woo! At this moment, suddenly, a purple-souled jellyfish appeared quietly beside Duanmu Huai. It stretched out its tentacles, patted Duanmu Huai's shoulder, and then swam forward. You mean to go with you? Seeing this scene, Duanmu Huai's eyes suddenly lit up. He still remembered that Little Red Riding Hood said that this souled jellyfish had been with her for a long time. He didn't know, but this souled jellyfish maybe knew. Woo! Hearing Duanmu Huai's question, the souled jellyfish nodded, then floated forward again, and Duanmu Huai followed it without hesitation and walked into the depths of the limber placement hall. Chapter 205, Moving Forward. When Duanmu Huai returned to the lobby, Roger also ended his meditation. He stood up and nodded to Duanmu Huai. Welcome back, Iron Warrior. It seems you have found what you were looking for? I don't know if this is what I'm looking for. Never mind. Let's talk about it when we get back. Duanmu Huai shook his head helplessly. After that, under the guidance of the soul jellyfish, Duanmu Huai came to a courtyard on the side of the limb-grafting hall, where corpses were also piled up. Then Duanmu Huai followed the guidance of the soul jellyfish and turned out a strange little black ball from the corpses. God knows what this is. But since the soul jellyfish asked him to take it, Duanmu Huai took it. So the two of them set off again, heading deep into the castle. Along the way, Roger was not idle either, but excitedly told Duanmu Huai about his research. According to Roger, Duanmu Huai did know something. Not long ago, this place was a glorious golden civilization, with gods ruling the borderland and descendants of demigods guarding every place. However, one night, something strange happened. That is, Godwin, one of the demigods' descendants, was killed. And this brings up the golden rule, because according to the golden law, gods and demigods cannot die. But Godwin, a demigod, was killed. As a result, the fact of Godwin's death conflicted with the Golden Law's demigods cannot die, which eventually led to the breaking of the entire Golden Law. The broken law turned into big runes and fell into the hands of other demigod descendants. These descendants of demigods also began to fight each other for this. They wanted to fight for all the great runes, and then repair the broken Golden Law and become the rulers of the new border area. What I studied was the night of conspiracy. According to the information I investigated, someone stole the fragment of the death rune held by Black Sword Malachus, and then killed Gold Godwin on that cold night. Because only the shadow of the Golden Law that has been removed and sealed, the death rune of fateful death, can break through the constraints of the Golden Law and do things that the Golden Law does not allow. I see. After listening to Roger's story, Duanmu Huai had some understanding of the history of this place. But what interested him most was, so where is the death rune? For Duanmu Huai, nothing is more worthy of his concern than the power of killing gods. Because according to Roger, the destined death is the death power of hunting gods. And this is exactly what Duanmu Huai needs. The power to kill gods. If this thing can work on the chaos gods, it would be great. I don't know about that. Roger shook his head. According to historical records, the Queen of Night Eyes and her clan once served the law of fated death. But later, their clan was defeated by the Black Sword Malachus. And fated death was also sealed by Malachus. In fact, I don't know who stole fated death from Malachus, or by what means. But I heard that the people who did it were the descendants of the Eternal City, a group of assassins who only had women wearing clothes that could make them invisible and wearing silver armor. The weapon they used, the Black Blade, was infused with the power of the death rune through a ritual. Having said that, Roger sighed. But unfortunately, they disappeared after the night of the murder. And the black blades they used are also missing. There's nothing you can do about it. Solving murders is not Duanmu Huai's specialty. He is better at committing murders. So, the two of them walked and talked as they passed through the porch in the front yard and continued to move forward. However, at this moment, there was suddenly a loud bang. And then, they saw a burning crossbow arrow shooting towards Duanmu Huai's head. Careful! Seeing this scene, Roger screamed immediately. But it was too late. Just when Duanmu Huai turned his head and looked forward, the crossbow arrow had hit his helmet, and then exploded with a bang, bursting into dazzling flames, completely engulfing Duanmu Huai's head. But the next moment, the intact rabbit helmet emerged again, and then Duanmu Huai raised his hand and aimed at the turret on the wall in front of him. A grenade burst out from the jet nozzle of the gauntlet, drew an arc in the air, and then fell down. Boom! The explosion flames were even more terrifying than before, and engulfed the entire city wall in an instant. The whistling air waves blew away the surrounding soldiers like paper figures. When Roger came to his senses, he saw that a big hole had been blown out in the city wall in front of him, and those soldiers had long disappeared. Okay, let's go! Duanmu Huai adjusted his helmet and continued to stride forward, while Roger followed behind him, looking at the man in front of him with surprise. Who is he? Looking at the tall steel warrior in front of him, Roger was also surprised. At first, he thought that the other party was just a fated person or a foreigner. But now it seems that this man's identity is obviously not simple. Apart from anything else, just the armor that is invulnerable to swords and guns, and even crossbows and turrets cannot hurt it at all, is not something that ordinary people can wear. Not to mention, at this moment, Duanmu Huai had already charged into the courtyard. Roger followed behind him, looking at the existence in front of him that seemed like a human hurricane. There was almost no soldier who could be his match. Even Hoo, a huge monster, 3 or 4 meters tall, roared and swung the stick in his hand, smashing it hard at Duanmu Huai. Roger knew this monster. Of course, it was a mountain demon, raised by the army of the Golden Clan. A terrible and powerful war machine, not only with thick skin and flesh, but also with incomparable strength. As a vanguard, it was enough to defeat a large group of soldiers. However, even such a monster was no match for the terrifying Iron Warrior. Duanmu Huai raised his warhammer, swung it in a circle, and smashed it directly on the mountain demon's leg. The mountain demon's right leg was immediately broken like a fragile piece of firewood, and the mountain demon, who had lost his balance, wailed and fell to the ground. Then Duanmu Huai stretched out his left hand and clenched it into a fist, hitting the mountain demon's head hard. and then saw his fist completely penetrate the mountain demon's head like a battering ram. And the mountain demon naturally just died completely. Boom! The mountain monster's huge corpse fell heavily to the ground, then turned into dust and disappeared. At this moment, the entire atrium was dead silent. If the dead here would not turn into dust and disappear after being killed, what would be seen here now would probably be hundreds of corpses with miserable deaths. You are really amazing, Iron Warrior. It's okay. This is nothing. Duanmu Huai swung his war hammer. And then the two of them walked through the courtyard and continued forward. We're almost at Greg's location. As they walked through the corridor, Roger's expression became more and more solemn, and Duanmu Huai nodded. However, just as they walked through the corridor and were about to arrive in front of Greg's throne square, they stopped. The reason is very simple. That is, there is a person standing in front of them. To be exact, a woman. She was dressed quite wildly, and judging from the battle axe on her back, this woman should be a warrior. At this moment, this woman had her back to Duanmu Huai and Roger, looking down at a corpse at her feet. That should be a knight stationed in this castle. Be proud of yourself. You are indeed an excellent warrior. However, you followed the wrong person. Let it vanish with the wind and drift to a distant peak. After delivering a eulogy to the knight, the woman turned around and stared at Duanmu Huai and Roger. Ah, you guys don't look like Greg's accomplices. Technically, I was planning on getting in trouble with him. Duanmu Huai clenched the war hammer in his hand and answered, while the woman raised her eyebrows and smiled. That's really interesting. My name is Neferi Liu. Like you, I'm also a warrior. I came here because of my foster father's order. But having said that, this is really cruel. Damn, Greg. To do such a thing is not the behavior of a king at all. Having said this, the woman stared at Duanmu Huai and looked him up and down. If you intend to challenge Greg, then I will go with you. His evil deeds have tainted the wind, which is an unforgivable crime. Come if you want. Duanmu Huai nodded without any concern. That guy is dead anyway. After the female warrior joined, the group continued to move forward. Although there were some soldiers who tried to stop them along the way, they were smashed into pieces by Duanmu Huai. Soon, they arrived in front of the throne square. Across the street is where Greg is. Having said that, Roger sighed and sat down on the chair next to him. I'm sorry, both of you, but I can't go on with you any further. What's wrong? Duanmu Huai looked at Roger curiously and asked, and the latter smiled bitterly. To be honest, my body has been cursed. Half of my body is actually dead. Therefore, I cannot move for too long. As he spoke, Roger rolled up his trouser leg, and one of his legs looked like a rotten corpse, dry and without any signs of life. Seeing this scene, the female warrior's expression became slightly serious. Deadborn? Right. I'm sorry I kept this from you, but I have something important to do. Roger smiled at the two of them. Then he looked at Duanmu Huai. Sorry. It looks like I can only stop here for now. Are you okay on your own? Fortunately, thanks to you too, most of the soldiers in this castle have been eliminated. I can barely deal with the remaining ones. Next, I will continue to look for what I am looking for. And also, this Iron Warrior. Having said that, Roger thought for a moment. If you want to get more information, I suggest you go to the Ria Lucalia School of Magic in the north of this city. I heard that they have been following a law that is completely opposite to the Golden Law since a long time ago. If you want to find the Rune of Death, maybe you can find some clues there. As he spoke, Roger raised his head and looked upward. It's really interesting. The Golden Rule was very lenient in the past, and it could even accommodate completely opposite laws. Now that the Golden Rule is broken and distorted and must be repaired, I think this is very important. Roger sighed and looked at the two again. Then I will stay here and wish you two a safe return. Chapter 206 Greg. After passing through the last gate, Duanmu Huai finally arrived at the throne square. When he walked into the square, the first thing he saw was the endless tombstones around him, and a giant dragon that had been pierced and fallen to the ground dead. A man was kneeling in front of the dragon, muttering something to himself. My fellow dragon, your power is unquestionable. You can lead me to a higher level. As he spoke, the man reached out his hand and gently stroked the dragon's drooping head. Then, he seemed to notice the arrival of Duanmu Huai and the female warrior. The man slowly stood up, and his cloak fell off. Then, Duanmu Huai saw a scene he had never imagined. This man was about the same height as Duan Muhuai, with a sturdy build, pale skin, and a pure gold crown on his withered white hair. However, the most unimaginable thing was that from this man's arms to his shoulders, there were several arms of different sizes, and even 2 or 3 legs stuck in his legs. Is this a limb transplant? This is too ugly. Greg's height and build were similar to Duan Muhuai wearing power armor, and naturally, his limbs were much thicker than those of ordinary people. However, the limbs that Greg had grafted onto his body were all the size of ordinary people. This made him look more like a deformed person, as if his other limbs had shrunk and deformed. Anyway, what's the point of this limb graft? These arms are not the same size. It's not as good as the 1,000-armed Avalokitesvara. What's the point of grafting your hands except to disgust people? Are you cheating in the game of rock, paper, scissors? Etc. Looking at Greg like this, Duan Muhuai was suddenly stunned, and recalled the past. If he remembered correctly, Roger told him that during the Shattered War, this coward couldn't win. So he fled the royal city among the women. No. With your figure. How did you get in? Looking at Greg in front of him, who was almost as tall as him, Duan Muhuai was confused. He didn't react when Roger said it at first. But now when he saw Greg, he couldn't help but want to complain. With a height of only 2 meters and 5. How did he get away from the crowd of women without being discovered? Are all the women here this tall? It doesn't seem so. After silently glancing at the female warrior beside him, Duan Muhuai was completely speechless. Are all the soldiers blind? Greg. The female warrior drew out 2 battle axes, pointed them at Greg, and roared loudly. You have fallen completely, and are no longer worthy of being called a king. You have tainted the wind. You have committed an unforgivable crime. Die! Snort. Facing the female warrior's condemnation, Greg snorted coldly and slowly stood up. You are just a fated person. Yet you are so arrogant. As he spoke, Greg clenched the golden battle axe in his hand and slammed it heavily on the ground. Then he turned around and looked at the 2 of them. Kneel down. I am the Golden King. You. However, the moment Greg saw Duan Muhuai, his voice suddenly became distorted and quickly rose to an octave. What are you? When Greg saw Duan Muhuai, his face instantly became extremely ferocious and terrified. He staggered back, looking at Duan Muhuai in disbelief. Don't come over here. Don't come over here. This is my order. Don't come over here. Oh my God. What a weakling. Seeing Greg's reaction, Duan Muhuai was somewhat surprised. He certainly knew what was going on. The reason was very simple. Greg, who was facing the aura of fear head-on, was not able to control his will and went straight into a state of panic. No way. You are qualified to be a boss? Duan Muhuai was completely confused. Previously, the boss-level beings he encountered would basically pass the will test and then tremble for a round when fighting against him. But this was the first time that a boss went into a panic state without passing the will test. Wow. No wonder he knelt down and begged for mercy after being defeated. I guess his willpower is only in the single digits. Even the female warrior was a little confused at the moment and didn't know what Greg was trying to do. However, at this moment, Greg did a move that surprised both of them. He raised the golden battle axe in his right hand, which was almost as big as the thunder hammer, and chopped it directly at his left hand. What's going on? Was he so frightened that he hurt himself? Is there such a thing? Bang! The golden battle axe fell heavily, completely cutting off Greg's left hand. Then he raised his missing arm tremblingly, and turned to the dragon's corpse next to him. Mighty dragon, give me your power. However, before Greg could finish his words, the thunder hammer was through the air and hit Greg in the face, knocking him away. Come on! What show are you watching? Duan Muhuai, who had knocked Greg over with a hammer, roared at the female warrior and then rushed towards Greg. At this time, the female warrior also came to her senses, drew out 2 battle axes, and followed Duan Muhuai to rush towards the Golden King who was knocked out. You still want to humiliate me? At this moment, Greg stood up again and roared loudly. If it were an ordinary monster, this hammer would be enough to smash his head into pieces. It seems that although this Greg's willpower is very poor, his health as a boss is still above the passing line. No. I won't lose. I won't accept that kind of humiliation again. At this moment, Greg's eyes were red and his face was ferocious. He bared his teeth and roared at Duan Muhuai and the female warrior like a beast that was cornered. Then he raised his battle axe high and attacked the two of them. Clang! The golden battle axe and the thunder hammer collided with each other, making a heavy crash. Duan Mu Huai was as steady as a rock and did not move at all. But Greg's body trembled, and he took 2 or 3 steps back. However, soon, he roared again and attacked Duan Mu Huai. Wow! This is entering a frenzy. Looking at Greg with a ferocious and terrifying face in front of him, Duan Mu Huai secretly complained. The function of fear aura is to attack the will. If the will identification fails, the opponent will fall into panic state. The enemy in panic state will lose the fighting consciousness and run away desperately. However, this is not the end. The enemy in panic state will continue to be attacked by the fear aura. Once the will identification fails again, the panic state will be upgraded to frenzy state. In the game, enemies in frenzy state show attack plus 10%, defense minus 100%. Judging from Greg's situation in reality, he had clearly completely lost his mind due to fear, and was just attacking randomly. This kind of mad dog fighting style is naturally meaningless to Duan Mu Huai. Ah! Facing Greg, who was charging towards him, Duan Mu Huai casually swung his hammer and directly hit Greg's golden battle axe, knocking his axe off. Then he clenched his right fist, and when Greg lost his balance due to the axe being knocked off, he punched Greg in the face with his backhand. Oh! This punch naturally made Greg cry out in pain, and the female warrior took the opportunity to come in front of him, raised the battle axe in her hand high, and swung it down with force. Boom! Following the heavy blow from the female warrior's battle axe, Greg fell to his knees wailing. Before he could stand up again, the thunder axe in Duan Mu Huai's hand had already fallen down and hit him directly on the back of his head. Boom! Greg's head was smashed like a walnut by the full force of the thunder hammer, and then he fell to the ground, without a sound. Call. Seeing Greg fall to the ground, the female warrior breathed a sigh of relief. Then she put away her weapon in confusion. I never thought that Greg could be killed so easily. By the way, why did he cut off his left hand just now? Obviously, the female warrior thought that she would have a fierce battle with Greg, but she did not expect that this crazy king in the legend would be so rude. He went crazy and cut off her left hand without saying a word when they met, and then launched an almost crazy and irrational attack. This really made the female warrior unable to understand. Maybe he wants to do something to that dragon. Duan Mu Huai glanced speechlessly at the corpse of the giant dragon next to him. If it were in a game, this would probably be a cutscene, but reality obviously doesn't work like cutscenes. At this moment, suddenly, a golden light appeared from Greg's body, which had turned into ashes, and then it fell into Duan Mu Huai's body. Then, Duan Mu Huai felt a burning sensation on the back of his left hand, and when he looked down, he found that a badge consisting of 3 interlaced semicircles appeared above the gauntlet. At the same time, a system prompt appeared in front of him. Obtain Greek's Great Rune, uncharged. Great Rune. The Great Rune obtained by defeating the Fragment King has lost the power of grace. In the God-granting tower, it can regain power. I see. Seeing this, Duan Mu Huai suddenly realized. He still remembered that Miss Talina called those 2 fingers Mother Earth, which seemed to be the incarnation of God. The tower they went to before was the God-granted tower. From this point of view, it means that only those who have obtained the Great Rune can open the door of the God-granted tower and enter. No wonder I said to myself at that time, you are not qualified. You are not qualified. But now, I should be qualified. Chapter 207 Linea. After that, Duan Mu Huai returned to the Divine Tower again. This tall tower was sealed by a heavy stone door. Of course, it was no difficulty for Duan Mu Huai to push open the stone door. But when he walked up the stairs and reached the top of the tower again, a different scene appeared in front of him. The 2 fingers were still buried in the central ring at the top of the tower. But this time, between the 2 fingers, Duan Mu Huai saw a shining mark that was the same as the mark on the back of his hand. He walked forward, stretched out his hand to touch the mark, and soon, he saw that the mark suddenly shattered and turned into a golden light that merged into the back of Duan Mu Huai's hand. At the same time, Duan Mu Huai felt a warm current filling his body, and then a line of system prompts appeared in front of his eyes again. Greg's Great Rune activated. This Great Orion is called the center of gravity, and is located in the center of the Erden French ring. Not bad. Duan Mu Huai raised his eyebrows as he looked at the system introduction in front of him. A divine weapon with all attributes +5 was hard to come by even in the later stages of the game. He had never expected that he would get one directly. On the other hand, such a powerful divine weapon had a very weak owner. But, Greg. Gravely. Godwin. So the whole family has the surname Gu. I wonder if Gu is there. Thinking about an unimportant question in his mind, Duanmu Huai opened his property interface and took a look. It doesn't matter if other attributes are. The only thing he pays is Charm, 1, Locked, Communication -3 Fear Aura LV1. Well, it turns out that it still can't be changed. Except for Charm, which Duanmu Huai couldn't change due to his mumbling. All other attributes were increased. Strength increased from 21 to 26. Agility increased from 4 to 9. Constitution increased from 18 to 23. Intelligence increased from 18 to 23. And Perception increased from 8 to 13. According to the attack and defense calculation formula of the soul card, Duanmu Huai's current attack is equal to 26 points of strength plus 23 points of intelligence equals 49 equals 4 points of attack. 23 points of physique plus 9 points of agility equals 32 equals 3 points of defense. Well, it would be perfect if I could add some charm. But it's pretty good as it is now. However, for Duanmu Huai, the unexpected bonus also has unexpected benefits. Duanmu Huai stared at one of the attributes, and was silent for a moment. Unfortunately, the monsters in the world fragments do not add experience. So there is no way to upgrade. Otherwise, I could try that trick. Let's talk about it after we get out. However, just when Duanmu Huai was about to leave, something unexpected happened. He saw the two fingers that were originally there like dead people suddenly twitched. And then Duanmu Huai heard a faint scream, like a wailing. And the next moment, the two fingers just returned to the soil and disappeared without a trace. How is this going? Looking at the scene in front of him, Duanmu Huai frowned. I don't know why. He always had a bad hunch. After that, Duanmu Huai left Stonewall City and returned to the dilapidated cottage. Little Red Riding Hood was still sitting there quietly. Duanmu Huai originally thought that he would have to spend some time talking to her. But he did not expect that, after Little Red Riding Hood took the strange black ball in Duanmu Huai's hand, she seemed to understand something and burst into tears. Then, Xiaohong Hood seemed to think of something. She looked up and looked at Duanmu Locust. I want to change. Everyone. Believe me. Even if I can't do anything now, I think I can still do something in the future. Saying here, Xiaohong Hood stood up and lowered his head in Duanmu. Thank you, Iron Warrior. I will find my own way. After saying this, Little Red Riding Hood turned and left. Looking at her receding back, Duanmu Huai shrugged his shoulders. Then he retracted his gaze and looked at the other person, who was sitting next to Little Red Riding Hood. That person was the magician Roger. The latter noticed his gaze and greeted him with a smile. Ah, you're back. Judging from your appearance, you must have successfully defeated Greg and obtained the Great Rune? A weakling? Not worth mentioning. Duanmu Huai shook his head and walked to Roger. What about you? Did you find what you were looking for? I have found it. Roger smiled bitterly, then shook his head. But I paid some costs, but for me, this is also worth it. Having said this, Roger hesitated for a moment, then looked at Duanmu Huai again. I have something to ask of you, brave Iron Warrior. What's up? Remember the assassination night I told you about? In fact, just now, I found a clue. In the library of the Ria Lucalia School of Magic, there are clues about the cemetery of the Black Blade Assassin. If possible, can you help me go to the library and investigate? Perhaps we can find the Rune of Death through this. No problem at all. Hearing Roger's request, Duanmu Huai nodded immediately. In fact, when listening to Roger's story, Duanmu Huai had already set his sights on the Death Rune. It was just a pity that Roger didn't have any further clues at that time. Duanmu Huai originally planned to investigate it later. Now that Roger had a clue, he certainly wouldn't refuse. So, after confirming the direction from Roger, Duanmu Huai passed through Stonewall City again and continued to move forward. This area called Lianya is completely different from the previous one. Most of the area is submerged in water and looks like a large swamp. But for Duanmu Huai, the most disgusting thing here is, swoosh, a water arrow whizzed out and hit Duanmu Huai straight on his body. Its powerful impact even made Duanmu Huai tilt his body. Then he roared, and the jetpack behind him exploded again. taking Duan Mu Huai up and flying forward through the jungle. Then the warhammer in Duan Mu Huai's hand whizzed down and hit the back of a huge lobster that looked even bigger than a crocodile and was 4 or 5 meters long. Crack! The thick sh. I was completely shattered the moment it was hit. Before the lobster could do anything, Duan Mu Huai reached out and grabbed the shrimp thread from its back and pulled it hard, directly pulling out the shrimp thread full of filth. At the same time, the lobster fell heavily to the ground, motionless. Boom! However, before Duan Mu Huai could breathe a sigh of relief, the ground behind him suddenly rolled, and then a lobster quickly emerged from it, clamped Duan Mu Huai's body with its claws, and tried to cut it in half. But Duan Mu Huai was not to be trifled with. He roared, and threw the hammer in his hand directly forward, smashing the lobster's head to pieces in an instant. And the lobster trembled for a moment, and then turned into a corpse. I never thought lobsters could be so disgusting. Duan Mu Huai was also depressed as he looked at the lobster corpse in front of him. What disgusted him the most in this area were these huge lobsters that looked like they had been mutated by nuclear radiation. They usually hid in the soil and could not be seen at all. Once they found their prey, they would directly come out of the ground to attack. Even if you were far away from them, they would spray deadly water from their claws to attack. If Duan Mu Huai's power armor hadn't been strong enough, it would have been pierced by these damn lobsters. If Greg caught this thing's claw, it might be even harder to fight. And this lobster can't be eaten. Anyway, there's no need to cook it in such a big pot. Just when Duan Mu Huai shook his head and was about to move on, suddenly, a timid voice was heard. The one over there. The one over there. Hearing the voice, Duan Mu Huai turned his head and saw a figure waving at him in a pavilion not far away. Can you please come to me? Duan Mu Huai turned around and came to the pavilion, only to see a woman in a green robe and golden hair in the pavilion. She seemed to have a hunchback, and just stood there uneasily, looking at Duan Mu Huai pitifully. You want to talk to me about something? Hello. Meet for the first time. The woman bowed to Duan Mu Huai very respectfully and carefully, and then spoke. That's it. This warrior. I was ordered by the master's order, traveling, but I was attacked by hooligans. Can you ask you one thing? In fact, the hooligan took my important necklace. I want to ask you to help me get it back. Ah, of course. If you don't want, I will not force it. Where is he? There's a little hut not far ahead, and that's where he is. Oh well. Duan Mu Huai thought about it and nodded. It's on the way anyway, so just go over and take a look and you'll know. Following the direction the woman pointed, Duan Mu Huai strode forward again. Soon, he saw a dilapidated stone house in the middle of the swamp not far away. Not only that, just as Duan Mu Huai approached the stone house, he suddenly smelled a strong fragrance. This is the taste of crayfish. When Duan Mu Huai followed the smell, he saw a man wearing an iron helmet sitting at the door of the stone house, with cooked red shrimps in a pot next to him. Who are you? What do you want? When the man in the helmet saw Duan Mu Huai appear, he was also surprised. He quickly picked up his weapon and stared at him. I just wanted to see you for a bit. As he spoke, Duan Mu Huai pointed behind him. There is a lady over there, saying that you took her pendant, and I came to help her return. What? It turns out. Hearing Duan Mu Huai's answer, How Much Helmet Man relaxed his vigilance. He stared at Duan Mu Huai, showing a smile. You want that pendant? Well, this way. You should always show a little sincerity. Maybe I am willing to sell it to you? Sell it to me? I don't have any money. Then there's nothing we can do. Maybe you could give me the set of armor? I do have another suggestion. As he said, Duan Mu Huai walked in front of the man, and the latter stared nervously at Duan Mu Huai and clenched the weapon in his hand. What is it? How do you think about this? Duan Mu Huai glanced at the pot of red cooking next to him and swallowed. I have a way to make your pot of shrimp taste better. So let's make a deal. If I can make your pot of shrimp taste better, you will give me the pendant and treat me to shrimp. How about that? Chapter 208 Invitation. Hearing Duan Mu Huai's words, the man in the helmet stared at him in confusion. You're not trying to trick me into eating shrimp, are you? If I want it, I can just grab it. Duan Mu Huai stared at the pot shrimp in front of him. This contains my exclusive formula. Do you have a better way? Certainly. Duan Mu Huai nodded. Make sure you can eat coolly. What? Do you want to try? Hearing this, the helmet man thought for a moment. Well, I'd like to see how you do it. But by the way, if you dare to ruin my shrimp, I will never let you go. Even though I'm just a small thug, I'm not that easy to get rid of. Give me. Can you eat spicy? Sure. That's fine. As he spoke, Duanmuhui pulled out a bag of the bright red stuff from his pocket, tore it open, and poured it directly in. Then he took the big spoon next to him and started stirring it. As Duanmuhui moved, a spicy and fragrant smell came out, and when he smelled this smell, the helmet man's eyes suddenly changed. Hey, what did you put in there? Why does it smell so good? The spicy sauce is perfect for eating crayfish. Duanmuhui's mouth was full of saliva at this moment. What he put into the pot was nothing else but the base of spicy hot pot. This was something Duanmuhui got from the planet where the advanced destroyer was. Fortunately, this thing had a long shelf life and would not go bad. So Duanmuhui took it without hesitation. Although he was not very picky about food, the food processing in both the novice village and Manalia was too rough. Eating dried meat all day would make him tired. In this case, he might as well get some hot pot base and eat hot pot when he had nothing to do. Just after eating, I will hurt my butt. The spicy and fresh aroma became stronger and stronger, and the man in the helmet could no longer hold back his saliva. Hey, it's almost time. It should be better if it is a little more flavorful. Duanmuhui couldn't help it either. He took off his gauntlets and sat on the other side of the pot. Then the two looked at each other. There is no need to speak. Silence is better than words at this moment. The red spicy shrimps in front of me are already impatient. Well, let's get started. Duanmuhui picked up a lobster as he spoke, and the helmeted man opposite him couldn't wait to reach out and picked up a lobster and started peeling it. The shrimp at the entrance is extremely tender, and the slightly heavy spicy taste makes Duanmuhui seem to return to the night market to eat spicy crayfish. But this stuff is better than spicy crayfish. Looking at the lobster in his hand with satisfaction, Duanmuhui nodded. Although the crayfish was fresh and delicious, it was too small. It might be okay for ordinary people, but in Duanmuhui's hand, the spicy crayfish was almost as small as an earthworm. Duanmuhui's thick fingers were not able to peel the skin and pick out the threads. Every time he had to pay someone extra to help him peel the skin and send it to him. Otherwise he could only eat it directly. The shrimps cooked by the helmet man were larger in size. Although not as big as the lobsters that Duanmuhui had cooked before, they were not small either. They were just right in his hand. Finally, Duanmuhui also enjoyed the fun of peeling and picking the crayfish. The crayfish in his mouth was tender and juicy, without any fishy smell, and spicy and fresh, which made people's appetites open. It's a pity there were no drinks or beer. Otherwise it would have been perfect. The pot was not small, but the lobsters were also very big, so it didn't take long for all the lobsters in the pot to be eaten up. The man in the helmet leaned against the wall, feeling full and satisfied, and burped in satisfaction. That's great. I didn't expect you to have this ability. You won't take this pot of soup back, will you? Of course not. Well, after having this meal, I think I made a profit. As he said, the helmet man touched his arms, took out a necklace, and threw it into Duanmuhui's hand. Here, this is it. That woman was stupid, but it's good that she didn't die from being deceived. Thank you very much. Duanmuhui took the pendant, packed up again, and turned away. Hey, you will have a chance to eat together next time. The helmeted man greeted him from behind, and Duanmuhui waved when he heard his words. Next time. For sure. After that, Duanmuhui returned to the pavilion again, and the woman was indeed standing there with her eyes wide open, waiting for him. This is what you want. Duanmuhui handed over the necklace he had received from the helmeted man, and when the woman saw the necklace, she immediately smiled happily. Yes, this is indeed my necklace that was stolen. Thank you. You are really my benefactor. It's not so exaggerated. Just give back the necklace. And I also ate a meal. Oh, by the way, I haven't introduced myself yet. As the woman spoke, she looked at Duanmuhui embarrassedly. I am Leia, serving the master of the volcano mansion. Lady Tanis, it is my duty as a recruiter to invite those with heroic qualities to the mansion. While saying, Jia took a letter from his arms. Please accept this thing. What's this? Duanmuhui glanced at the letter in his hand and asked. This is an invitation from the volcano mansion. My lord, you are a hero. Please head towards the Yatan Plateau in the Golden Tree Land. Once your strength is proven, the Volcano Mansion will definitely formally invite you to become a hero and tribesman who fight side by side. Looking at this invitation letter, Duan Muhai was somewhat unsatisfactory. However, at this time, he suddenly remembered that when Adir contacted herself before, he once said that she was transmitted to a mansion in the volcano. Is it the volcanic official residence? Let me ask you something. Thinking of this, Duan Muhai looked at Leia and asked, have you ever seen a girl with long black hair and beautiful clothes? Ah, you mean Miss Odile? Leia was also a little surprised when she heard Duan Muhai's question. She suddenly appeared in the volcano residence and is currently being cared for by Lady Tanis. Ah, so you are the master she was talking about. Right. So if I go to volcano residence, can I see her? Certainly. Leia nodded. Please rest assured. Miss Odile is doing fine now. Nothing serious is wrong. Okay. I understand. Thank you. After learning about Odile's whereabouts, Duan Muhai was relieved. At least now, the location of one of them has been determined. Leia also told Duan Muhai in detail how to get to the Yatan Plateau, where the volcano residence is located. Although she said that the large elevator there has not been used for a long time and recommended Duan Muhai to go through the mine tunnel. For Duan Muhai, it is more convenient to climb the cliffs than to go into a cave where he can't even turn around. Duan Muhai chatted with Leia for a few more words, then said goodbye and left. After all, he had a lot of things to do next. In any case, after learning where Odile was, Duan Muhai felt a little more relieved. It's just a pity that other people still don't know where they are. Oja said that she was in a cave with a starry sky, which confused Duan Muhai and made no sense at all. Lorena only knew that she was in a white snowy plain with heavy snow falling everywhere, and there were tall giants walking back and forth outside, which made her even more confused. Bambi was the worst off. She was still trembling in the temple. Before, Bambi had released a bat to explore the situation, and she only knew that the temple was located on a piece of red land. There was a bridge in front, and there was a dragon on the bridge. That was all the information Bambi could provide. My dear, come and save me. This strange big guy is so scary. He goes crazy at any time. Bambi was about to cry. Unfortunately, Duan Muhai still didn't know where she was. But as long as we find a piece of red land, we should be able to find where she is. After saying goodbye to Leia, Duan Muhai continued to move forward and headed for the Magic Academy. Along the way, flooded and collapsed buildings can be seen everywhere. Duan Muhai doesn't know what happened here, but from what he can see now, it seems that a flood has raged through, except for the Magic Academy located on a high ground. No buildings below are spared. Just looking at the incomplete and broken building wreckage, you could almost guess this. For some reason, this layout reminded Duan Muhai of the Manalia Magic School. The layout there was similar to this one. The magic school was located at the highest point in the entire area. A long bridge connected it to the outside world, and the lower areas below were living areas such as towns. Are all magic schools in the universe like this? It was already late at night, and under the dim night sky, only the light of the golden tree was still shining. It was strange to say that there were 4 seasons, and day and night underground, and all this seemed to be caused by the golden tree. During the day, its light would be more dazzling, like the sun, and at night, its light would become dim, more like the night scene light in the city. At this moment, Duan Muhai withdrew his gaze, narrowed his eyes, and stared ahead. Duh. The sound of horse hooves could be heard. Under the moonlight light, a huge figure slowly appeared in front of Duan Muhai. It was a cavalryman wearing black armor, riding a tall horse, and the whole horse was wrapped in a black curtain, looking like a ghost. It stared at Duan Muhai, with a flash of murderous intent in its eyes. He comes with bad intentions. Duan Muhai laughed, grabbed the war hammer in his hand, and stared at the enemy in front of him. That's perfect. I ate too much just now. Let's use it for exercise after dinner. Chapter 209, Dog Catching Mouse. After doing some post-meal exercises, Duan Muhai came to the Ria Lucalia School of Magic. It has to be said that any place with the words Magic Academy in its name is usually very beautiful. This place is no exception. The towering and gorgeous building structure, the courtyard and hall with a bit of mystery, and the layout filled with books and scrolls give people the feeling of a palace of knowledge. And we'll love it here. Duanmu Huai could even imagine that if he came here, he would stare at this library with shining eyes and drool. Since it is a magic academy, there are naturally many wizards in it. But the way these wizards are dressed really makes Duanmu Huai speechless. Each of them wears a huge headgear on their head, like a cartoon character. What kind of custom is this? Duanmu Huai once took off the hoods of these wizards to look inside. He originally thought that these wizards wore this kind of thing because they had mutated or something after learning magic, such as their heads became as big as a bucket, or they had 4 eyes, or their heads were deformed into something that did not look like humans. So they had to wear this thing to cover their faces. However, the heads under the hoods were very normal, and there was no mutation or anything like that. Duanmu Huai could only guess whether it was a peculiar custom here. For example, the female students at Manalia's School of Magic would wear short skirts like those seen in anime, although it was quite pleasing to Duanmu Huai's eyes. But if he was asked to wear a hood like the ones in the Layla Lucalia School of Magic, then he would politely decline. But soon, Duanmu Huai immediately concentrated his mind, because he found out he didn't seem to be the first guest here. It seems that someone else has come here. Duanmu Huai frowned as he looked at the corpses of the mages in front of him. After passing through the main gate of the academy and entering the classroom building, he found that almost all the mages here had been killed, with only corpses lying on the ground. From the traces around, it was obvious that a fierce battle had taken place here, and it was not long ago. Bang! Ding ding ding! At this moment, Duanmu Huai keenly caught the sound coming from upstairs. His face sank slightly. Then he gripped the warhammer tightly and walked up the stairs. After walking through the corridors and classrooms and going up the stairs, Duanmu Huai soon arrived at a place similar to a conference hall. And then he saw 2 figures jumping up and down there. One of them was a giant red wolf, holding a lightsaber in its mouth, stalking its prey fiercely. The one being chased by the red wolf was... What? Why are you chasing me? I'm not delicious. Milfy screamed and jumped up and down. At this moment, she fully demonstrated her sensitivity as a member of the Spirit Rat clan. She simply went into any hole that was available. However, the red wolf did not seem to intend to let go of the prey in front of it and kept chasing her. It's really nostalgic. Seeing this scene, Duanmu Huai couldn't help but sigh. This was really like the scene in the Tom and Jerry animation where Tom and Jerry were chasing each other in the house, making the whole house a mess. Well, it was almost the same as the scene now. It's a pity that there won't be a black maid coming to beat Tom up. Ah, Sir Knight. At this moment, Milfy, who was being chased by the red wolf and had no way out, also noticed Duanmu Huai standing at the door and immediately shouted, "Please help me!" Roar! Hearing Milfy's cry, the red wolf immediately turned around and stared at Duanmu Huai. Perhaps it realized that Duanmu Huai posed a greater threat than Milfy. The red wolf turned around without hesitation and pounced towards Duanmu Huai with a roar. At the same time, a magic circle appeared behind it, and several lightsabers emerged from it and shot towards Duanmu Huai. Wow! It's worthy of being a magic school. Even dogs can use magic. Seeing this scene, Duanmu Huai was also a little surprised. But he didn't care. He walked straight forward and completely ignored the lightsaber flying towards him, and smashed down the red wolf in front of him. It hit the red wolf's waist directly, and the next moment the red wolf wailed and fell to the ground. As the saying goes, wolves are animals with copper heads, iron tails and tofu waists. Now it seems that wolves with magic are no exception. Duanmu Huai's hammer directly broke the wolf's lumbar vertebrae, completely paralyzing it. Before the red wolf could turn its head to bite, he reached out and grabbed the red wolf's head, then twisted it hard and twisted the red wolf's head off. The red wolf, without a head, collapsed to the ground and was motionless. Looking at the red wolf head in his hand, Duanmu Huai narrowed his eyes. For some reason, he found that he seemed to instinctively prefer to pull out the enemy's head during the battle. There shouldn't be any influence of some evil gods involved. Thank you, Sir Knight. At this moment, Milfy came to Duanmu Huai with sweat all over her forehead to thank him, and then sat down on the ground. From her appearance, Milfy was obviously very tired. What's going on? Why are you here? I do not know either. Milfy also cried to Duanmu Huai. Like other girls, she was also teleported away before. When Milfy came to her senses, she found herself in this magic academy. At first, Milfy wanted to find someone to communicate with, But she didn't expect that everyone in the Magic Academy was like a madman. When they saw Milphie, they tried to kill her. Milphie had no choice but to fight back. The corpses that Duanmu Huai saw before were Milphie's masterpieces. Milphie is just a small spirit rat, without any special power. But her petite body makes her more suitable for stealth to conceal her identity. Well, it should be said that rats are rats. And spirit rats are no exception. With the help of her petite body, Milphie avoided those weird magicians. She originally wanted to look around the Magic Academy to see if she could find the Forest Princess or other people. But after arriving at this place, Milphie was caught by the Red Wolf. The other party had a keen sense of smell and could use magic. So Milphie couldn't escape at all. She was chased so hard that she couldn't even scream for help. If Duanmu Huai hadn't arrived in time, she would probably have been exhausted to death. It's really like a dog trying to catch a mouse and meddling in other people's business. It's a pity that Milphie didn't know this proverb. Sir Knight, do you know where Her Royal Highness the Princess is? I'm not sure either. I hope she's okay. In response to Milphie's question, Duanmu Huai shook his head. He didn't know where Ms. Trina was teleported to. But the princess seemed to be very active, which gave Duanmu Huai a headache. What if she was driven by curiosity and did something troublesome? That would be really troublesome. In short, I want to continue to explore inward. Come with me. Okay. The two rested for a while, and then continued to move forward. According to Milphie, she had searched most places during this period, but unfortunately, she didn't find anyone else. There was only one place Milphie hadn't been to, which was the big library at the top, because the passage to there was blocked, and there were many enemies around. Milphie couldn't hide from them at all. But now, with Duanmu Huai, these problems are naturally no longer a problem. After passing through the atrium and corridor, the two of them boarded the large elevator at the end and arrived at the top floor. Duanmu Huai reached out and slowly pushed open the heavy door. Then he walked in with Milphie. The entire library was dark, and there seemed to be no smoking. The two walked forward like this. Then, puff! With a slight sound, Duanmu Huai stopped walking, lowered his head, and looked down to see a headless body lying at his feet. It seemed that Duanmu Huai accidentally stepped on this poor guy when he was walking. Wrong. My lord knight. Something seems to be wrong. Sitting on Duanmu Huai's shoulder, Milphie spoke uneasily. At the same time, in front of the two of them, in the originally dim library, candlelight lit up, and a group of very young mage apprentices were seen lying on the ground, holding candlesticks, staring at the two with cold smiles, like the living dead without any emotions. Then, a ray of light flashed, and then Duanmu Huai saw a tall woman holding amber, slowly falling from the sky. Ah, my lovely children, are you all awake? I have prepared a lot of candlesticks and books, the woman whispered to himself, and then she looked at Duanmu Huai, and a touch of glory flashed in her eyes. Do you want to be my children too? Come on. I will make you good children. Sir Knight, this woman is so weird. I noticed that too. Be careful. Almost in an instant, Duanmu Huai suddenly jumped back, and then he saw a huge chandelier falling from the sky and landing where Duanmu Huai had just stood. It is obvious that the other party has ill intentions. There's no other choice but to kill her. Duanmu Huai gritted his teeth, then clenched his hammer and jumped up, hitting the woman floating in the air with all his strength. However, what Duanmu Huai didn't expect was that just when he was about to hit the woman, a golden barrier suddenly appeared, wrapping the woman up completely. And the thunder hammer that Duanmu Huai smashed on the barrier did not cause any damage to her at all, but was directly shaken away. How is this going? However, before Duanmu Huai could come up with a solution, an even more troublesome scene appeared. The magic apprentices who were lying on the ground and looked like they were paralyzed also attacked him and Milphie. They chanted nursery rhymes and waved their staffs and candlesticks. Under the actions of these apprentices, books flew past and hit Duanmu Huai. At the same time, jets of flames erupted and rushed towards the two of them. It's so annoying. Go to H.L. Duanmu Huai roared, and the thunder hammer waved on his hand, smashing directly on the ground. And then the shining thunder burst out, instantly turned the large apprentices in front of him into black charcoal burst. But then, a scene that the two did not expect occurred. Ah, my children. Looking at the apprentices on the ground, who were burned to charcoal by Duanmu Huai, the woman floating in the air sighed. However, along with her sigh, golden light descended from the sky and enveloped the charred corpses. Then, under the shining light, the apprentices who were supposed to be killed were resurrected again. Come on, dear child. It's time to be born again. Seeing this scene, both Duan Mu Huai and Milfi were stunned. Boss is invincible. Will you resurrect the soldiers? How do I fight this? Chapter 210 Full Moon Queen. How is this guy going to fight? Duan Mu Huai waved the war hammer again and bombarded the apprentice in front of him, and then looked helplessly at the woman suspended in the air. Although Duan Mu Huai also thought about whether to bomb this tower directly. Unfortunately, he couldn't explode. After all, he had to find a clue about the Black Knife Cemetery from here. It's really troublesome. How should this thing be dealt with? Duan Mu Huai couldn't help complaining at the moment. And when he heard his complaints, Milfi thought for a moment, and then shone. Will it be related to the song they sang? You mean this song? Hearing what Milfi said, Duan Mu Huai frowned. Indeed, from the beginning of the battle until now, these guys lying on the ground like snails without ls have been singing. Either this boss has an obsessive-compulsive disorder that requires BGM to play during the battle, or this song has some special function. However, I can't find anyone to sing. The entire library is divided into 2 rings, the inner and outer rings, and is very wide. Although Duan Mu Huai can easily catch all the apprentices in the inner ring, it will take some effort to deal with those in the outer ring. Moreover, he himself is not good at skills like locating by sound. In addition, this group of apprentices are now breathing fire, flying books, laughing, and singing, so he can't tell who is singing and who is laughing. Leave it to me. I can do it. At this moment, Milfi said voluntarily, and then she jumped directly from Duan Mu Huai. And then Duan Mu Huai saw her fast through the gap between the crowd and galloping forward. As a member of the Spirit Rat clan, Milfi's speed and agility are naturally beyond reproach. Although her body is as small as a doll, those apprentices who can only crawl on the ground with their hands obviously cannot keep up with her movements. Milfi quickly passed through the crowd and came in front of an apprentice. Then she shouted, and the rapier in her hand suddenly stabbed forward, directly piercing the apprentice's throat. For a moment, the singing seemed to be much smaller, and Milfi turned around immediately after a hit and ran towards the other side. That's really amazing. Looking at Milfi's flexible figure, Duan Mu Huai couldn't help but sigh. In fact, he was somewhat envious of those who were naturally flexible and fast. But from Duan Mu Huai's personal experience, resistance to attack was still the most effective. No matter how fast you run or how agile your reactions are, you'll be dead if you get hit without defense. The same is true in the game. At the beginning, Duan Mu Huai's character's reaction was not high, and he was often played around by some sensitive characters during PK. To deal with such people, Duan Mu Huai's methods were simple. Directly explode, use the entire map into ruins, and it is useless to run. Of course, it is useful sometimes. For example, now, click. The singing faded away again, and at the same time, a crack suddenly appeared on the golden sphere outside the woman's body. Seeing this scene, Duan Mu Huai's eyes also fixed. It is true. Thinking of this, Duan Mu Huai ignored the attacks from the apprentices around him, jumped up again, and swung the hammer in his hand vigorously. Unfortunately, although the circular barrier seemed to have been destroyed, it was still extremely solid and blocked Duan Mu Huai's attack. However, this also meant that Milfi's idea was correct. As long as these guys stopped singing, this woman would not be able to hide in this sphere anymore. Suddenly, at this moment, it seemed to be weak as if to adjust the sound to the lowest singing sound. At the same time, with a sorrow, the golden ball covering the woman's body was completely broken. And at the same time, the woman fell to the ground. Good chance. Seeing this scene, Duan Mu Huai immediately became excited. He raised the war hammer in his hand, rushed to the woman, and smashed it hard at her, as if she instinctively sensed the danger. The woman desperately stretched out her arms to block herself. The next moment, Duan Mu Huai's hammer hit the woman's arm heavily, accompanied by thunder and lightning. The apprentices around her were instantly burned to charcoal. At the same time, the woman wailed and flew backwards, hitting the wall next to her. Next, the final blow. Duan Mu Huai jumped up, gripped the warhammer tightly, and hit the woman hard again. Call! At this moment, suddenly, the amber in the woman's arm suddenly rose up, emitting a dark aura, and rushed towards Duan Mu Huai. Then Duanmu Huai felt a strong impact coming towards him, pushing him away. When he fell to the ground again, he saw that the dark power had turned into a thick, dark cloud-like existence. Then, another voice sounded. I declare in the name of the witch Lani, do not disturb my mother's deep sleep. Along with this voice, the dark mist gradually spread. And then, a figure who looked exactly like the woman, but shining like a ghost, appeared in front of Duanmu Huai. She held a staff in her hand, and slowly pointed it at Duanmu Huai. At the same time, the dark mist almost swallowed up the entire library. Sinner, let the story be passed down to future generations. This is the last queen of Kalia, the full moon Rhaenyra, who is like the embodiment of the elegant knight. In an instant, the world turned upside down. The original library had completely disappeared without a trace. What appeared in front of Duanmu Huai at this moment was only the strange scene of water and sky merging into one, and a full moon hanging high in the sky. Where is this place? What should we do now? At this moment, Milfi also ran back, looking at the drastically changed scenery in front of him in surprise, with a confused look on his face. Anyway, just hit it, and it'll be done. Although Duanmu Huai had no idea what the incarnation of the last queen of Kalia was, since the opponent no longer had the cheating invincible barrier, he would just start fighting. Just when Duanmu Huai was about to rush forward again, he saw the woman raising the staff in her hand and pointing it at him. Then, streams of blue magic power condensed in it. At the same time, Duanmu Huai's helmet quickly issued a rapid alarm sound. Alarm, high energy reaction detected. Damn. No way. Duanmu Huai was also shocked when he saw the flashing alarm signal in the helmet. At this moment, he had no time to think about it, and hurriedly lay down on the ground. At the same time, a powerful torrent of magic power roared past Duanmu Huai's head and disappeared into the darkness in the distance. Shit! Are you kidding me? Duanmu Huai was stunned by the scene. He knew that his power armor was not ordinary, and ordinary attacks could not break through it. However, this magic actually triggered a high-energy alarm, which meant that the magic power released by the woman just now was comparable to the light spear? What kind of monster is this? At this moment Duanmu Huai suddenly became nervous. He jumped up quickly. At this moment, the woman aimed at Duanmu Huai again and tried to cast magic. Duanmu Huai's reaction was not slow. When he saw the woman raising her staff, he hurriedly threw out his war hammer and smashed it at the woman. Boom! The thunder hammer hit the woman heavily, causing her body to tilt suddenly. The magic that she originally wanted to release was also cancelled at this moment. Very good. Seeing this scene, Duanmu Huai was delighted. If the opponent could fight and resist, then this would probably be a tough battle. However, now it seems that this woman should be a typical high attack and paper defense mage. Then, it will be much easier to deal with. Thinking of this, Duanmu Huai no longer hesitated and rushed over. At the same time, Duanmu Huai pulled out the chainsaw sword from behind and swung it at the woman. Buzz! The rotating chainsaw sword split the woman's shoulder directly from top to bottom and penetrated deeply into her body. At this moment, the woman had completely lost the ability to resist. The next moment, her body suddenly exploded and disappeared into the night sky. At the same time, a voice sounded quietly. Ah! Lani, my lovely daughter. Go into the night that belongs to you. Along with this low moan, a golden light emerged again from the woman's exploding body and fell on the back of Duanmu Huai's hand. At the same time, a system prompt appeared in front of Duanmu Huai. The Great Rune of the Unborn has been obtained. Great Rune of the Unborn, obtained by defeating the full moon queen Rhaenyra. A great rune owned by a demigod who was never born. At the same time, the unusual scenery slowly disappeared, and the two returned to the library again. At this moment, the woman was still sitting quietly in the center of the library, holding the amber egg in her arms. It seemed that the one who was defeated before was not her, but more like an avatar or something like that created by her power. Perhaps because the great rune was taken away by Duanmu Huai. The apprentices who were originally immortal were no longer around the woman, and the woman herself just sat there, muttering to herself as she looked at the amber egg in her arms. My dear children, where have you been? Stop playing hide and seek, and come out quickly. I've prepared lots of books and lights. Come out quickly, or have you turned into tombstones again? Are you about to be born? Sir Knight, I feel sorry for her. Please don't deal with her. Looking at the woman in front of him, Milphie whispered to Duanmu Huai. Indeed, the woman in front of him looked like an insane mother who loved her child. Looking at the woman in front of him, Duanmu Huai looked at the mark on the back of his hand again. Someone who was never born. Forget it. Let her go. Thinking of this, Duanmu Huai shook his head and then walked forward. Perhaps sensing Duanmu Huai's presence, the woman slowly raised her head and stared at him. There was no expression in her eyes, as if she was immersed in some illusion. I want to know the information about the Black Knife Cemetery. Do you know where the Black Knife Cemetery is? Hearing Duanmu Huai's question, the woman was silent for a moment, then nodded. Of course, my child. As she spoke, the woman stretched out her hand, and as she moved, a book flew out from the bookshelf, landed in front of Duanmu Huai, and slowly opened. Seeing the contents inside, Duanmu Huai was silent for a moment, then took the book and nodded to the woman. Thanks. You're welcome, my child. After saying this, the woman lowered her head again and patted the amber in her hand as if coaxing a baby. What on earth did she go through? Looking at the woman like this, Milphie said with some concern, while Duanmu Huai shook his head. Whatever it was, it's beyond our reach. After saying this, Duanmu Huai turned around and walked towards the gate. Okay, let's get out of here. Chapter 211 Which, after obtaining detailed information, Duanmu Huai naturally found the Black Knife Cemetery quickly, and found a black blade engraved with some kind of mark in it. Then he returned to the wooden house and handed the black blade to Roger. This, looking at the black blade handed over by Duanmu Huai, Roger could not hide his surprise. Could this be the black knife mark? I never thought you would get it. As he spoke, Roger stroked the strangely shaped black blade. Is there any way to find the death rune? Staring at Roger, Duanmu Huai asked, and Roger nodded. To inject the power of the death rune, even though it is just a fragment, it still requires a ceremony of a certain scale, and the mark of the ceremony will definitely leave traces of the leader. As he spoke, Roger stretched out his hand and placed it on the sharp blade, and then a light flashed in his eyes. Found it. I already know the identity of the leader of the ritual, the mastermind of the night of conspiracy, Princess Lonnie of the Moon, one of the children born to King Radagon and his first wife, Rhaenyra. Her name is hidden in the mark. Now it is certain that she was the one who led the night of conspiracy. But I don't know why she did it. Lonnie. Yes, since this princess is the mastermind of the conspiracy night, she must have a curse mark of doomed death in her body. She lives in the magic tower behind the Kalia Castle, north of the academy. That is the hometown of the Kalia royal family. Lonnie's hometown. I think she should be there. After getting clues from Roger, Duanmu Huai and Milphie set out again and headed for Kalia Castle. But, Sir Knight? The Moon Princess he was talking about. Could it be? Yeah. I know. It looks like this meeting isn't going to be very friendly. Facing Milphie's words, Duanmu Huai also looked helpless. Although they still didn't know the situation here, Duanmu Huai had already figured out the relationship between several people. Obviously, the woman named Rhaenyra, who lived in the Layla Lucalia School of Magic, was Lonnie's mother. Now, they rushed to her mother's house and beat her up. No matter how they thought about it, the princess would not look at them well. As for the relationship between Lonnie and her mother, there is no need to think about it. After all, in the second stage, Lonnie even used magic to create an incarnation of the queen to try to stop Duanmu Huai. This shows that the relationship between the two must be very good. So the question is, what would a daughter think when she saw her mother, who had become mentally ill because of the loss of her child, being beaten up by a stranger who broke into her home? I think it's good that she didn't just throw us out. Milphie sighed helplessly, while Duanmu Huai sighed. Look at it from a bright side. At least we didn't kill her. How can this at least show our goodwill? No. 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 My lord knight. You didn't show any kindness when you beat her. What can I do? I didn't expect it to be like this at that time. Although Duanmu Huai was very regretful. Unfortunately, there was no medicine for regret for him. So he could only bite the bullet and come to the high tower behind the Kalia Castle, where Duanmu Huai and Milphie also met the legendary Moon Princess Lonnie. Oh, it's you guys. Sitting on the chair is a petite and cute girl. She wears a big white hat and a white robe. Although on the surface she looks no different from a living person. From the 4 arms stretched out from her wide sleeves and the puppet limbs under the robe, It can be seen that Lonnie in front of him is just a puppet like Ojas. But at this moment, she was staring at Duanmuhui, and it was obvious that she had no good feelings towards him. What do you want by coming here? A stranger? I shouldn't have sent you an invitation. Do you want to defeat me and take my power like you did to my mother? Well, hearing the sarcasm in Lonnie's words, Duanmuhui was speechless for a moment. No matter what, he couldn't get away with breaking into someone else's house and beating up someone's mother. Regarding this matter, I can only say sorry. I didn't mean it. Of course, I also know that it's useless to say these now. After all, the person has been beaten. If an apology is useful, why do we need the police? Don't you think so? Although Duanmuhui himself is the judge, he is not afraid of this. Having said this, Duanmuhui stared at Lonnie. I came here just to find clues about the death rune. Ah. Hearing Duanmuhui's words, Lonnie's eyes became even colder. It seems that you have really investigated a lot of things. Yes, I am the witch Lonnie. I once stole part of the death rune. And then through a ritual, I turned it into a black knife for killing Godwin. This is indeed what I did. I know why you are here. But what you are looking for is not here. I have killed and abandoned the body I was born with, and the curse mark of the death rune is engraved on that body. So, where is the body? Snort. In response to Duanmuhui's question, Lonnie snorted. Why do I have to tell you? I don't hide my past. And I don't regret it. But I'm not happy to give alms to people just because they beg. The curse mark you're looking for is not here. So I've said everything. Now, leave here. Well, hearing Lonnie's ruthless expulsion, Milfy was a little uneasy, and Duanmuhui shook his head helplessly. If this were in the game, the NPC's reputation would at least be a cold start, and it would be good if it didn't become hostile. But even so, he would not retreat like this. After all, for Duanmuhui, the death rune is one of the things he wants to find the most. Sorry, I have to get the death rune. Oh, so what are you going to do? Lonnie raised her head and stared at Duanmuhui. You want to use brute force to make me surrender? Like you did to my mother? It's fine if you want to do that. But the power of the witch Lonnie can't be defeated so easily. As she spoke, Lonnie slowly raised her finger, and a dazzling light began to emerge from her fingertips. A star-like light appeared around Lonnie, and a surging magical aura surged up and spread to the surroundings. It was obvious that this was the rhythm of a war that would start if they disagreed. That was not what I meant. Sensing the magical aura surrounding Lonnie, Duanmuhui hurriedly raised his hand. If it were normal, he would have just hit her. But unfortunately Duanmuhui had just beaten up someone's mother before, so he was not justified. So when facing Lonnie this time, he still had to negotiate. I know very well that there is no such thing as a free lunch, and I don't expect you to agree to my conditions just by asking. So can we make a deal? What deal? If there is anything you need me to do, I can help you with it. Instead, I hope you can tell me where the curse mark is. How about it? After hearing Duanmuhui's proposal, Lonnie was silent for a moment. I do have some things that I need someone to do for me. But, can you trust someone like you who has no loyalty at all? Trust is not a prerequisite for our transactions. Duanmuhui shook his head. It's true that I won't show you loyalty and trust. But as a deal, our interests are aligned. I help you do things, and you pay me, and I think that's enough. As he spoke, Duanmuhui stared at Lonnie. This was his final compromise. Giving up was not impossible. If the judge liked something, you had to give it to him whether you wanted to or not. If Lonnie still chose to refuse, Duanmuhui would have to convince her with reason, even if it was unreasonable. It's not loyalty. It's a transaction. Hearing this, Lonnie stared at Duanmuhui, thought for a long time, and then nodded. All right. I don't mind such straightforward relationships. Besides, if it was my doing that brought you here, this is also a kind of fate. Okay. I allow you to do things for me. First, I want you to go to the eternal city of Naklonin and meet up with a half-wolf warrior named Blaze to find the secret treasure hidden in the eternal city. As for the details, you can ask him after you arrive at the eternal city. I have written the entrance location on this map. As she spoke, Lonnie waved her hand, and then a map fell into Duanmuhui's hands. Okay, you can go now. I hope you can bring good news next time. After saying this, Lonnie closed her eyes, obviously not intending to pay any more attention to the two of them. Although the process was not smooth, Dwanmu Huai did get further clues about the death rune. As for Lanipian's own mission, it didn't matter to Dwanmu Huai. After all, isn't this the case with chain quests every time players play the game? To get A, go find B, and then B will give you tasks C to E. After completing them, B will ask you to find F to get the key to open the door. And then F will say that the key was stolen by G. MMP. If this happened in real life, I would beat someone up. Of course. If it was the charming little lowly character that Dwanmu Huai created in the game, she would probably be able to get Lonnie to speak just by acting cute and coquettish. Unfortunately, what lies before my eyes is a charm one. There's no hope. Just do the mission. Chapter 212 Ojus's Adventure. How long has it been since then? Ojus opened her eyes and looked at the night sky in front of her. It was so magical here. She could clearly see the stalactites above the underground cave. But the entire dome was covered by a shining starry sky. At first glance, it seemed as if the entire city was shrouded in night. The master hasn't come yet. Ajis thought of this and shook her head slightly. It was not that she had not thought about asking Dwanmu Huai where he was. But in the end Ajis did not take the initiative to contact Dwanmu Huai. After all, she knew that this matter could not be rushed. No matter where the master was, Ajis believed that he would come to pick her up. All she can do now is to explore this place and provide as much information as possible to her master. However, when Ojus came to this city completely enveloped in the darkness of the night, she was still a little surprised. What on earth is this place? Ojus walked along the street and looked in both directions. She saw street lamps emitting faint light and magnificent and elegant tall buildings on both sides of the street. But there was no one in the whole city. It looked as if the city was completely dead and without any breath of life. Gulp. However, just as Ojus reached the first intersection, suddenly, a black shadow fell from the sky and landed in front of Ojus. It was a strange metallic liquid object that looked like a silver glutinous rice dumpling, which kept squirming. Ojus stared at the glutinous rice dumpling in front of her, and slowly stepped back. At the same time, she raised her right hand and stared at the other party vigilantly. Then, under Ojus's gaze, the metal sphere in front of her eyes began to expand, twist, and deform, stretching like melted liquid, and gradually changed into another form. The girl with silver-white twin ponytails and wearing a black dress was Ojus herself. Seeing this scene, Ojus was obviously a little surprised, and the other party also stared at her, then slowly spoke. "Why are you here?" Ojus did not speak, although the Ojus on the other side had the same voice as her own. It did not mean that she was herself. Not to mention that Ojus had witnessed her transformation with her own eyes. Naturally, she had guessed that this monster might have the ability to simulate the appearance of others. However, the other party didn't seem to care what Ojus was thinking. She just continued talking to herself. "You got separated from your master. So you came here. So, what do you want to gain? Why did you come here?" "It's simple. Because you were abandoned by your master." Swish. As soon as the other party finished speaking, Ojus's eyes condensed, and she swung her right hand. The shining silk thread quickly passed through and cut the self in front of her into pieces. However, this move seemed to have no effect on her at all. Soon, the cut body merged into one again and restored its previous appearance. "Why did you attack me?" "Because I'm angry." "Angry?" Hearing Ojus's answer, the other party tilted his head in confusion. "Why do you, as a puppet, have such unnecessary emotions?" This time, Ojus was stunned and did not answer. "You're just a puppet. Just like me." The other person pointed at Ojus and then at himself. "Dolls have no feelings. And they don't need souls. We are just tools for our masters. As long as our masters need us, we will fight for them. If our masters don't need us, we will just be objects thrown aside. Objects don't need self-awareness, let alone autonomous actions. Why do we have to do such meaningless actions when we only need to wait quietly?" It's not like that." Ojus gritted her teeth. The other party's words made her feel a little anxious. She certainly understood the responsibilities of the puppet. "But, my father created me so that I could have a soul and a heart. In other words, you are still like a puppet, following the orders of your creator? Why?" Hearing this, Ojus was stunned for a moment. Then, deep in her heart, a strange feeling arose for no reason, making her tremble. "No, I'm not. This is not my father's order. This is my father's expectation." Expectation? Hope, Desire, in the final analysis, is just to make the other party do what you say. Isn't this the value of being ordered? That's not true. I also want to understand human emotions. I also have a soul. Ojas finally couldn't help but yelling. The strange feeling seemed to have bound her soul at this moment. And now it turned into a torrent and burst out of her mouth. Even Ojas herself was shocked after yelling. And she seemed to be completely unaware that she would actually speak so loudly. Understanding human emotions? What's the point of that? However, Ojas on the opposite side just tilted her head and stared at her in confusion. You can't turn into a human anyway. Can you? The other party's words were like a spear, piercing through Ojas's heart. Her legs softened and she fell to the ground. Those ruthless words seemed to have stripped Ojas of the deepest secrets in her heart, making her feel that she had lost all her strength. As if everything was out of her control. And even the world in front of her began to become dim. That's right. This was fear. However, even so, the words of Ojas in front of her still reached her ears clearly. You should understand that no matter how you imitate others, you are just a puppet in the end. You can't feel warmth, let alone pain. When other girls snuggle up to their masters to feel the warmth, what can you feel? To you, this is all meaningless. Isn't it? Shut up. We are puppets, not humans. Ojas took off her outer clothes, revealing her inner body, which was a puppet's body made of wood and connected by joints. It's just a prop formed by a combination of mechanisms. Not a living being. Shut up. Props should be like props. Pursuing soul in life is completely putting the cart before the horse. Shut up. Ojas roared and leaped up. At the same time, the puppet silk threads in her hand began to twist and turn, forming weapons, including sharp blades and spears, under Ojas's control. These weapons made of puppet silk threads flashed and rushed towards the other self on the opposite side. However, at the moment when these weapons were about to pierce the enemy's body, they stopped involuntarily. It was not until this time that Ojas discovered that invisible silk threads extended from all directions, restraining her weapons. You haven't forgotten that I am you too. The Ojas on the opposite side raised her head. Her eyes were expressionless, but it made Ojas feel her heart tighten. She quickly jumped up and jumped back. The next moment, an invisible sharp blade swept across the ground where Ojas was standing, completely cutting the originally solid ground and turning it into fragments. Do you still remember Jiawei? How are you different from her now? Don't you know the end of a puppet that is consumed by emotions, runs away, and is ultimately destroyed? I won't become like Jiawei. Ojas manipulated the silk threads again to form a barrier on all sides of herself, blocking the attack from the opposite side. At the same time, she gritted her teeth and roared in a low voice. Really? Look at you now. You are out of control because of anger and fear. What's the difference between you and Jiawei? Once your master abandons you, you will just become another Jiawei. That's not the case. Although Ojas wanted to refute, the words that came out of her mouth were so weak. If I had the same experience as Jiawei, would I become like her? After this question emerged from the depths of Ojas' heart, it immediately lingered, like an invisible nightmare, entangled her. This also slowed down Ojas's movements. When she came to her senses, a strong impact rushed towards her. Ojas groaned and then flew backwards. Her petite body slid all the way across the street and then fell directly into the abyss. At this critical moment, Ojas instinctively reached out and grabbed the gravel in front of her. Then, she watched as another Ojas slowly walked up to her and lowered her head to look at her. Look! This is the weakness of emotions. If you were just a fighting machine, you would only need to think about how to defeat me. But you didn't. Because of those extra emotions, your judgment and reaction were disturbed. So you ended up like this. Faced with the words of her other self, Ojas remained silent. How is it? Do you have anything else to say? I see. That's what I was thinking. Along with these words, several cold lights flashed from the body of another Ojas. And then it was cut into pieces again. Then Ojas jumped up and stood firmly on the ground again, staring at herself, who was squirming and twisting and condensing again. I once read in a book that the person we know best and least is often ourselves. I didn't understand the meaning of this sentence at first. Thank you for teaching me this lesson. As she spoke, Ojas stretched out her hand and placed it on her chest. I see. When the secret hidden in my heart is revealed, I feel so sad and angry. This feeling of tearing my heart and lungs apart is pain and sadness. Perhaps I can finally understand how Jiawei feels. Having said this, Otis looked at the other party. Thank you. I have always wanted to talk to Jiawei. But I feel that I don't understand Jiawei's feelings and her true thoughts. As you said, tools don't need feelings. Even if I have learned to have feelings, I still can't understand why Jiawei made such a choice. Until I felt all of this. I don't understand. At this moment, the other version of Otis opposite her returned to her original state and stared at her. I can't understand why you can still be so calm at this time. It's very simple. Just as he finished speaking, suddenly, Otis on the opposite side was pulled up suddenly. Her body suspended in the air. And Otis stretched out the 5 fingers of her right hand. And the silk thread emerging from her fingertips tightly wrapped around the enemy's body. As you said, although I have learned to have emotions, but I am still a puppet. Otis's eyes became cold and lifeless at this moment. For puppets, destroying the enemy is always the first priority. Chapter 213, Beast Temple. What? Dependence? A small black bat swooped down on him, grabbed Duanmu Huai's face with one claw, and pounced directly on his head. Come and save me! Come and save me! Okay. I get it. Don't worry. Helplessly reaching out his hand to take away the little bat that flew onto his face, Duanmu Huai spoke with a wry smile. The mission to find the secret treasure in the Eternal City was not as simple as Duanmu Huai had thought. When he went deeper according to the map given by Lani, he discovered that there was a huge underground cave underneath. Not only that, there was also a shining starry sky in this underground cave that looked like a 3D projection. This immediately reminded Duanmu Huai of what Otis had reported to him before. So he immediately contacted Otis, who was indeed here. And if Duanmu Huai guessed correctly, she was in the Eternal City. However, Ogisi was unable to come out to meet Duanmu Huai. She said that the entire city was closed, and she could not find a way out. So Duanmu Huai asked her to wait patiently for a while, and then find a way himself. Afterwards, Duanmu Huai met the werewolf warriors who were waiting here, and learned that the Eternal City was sealed by a man named Latin. Only by defeating him and breaking his seal can the Eternal City reappear. So Duanmu Huai had to find Latin and defeat him before he could go to the Eternal City. Latin was currently in the Red Lion City of Galad. As long as he could enter the Red Lion City, challenge and defeat Latin, he could go to the Eternal City. Well, not surprisingly, 8 out of 10 missions that players accept are of this nature. When Duanmu Huai arrived at Galad, what he saw was a scarlet land, which immediately reminded Duanmu Huai of the fact that Bambi had told him that the temple she was in was such a place. As a result, before Duanmu Huai could talk to Bambi through telepathy, he saw a black bat crying and rushing towards him, covering Duanmu Huai's face. It has been quite a while since then, and Bambi has been hiding in the temple, which makes her feel very upset. At least Otis and Lorena were still able to walk around and take a look, but Bambi was the only one hiding in the corner of the temple, not daring to move. It is easy to imagine that the feeling was definitely not good. With the bat leading the way, Duanmu Huai naturally didn't have to waste time looking for directions. So he put Latin aside and went to pick up his lovely little princess first. After all, how can a bearded uncle compare to the cute little girl with a sweet voice? Along the way, Bambi kept telling Duanmu Huai about his experiences. After being teleported to the temple, Bambi found a huge guy wrapped in black cloth in the temple. At first, Bambi wanted to say hello to the other party. But unexpectedly, the guy roared and hit him without saying a word. Bambi was so scared that he ran for his life. As a result, when he ran out of the temple, he found that there was a bird-headed monster standing outside. As a result, Bambi had to sneak back into the temple and hide in the shadow of the ceiling of the temple, not daring to breathe. Yeah, it really looks exactly like a bat. That black guy is really weird. He just stays in the temple all the time and never goes out. He keeps mumbling something all day long. And he gets crazy all the time. It's scary. Bambi didn't dare to speak or move. So she had to summon a group of bats to explore the way on her behalf. As a result, there are few living people in this place. But there are many monsters. Dogs with heads as big as dinosaurs. Crows with few hairs. And dragons crawling on the ground with rotten bodies. Bambi's bat colony was almost completely eaten by these monsters. In the end, only 2 or 3 kittens managed to escape the attack and ran to the border. Poor Bambi's little heart is now full of holes. There is no way to do this. After all, Bambi's consciousness is connected with these bats. Imagine that you are flying leisurely in the air. and suddenly a big dog head jumps out from behind you and bites you. That's definitely not good for the heart. Duanmu Huai heard about the situation here from the werewolf warrior. Galad was not like this before. But during the Broken War, the Valkyrie and Latin fought a fierce battle here. The Valkyrie was defeated and cheated. So she put a scarlet corruption on Latin's forehead. Then both sides were injured. The Valkyrie ran away. And Latin and Galad were also infected by the scarlet corruption. Right now, the land was covered in scarlet. And all kinds of deformed creatures were emerging one after another. All caused by the scarlet corruption. Even Latin himself was infected and eventually lost his mind, becoming a half-human, half-ghost wandering around the shattered battlefield. If there weren't fragments of the world here, Duanmu Huai would have suspected whether the Valkyrie was a believer or chosen by the god of plague. It's really shameless to use biological weapons when you can't win. Just as Bambi complained, Duanmu Huai saw all kinds of deformed creatures along the way, including a dog that looked like a Tyrannosaurus Rex, a crow bigger than a truck, and a group of long-legged centipede people who didn't know what they were. To be honest, even Duanmu Huai, who had been through many battles, felt his scalp tingling when he saw the group of centipede-like people with dozens of legs on both sides of their bodies wriggling and rushing towards him with a click. This thing is much more disgusting than the Nurgle beast. Fortunately, although the monsters here are disgusting, their fighting power is not very strong. Except for Milfy, who was scared and hid in Duanmu Huai's arms and dared not come out. There is nothing special to worry about. On the contrary, the monster guarding the entrance of the temple took Duanmu Huai a lot of effort. Flying guys are hard to deal with. Bang! As the bird-headed guards fell, Duanmu Huai also came to the gate of the temple. He stretched out his hand, pushed open the door, and walked into the temple. Then, he saw a petite black shadow leaping down from the ceiling, hugged Duanmu Huai's neck, turned around, and got into his arms. "My dear, you are finally here." "Yeah, I'm here. Are you okay, little one?" Looking at Bambi in front of him, Duanmu Huai smiled and reached out to touch her little head. And Bambi immediately started complaining. "It's not good at all. It's dirty and smelly here. There's no place to take a shower. And there's nothing to eat. I'm starving. How about you let me have a bite? I'll take you to a big dinner later." However, at this moment, Duanmu Huai suddenly heard an angry roar from the temple. And then he saw a huge black shadow rushing towards him. At this moment, Duanmu Huai did not hesitate, grabbed Bambi, quickly jumped back, and exited the temple. Boom! Just as Duanmu Huai's front foot had just left, the huge black shadow behind him rushed over, slammed open the heavy door of the temple, and glared at Duanmu Huai fiercely. "You little thief! How dare you appear in front of me? What are you saying?" Duanmu Huai raised his eyebrows, then put Bambi behind him, motioning her to take Milfy away, and at the same time grabbed the warhammer in his hand. "I don't know a monster like you. The breath of the rune of death." At this moment, another figure walked out from behind the huge monster. It was a warrior wearing strange double helmet armor. He also stared at Duanmu Huai with a cold expression and raised the weapon in his hand. "It was you who stole the fragment of the death rune?" Hearing this, Duanmu Huai was stunned for a moment. And then he realized that he had obtained the Black Knife mark in the Black Knife Cemetery before. According to Roger, this mark was infused with the power of the death rune fragment through a certain ritual. Wait! Thinking of this, Duanmu Huai stared at the man and the monster in front of him. "Are you the Black Sword Malachus? I will never let the destined death be stolen again." The tall monster stared at Duanmu Huai and said coldly, "Give me back the fragments. I will spare your life. That's what I'm saying." "Monster." Duanmu Huai clenched the thunder hammer tightly, his eyes slightly focused. "Hand over the destined death, and I can give you a quick death. You'll never succeed." At this moment, the warrior wearing the strange double-headed armor strode forward. He gripped his sword and pointed it at Duanmu Huai. "I will never allow such evil. Die. Sinner! This is what I have to say. You cannot afford the price of defying the will of the Inquisition." As soon as he finished speaking, Duanmu Huai clenched his war hammer and rushed towards the warrior in front of him. Drink! Facing Duanmu Huai's attack, the warrior was not afraid at all. He took a step forward with a big sword in his hand, and swung the big sword in his hand down, chopping towards Duanmu Huai. Duanmu Huai held the hammer tightly in his backhand and swung it forward with force. The whistling thunder hammer hit the big sword that was chopped down, instantly knocking it over. Then Duan Muhui suddenly rushed forward and hit the warrior's body like an angry rhino, knocking him out directly. Roar! At this moment, the beast covered in a cloak also roared. He raised his right hand and swung out with a claw. The sharp blade wind whistled and tore through the ground, hitting Duan Muhui's body. Then the next moment, the beast jumped up and stabbed Duan Muhui's body with a dagger-like short sword in his hand. It's useless. With Duan Muhui's roar, invisible power gathered in front of him, turning into a violent wave that rushed towards the huge beast and blew it away. At this moment, the warrior stood up again, rolled to Duan Muhui's feet, and stabbed him hard with the sword in his hand. Clang! The big sword chopped on the outer layer of the power armor, and then was directly bounced off. At the same time, Duan Muhui's right hand swung out suddenly, and the exploding thunder hammer swept over the warrior's head. Boom! The next moment, the warrior's body flew high into the air, and then fell heavily to the ground. Before he could get up, Duan Muhui stepped forward and crushed his body into a meat paste. Puff! The gold and silver armor was twisted and shattered like a fragile insect SHL under a step. But at the same time, Duan Muhui suddenly felt that the black knife brand placed in the pocket of his armor seemed to sense something and began to emit a strange wave. Then, a bone-chilling force that seemed to freeze even the soul surged up along his feet and reached the back of his left hand. When Duan Muhui looked down, he saw that there was half a strange ring on the back of his hand. It looked like a semicircle, and outside this semicircle, several twisted tentacle-like marks emerged. At the same time, a system prompt appeared in front of Duan Muhui. Obtained a death curse, death rune fragment. I see. Seeing this, Duan Muhui's mind raced, and he understood the situation. It was obvious that Lani had stolen half of the death rune, and the other half was placed on this warrior. It seemed that he was lucky. It was really a case of searching for something without any effort. The other party came to him on his own, saving him the effort of looking for it. No! At the same time, a roar was heard. Duan Muhui turned his head and saw the beast staring at him fiercely. I will never allow you to take the death rune away. That sounds nice. But didn't you snatch this from someone else? Duan Muhui sneered at the beast's words. You can rob me, but I can't. How can there be such a reason in the world? I will never allow. As the beast spoke, he raised the dagger in his hand and stabbed it hard at the back of his left hand. Alas! Seeing this scene, Bambi and Milfy were both shocked. And Duan Muhui also raised his eyebrows. Whether it's Greg or this guy, why do the bosses in this world like to chop off their hands? Are you all part of the Japanese mafia? Why do you cut off your fingers so easily? Oh death! Become my sword once again. However, the beast did not cut off its hand as Duan Muhui had expected. Instead, it slowly pulled out the dagger that had pierced the back of its left hand. At the same time, a cold, trembling, black flame emerged from its body, completely burning the cloak that had originally wrapped the beast. And under the cloak was a giant beast wearing black armor, looking like a werewolf. The beast howled to the sky, then fell to the ground. The short sword in his hand had now turned into a pitch-black sword that burned with a bright red glow. The beast turned its head, its eyes filled with the cold glow of death, staring at Duan Muhui. Die. Thief. Chapter 214. All fear comes from insufficient firepower. The moment Duan Muhui saw Malachus change his form, he felt a sense of fear. It was a kind of fear that was beyond one's control and came from the heart. It was not like one's own fear aura that forced people to feel fear, but it was the kind of desperate fear when facing the end of all life and the inevitable end of all things. Fear of death. It is indeed the power of the death rune. Realizing this, Duan Muhui was shocked at first, and then delighted. You know, he is now also a demon god. In the main universe, he is basically a demigod, and is basically the same as the Chaos God chosen champion. Even he can feel the fear of death, which means that this destined death is real and can kill the power of gods. Knowing this is enough for Duan Muhui. But there is still a small problem, which is how to spell. Holding the thunder hammer, Duan Muhui stared at the black sword Malachus in front of him and swallowed subconsciously. Now it is certain that this thing can kill gods, so it may also kill himself. Although he currently has a talent of rebirth, the problem is that the power of death may not be manifested as he expected. It's like a berserker who can be resurrected 17 times. The death eyes can kill it with one strike. If the destined death is also this type of power, then Duanmu Huai might really die here. Call. However, Malachus obviously did not intend to waste time talking to Duanmu Huai. He just jumped up and swung the big sword in his hand suddenly. Then a red and black sword energy whistled down and shot towards Duanmu Huai. Duanmu Huai had no way to avoid it at this moment, so he had to raise the thunder hammer to block in front of himself. Bang! The sword energy hit Duanmu Huai's body. In an instant, Duanmu Huai felt a strange force entering his body along the sword energy. It was like some kind of cold flame, flowing rapidly in his body. At the same time, a line of system prompts appeared in front of Duanmu Huai. Warning, I have resisted an instant death attack. If I succeed, I will be cursed and destined to die. Destined death. The fire of the hunting god brings you pain and curse. And all attributes are reduced by 5%, can be stacked. What the H.L. Seeing this line, Duanmu Huai was almost scared to death. Are you kidding me? All attributes are reduced by 5%. And it can be stacked? If I get hit a few more times, it will directly turn my stats into negatives? What the H.L. is this? 20 shots. At this moment Duanmu Huai didn't dare to be reckless anymore, and hurriedly retreated, summoning dozens of puppets to block in front of him. He just saw that not only did all his attributes drop by 5%, but even his blood volume was reduced by the upper limit of 5%. If he was hit a few more times, he would even lose his blood volume limit. No wonder Godwin was killed by the Black Blade Assassin. No one can stand this debuff. I heard that there were many Black Blade Assassins rushing at him, and Godwin's attributes might have been reduced to the critical point after one round. By the way, only Duanmu Huai's charm is still as strong as 1 point. It seems that locked attribute values still have their benefits. It would be better if it was not 1 o'clock. I don't want to play with you anymore. Duanmu Huai didn't want to follow in Godwin's footsteps and become another victim of destined death. So he decisively gave up the decision to fight against Malachus and started his summoning flow again. After all, I am a soul walker. Right? First, summon dolls to fill the field. Then activate power of dragon transformation. Remove the dolls in your hand from the field, and transform all the dolls on the field into giant dragons. And attack! In the blink of an eye, several giant dragons appeared in front of Duanmu Huai. They roared and opened their mouths, spewing hot flames at Malachus. However, at this moment, Malachus was extremely agile. It turned into a black shadow and flashed across the ground quickly, easily avoiding the breath of the giant dragons. Then it jumped up, and the big sword in its hand instantly burst out countless sword energy in all directions. Black and red sword lights scattered from the dragon group, and several giant dragons were completely destroyed in the blink of an eye. MMP. This thing is really hard to deal with. Looking at this scene, Duanmu Huai also took a breath of cold air. This Malachus has a fast attack speed. AoE. And instant death. Ordinary cards can't resist it at all. But now, except for continuing to use cards to stack him, it seems that there is no other way. Taking advantage of the moment when the giant dragon was destroyed, Duanmu Huai immediately activated the mobile armor again and put a shield on himself. No matter what, he didn't want to be killed instantly by the opponent. To be honest, enemies like Malachus are indeed Duanmu Huai's natural enemies. He has low agility and reaction, and relies on his physique to withstand attacks and then rush in to hit his face. This style of play is not a problem against ordinary enemies, but it is a different story against Malachus, who has maxed out agility and high dodge. Not to mention that this guy will also give himself a debuff. If he hits him for a few rounds, he might die. So Duanmu Huai asked Bambi and the others to stay away from him while he distanced himself from Malachus. He summoned another wave of puppets and transformed them into holy cavalry. At the same time, Duanmu Huai also quickly summoned a wave of creations and mechanical soldiers and rushed towards Malachus. Only, MMP. Who is the boss here? Seeing Malachus rushing through the crowd with a black sword in hand, Duanmu Huai secretly groaned. He felt that this scene was like a boss battle in mini animations, where the boss summoned a bunch of helpers to deal with the protagonist. But the protagonist's little universe exploded, killing people in and out of the crowd, and then killing the boss and executing him. Why does it look like I am the boss? Forget it. The boss is the boss. If it really doesn't work, this is the only way. Just as Duanmu Huai expected. No matter whether it was the dragon he summoned, or his creations, mechanical soldiers or even the paladins, They were no match for Malachus. Either their defenses were too weak or their reactions were too slow. Duanmu Huai also tried to use magic to deal with it. But it ran faster than magic and could not be caught up at all. As expected of a dog. Give me back the fragments. You thief! At this moment, Malachus had completely killed Duanmu Huai's summoned creature. It roared, raised its sword, and rushed straight towards Duanmu Huai, facing the black sword stabbed by Malachus. Duanmu Huai did not dodge. He just stood there, silently reciting the standard usage procedures of the Inquisitor in his heart. 1. Begin to recite the Hymn of Arms. 2. Face your enemy with your arms behind your back. 3. Pray to the Emperor and use your love and passion to guide your righteous punishment. 4. Press the starter button. 5. Count to 3. 6. Throw it forward. 7. Seek cover. 8. Pray for salvation. Puff! Malachus's black sword pierced through the mobile armor. And soon, black and red flames rushed towards Duanmu Huai. At the same time, a armed enhancement appeared above Duanmu Huai's head again, and he raised his hands, showing a ferocious smile, and looked at Malachus in front of him. Surprise! Motherfucksk. The next moment, Duanmu Huai pressed the button in his hand hard under the gaze of Malachus full of doubt and surprise. The dazzling flashes almost filled the entire world at this moment. Even the originally blood-red earth turned pale at this moment. The rushing mushroom cloud rose into the sky. The scorching flames and explosions bloomed and exploded in all directions, instantly covering everything around. A deafening sound that almost shattered the heart emerged, mixed with the air waves and scattered in all directions. The dark temple could not withstand the violent impact at all, and shattered like a building block. Soon, everything was swallowed up by the violent shock wave. If Bambi and Milfi had not escaped far enough, even they would have found it difficult to avoid such a terrifying destructive attack. Cough, cough, cough. Duanmu Huai slowly stood up. He was not in much better condition at the moment. Most of the power armor on his body had been shattered by the fierce bombardment. Fortunately, the sturdiness of the heirloom-level equipment and Duanmu Huai's own physique played a role, allowing him to withstand the attack. However, the dog was not so lucky. MMP, son of a BXXXH, aren't you good at running? Looking at Malachus, who was lying not far from him with his body charred, Duanmu Huai spat out a mouthful of blood and shouted at him. That's right. This is the ultimate means for all MT players to deal with players who play agility. Explode on the spot. No matter how awesome you are. If I blow up the entire map, where can you run to? I have thick skin and flesh and can definitely withstand it. But whether you can withstand it is another matter. The so-called battle is to use your strengths to attack the enemy's weaknesses. With such a thick health bar and such high defense, wouldn't it be a waste if you don't use self-destruction? What Duanmu Huai used was an Empire rocket bomb. Originally, this thing should have been launched with a missile launcher. But players like Duanmu Huai didn't like to use it very much because of his low agility, slow reaction, and poor accuracy. The enemy would probably have run away after one shot. So someone came up with this idea from Fallout. Those mutants can self-destruct with miniature nuclear bombs. So why can't we? So soon. This move became a common move for many melee players. It doesn't matter if you miss. I will just rush over with the bomb and drag you to die together with me. Sorry. My armor is thicker than yours. I have more blood than you. And my defense is also higher than yours. I can't die. Ha ha ha. Now it seems that this guy is also unlucky. Duanmu Huai grabbed the warhammer and walked to Malachus step by step. At this moment, the latter fell down, and the black sword in his hand was stuck in the ground. It seemed that at the last moment, Malachus seemed to want to take back the big sword to protect himself. But unfortunately, the explosion radius of this thing was not small. At present, everything within a radius of 1 kilometer with Duanmu Huai as the center was blown flat. Malachus was lucky to be able to leave a whole body. Duanmu Huai silently raised his warhammer and smashed it hard on Malachus's head. Puff! With a slight sound, Malachus' head was smashed into a meat paste by Duanmu Huai. In front of Duanmu Huai, Malachus' body gradually decomposed into dark and dense smoke, which kept swirling and condensing together. It rose up, and then a mark appeared in front of Duanmu Huai. It was an engraving that looked a bit like a bent cross. It was completely black, with ominous bright red flames burning outside. Is this the Death Rune? Chapter 215, Seal released. Death Rune obtained and complete. Gain special ability Black Flame. Black flame is the flame of hunting gods. After the seal is lifted, it becomes a terrifying existence again. Charged attacks can trigger explosions. An instant death judgment is imposed when hitting the target. Resistance successfully reduces the enemy's health limit and reduces the enemy's attributes by 1%, can be stacked. Divine attack. Call. Duanmu Huai opened his eyes and let out a long breath. Although this was a bit risky, being able to obtain the death rune was already a huge profit. Especially the debuff that reduces the upper limit of health, which is extremely useful to Duanmu Huai. After all, he knows that many of the chosen ones have blood recovery skills, especially those disgusting things under the God of Plague. If the output is low, the damage is not as much as the recovery, which can make people sick to death. Now, let's just cut the HP limit, and then we'll see who disgusts whom. My dear, are you okay? Bambi moved closer to Duanmu Huai, stared at him worriedly, and at the same time reached out and touched Duanmu Huai's head. It's okay. I just need to rest for a while. Hearing Bambi's question, Duanmu Huai shook his head. He was resting against a mountain wall, and the skull repairer was busy repairing Duanmu Huai's damaged equipment. In fact, even Duanmu Huai himself was injured in the previous self-explosion. If it weren't for the high enough physical points and Duanmu Huai's timely use of armed enhancement to improve his defense, he would probably be half dead if he didn't die. Although Duanmu Huai could have escaped if he could have preserved the mobile armor. In the end, Duanmu Huai decided to sacrifice the mobile armor to lure Malachus into the trap. After all, that dog was very fast, and if he was not allowed to succeed, he might realize that he was not right and dodge away early. And in that case, Duanmu Huai would have blown himself up in vain. Thinking of this, Duanmu Huai looked at the rune mark on the back of his hand again, and saw that at the bottom of the rune mark, the death rune, which was originally in the shape of a cross, was upside down, and outside it was a semicircular rune that looked like a tentacle. In other words, Lonnie stole 1/3 of the death rune. So what she has in her hands now should be the remaining half. At this moment, the power armor had been repaired. Duanmu Huai stood up and stretched his slightly sore body. Okay, let's go. Are you really okay, dear? Do you want to rest for a while? Seeing Duanmu Huai stand up, Bambi asked uneasily, and Duanmu Huai shook his head. That's not necessary. We have to find the others next. At this point, Duanmu Huai frowned, and a solemn look appeared in his eyes. Just now during the break, he also contacted the other 3 people. Lorena and Audrey were fine. Only Ojas told Duanmu Huai that she seemed to have some incomprehensible abnormality, which made Duanmu Huai very worried. Although from the card information, Ojas seemed to be fine. But Duanmu Huai still planned to rush to the Red Lion City as soon as possible, kill the star-breaking General Latin, and lift the seal of the Eternal City. Only in this way can he rush to Ojas' side as soon as possible. Originally Duanmu Huai thought that Red Lion City would be like Stonewall City, filled with a group of neurotic and violent people. But what he didn't expect was that when he stepped into Red Lion City, he found that it was empty. Not to mention people. There was not even a ghost. What's happening here? Duanmu Huai, full of doubt, led the 2 of them forward until they reached the innermost part of Red Lion City. He then saw a group of people dressed differently standing there. Among them there looked like warriors, mages, and some things that Duanmu Huai didn't know what to call. For example, the kettle with arms and legs. The werewolf warrior who had met Duanmu Huai outside the Eternal City before was also there. So Duanmu Huai also walked towards him. Ah, you're here. Seeing Duanmu Huai coming, the werewolf warrior nodded to him. I've been waiting for you for a long time and thought you wouldn't come. I was delayed for a while. Anyway, what's going on? Duanmu Huai looked at the people around him in confusion and asked. If he hadn't come here to fight, I would have thought that some kind of festival was being held in Red Lion City. This is the Rutten Festival, a ceremony to send Rutten, the most powerful warrior and greatest hero in the Broken War, to eternal sleep. You should already know that when he fought the Valkyrie before, Rutten was eroded by the Scarlet Corruption. And now he is insane. What we can do is to give him a decent death. A glorious death like a warrior. Having said that, the werewolf warrior nodded and pointed to the other warriors next to him. They are all superb warriors, and they are here for this. They are eager to play with the legendary existence and verify their strength. I see. Duanmu Huai then understood why no one had stopped him along the way. It seemed that General Latin's men were quite reliable. Well, compared to that, the one in Stonewall is really lame. Welcome, warriors. At this moment, suddenly, a loud shout came from the city wall in front. Duan Mu Huai and the werewolf warrior turned around and saw an old soldier standing on the city wall. Although he was old, he was still energetic and stood straight. The stars are covered with the sky, and the time of the festival has arrived. The most powerful half-god in the Broken War, General Latin, is waiting for you. Warriors, fight! Fighting the honor to defeat the strong enemy and get the Great Lane. Along with the veteran shouts. The gate in front slowly opened, and the soldiers gathered there, walked in one by one and moved forward. Through the last castle, the soldiers finally came to the battlefield where Latin was located. It was a barren desert. The golden glorious battle flag stood in it, and there were incomplete bones everywhere. On this ruined battlefield, there was a huge figure. His legs were chopped off, and his nearly 3-meter-tall body was riding on a skinny little warhorse. He had several spears and swords on his back, and looked like a brave general. But, bro, I understand you. Bro. Seeing this scene, Duan Mu Huai couldn't help but burst into tears. After all, the Rudden in front of him was nearly 3 meters tall, and the warhorse under his crotch was just an ordinary warhorse, which made the two together look as funny as an adult sitting on a child's bicycle. This scene immediately reminded Duan Mu Huai of his painful memories. It was almost like this when he rode an electric car before. Forget sitting. I can't even retract my legs. It's so uncomfortable to sit on it. Not to mention electric bikes. He can't even ride a motorcycle or a bicycle. Since we share the same suffering, I will let you die quickly. After recovering his thoughts, Duan Mu Huai held the war hammer. At this moment, other soldiers yelled and raised their weapons, rushing towards Latin. Although he had lost consciousness, his instinct as a warrior seemed to still remain in Latin. Facing the enemy rushing towards him, Latin bent his bow and aimed forward. The next moment, huge black iron arrows whizzed out, instantly piercing through the two unlucky guys who couldn't dodge in time. Then, Latin pulled out several black iron arrows from behind and put them on the bow, and suddenly shot them forward. The next moment, these arrows, which were 2 or 3 meters long, fell like rain, and in the blink of an eye, the enemies in front of him were completely wiped out. He is worthy of being the strongest demigod general. If these two moves were used on the battlefield, they would be enough to scare the enemy into death. Although Latin's 2 consecutive attacks destroyed several soldiers, others had taken the opportunity to rush to him at this moment. And the first one was Duan Mu Huai. Drink! Along with a roar, the warhammer and Duan Mu Huai screamed out, smashing towards Latin. The two sides collided heavily. Boom! The violent impact of the air wave forced the surrounding warriors to dodge. In front of the two giants, they found that they had no way to intervene. Rudden was naturally terrifying, and the man in the terrible armor was also chilling. Just getting close to him, you can feel an indescribable terrifying pressure coming. Some warriors couldn't bear the fear and threw away their weapons and ran away. By the way, I don't know if it's because of the absorption of the power of the death rune. The power armor that Duan Mu Huai repaired is no longer the big white rabbit before, but has returned to its original black paint. The black power armor and the golden skull are intertwined, full of a kind of irresistible fear. What was different from before was that this time, the outside of the power armor seemed to be burning with a layer of faint bright red flame, and the black eye sockets of the golden skulls originally located on the shoulders and chest also flickered with scarlet light. At first glance, it seemed as if these golden skulls embedded in the armor were some kind of living creatures. This is probably the reason why the fear aura was upgraded to level 2 after absorbing the death rune, spreading hands. Duan Mu Huai has also gotten used to it. What else can I do now? Just lie down. There is no hope. Even so, the power of the death rune is indeed effective. Duan Mu Huai held the warhammer in his hand and collided with Latin again and again. The warhammer in his hand was also completely black at this moment, wrapped in red and black flames. And every time he collided with Latin, Duan Mu Huai could feel that Latin's power was weakening little by little. Obviously, the curse of the death rune was weakening Latin's attributes. Until, boom, the two sides collided again. And this time Latin was unable to stand firm, and was knocked back several steps by Duan Mu Huai. The warhorse under him also neighed, and collapsed to the ground, as if it had no strength left. Latin stared at Duan Mu Huai. Then he roared loudly, then raised two big knives and slapped the ground. And then, Latin jumped up. And then, where are the people? Looking at the empty battlefield. The soldiers, including Duimuwai, were aggressive. He originally thought that Latin had planned to let go of a big move. Could it be that he felt he couldn't win and ran away? Hey, look! What is that? At this moment, a soldier pointed to the sky in surprise and shouted. Everyone looked up and saw a huge meteor falling from the sky in the dark night sky, rushing directly towards them. Holy shit! There's still this trick? Seeing this scene, Duanmuhui was also stupid. But of course, he couldn't stop there. It was impossible to hide, after all. Couldn't avoid it. What he could do now is to rush directly. Thinking of this, Duimuai also gritted his teeth. He glanced around him first, adjusted his position, and then lifted the warhand and smashed it on the ground. Then, the black flames were flat, wrapped Duimuai. And then the jet backpack behind him exploded again. The golden and black meteors collided with each other, one above and one below, one left and one right. The next moment, a deafening roar broke out, tearing the entire battlefield apart. The huge gust of air blew away everything in the surroundings, and even the battlefield in the wilderness was shattered and broken under this blow. The soldiers who did not have time to dodge were the first to bear the brunt, screaming as they were blown away and disappeared into the night without a trace. The flames that exploded like fireworks fell like a torrential rain, smashing holes in the ground one after another. Boom! A huge black shadow fell heavily to the ground. Duanmuhui was breathing heavily, holding a war hammer in his hand, and slowly stood up. Huh? It really doesn't work. 2 boss battles a day are too tired. Duanmuhui was exhausted and weak at the moment. After all, he had just recovered from the explosion, and this time, he collided with Rutten head-on. He felt like his body was about to fall apart. Fortunately, he remembered to stand on the left side when facing the enemy. Otherwise, he might have been the one to die. However, it can be considered that the goal was successfully achieved. Duanmuhui raised his head and looked at the starry sky above his head. A streak of meteors streaked through the darkness. And then, the shining light crossed the battlefield, fell in the distance, and burst into dazzling brilliance. The seal of the Eternal City was lifted. Chapter 216, Unexpected Discovery. Although Duanmuhui wanted to have a good rest, he still missed Ojas. After all, it was rare for the puppet girl to say that she had a problem. Duanmuhui was not in the mood to treat her at the moment. After a brief rest, he took Bambi and Milfi back to the Eternal City. At this moment, a hole had been created on the Eternal City by a meteor. After contacting Ojas, Duanmuhui quickly came to the abandoned city. But, what the hell is this? When the three of them followed the streets of the Eternal City to the central sanctuary of night, the first thing Duanmuhui saw was a temple in the distance, and a giant several dozen meters tall sitting on the temple. Seeing this scene, Duanmuhui, Bambi and Milfi were all shocked. Duanmuhui had a headache. If this was another boss battle, he would have to fight desperately. After all, my body is not made of iron. Fighting 3 boss battles a day is going to be crazy. Fortunately, when the 3 of them got closer, they found that the giant sitting on top of the church had already become a skeleton and would not get up at all. This made Duanmuhui feel relieved. Then he didn't bother to think about what this dead man sitting on top of the church was, and rushed in hurriedly. Ojas! Duanmuhui pushed open the heavy church door and shouted. And then he saw Ojas sitting against the wall in the candlelight, looking injured. Ah! Master! When Ojas saw Duanmuhui's figure, her eyes suddenly lit up. However, even so, she still did not stand up. She just sat there and nodded to Duanmuhui. Are you okay? What's wrong? What happened? Duanmuhui brought Bambi and Milfi to Ojas' side and looked at her carefully. Duanmuhui was relieved that at least from the outside, Ojas was not hurt. Could it be that she was cursed here? I'm not too sure either. Aji slowly stretched out her hand and looked at Duanmuhui in confusion. Then she took off her lace dress. Seeing this scene, Duanmuhui was stunned. What was underneath the dress was not Ojas' usual smooth body that looked like it was carved out of wood, but a body that was no different from that of a human girl. Even the smallest details are exactly the same. No. What's going on? Seeing this scene, Duanmuhui was also stunned. He couldn't understand how his own puppet girl could suddenly turn into a human being. But this figure is really You should put on your clothes first. Yes, master. Otis put on her dress again. And Duanmu Huai took a breath. Fortunately, he was wearing a helmet, so others couldn't see it. So, what happened? Tell me everything. Okay, master. This is what happened. Otis told her what had happened before. After listening to Otis' story, Duanmu Huai also frowned. According to Otis, she encountered a strange thing that could simulate herself and transform into exactly the same thing as herself. However, just as Otis defeated it, the strange thing suddenly pounced on Otis and merged with her. In other words, at this moment, the inside of Otis' body is still a puppet, but her outside seems to be covered with a layer of that strange liquid. Not only that, after that, Otis also found that she felt something she had never experienced before, feelings. She was not sure whether her body was damaged. So Otis sat here motionless, for the sake of caution to avoid any accidents. Is there such a thing? After listening to Otis' story, Duanmu Huai frowned. Now it seems that the strange thing is the key to Otis' transformation. However, if you ask Duanmu Huai what this thing is, he can't answer. But fortunately, at least Duanmu Huai now has someone to ask. Anyway, let's get out of here first. Duanmu Huai reached out and held Otis in his arms. Then he glanced at the treasure chest not far away. Although I do not know if it is it, I will take it back to talk about it first. In this way, Duanmu Huai brought Otis back to the magic tower and found Lonnie again. Yes, this is what I need. Taking the knife handed to her by Duanmu Huai, Lonnie nodded with satisfaction. I didn't expect it to be blazed, but you found it first. Thank you. So that all the conditions are gathered. As she spoke, Lonnie took out something that looked like an hourglass and handed it to Duanmu Huai. This is the deal we agreed upon. You only need to take it to Kalia's study, and you will get what you want. And I will also embark on the path I have chosen. Thank you. Duanmu Huai reached out and took the hourglass. Then looked at Lonnie. Excuse me, but I have one more thing I want to trouble you with. What is it? I hope it's not too much trouble. I just need some pointers from you. As he spoke, Duanmu Huai opened his cloak and placed Otis in front of Lonnie. She was a puppet before, but in the Eternal City you mentioned, she encountered a monster that could simulate transformation into herself. After defeating it, the monster seemed to merge with her. Now she has become more like a human? Oh, is there such a thing? Hearing Duanmu Huai's words, Lonnie lowered her head and looked at Otis carefully. Then she stretched out a hand and gently touched Otis' cheek, who subconsciously dodged. Lonnie stared at Otis, thought for a moment, and then spoke. If I'm not mistaken, she encountered the imitation teardrop. What is that? That was something created by the Eternal City. They once tried to use it to create a king of the junction. The ability to imitate others is the characteristic of the simulacrum teardrop. Of course, ordinary simulacrum teardrops do not have self-awareness. If what you said is true, then the simulacrum teardrop that this girl encountered may be a special one among them. So why did it merge with Otis? Wouldn't there be any problems? It's a very interesting subject. Having said this, Lonnie smiled slightly. The replica teardrop has no soul, so it has always been eager to find a soul. But this girl does not have a human body. Perhaps the replica teardrop sensed her desire to become a human in her preconscious mind. So it merged with the girl. Isn't a soulless SHL and a doll with only a soul a perfect match? So, this won't have any effect on Otis? The self-awareness of the simulacrum teardrop has been destroyed. It just acts instinctively according to the consciousness of its owner, and will not cause any harm. Of course, being able to feel pain like a human may be a weakness. Having said this, Lonnie closed her eyes. What a shame. This would be a very good research topic if I didn't have something very important to do. Well, how about we make another deal? Duanmu Huai glanced at Otis beside him, and then looked at Lonnie. If you agree, I can assist you in completing what you have done. In exchange, I hope you can help me solve Otis's troubles. Owner? Hearing what Duanmu Huai said, Otis looked at him with eyes wide open in surprise. But Duanmu Huai just waved at Otis. Although he didn't think there was anything wrong with Otis becoming a human. The current situation was too strange. Duanmu Huai himself didn't know much about the border area. But Lonnie was different. As a witch, she at least knew everything about the place. Although he hadn't spent much time with Lonnie. Judging from her actions, Duanmu Huai thought that Lonnie was trustworthy to a certain extent. In response to Duan Muhuai's proposal, Lonnie just smiled. Stupid man. You don't even know what I'm going to do. Do you think you can help? I think I can. As he spoke, Duan Muhuai clenched his war hammer and slammed it hard on the ground. The next moment, red and black flames burst out from it and enveloped Duan Muhuai's body. Death rune. Seeing this scene, Lonnie's expression suddenly became much more serious. You can actually use the power of the death rune? It must be said that when Lonnie felt the breath of the death rune on Duan Muhuai, she was also very surprised. You know, the power of the death rune is so strong that it is not something that mortals can control. Even Lonnie can only use the ritual to inject the power of the death rune into the black knife. Even Malachus, who sealed the death rune, was also corroded, becoming hungry and crazy. To be honest, Laniko had never thought that someone could use the death rune so easily without suffering backlash. Who is he? Well, now we can talk about this deal. Duan Muhuai stared at Lonnie, whose expression changed from uncertain to bright. After a long silence, Lonnie seemed to have made up her mind and raised her head to look at Duan Muhuai. This is very dangerous. That's why it's worth trading. Hearing this, Lonnie closed her eyes, thought for a moment. Then she nodded. Well, in that case, then, I'll tell you what my real plan is. Chapter 217, that's it? Lonnie's purpose can be traced back to the beginning of this world. As Mistalina said before, the first part was not too surprising. At that time, the underground world was covered with flames and all life merged into one. Then the golden tree appeared. The flames separated, and then various lives were born from this world. But from here on, Ronnie's narration was completely different from what Mistalina said. According to Mistalina, the golden tree was born from the flames of a furnace and is the god that protects this land. So their faith respectfully calls it Mother Earth. However, Lonnie told Duan Muhuai that all this was not accidental at all. In fact, it was the emergence of an external force that led to the birth of life from the furnace. They call it the Supreme Will. According to Lonnie, the Supreme Will originally sent a golden meteor and a wild beast to the border. Along with the golden meteor came the Supreme Will's spokesperson, Finger. The golden meteor brought the golden tree, which divided the chaotic furnace of life and transformed it into a world of order in life. The life that was once integrated in the flames was separated by order. Then, as Mistalina said, the originally dry land was covered by grasslands, and the bright red magma river became a clear stream. Life was separated and born, bringing a new order and era to the border. However, where there are people, there are rivers and lakes, and there are struggles. After the separation of life, tribes and beliefs based on races naturally emerged. For example, the rat cult believed in by the rat cult of Milfi, the forest cult of Mistalina, the stars and full moon cult deep underground, the cult that believed in storms and dragons, and so on. Then the golden tree became unhappy. Well, although Lonnie's words were rather obscure in this paragraph, Duan Muhuai still understood the meaning of the Supreme Will. I worked so hard to reclaim a piece of wasteland. But you guys actually declared yourself the king? So I'm doing good things for free? As a result, the Supreme Will was divided into two factions regarding how to deal with these rebels. One group said that the ungrateful wolves could never be tamed, so they should just return to the furnace of life. Well, just like repairing a computer. If you are in doubt, formatting and reinstalling is definitely the fastest way. The other group thinks that this is too cowardly, and they should be made to see the power of Supreme Will. As a result, the two sides fought each other internally. The radicals who supported formatting were defeated and sealed under the royal city, while the remaining two fingers won and mastered the laws of the golden tree at the border. Next, just as Mistarina said, the golden clan began to attack other tribes. But Mistarina didn't know the reason. According to Lonnie, this was just the Supreme Will's restoration of orthodoxy. The golden law at that time was indeed extremely powerful, granting endless blessings to believers. This is why the Golden Clan was able to dominate the border area alone. After all, the gods believed in by other tribes were either dead or incompetent. While here, every prayer was answered. Anyone who encountered such an enemy would have a mental breakdown. Thus, the Golden Clan, representing the Supreme Will, defeated the giants, the ancient dragons, and all the tribes and sects that dared to oppose it, and established the supreme golden law in the border area. But this did not make the Golden Clan happy, especially Queen Marika. In fact, The Golden Clan's victory further proved the invincibility of the Supreme Will. This also meant that their clan would forever become the spokesperson for the Supreme Will from generation to generation. Well, that's a nice way of putting it. To put it bluntly, it's a slave. After all the benefits of the Golden Clan came from the Golden Law, which was formulated by the Supreme Will and planned the origin of all things in the borderland. The Golden Clan may be extremely powerful, prosperous, and flourishing in the eyes of other races. However, in fact, the Queen knew very well that they were just a pawn in the hands of the Supreme Will. If the Supreme Will wanted them to live, they could live. If the Supreme Will wanted them to die, they had to die. This had been hinted at a long time ago. Almost all descendants of gods like Lani had a shadow of their own. Although on the surface, the other party was a loyal subordinate to them. Once they violated the rules and the Golden Law, their shadow would kill them. Obviously, the Supreme Will also expected that some people in the Golden Clan would rebel. So he kept this trick in advance. No wonder Lani would ask Duanmu Huai for help in doing such an important thing instead of relying on her subordinates. After all, Lani was worried that her loyal subordinates might stab her in the back at any time. Thus, Queen Marika began a journey of resistance against the Supreme Will. In order to fight against the Supreme Will, the Golden Law must be destroyed first to weaken the Supreme Will's influence and control over the border area. For this reason, Marika and Lani teamed up to steal a part of the Death Rune from the Black Sword Malachus. When the Golden Law was cast, the Death Rune was separated from it by the Supreme Will. So it is obvious that if you want to destroy the Golden Law, the existence of the Death Rune is indispensable. Then, Lani used her magic to channel the power of the Death Rune into the Black Blade. The reason why this task was given to Rani instead of Queen Marika to do it herself is very simple. Lani used magic from the full moon, while Marika was the spokesperson for the Golden Rule. If the latter was asked to do it, it would basically be like putting a dagger in front of the Supreme Will's nose without even a map. Unless the latter was blind, this would simply alert the enemy. The full moon magic used by Lani is not from the Golden Law series, and will not attract the attention of the Supreme Will. Then came the night of conspiracy, when Godwin was killed by the Black Knife. This resulted in an unfixable bug in the Golden Rule. According to the Golden Law, gods and men cannot die, and only mortal souls will return to the Golden Tree after death. However, if the Death Rune kills a person, that person is doomed to die, and it is impossible for that person to survive. Therefore, in the operation of this program, death and life became a contradictory cycle, which eventually led to the appearance of Bug. That is, Godwin's soul was killed, but his body survived. This Bug caused chaos in the Golden Rule. The originally perfect Golden Rule was in chaos. If the Golden Rule was compared to a precisely structured machine that kept running, then Godwin's death was like throwing a stone into the gears of the machine, directly blocking it and causing the entire machine to malfunction. And taking advantage of this opportunity, Marika took action herself and shattered the Golden Law. However, Marika's plan did not completely succeed. Lani also didn't know what happened to Marika after defeating the law, because after that, the entire Golden Tree was completely closed. The Golden Clan, who had lost their king, was eager to choose a new king. According to the order, since Godwin was dead, his son Greg should have ascended the throne. But this guy, well, I guess no one is convinced. Then the Shattering War began, and the other children fought fiercely for the throne. Greg, who had originally planned to take the opportunity to become the king of Eldon, was directly driven out of the royal city. He fled to Stonewell, hid himself, and started to perform limb reattachment tricks. But Lani didn't care about the broken war at all. No matter who wins the Shattered War, they will eventually restore the Golden Law and become slaves of the Supreme Will. Marika's situation is unclear now, and it is likely that she has died in the battle with the Supreme Will. So Lani will have to rely on herself to deal with this matter. Lani's idea was very simple. First, she had to kill her own 2 fingers. Every god who was qualified to inherit the throne was protected by the 2 fingers. But in turn, this was also a collar that bound them. If Lani wanted to break free and regain her freedom, she had to kill her own 2 fingers. However, the 2 fingers are the spokespersons of the Supreme Will, and ordinary people can't kill it at all. Death Rune may be able to, but even Lani can't use the power of Death Rune directly. Fortunately, she learned that the Dark Knight clan in the underground Eternal City once made a weapon for killing gods, which is the knife that Duanmu Huai brought back to Lani. With this knife, Lonnie can completely destroy and kill the Two Fingers, thus cutting off the Supreme Will's stalker-like attention to her. Then, she can go to the royal city and use her own power to reshape a new law to replace the Golden Law, permanently isolating the Supreme Will from interfering with the border. This is my plan. After speaking her thoughts calmly, Lonnie stared at Duanmu, who touched his chin. So your idea is to permanently isolate the Supreme Will from interfering with the border area? Then what happens after that? Where will the border area go? They will begin anew in an era without the Golden Rule and the interference of the Supreme Will. As she spoke, Lonnie looked at Milphie, who had been in a state of confusion because of Lonnie's series of revelations. I know about the existence of the Forest Clan. Perhaps, with their construction, the border area will be prosperous in a different way than during the Golden Law era. How about you? Hearing this, Duanmu looked at Lonnie curiously, and the latter raised her head and looked out the window. I plan to leave here and go to where the stars are. Here, there are only fake stars. I want to see with my own eyes what the real stars are like. Maybe this is not an easy thing to do, but I don't plan to give up. What? That's it. However, upon hearing this, Duanmu slapped his thigh. No problem. Leave it to me. Seeing Duanmu looking so relaxed, Lonnie frowned. Do you know what I'm talking about? That's the world of the Supreme Will. The land of eternal stars and full moons. Even I'm not sure. Ah, I know what you want to say. You want to go to the starry sky. Right? That's no problem. Leave it to me. Duanmu patted his chest and let out a long breath. I thought Lonnie would give me some difficult questions. But, that's it? That's okay. Apart from anything else. For Duanmu, this is as simple as drinking water and eating. As for the endless will, Duanmu will not oppose it. After all, this Supreme Will does not seem to be as good as the paradise believed by the template. After waiting for the world to fall into his own hands, it is better to solve it once and for all. Do you really understand what I mean? Lonnie stared at Duanmu in confusion, with a look of deep doubt in her eyes. It was no wonder. For her, the starry sky and the stars were almost out of reach. And the man in front of her, where did he get the confidence to say so easily that he could do it? Of course, I understand what you mean. So, as he said, Duanmu stretched out his hand at his side. The deal is done? Staring at the big hand that Duanmu stretched out, Lonnie was silent for a moment, then stretched out her own hand and gently shook it. I hope you won't let me down. The sin of angering the witch Lonnie is very serious. Chapter 218 The Other Shore. After reaching an agreement with Lonnie, Duanmu finally had a reliable helper and guide. After all, as a local native, Lonnie must be very familiar with the border area. So Duanmu also made a direct request to her, hoping that Lonnie could help him locate the locations of the other people. This was not difficult for Lonnie. Currently, only Lorena's location was relatively remote. Based on her description, Lonnie judged that Lorena should be in the area of the Stargazer village in the snowfield. As for the Volcano Mansion, Lonnie said that the road to the Volcano Mansion was very dangerous. The reason was very simple. There were 3 heirs who attacked the royal city at that time. Namely, Lakad, Latin and Mernia. Although Greg escaped in the crowd when he saw the situation was not good, another person came forward. That is, the evil King Munot. He led the night cavalry and the royal city troops to not only withstand the attack of the 3 parties, but also counterattacked all the way and directly attack the gate of the Volcano Mansion. It is precisely because of this that the entire road from the royal city to the volcano residence is almost entirely a battlefield. Even now, those soldiers are still fighting this desperate and endless war. To be honest, after hearing this, Duanmu was somewhat surprised about Monget. Although he didn't know the fighting power of Lakad and Malnia, he knew the strength of Latin. Apart from anything else, most people would not be able to withstand the meteor bombardment that fell from the sky. And Malnia was able to fight Latin to a draw and use the Scarlet Corruption to harm Latin's territory, and then escape unscathed. Naturally, she was not a good person either. 3 people joined forces like this, but did not attack the king's city? Could it be that he is the final boss? Of course, Lonnie also explained to Duanmu that this was not the case. Although 3 armies were besieging the royal city, Lakad did not personally appear, but sent his trusted men to lead the attack. As for Malnia, she was indeed powerful. But during the siege, Malnia learned that her brother Michaela had been kidnapped. So this brother-obsessed Valkyrie simply gave up and turned back to look for her brother halfway through the battle. In the end, only Latin and Monget were left to fight to a draw. When he saw that the other two had run away, Latin was not stupid. He thought that if he died here with Monget, it would be like a fisherman gaining the benefit while the cranes and clams fight, and he would give benefits to others for nothing. So he just ran away. It can be seen that this kind of coalition forces with ghosts are simply a flower shelf. And when they encounter difficulties, they have collapsed. Okay, let's skip this topic. The most important thing at the moment is the whereabouts of Mistalina. Duanmu Huai did not find any trace of Mistalina in the 3 territories of Ninjafu, Linia and Gald. So she may have been teleported to other places. At least for now. The girls around Duanmu Huai have basically been teleported to an independent territory. For example, Bambi is in Galad, Milfi is in Linia, Ogus is in the Eternal City under Ninjafu, Odile is in the volcano residence of Mir Volcano, and Lorena is in the stargazing ruins on the snowy mountains. From this point of view, Mistarina may also be transmitted to a separate place. According to this law, Mistarina is likely to be on the Weeping Peninsula, the Asian Plateau, the Xingshu village of Michaela, or Wancheng. Of course, there is another worse place that is the sewer of Wancheng, the ceiling fire, and the place where the 3 fingers are. After determining the current situation, everyone quickly made a plan. Bambi and Milfi will go to the Weeping Peninsula to investigate first to see if they can find any clues about Mistalina. It is relatively safe there, and there are not too many dangers. If Mistalina is there, then it is naturally the best choice. As for Duanmu Huai, Lani asked him to go to the God-granting tower in Linia immediately. She had already told Duanmu Huai that after the ceremony, Lani transferred her soul into the body of this doll, and then killed her original body as a god with a black knife. Therefore, the remaining half of the centipede mark of the death rune was on Lani's own body. Just go to Kalia's study, then enter the divine tower and reach the top, and you can get the incomplete half of the brand. To be honest, Lani herself was also very curious about what a complete holder of the death rune would look like. After that, Duanmu Huai will have to follow Lani's instructions to look for other fragments of the magic ring. He now has the great runes from Grek, the great runes from Latin, and the great runes from Lanera. And the ones left are the remaining 4 fragment kings, the great rune of Lakad, lord of the volcano mansion, the great rune of Mongot, king of evil omens, the great rune of Mongot, king of blood, and the great rune of Marlenia, the scarlet Valkyrie. The last person to talk about is naturally Ogus. The reason why she will stay in Lani's magic tower for the time being is very simple. That is, Ogus needs to adapt to her current body. This was not an easy task for Ogus, because she was a puppet before, and puppets have no sense of touch. For Ogus, whether she encountered ice and snow or blazing winds, it didn't matter to her, because the puppet's body itself did not have the ability to perceive. But now, after merging with the teardrop, Ogus can experience all kinds of feelings like humans. What's more terrible is that she is very unfamiliar with these feelings. For example, the feeling of touching something, the feeling of being burned by fire, the feeling of being frozen by cold, and even the feeling of being injured or torn apart. These things are almost commonplace for ordinary people, but they are extremely unfamiliar to Ogus, which is why she dared to just sit on the ground and not move before. Because for Ogus, even just sitting down and feeling the touch of the earth made her feel uncomfortable because she had never felt this way before. So now, what Ogus has to do is to adapt to the various tactile feedbacks brought by her body as soon as possible, and also to change her fighting style. Ogus has been manipulating the puppet strings to attack. For ordinary puppets, this is not a problem. But for human skin, the feedback brought by the puppet strings that are as tough and slender as fishing lines during activities is obviously on a completely different level. Just imagine how it feels when someone tries to grab the fishing line with their bare hands after a fish is hooked. So for Ogus, this will be a difficult process. Time waits for no one. After determining their next targets, Duanmu Huai and his group immediately split up. Bambi could fly, so he took the small Milfi to the Weeping Peninsula, while Duanmu Huai went to Kalia's study to recover the remaining half of the mark. Ogus stayed in the magic tower to relearn and adapt to her body. While everyone was busy, Mistalina was also experiencing an unimaginable adventure. Ouch. Ah. The woman fell to her knees, shaking constantly. Looking at the woman in front of her, Mistalina asked uneasily, Are you alright, Miss Hedda? You? I'm fine. Hearing Miss Delina's question, the girl named Haida slowly raised her head. Her eyes were covered with bandages, and she was wearing a thin robe. She looked very thin. However, her tone at this moment was extremely fanatical and determined. Did I do something wrong? Looking at Haida in front of her, Miss Delina couldn't help but feel a little regretful. For Miss Delina, her experience was also unimaginable. After separating from Duan Muhuai, Miss Delina found herself teleported to a strange place. While searching around, Miss Delina saw a blind girl sitting beside the road. As the guardian of the forest, Miss Delina certainly would not ignore this girl. So she took the initiative to greet her. Only then did she learn that the blind girl's name was Irina, and her father was the lord of the nearby Morn city. At this moment, the servants of that city launched a riot, and her father led the soldiers to resist. Irina was very worried about her father, so she asked Miss Delina to give her father the letter she wrote. The kind-hearted Miss Delina would naturally not refuse Irina's request. She came to Morn city with Irina's letter and helped the city lord eliminate those crazy enemies. However, when Miss Delina brought the city lord's father back to his daughter, he found that she had been murdered. This not only made her father, the city lord, very sad, but also made Miss Delina feel quite guilty. She felt that she knew it was very dangerous here, but she did not protect Irina, and it was also her responsibility. The father who lost his daughter was heartbroken. Before leaving, he gave a chapalili grape to Miss Delina, hoping that she would deliver it to a finger which named Haida. Out of responsibility and guilt, Miss Delina agreed to the request of the city lord's father. Then she saw the city lord's father dragging his tired and injured body, and slowly leaving with his daughter's body in his arms. After that, Miss Delina followed the instructions of her father, the city lord, and passed through Stonewall City. Although she also wanted to find Duan Muhuai here. Unfortunately, Duan Muhuai had already gone to the Magic Academy, so Miss Delina came back empty-handed. However, at the back gate of Stoneville, Miss Delina met the finger which named Haida. Not only was she dressed very similarly to Irina, she was also blind. According to Haida, she was traveling in search of the lights of the other side, and asked Miss Delina if she had any chapalili grapes. It was not until Miss Delina took out the grape that she was surprised to find that the so-called grape was actually a human Yunjin. What made Miss Delina even more unbelievable was that Haida actually ate it directly. It seemed that she really thought that she had only eaten a grape. Although Haida learned the truth about the chapalili grapes afterwards, she did not stop there, because she said that as long as she ate the grapes, she could clearly sense the location of the lights on the other side. Looking at the weak and alone Haida, Miss Rina decided not to make the same mistake again. This time she would protect the girl well, and would never let her die like before. So, Miss Delina became Haida's bodyguard, protecting her along the way and looking for chapalili grapes for Haida. However, looking at Haida now, Miss Delina felt more and more uneasy. She didn't know what the lights on the other side that Haida was looking for were, but she always felt that it didn't seem to be a good thing. Thank you, my lord. I can already feel the light on the other side. It's waiting for me ahead. Let's go. As she spoke, Haida took a step forward again, and Miss Delina hesitated and followed her. No matter what, she must protect this girl until the end. Chapter 219 complete. Wrong. It's Chapter 218. Is this Lonnie's body? Standing on the top of the Linea Divine Tower, Duan Muhuai looked at the charred corpse in front of him with a solemn expression. Lonnie had no choice but to do this. The previous incident with Godwin had already taught her that when the Death Rune and the Golden Law conflicted, it was basically a matter of losing one to save the other. For example, the Death Rune killed Godwin, but the gods and men under the Golden Law cannot die. So what should we do? So in the end, the Golden Law preserved Godwin's body, while the Death Rune killed Godwin's soul. A body without a soul is no different from a living dead. Renee certainly doesn't want to make the same mistake, so she transfers her soul into the doll, and then kills her own body. In this way, Renee is no longer a god, and will no longer be bound by the Golden Law. Duan Muhuai reached out, and gently touched the charred body of Lonnie in front of him. Then, he saw the other half of the centipede ring's brand emerge from it, and land on the back of Duan Muhuai's hand. Afterwards, Duan Muhuai only felt a piercing pain from the back of his left hand, and at the same time, a line of system prompts appeared in front of him. Death Rune Fragment March 3rd. Death Rune completed. Activating. Boom. At this moment, Duanmu Huai suddenly felt a powerful force erupting from the back of his hand. The bone-chilling force of death spread along the blood vessels to every part of Duanmu Huai's body in the blink of an eye. At this moment, Duanmu Huai only felt extremely cold all over his body. He could even feel that powerful force, just like blood, penetrating into every area of his body. Ah! Along with the roar, red, black and white flame shot up into the sky, enveloping Duanmu Huai completely. Ouch! Ah! At this moment, Duanmu Huai knelt on the ground, clenched his fists, and clenched his teeth. At this time, Lonnie's warning also echoed in Duanmu Huai's mind. The Golden Law was only formed after the Death Rune was removed. In other words, the Death Rune is the shadow of the Golden Law. Its power is equivalent to a complete version of the Golden Law. It is very dangerous and difficult to control this power. Sure enough, Lonnie was right. Duanmu Huai could feel that the power of the Death Rune was slowly but unwaveringly penetrating into every corner of his body. Even his power armor and even his soul, which seemed to be completely integrated with this power of death. At the same time, the system information in front of him was still flashing rapidly. Death Rune has been activated. Integration in progress. 10%, 20%, 25%. The demon's heart has been detected. Fusion progress has been doubled. Similar priesthood domains are evolving. Please answer the following question. What do you want to destroy? What does death mean to you? What kind of philosophical question is this? Duanmu Huai gritted his teeth, enduring the pain from his body, while staring at the problems listed in front of him. What do you want to destroy? Is there any need to ask? The Inquisition's duty is to protect humanity. Any threat to human existence is an enemy, and the only way to destroy an enemy is to destroy it. On the contrary, it was the second question that made Duanmu Huai hesitate. What exactly is death to him? This question is too philosophical, and he is not a philosopher. However, Duanmu Huai does not want to simply answer that death is the end of everything. Moreover, judging from Duanmu Huai's understanding of the game system, this is probably also a trap question. The answer to the latter question may have an unimaginable impact on him. According to general theory, everything will die one day. This is the value of death, to prove the beauty and greatness of life. Similarly, according to fatalists, life and death are part of the cycle of all things in the world. Where there is life, there is death. And where there is death, there is life. At this moment, the fusion progress bar has reached 85%. But Duanmu Huai is still thinking hard. Then he looked at the problem again. And then his eyes lit up. Damn it. This damn question and answer trap almost trapped me again. It doesn't matter what death is exactly. What matters is what the first 4 words mean to you. Yes, books and philosophers have various answers to death. But those are their answers. What is death to you? Once you find the key point, the next answer will be simple. What is death to Duanmu Huai? Death is the means of destroying any enemy who dares to stand in the way of the Inquisition. Any enemy who dares to stand in front of the Inquisition and threaten humanity will only have one way to go: death. Death is the wrath and punishment of the Inquisition. No mercy. No sympathy. In order to survive. In order to defeat all enemies of humanity. What the Inquisitor brings is death and destruction. Boom! The moment Duanmu Huai answered the question in his mind, the fusion progress bar, which was originally 95%, instantly filled up, and flame shot up into the sky again. At the same time, the interface in front of Duanmu Huai also changed rapidly. Death Rune has been fused. The Destroyer advances to the God of Destruction. Weak Divine Power +3. Skill Fusion. Material Dislocation attack weakness when with fewer bully the weak Death Aura. Death Aura, when hit, there is a chance to cause 500% reflected damage, and it is also effective for enemies within a 20-yard radius. There is a certain probability that enemies in a panic state will die instantly. You must always be careful when facing the Messenger of Death, as attacks on him may lead to a violent counterattack. Rage Soul Devouring. Soul Devouring. Enemies that die because of you will provide you with 1/10 of their health as recovery. Sucking enough soul power can block a fatal attack. Sad souls have nowhere to escape, and their final destination is to completely perish in your palm. Sub-Sky Armor upgraded to Eternal Death Armor. Fear Aura upgraded to LV3. As lines of information flashed by, the flame suddenly expanded and exploded. And then Duanmu Huai strode out of it. Huh. So cool. Duanmu Huai clenched his hands. He could feel the powerful force flowing through his body. Now Duanmu Huai felt like the protagonists in martial arts novels, who fell into a paradise and accidentally swallowed a 1,000-year-old ice clam and gained 2 decades of internal strength out of thin air. He felt as strong as an ox and could knock down a towering tree with one punch. At the same time, the armor worn by Duanmu Huai also underwent earth-shaking changes. Previously, the upgrade of Duanmu Huai's power armor was just a change in color and decoration. But now, it has completely changed into another look. First of all, the size. The power armor that Duanmu Huai is wearing now is almost a circle larger than before. Not only that, its appearance has also changed. The shoulder armor on both sides of Duanmu Huai also became much taller, and even connected to the back armor at the back. And Duanmu Huai's head was located in the middle groove. At the same time, his helmet also turned into a completely black, with only the face turned into a white skull. Not only that, behind Duanmu Huai's head, there stood a pitch-black holy tablet inlaid with the emblem of the tribunal. The entire power armor is black with golden trim. On the chest is a pitch-black war eagle with its wings spread out. The center of the 2 sides of the shoulder armor and the waist are covered with 3 white human skulls. In their dark eye sockets, scarlet flames are constantly beating, giving people the feeling that these skulls themselves have life. Behind Duanmu Huai, the lower part connected to the holy monument was equipped with a jetpack for detecting and repairing skulls. The knees were also covered with skull-shaped armor. The dark cloak covered them, looking like the wings of the god of death. Even the shape of the thunder hammer in Duanmu Huai's hand had changed. The originally flat top was now covered with densely packed huge spikes that looked like sharp teeth. If it was swung over, it would probably be able to smash dozens of bloody holes on the opponent's body. Well, in a nutshell, even more terrifying. Well, Duanmu Huai has gotten used to it. This paint job is enough to scare people to death just by walking on the street. But this skill is based on my answer. Duanmu Huai glanced at the evolved skills, many of which were merged and giving completely different effects. Obviously, judging from the skill effects of Death Aura and Soul Devouring, this upgrade clearly meant that Duanmu Huai would be on the front line again. After all, Death Aura was a counter-injury skill, and Soul Devouring could restore health and resist, which meant that the more enemies Duanmu Huai killed, the more powerful attacks he could defend against. If he could kill a few of his troops before facing the evil god, and cooperate with the Doom Slayer, oh no, now it is the power of the god of destruction. Then even if facing an attack from the Chaos Evil God, he may be able to withstand it unscathed. This is very important to Duanmu Huai. The so-called invincible Hearthstone means that you must be invincible first before you can play Hearthstone. The premise of running away when you can't fight is, you have to be able to run away first. Therefore, if you want to maximize the effectiveness of your skills, it is important that Duanmu Huai must lead the way, charge into the enemy group, and then use counter-injury to knock down as many enemies as possible, absorbing souls to increase defense and resistance. Very good. Duanmu Huai simulated it in his mind, then gripped the warhammer tightly and swung it casually. The gains obtained from the border area this time were beyond Duanmu Huai's expectations. Now it seems that he has enough capital to fight against the Eternal Chosen One. Chapter 220, Interval Journey. After fully acquiring the power of the Death Rune, Duanmu Huai immediately set off for the location of the large elevator. According to Lonnie, the large elevator required a key to activate, but Duanmu Huai was too lazy to look for the key that was hidden somewhere. So he started the jetpack and flew directly to the Yatan Plateau. Just as Lonnie said, the area outside the royal city was in a mess, with ruins and debris left by the war everywhere, and even several huge steel giants walking on the ground, holding longbows and moving slowly. However, Duanmu Huai was too lazy to provoke these boring puppets. So he bypassed the battlefield and planned to go to the volcano residence from the other side. However, just when Duanmu Huai was halfway there, suddenly, a familiar fragrance came. This smell is not. When he smelled the scent, Duanmu Huai's eyes suddenly lit up. Then he turned around and walked in the direction of the fragrance. Not long after, Duanmu Huai saw a man sitting by the river below the royal city, and the big pot in front of him exuded a fragrant aroma. Who is it? Hearing Duanmu Huai's footsteps, the man was startled and stood up quickly. When he saw the terrifying monster not far behind him, he was so scared that he drew his knife. Seeing the man like this, Duanmu Huai also took off his helmet and greeted him. It's me. Hey, It's you. You really scared me. The man breathed a sigh of relief when he saw Duan Mu Huai's familiar face. Duan Mu Huai walked over and sat down next to the man, while looking at the red crabs cooking in the pot. Change the taste this time? Hey, crabs are good too. The man chuckled. In fact, this man was none other than Brother Shrimp, who had eaten spicy crayfish with Duan Mu Huai and Linia before. At this moment, he was also staring at the pot, then raised his head to look at Duan Mu Huai, and rubbed his hands embarrassedly. I have a favor to ask. Do you still have the seasoning you put in? I collected the rest afterwards, but it's hard to preserve. No problem. Duan Mu Huai also smelled the spicy aroma in the pot, which was not very strong. It seemed that after that, this shrimp brother had used the soup ingredients many times, and now the smell was not so strong. So he didn't say much, just took out a bag of hot pot ingredients from his pocket, opened it, and handed it over. I'll give it to you. Hey, thanks. Brother Xia was obviously quite excited. He stretched out his hand excitedly to take the hot pot ingredients handed over by Duan Mu Huai, then took some and put them in the pot, and then carefully saved the rest. Soon, not long after Brother Xia added seasoning again, the hot pot smelled spicy and fragrant again. Looking at the sweet and plump crabs, people couldn't help but drool. Okay. Soon, the two reached out their hands and began to enjoy the delicious crabs in front of them. It must be said that Brother Xiaozi really knows how to cook. At least he knows how to cook these things better than Duan Mu Huai. When cooking crayfish before, Duan Mu Huai just threw the seasoning directly in, and the taste was somewhat heavy. However, since the spicy crayfish itself has a strong taste, it is not a big problem. But when it comes to the ingredients used in cooking crabs, Brother Shrimp is obviously quite particular. He uses just the right amount, which brings out the crab's freshness while retaining its spicy stimulation and aroma. For a moment, the two of them were feasting on the crabs and enjoying the meal very much. Soon, the whole pot of crabs was eaten up by the two of them, and Shrimp Brother sat on the ground, touching his round belly. It's so comfortable. What are your plans next? Duan Mu Huai was eating crabs while looking at Brother Xia with curiosity. He could see that Brother Xia was just an ordinary person and didn't seem to have any plans. But now, he was running around alone in this dangerous border area. Could he be planning to become a gourmet? I don't know either. Brother Xia shrugged. I used to be just a small thug, locked up in a cell, and then I escaped. Who would have thought that the world would become like this now? I don't know where I should go or what I should do. I don't know what this damn world will become. I think with your cooking skills, it would be a good idea to open a restaurant. Ha! That's a good idea. Hearing what Duan Mu Huai said, Brother Xiaozi burst into laughter. If you are interested, I can recommend a place to you. Duan Mu Huai thought for a while, and then spoke that he and Brother Xiaozi got along well, although they had only met a few times. They had eaten delicacies from land and sea together. Duan Mu Huai did not want Brother Xiaozi to die somewhere. I'm going to the volcano residence to look for someone. If you believe me, wait for me here. When I come back, I'll take you to a place. Although it's not particularly prosperous, it's much better than this place where crazy people are running around. After hearing Duan Mu Huai's suggestion, Brother Xiaozi thought for a while, and then nodded. Okay. I want to see what good place you recommend to me. Then I'll wait for you here. While chatting and eating crabs with Brother Xia, Duan Mu Huai did not forget to contact Bambi and Milfi through telepathy to inquire about their progress. Bambi did bring Duan Mu Huai a message that they did not find any trace of Mistalina in the Weeping Peninsula. But the wandering merchant here gave them a clue. He had seen a girl with a similar appearance heading towards the direction of Stonewall City. Miss Trina went to Stonevale? It must be said that Duan Mu Huai was somewhat surprised to hear this. But he was sure that he and Mistalina must have strayed. So Duan Mu Huai also told Bambi to let her and Milfi continue to search according to this clue. At the same time, Duan Mu Huai also relaxed a little in his heart. At least for now. Mistalina should be above the border, not below it. If she is deeper underground, it would probably be more difficult to find her. Oh, I'd better tell you something. Just when Duan Mu Huai finished communicating with Bambi, Brother Xia, who was sitting there digesting his food, seemed to have thought of something, looked at Duan Mu Huai and spoke. Do you know about coprophagists? We're eating, so please don't say disgusting things. Okay. Duan Mu Huai glanced at the crab roe in his hand. You didn't do that on purpose. Ha! Sorry. That's a lunatic wearing disgusting, ugly armor. Cursing the world. Having said that, Brother Xiao's expression became much more serious. It seems that you are very strong. But I still want to tell you that if you meet the guy, don't approach him. Before, I was locked in the same cell with him. So I know. The guy is not the same as me like me. It is a very scary man. Body. As he spoke, Brother Xiaozi seemed to recall something and shuddered uncontrollably. I've never seen such a disgusting sight. I saw a defiled corpse near here before. And that guy is right here. Be careful. Don't run into him. He's not a good guy. Okay. Thank you for your reminder. I will pay attention to it. Duanmu Huai certainly wouldn't take a mere food. Forget it. Let's not talk about this guy when we're eating. But seeing Brother Xiaozi's disgusted look, he also remembered this guy to some extent. Obviously, this is not a good thing. If you come across one, just kill it. While Duanmu Huai and Brother Xiao were chatting and eating, Miss Delina was experiencing the most terrifying adventure of her life. Miss Haida, do you want to go on? Holding a sword in one hand and a shield in the other, Miss Delina looked at Haida anxiously. After that, she followed the blind witch to the royal city. However, to Miss Delina's surprise, the location of the lights on the other side that Haida sensed was exactly in the sewer of the royal city. Well, Miss Delina swore that she had never been to such a dirty place. The entire sewer is extremely dim. She is as big as dogs, rotten mice, and humans and plants that twisted and mutated under the curse. Let alone the stench flowing from the ground on the ground. Some kind of corruption. Tattered things can feel that in the darkness deep in the sewer. There seems to be more. At this moment, Miss Delina suddenly stopped, raised her shield in front of her, and stared at the front carefully. Then, under Miss Delina's gaze, a strange, twisted figure slowly appeared. He was wearing dirty, ugly armor that was full of corruption and stench. His entire body looked like it had been soaked in feces, and was filled with a disgusting, irritating smell. The pustules and filth covering the surface of the armor were even more difficult to look at. He slowly raised his head and stared at Miss Delina fiercely. Feeling his gaze, Miss Delina shuddered. She could not feel any kindness from his gaze, but only pure hatred. Hatred, anger, and disgust for everything in this world. I will kill you and defile you. I will eat everything from you. I am a dung-eater. A curse upon all of you. While shouting, he raised the sword in his hand. I will kill you and thoroughly defile your corpses. Let everyone be born under the curse. And let your descendants and future generations curse endlessly. I will kill. As soon as he finished speaking, the other party rushed directly towards Miss Trina. Miss Haida, please stay away from me. Miss Delina raised her shield and shouted loudly. Although she didn't know who this scary guy was, it was obvious that he had set his sights on her. I am Miss Trina, the princess of the forest. You evil man. Die! While roaring loudly, Miss Trina raised her shield and rushed towards the monster in front of her. Chapter 221 Desperate Fate. Duanmu Huai didn't know that Miss Delina was facing the most dangerous battle in her life. After having a delicious meal of spicy crabs with Brother Xia, Duanmu Huai continued to hum a song and headed for the volcano residence. Just as Lonnie said, the road leading to the volcano residence is not easy to travel. But for Duanmu Huai, this level of threat is not a big deal. When he arrived at the gate of the volcano residence, Odile, who had already contacted Duanmu Huai, was waiting for his arrival there. Master, I am so sorry to have troubled you. When she saw Duanmu Huai, Odile immediately lowered her head and bowed to Duanmu Huai. Nothing. This is what I should do. Oh, by the way, I plan to meet the owner of this place. After all, he has taken care of you for so long. So I have to show my appreciation. That's okay. Hearing Duanmu Huai's words, Odile hesitated a little, but she still nodded, and then took Duanmu Huai into the Huishan mansion. Soon, under the guidance of Odile, Duanmu Huai met the owner of the volcano mansion. She was a woman wearing a white dress and a white mask, and behind her stood a knight in heavy armor. Hello, Mr. Knight. Perhaps because of what she had heard from Odile, the woman was not too surprised to see Duanmu Huai. She just sat on the chair and nodded lightly to him. My name is Tanis, and I'm the owner of this mansion. I'm very happy to meet you. I've heard a lot about you from Miss Odile. Hello, Miss Tanis. Duanmu Huai also bowed to Tanis, and glanced around in confusion. If he remembered correctly, Lonnie had told him that Lakad was the owner of the volcano residence. But Lakad was not here now. By the way, Lonnie also wants Dwanmu Huai to take back the great rune from Lakad. This is a case of not hitting a smiling person. What should I do? No matter what. The other party helped me take an ordeal. And I can't repay kindness with evil. That would be too unkind. Thank you very much for taking ordeal in. If there is anything I can do for you, please feel free to ask. I will never refuse. Mr. Knight? That's very polite. Hearing Dwanmu Huai's words, Tanis chuckled. I once heard Leia mention you, saying that you are a promising talent. So I want to ask you, are you willing to join the Volcano Mansion and fight alongside us? We don't intend to obey the guidance of the blessing, the arrogant empty words of the finger, and everything imposed. We want to raise our swords against the golden tree. So what do you think, Mr. Knight? If it were in the past, Dwanmu Huai would probably have to give it some thought. But now that he has learned the truth about the golden tree and the golden law from Lonnie, this issue is no longer a problem for Dwanmu Huai. Of course. What do you want me to do? Very good. Hearing Dwanmu Huai's answer, Tanis nodded, then reached out and took out a letter from her bosom and handed it over. Dwanmu Huai took the letter from Tanis, glanced at it carefully, and found that it contained a person's name and his location. This is a commission from the volcano residence. Hunting the warrior standing on the side of the golden tree is your mission. If you have any questions about this, you can just leave here. I know this is not an easy task. I understand. Don't worry. I'll get it done. After reading the contents of the letter, Dwanmu Huai immediately understood what Tanis meant. Tanis asked him to hunt those who were loyal to the Golden Clan. Of course, Dwanmu Huai himself would not let these guys continue to exist. After all, this world fragment will be his territory in the future. And the running dogs of the Golden Law are naturally. They must be eliminated in advance to avoid any trouble in the future. Now, Tanis not only found out the names of these people, but also thoughtfully marked their locations. Naturally, Dwanmu Huai was happier. Owner. After saying goodbye to Tanis, Dwanmu Huai left the volcano residence, and Odile followed him. You can stay here for now. Although Dwanmu Huai wanted to take Odile away with him, he thought about it and decided to leave Odile behind first. On the one hand, it would be more convenient for him to go alone. And on the other hand, he still needed Odile's help to investigate the situation of the volcano residence. Listen, Odile, I have something for you to do next. Have you heard of Lakad in the volcano residence? This, after hearing Dwanmu Huai's inquiries, Odile frowned and thought of shaking his head for a moment. I'm sorry, Master. I've never heard of the name Lakad. So are you familiar with Leia? Yes, Master. Leia. She is a very good person. She was the one who found me first and brought me to the volcano residence and asked Ms. Tanis to take me in. She is a very good child. That's good. Dwanmu Huai nodded. Anyway, I want you to stay in the volcano residence for the time being. Don't ask or look for anything. Just act like you normally would. But if anything unusual happens in the volcano residence, you must notify me immediately. Do you understand? Yes, Master. I understand. Although I don't know what Dwanmu Huai is going to do. Audrey nodded very obediently. For Audai, Dwanmu Huai was still at ease. Although she was not as lively as in. She was winning. What you wanted to do. And she didn't do anything. Then I'll be right back. After saying this, Dwanmu Huai turned and left. And Odile lowered her head as she watched Dwanmu Huai's receding back. I wish you all the way, Master. At the same time, in the dim sewer, there was another scene. Oh! Mistalina fell to the ground. At this moment, she looked pale and sweaty. A blonde had a soft blonde hair, which had completely lost her glory like the sun. What's wrong with me? Gasping for breath, Mistalina stood up. Ever since she defeated that terrible, filthy and weird guy, Mistalina felt as if her body was covered by some kind of curse. Her strength was gradually dissipating. Not only that, she could also feel some kind of disgusting smell surrounding her body, as if it was going to completely corrode her soul. It's just ahead. My king. Following Mistalina, Haida whispered. I can feel the burning flames. Don't worry. Once you reach that door and meet Lord Three Fingers, he will grant you supreme grace, and the curse in your body will dissipate. After saying this, Hai Yen walked forward. Blessing, curse. Miss Delina was already somewhat confused at this moment, and Haida's whispers echoed in her ears. She stood up and followed behind Haida. At this moment, Miss Delina did not expect any blessings or favors. She only hoped to eliminate the curse on her body. She absolutely did not want to become like that terrible, dirty, disgusting monster. She absolutely won't. This is the door. My king. Finally, Haida stopped, and in front of her was a huge stone door, which even had charred burn marks on it. Please come in. Hai Yan turned his head and looked at Miss Lina. I am a witch, and you will become a king. The gate will open for you, and you will meet Master Three Fingers. May the flame of chaos take root in you. Miss Delina walked slowly to the stone door, took off her armor, stretched out her hand, placed it on the stone door, and pushed forward. Along with Miss Serena's movements, Sherman slowly opened, and then Miss Serena walked into Sherman. When she looked up, she saw 3 fingers burning with flames, moving slowly. Then, the fingers seemed to sense Miss Delina's arrival, and they opened their 3 fingers, showing the blazing flames. Miss Delina, like a butterfly attracted by the flames, walked forward step by step. When Miss Serena was close to the 3 fingers, I saw the 3 fingers stretched out, grabbing Miss Serena's body vigorously. Then, Miss Delina felt a scorching flame from the inside out, completely burning her body and mind, and her consciousness became blank at this moment. When Miss Delina recovered her consciousness again, she had left the stone room, while Hai Yin stood in front of her and stared at her. Ah, the chaos fire has taken root deep within you, my king. Who am I? Miss Delina lowered her head and found that her arms and body were all burned by the flames. However, the incredible thing was that although she looked like she was burned, she did not feel any pain at all. Just when Miss Delina was puzzled, Haida reached out and grabbed her hand. My king, please burn me with your flame and let me become your witch. As she spoke, Haida raised Miss Delina's finger and placed it on her eye sockets. The next moment, the burning flame suddenly burst out and rushed directly into Haida's eyes. Ah! My eyes are melting. Feeling the burning of the flames, Haida stretched out her hands, covered her eyes tightly, and screamed loudly. Then, she collapsed on the ground. Seeing this scene, Miss Serena was even more stunned. Miss Haiyan, what are you doing? What did I do? Please do not worry. Hearing Miss Delina's voice, Haiyan looked up and stared at her. Thank you. I have sensed what Master Three Fingers said. As your witch, please allow me to convey. Everything begins with a huge one, and differences arise from that one. After the differences arise, life is born and has a mind. But this is the mistake made by the Supreme Will. Pain, despair, curse, all sins and sufferings come from this. So we must go back to the starting point. You? What are you talking about? Miss Trina's face was pale at this moment, although she didn't know what was going on. Haida's words were full of a power that made Miss Trina terrified. Very simple. My king. Haiyan raised his hand, and a smile appeared on his face. Use the flames of chaos to melt everything. Melt everything. Return the entire world to its original state. Please become the king. The king of chaos who can melt away pain, despair, curse, all sins and pain. Make all people the same, and no longer be born. As Haida finished her words, yellow flames gradually emerged from her body and completely engulfed Haida. No. It shouldn't be like this. Looking at the blind woman who was swallowed by the flame, Miss Serena stepped back. She never thought of destroying the world. She just hoped to protect others and preserve life. But why? Why did she meet such an ending? What should I do? At this moment, it was unprecedented and huge fear of Miss Serena. Chapter 222 The Secret of the Mansion. Guanmu Huai knew nothing about what was happening underground in the royal city. He was still working for the volcano residents and keeping in touch with others. Otis is still adapting her body under the guidance of Lonnie. Bambi and Milfy are still tracking the whereabouts of Miss Trina. Fortunately, they have learned their lesson after that. Every time they arrive at a place, they will go to the wandering merchants there to inquire about the situation. According to these wandering merchants, Miss Trina seems to have escorted the girl to the royal city. On the contrary, Lorena was the most relaxed. She said that she was currently practicing in the holy snowfield. Well, for this missionary priest, the snowfield, which was cold and highland, seemed very suitable for her to practice. And according to her, Lorena seemed to have met a very interesting friend in the holy snowfield. Well, Duanmu could imagine this girl running a marathon on the snow when she had nothing to do. It had to be said that it really suited her. It was not difficult for Duanmu to deal with the enemies on the list. In fact, with his current strength, he could kill those warriors instantly with ease. Originally, Duanmu planned to take a head or ear as a token of his loyalty. But those people turned into ashes after death. Duanmu was worried that Tanis would think he was talking nonsense. But to his surprise, Tanis did not seem to have any questions about Duanmu's report. It seemed that she should have her own way of confirming it. Ah, master. Just when Duanmu took another business and was leaving Tanis, Odile called him. What's wrong? Is something wrong? Hearing what Odile said, Duanmu stopped and Odile shook her head. It's not me. It's Miss Leia. She seems to want to see you for something. Leia? Duanmu curiously looked in the direction of Odile's finger, and soon saw the hunchback girl in the green robe. She was still the same as before, standing timidly in a corner by the wall. So Duanmu also walked to Leia and greeted her. Hello, Miss Leia. Ah, Lo. Hiro-sama. Leia also hurriedly returned the gift. I heard that you want to ask me for help with something? Yes. Hearing Duanmu's question, Leia hesitated for a moment. Hiro, have you ever heard any strange noises in this mansion? Strange noise? Duanmu raised his eyebrows, while Leia continued speaking with some uneasiness. Yes. I sometimes hear that sound coming from the other side of the wall. There is also a sound similar to breathing, the sound of scales rubbing against each other. Sorry for asking such a strange question. I didn't hear it. Duanmu shook his head and looked at Audrey. Did you hear that? This? Odile hesitated. I do seem to have heard similar noises, but I always thought they were bugs or something. Maybe snakes? Have you talked to Tanis? I think such a small matter should not alarm Lady Tanis. Maybe. I'm just too tired. It seems quite interesting. Duanmu became interested. I'll go investigate. Maybe I'll find something. Maybe this matter has something to do with Lakad. Duanmu certainly couldn't tear down the volcano residence, although this was the quickest way. But he had his own way. After all, the Inquisitor's power armor was not just for show, and its helmet also had various functions, including the ability to scan and analyze the surroundings. Duanmu didn't do this before, naturally because it was not convenient to do this in the Master's house. But now that Leia had requested it, he turned on the scanner and walked around the corridor. Sure enough, Duanmu soon discovered that there was a hidden passage behind the guest rooms on the other side, although he didn't know where this passage led to. The sound that Leia heard should be related to it. Okay, that's about it. Let's go talk to Leia. Where is she? Ah, Miss Leia should have gone back to her room. It's over here. As she spoke, Odile took Duanmu to a room inside, and then knocked on the door gently. Ms. Leia. It's me. We have found some clues. Can you come in? Soon. Leia's voice was heard from inside. Ah, Miss Odile. Please come in. Okay. Excuse me. As she spoke, Odile pushed open the door and walked into the room. However, the moment she entered the room, Odile seemed to see something surprising, and she froze in place. What's wrong? Odile? Seeing his maid showing such a rare loss of composure, Duanmu walked over curiously, then walked into the room. And then, oh my god! What the hell is this? In the room, there was a huge red lizard nearly 2 meters tall. It had short arms and legs, and was wearing a green robe. Isn't this the one that Leia was wearing? Did this monster eat Leia? Just when Duanmu was about to go up and hit it with a hammer, he saw the lizard turned its head and looked at them curiously. Ah, Mr. Hiro. Ms. Odile. You are here. Why do you look so surprised? Having said this, Leia seemed to have discovered something, lowered her head to look at herself, and then was shocked. No way. Am I still in the form of a snake? Ah. How could this be? It's Miss Leia. Right? Hearing Leia's familiar voice coming from the lizard's mouth, and seeing her timid and cute look as she crouched with her head in her hands, it was basically confirmed. Yes. I'm so sorry. At this moment, Leia also stood up dejectedly. I'm sorry. I lost my composure. Even after seeing my appearance, you two still remained calm. I was so rude. It's nothing. Just a little unexpected. Duan Muhui silently put the thunder hammer back. Fortunately, Leia didn't notice. Yes. I'm really sorry. This is my true appearance. My real name is Elias. I sincerely apologize for not showing my true face to you. But please believe me, I am the only one who is fake. As for the volcano mansion, and every word that Lady Tannis said, it is absolutely true. Well, actually I don't really care about such trivial matters. Duan Muhui coughed. So, Tannis is your mother? Yes. Leia nodded obediently. It is said that my mother was blessed by the great king, and that is why I was born. So my appearance is also a symbol of my mother's joy. This appearance is also my glory. Hearing this, Duan Muhui and Odile looked at each other in confusion. No matter how you look at it, Tannis is a human. If she, as a human, gave birth to a half-human, half-snake monster like Leia, it would not be a blessing but more like a curse. However, considering that the other party might have lied to comfort Leia, Duan Muhui did not intend to expose it. But not everyone thinks that way. As she spoke, Leia lowered her head dejectedly. If I show my snake form, they won't want to listen to me anymore. That's why I disguise myself so I can fulfill my duties as a recruiter. Of course, Duan Muhui said that if he encountered such a big lizard in the wild, he would definitely raise his war hammer and smash it without saying a word. This matter, and my name, is a secret between me and Lady Tannis. I hope you two can keep this secret for me as well. No problem at all. Duan Muhui came to his senses quickly, but Odile was a little surprised. It was not until Duan Muhui pushed her that she nodded. Me too, Miss Leia. Please rest assured that I will keep this secret as well. Thank you both. Now, I have to find a way to transform into a human form. So, okay, let's go out first. Duan Muhui also understood the hidden meaning of Leia's words, so he took Odile away and closed the door. During the whole process, Odile didn't say a word until she returned to her room. As soon as she opened the door, Duan Muhui saw Odile's legs soften and she fell to the ground. Oh my god! What happened to you? Seeing this scene, Duan Muhui was also shocked and asked hurriedly. I'm sorry, Master. I was just scared. Okay, I understand that. But isn't your delay a little too long? Duan Muhui was not surprised that Odile was frightened to the point of her legs going limp. Any normal person would probably have a similar reaction when seeing a 2-meter-tall lizard that could stand up and walk. But what surprised him was, I just saw you talking to Leia, and you seemed pretty normal. Duan Muhui recalled carefully. Except for the first time when she opened the door. When Odile seemed frightened, she remained calm at other times, although her reaction was a little slow. At least, there was nothing abnormal on the surface. I have been educated like this. Reaching out her hand and placing it on her chest, Odile let out a long breath and slowly calmed down. As a noble woman, you must remain calm no matter what happens. You must not become hysterical or indulge your emotions. As a wife, you must never hurt the reputation of your family and your husband because of your excessive emotions. Well, it seems that what you learned has come in handy to some extent. Duan Muhui complained silently. So, Master, what are you going to do next? I'm really curious about Leia. Duan Muhui touched his chin. So, I'm going to go talk to Tannis and find out what this is all about. Chapter 223, Leia's Secret. It seems that you already know the true identity of that child. Leia, although she was wearing a mask. Duan Muhui couldn't see Tannis's expression, but her tone was quite calm. Since she has taken the initiative to tell you her name, I don't want to say much about this matter. As a mother who raised her, please let me say that I hope you can continue to treat Zelaya as well from now on. No matter what the reason for her behavior, she is still a good child. As a mother, I feel guilty. Indeed, the little girl is quite well behaved. But I think you also know that she herself has some troubles in her heart. Although Leia's appearance is a bit strange, she is not a bad person. And Duan Muhui does not object to this. Although he is a judge, he only targets those aliens who pose a threat to humans, such as Leia, who is a scumbag in fighting. He will not bully her. Right? I see. She's been acting a little strange lately. It seems like she's troubled. Having said that, Tannis sighed. I hope you can understand that sometimes the truth is not necessarily a good thing. No matter what the background is, the person involved should not be blamed. What we should do is to fight against the golden rule. In comparison, The background is not worth mentioning at all. Alright. I got it. Thanks. Hearing Duanmu Huai's answer, Tanis smiled slightly. And then her voice became serious. Since you already know so much and have perfectly fulfilled my commission, it seems that it is time to tell you about the true owner of the volcano mansion. My king lacquered? Oh! Facing Tanis's words, Duanmu Huai's eyes narrowed. Tanis sighed and continued. The golden tree blessed the fated ones. But compared to the mission they were guided to take on, that blessing was too small. Therefore, in order to complete their mission, the fated ones were forced to crave for power. Just like the dilemma faced by the king who possessed the great rune when the Elden Ring was broken. My king was very angry about being forced to snatch the power that was shared by each other. And he could not accept such superficial behavior. Since the golden tree, that is, the god, intends to trample on us, then even if it means committing a blasphemous act of judgment, we must rise up and defend our dignity. This is the consensus of all members of the volcano mansion. And it is also the determination of my king. I see. Duanmu Huai nodded secretly in his heart. He had heard from Lonnie that he had cooperated with Lakad. Now it seemed that although Lakad and Lonnie had different goals, their objectives were the same. Having said that, Tanis looked at Duanmu Huai again. If you continue on the path of a hero, one day you will meet my king. Okay. Then I'll just look forward to it. The conversation came to an end, and Duanmu Huai was about to leave. But before leaving, he suddenly remembered something. By the way, Miss Tanis, anything else? Why do you say Leia is a snake person? That form is clearly a lizard? Duanmu Huai was puzzled. In fact, when he first saw Leia, he thought she must be a lizard. The reason was very simple. Duanmu Huai had seen some videos about pet lizards on video websites before. The lizards in the videos were just like Leia, with a pair of short arms and legs, a fat body, and a snake-like head. At least from Duanmu Huai's point of view. No matter how you look at it, Leia's true form looks like a small lizard that has been enlarged to 2 meters. No, it's a snake man. It's obviously a lizard. Then Duanmu Huai and Tanis discussed this issue for a full hour. It means both of them are quite free. After ending this discussion, which had no results, and was simply a way to kill time, Duanmu Huai remembered that they had gone to find Leia before to tell her about the volcano mansion. But they had forgotten about it, because they saw the giant lizard. So now he found Leia again, and told her about his discovery. Really? After listening to Duanmu Huai's words, Leia seemed a little uneasy. Then she thought for a moment, and looked at Duanmu Huai. To tell you the truth, hero, I saw a black shadow moving in the corridor at night. After the black shadow entered the next room, it did not come out. And, if I am not mistaken, the black shadow has the outline of a snake just like me. It's obviously a lizard. This volcano mansion has secrets that I don't know. I think Lady Tanis must be hiding something from me. So what are you going to do? Duanmu Huai looked at Leia curiously, while the latter lowered her head. Although I shouldn't ask you to do this. But if you find anything, could you tell me? Staring at Leia, Duanmu Huai couldn't help but think. Although he didn't know the true story of Leia's life, judging from the suggestive words that Tanis had told him before, it was very likely that Tanis was not actually Leia's mother. And Leia's life experience might not be as good as she thought. Are you sure? You know, secrets are kept secret for a reason. If you want to know the secret, you have to pay a price. Maybe you can't afford this price at all. Facing Duanmu Huai's serious gaze, Leia couldn't help but shrink her body and lower her head. She was originally a person who lacked confidence. And now facing this serious question, it was obvious that Leia was a little nervous. However, after a while, Leia raised her head and looked at Duanmu Huai. I want to know. I want to understand it all. I want to know what secret Lady Tanis is hiding from me. Okay, I'll give it a try. Duanmu Huai shrugged his shoulders. This was not surprising. Although Leia was indeed a well-behaved and sensible girl, she was not a naive person. Any normal person like her would be suspicious of her life experience. Maybe Leia had always had some doubts about her life experience. But because there was no one to share it with, she had to hide it in her heart. Until he and Odell saw Leia's true body. Forget it. It was just a coincidence. It didn't take much effort for Duanmu Huai to find the hidden door in the next room. And then he followed the passage to an abandoned chapel at the back. When he opened the door, he found that there was a small town behind the chapel. Well, it seems that Tanis did hide something from Leia. At least Leia never told herself that there was such a place here. Walking out of the chapel, Duanmu Huai quickly saw that on the edge of a cliff not far away, there was a lizard man standing with his back to him. He was holding a sword and shield, and looked like a guard. But then again, it's really a lizard. Looking at the monster in front of him, Duanmu Huai couldn't help but comment. He even planned to knock it out and capture it, and then discuss the issue with Tanis face to face. However, at this moment, something happened that Duanmu Huai did not expect. The lizardman soldier suddenly bent forward, then raised his body upwards as if he was stretching. The next moment, Duanmu Huai saw that this guy's body instantly stretched from 2 meters to 4 or 5 meters. Okay. I withdraw my previous statement. It was definitely a snake man. No. This is an earthworm. Even snakes don't have this. Hiss. At this moment, the monster also discovered Duanmu Huai. It opened its mouth and let out a scream, then shrank its body again, and then suddenly stretched out and rushed directly in front of Duanmu Huai. It swung a sword at Duanmu Huai, and the next moment it fell to the ground with a scream, turning into a corpse. What the hell is this thing? Duanmu Huai silently put away his fist and looked at the corpse on the ground speechlessly. He originally thought that Leia could speak, and the snake people here should be able to communicate, but the result was the same as those crazy people outside. Well, I remember Milfi once said that many races established their own civilizations at that time. Thinking of this, Duanmu Huai immediately contacted Bambi and asked her to ask Milfi if she had ever seen a group of creatures that looked like lizards and had very long bodies. Soon, Bambi responded. Ah, that's the spirit snake tribe. Right. Milfi said they were active in the volcano before, but there has been no news since then. I see. I understand. At this moment, Duanmu Huai had also arrived in front of a church located high up, staring at the statue in front of him. It was a stone sculpture with a snake head and wings. It looked like an angel statue of the snake people. In other words, Leia was actually a descendant of this race? Or is Tanis actually a snake person like Leia? After all, Tanis wears a mask all day long. I don't know if her humanization skills are as bad as Leia's, so she chooses to wear a mask. But judging from her appearance, she probably doesn't have a tail. Thinking of this, Duanmu Huai shook his head. Then he reached out, pushed the door of the church, and walked in. The entire church exudes blood-red glory. There is a huge snake-shaped statue in front of it, and under the snake-shaped statue, there is obese and a fat house. Well, this was Duanmu Huai's first thought when he saw the other person. This guy is just like the kind of ultra-weighty patients who had seen in the video before. It looks like a big ball, and the fat is full of fat. Yes, it's definitely a snake man. But the snake people can also become so fat. Is this eating too much hibernation? Woo. Woo. At this moment, the fat otaku also discovered Duanmu Huai. He raised his head and stared at Duanmu Huai. Then his eyes lit up. Then, Duanmu Huai saw the fat otaku yelling and running towards him. And then, plop, he fell in front of him. What's going on? Woo. Woo. Just when Duanmu Huai was hesitating whether to hit him with a hammer, he saw the fat otaku raised his head and looked at him with tears streaming down his face. Then he lowered his head and prostrated himself in front of him, as if he was worshipping him as some god. No. Although I am indeed a god, I have nothing to do with fat otakus like you. You, what do you mean? Duanmu Huai stared at the fat otaku crawling in front of him in confusion and asked. And the fat otaku nodded desperately. And then he seemed to understand what Duanmu Huai meant. And then Duanmu Huai saw the fat otaku stretch out his hands and raise them towards him. And then a black flame emerged from his hands. Isn't this black flame? Seeing this thing, Duanmu Huai's eyes twitched suddenly. He certainly would not forget that the special ability he possessed after obtaining the death rune was the black flame. He remembered that the message prompt at that time said that the black flame was the flame of the hunting god, controlled by the godskin nobles who serve the destined death. You are the nobles of the gods? Looking at the fat guy in front of him, Duanmu Huai was speechless. No. Can't you be more beautiful? How could someone like you serve the destiny of death? Well, from a certain perspective, this looks quite aristocratic. Especially the kind of virtuous nobles often appearing in anime games. Considering his destined death, Duan Mu Huai finally resisted the urge to hit him to death with a hammer. He rolled his eyes, sighed helplessly, and changed the subject. I'm here to find a snake person. Do you know me? A young snake person who can transform into a human. Her name is Zeliyas. Woo. Woo. The fat man seemed to understand Duan Mu Huai's words. He nodded, turned around and took Duan Mu Huai to the altar of the church. Then the fat man respectfully picked up something from the altar, turned around and handed it to Duan Mu Huai. What's this? Duan Mu Huai took it doubtfully and examined it carefully. It was something that looked like some kind of transparent internal organs, with a small gap faintly visible inside. It looked as if there had been some kind of small life inside before, but it disappeared later. At the same time, a system prompt appeared in front of Duan Mu Huai. Get the amniotic membrane of the snake. Snake amnion, the amnion that wraps the abandoned child in the horrible birth ceremony. No matter how long it takes, it remains moist and will not dry up. So, Leia was born from here. Looking at the thing in front of him, Duan Mu Huai didn't know what to say. But wait. If he remembered correctly, weren't snakes oviparous? Blinds are something that can only be available in vast animals. Even if you give me an eggshell, isn't it more reliable than this thing? Anyway, let's take this back and show it to Leia. Chapter 224 Betrayal. There is always a very bad hunch. Top in the well rode in the black cave. Melfi, who was restlessly at the shoulder, said, Me too. I hope Lady Mistrina is okay. The reason why the two were so disturbed is not unprecedented. In fact, they followed Mistrina's footprints and eventually came to Wancheng. She believes in the three fingers and aims at the mad fire, hoping to remove the ancient seal buried under the royal city. Be careful. It is a very dangerous thing. Although the two did not know what the epilepsy was, the three fingers had a dispute with the spokesperson of the legendary will to listen to the legend that the legendary spokesperson of the year had been mentioned. But why is Mistrina with the three-fingered Miko? Lady Mistrina would never want to destroy the border area. She must have been deceived. Melfi tightly grasped the rapier in his hand and muttered to himself uneasily, while Bambi remained silent. At the same time, a flash of red light suddenly appeared in front of Bambi's eyes. Found it. As Bambi finished speaking, the vampire princess instantly turned into a large group of bats, carrying Melfi and quickly flying into the depths of the sewer. A large group of black bats passed through the sewer full of decay and stench and came to the deepest underground. Then the black group of bats condensed again and turned into Bambi's appearance again. Master Myths. At the same time, Melfi and Bambi also saw Mistrina. At this moment, the forest princess had completely lost her original health and vitality. Her armor was scattered all over the ground, and her body was covered with burn marks. At this moment, the forest princess was lying on the ground. Her eyes were dull, as if she was dead. Princess, are you okay? Seeing this scene, Melfi screamed immediately. She hurried to Mistelina's side, looked at her anxiously, and stretched out her hand. Your Highness, do not come. However, just as Melfi stretched out her hand, Mistrina suddenly waved her hand, then jumped up and distanced herself from Melfi and Bambi. Master Mistrina? Big sister? Looking at the madness at this moment, Mistrina, Melfi and Baba were nervous. Your Highness, what happened to you? What on earth happened? Don't come near me. Melfi, looking at the two people in front of her, Mistrina showed a sad expression. I made a stupid decision, which put the entire border on the brink of destruction. I didn't want to do this. I just didn't know. No. This is just an excuse. In fact, I vaguely realized that her purpose didn't seem to be good, but I just didn't care too much, because I didn't want to fail again, like the failure before. Master Mistrina? Big sis? What on earth are you talking about? Listening to Mistelina's intermittent words, the two were confused. Mistelina just raised her sword and shield and stared at them. Don't come. Leave here. Melfi, this is my order. Just be the dead. How can this be possible? Please apologize to my father for me. I'm sorry. It was my foolish behavior that led to this. This is the punishment I deserve. I don't understand what you are saying. Lady Mistrina. Melfi stepped forward again, but Mistrina raised her weapon, stopping her advance once again. Ouch. That's really troublesome. Bambi should ask his followers. Seeing this scene, the spot was slightly crooked, and then closed his eyes to contact Duan Mu Huai. After a moment, Bambi opened his eyes. Bambi, what did the knight say? The family's answer is very simple. As she spoke, Bambi raised her hands. As she moved, the petite body of the Princess of Darkness slowly floated in the air, and bats emerged around her. At the same time, a bright red hammer appeared above Bambi's head, and the next moment it turned into a red light that enveloped Bambi. Immediately afterwards, powerful magical power suddenly erupted. Since she won't listen, just knock her out and take her back. Leave her to Bambi. As Bambi finished his words, countless bats emerged from behind the Princess of Darkness and pounced directly towards Miss Delina. Really? What on earth is going on? Duanmu Huai retracted his thoughts and shook his head helplessly. He didn't expect that Bambi and the others did find Miss Delina. But the forest princess seemed to be in trouble. Bambi described that the princess was not wearing any clothes. It shouldn't be that she was abducted by some bandit. Right? It would be troublesome if this were to be blamed on me. But I can't say that it has nothing to do with me. However, Duanmu Huai had just summoned Bambi's soul card to give her an armed enhancement and a paladin's blessing. At least her attack power had been increased high enough, which should be enough to knock Ms. Trina out and bring her back. Fortunately, my work here is almost completed. Duanmu Huai withdrew his thoughts and looked at Leia, who was squatting on the ground. After that, Duanmu Huai handed the things he got from the church to Leia. The latter said that she felt the scent of her mother from it. After that, she asked Duanmu Huai to take her to the church to seek the truth. So Duanmu Huai took her back to the church behind the volcano mansion again. Under the leadership of the divine noble, they came to a remote room. And then Leia closed her eyes, as if she sensed something here. When she opened her eyes again, she collapsed to the ground. Are you okay? Hearing Duanmu Huai's question, Leia gave a bitter smile. I'm not good. You may not know this yet. I'm an abandoned child. Not born of grace, but of a horrific ritual. That kind of existence is not tolerated by humans, nor by snakes, and it should not be accepted by Lady Tanis. Having said this, Leia closed her eyes, and a line of tears flowed down her cheeks. I have made many unreasonable requests of you. But please, this is the last time. Please kill me. I think I have made up my mind. But I am still afraid. Please let me get rid of this cursed body and be free. As Leia spoke, she raised her head, and facing her, Duanmu Huai's answer was, Is this necessary? Why? Hearing Duanmu Huai's words, Leia opened her eyes in surprise and looked at him. Mr. Hero? To be honest, I think you seem to be a little too picky. Regardless of your background, you were raised by Tanis after all. And it's not easy to raise a child. I think if Tanis didn't want to raise you, she would have let you die long ago. And she wouldn't have spent so much time and energy raising you. Besides, are your biological parents so important? It would be fine if they had to abandon you for some reason. But from what you said, it seems that your biological mother doesn't care about you at all. So why do you care about that kind of woman? Duanmu Huai felt that this was really hard to imagine. Just like those family finding programs on TV, where the biological parents lost their child and searched for him for more than 10 years. And then found him. And then both sides hugged each other and cried. Every time Duanmu Huai saw this kind of scene, he felt it was fake. Of course, the biological parents searching for him for more than 10 years might be a true expression of their feelings. But for the child, he didn't know these two people since he was old enough to understand. Even if they suddenly appeared and said they were his biological parents, could this relationship be greater than the more than 10 years of getting along with his adoptive parents? From the child's perspective, it was like two strangers suddenly appeared and hugged him and cried. So why did he cry with them? This is too fake. Of course, if the child is abused by adoptive parents, that's a different story. So Duanmu Huai felt that Leia was seeking death just because she knew her life experience. This was too unreasonable. If you say that Tanis abused her and raised her as a stepmother, and Leia was desperate and wanted to commit suicide, that's fine. But Tanis was still good to her. At least judging from the few conversations between Duanmu Huai and Tanis. Tanis really cared about her daughter. Even if you raise a dog, you would not be willing to give it up after raising it for more than 10 years. Or to put it the other way around. Being able to keep it for more than 10 years is enough to prove that the feelings are deep. Otherwise you would have thrown it away long ago. I don't think you need to be in such a hurry to die. Think about it. You are still young and have a long life ahead of you. Duanmu Huai reached out and patted Leia's shoulder. But the latter lowered her head and said nothing. Okay. Think about it. Duanmu Huai also knew that Leia needed to calm down at this moment. So he didn't say anything else. Turned around and left Leia. Returned to the volcano residence. And found Tanis. Is the child okay? I think she should be able to figure it out if she thinks about it. When Duanmu Huai saw that the first question Tanis asked him was about Leia, he felt that this stepmother was quite good. Better than many biological mothers. Is that so? Tanis sighed. Then she took out a bottle of potion from her arms and handed it over. What's this? This is a secret medicine for forgetting. If the child really can't get out of the pain, I beg you to let the child be free. I don't think I'll need it, but I'll keep it for now. Although Duanmu Huai thought that Leia would not need this thing, he still put the secret medicine of forgetfulness in his pocket. This thing can be used in many ways. For example, Duanmu Huai had read a book before, in which the heroine was pursued by the hero, and was eventually moved by him, and fell in love with him. In the end, the two got married, and then the heroine accidentally flipped through the hero's diary, and found out that she had known the hero a long time ago. The hero invented a forgetfulness potion, and in order to get the heroine, he used various methods to deal with her. For example, the hero first imprisoned her and tortured her, and then learned everything about the heroine, and then gave her a secret medicine to make her forget her past experiences. Then the male protagonist caught the female protagonist again for the second time, and continued to force her to drink drugs. In the end, the male protagonist finally decided to go for pure love. So he drugged the female protagonist again, relying on his previous familiarity with the female protagonist. The male protagonist eventually easily pursued the female protagonist, and went for the pure love route. The ending is that the hero comes back and finds out that the heroine already knows the truth. So he gives her another bottle of potion. Of course, Duanmu Huai would not use it this way. Only the believers of the God of Desire would play it this way. When they meet Duanmu Huai, they will directly lose his loyalty to him. So what's next? Having said that, Tanis returned to the main topic. She stared at Duanmu Huai and spoke. It is time for you to meet our king. What do you think? I've been waiting for a long time. Duanmu Huai naturally would not refuse. Okay. I understand. Then please close your eyes and wait for a moment. I will lead you to my king. Hearing Tanis' words, Duanmu Huai closed his eyes as he was told. And the next moment, he suddenly felt his feet go empty. Then, Tanis' voice came to Duanmu Huai's ears. Goodbye. I hope this will be a perfect encounter. The next moment, when Duanmu Huai opened his eyes, he had already fallen heavily to the ground. And in front of him was a monster with a huge head, like a 9-headed hydra. Duanmu Huai noticed Duanmu Huai and saw the snake raised its head and opened its bloody mouth towards him. Obviously, this is not a welcome. But on the other hand, Duanmu Huai felt relieved. Thank you so much, Miss Tanis. Looking at the giant snake in front of him, Duanmu Huai clenched his war hammer. And soon, black flames burst out from his body. Now, I don't have to worry about being embarrassed. The moment he finished speaking, Duanmu Huai raised his war hammer and smashed it at the head of the giant snake in front of him. Chapter 225 Only fire can destroy the snake. Chapter 224 The chapter number is wrong again. Duanmu Huai has killed several demigods since he came to this world. Then he discovered a pattern. This golden clan seemed to like to merge with animals. Greg wanted to merge with a dragon. Latin was on a horse. And now this lackhead is a big snake wrapped around the head. Anyway, what the hell is this? Become a member of my Snake King's tribe and devour the gods together. Duanmu Huai frowned as he looked at the monster with a big face on a snake and a disgusting big sword in his hand. To be honest, he had never expected that the king would be such a hissing parcel-tongued demon. This is the end of Lackad. At the same time, Lonnie's voice sounded. Duanmu Huai turned his head and saw that her figure had quietly appeared beside him at some point. She looked at Lackad with a hint of sadness. Rackard used to be a hero who wanted to raise the banner of resistance against the Golden Tree and would rather walk on the path of blasphemy than give up his will. However, after he devoured the snake, his soul gradually merged with the evil snake. Now Rackard is already dead, and what remains is just a beast with Rackard's memory. Having said this, Lonnie turned her head and looked at Duanmu Huai. Destroy him, just like Latarn, and give him a good rest. All right. As he spoke, Duanmu Huai clenched his warhammer. Then he raised his head and stared at the giant snake in front of him. Rakade? Then let me deliver your destined death. As Duanmu Huai roared. The next moment, black flames instantly erupted from the hammer in his hand. Then Duanmu Huai raised the hammer and swung it hard at the snake in front of him. The snake seemed to have sensed the power of the fire of the hunting god. It screamed and raised the sword in its hand. At the same time, the magma near the snake also surged up and rushed towards the black flames. Boom! The red and black flames collided with each other. Under the bombardment of the black flames, the gushing magma instantly dissipated and turned into a rain of fire that spread out in all directions. Then the rotating and condensed black flames turned into a giant sword and slashed directly on the body of the big snake. Under the heavy blow of the flaming sword, the big snake fell to the ground wailing. And at the same time, Duanmu Huai activated the jet pack and jumped up, holding the warhammer tightly, and rushed towards the big snake's head. You! Don't come over here! Looking at Duanmu Huai rushing towards him, the snake screamed in fear. If it was just an ordinary battle, it would not be so scared. But the destined death was different. It was a terrifying existence that killed everything completely. Lakat had once joined forces with Lonnie for this reason. So the snake, who inherited his memory, naturally knew the horror of the black flame. Once you are killed by it, you will never have another chance. While shouting, Lakat swung the sword in his hand with all his might. And then the magma around him erupted again, rising into the sky, and swallowed up the huge dark figure in the blink of an eye. Ha ha ha. Seeing this scene, the big snake immediately smiled. No matter what kind of monster the guy was, once he was swallowed by the high-temperature magma, he would have no way out. Boom! However, before the smile on the big snake's face could fully bloom, the magma in front of it suddenly exploded, and then Duanmu Huai rushed out of it, and the warhammer in his hand directly smashed into the big snake's face. No. It's impossible. Why? Why would nothing happen to you? Seeing this scene, the snake was terrified. But unfortunately, it had lost the opportunity to dodge at this moment. The snake could only watch the thunder hammer burning with black flames draw an arc in the air, and then hit its face heavily. Boom! Compared to the size of the big snake, the thunder hammer in Duanmu Huai's hand was only as big as a toothpick. However, when Duanmu Huai's hammer hit the big snake's face, its cheek was cracked like a mirror hit by a stone, accompanied by a shrill scream. The next moment the big snake's cheek was completely cracked, and it fell heavily to the ground. No! Don't come over here! Don't! The flames of killing gods were like a deadly poison to the snake at this moment. The scorching flames penetrated into the snake's body mercilessly. The snake could feel the bone-chilling cold power gradually destroying its existence. It screamed in fear and tried to escape from it while squirming its body. However, the snake just raised its head and saw Duanmu Huai leap up and hammered down on its head again. Ah! Along with the snake's shrill screams, black flame shot up into the sky and wrapped the snake in flames. When the fire went out, the giant snake that was originally there had completely disappeared without a trace. Compared to Latarn, you are really a wimp. Duanmu Huai walked out of the flames, glanced at the big rune on the back of his hand, and shook his head helplessly. Compared with Latin, Lakat was indeed not worth mentioning. Perhaps because his consciousness had merged with that snake, Lakat behaved more like a beast in battle. But if you think about it, Greg is weaker than him. Well, at least he's not at the bottom. But what happens next? Duanmu Huai raised his head and looked upwards. At this time, will you be embarrassed to meet Tanis to meet? Although Duanmu Huai was a little embarrassed. In fact, he did not have the chance to meet Tanis, because when Duanmu Huai returned to the volcano mansion, there was no one there except Odile and Lorena. By the way, Duanmu Huai met Lorena on the snowy plain when he went to do a commission for the volcano mansion. After all, there was probably only one missionary priest doing calisthenics in the snow and ice in the world. Master, you are back. Well, even though I've seen it, I still want to ask. What about the others? Everyone has left. Odile shook her head. Then she reached out and handed a letter to Duanmu Huai. This is the letter Leia asked me to pass on to you before she left. Oh! Duanmu Huai curiously opened the letter and read it. Fortunately, in the letter, Leia did not say that she was going to seek death, but wanted to travel around to find the meaning of her life. Well, for Leia, this is also a good choice. Going around and seeing the world is so big. After all, it is not a bad thing. Okay, let's go too. Duanmu Huai put away the letter and looked at Audrey. After all, there was a more difficult thing waiting for him. After that, Duanmu Huai took Odile, Lorena and brother Xiao back to Lonnie's magic tower. There, they also saw Milfy and Bambi, who looked anxious. What's the situation? I don't know either. In response to Duanmu Huai's question, Milfy's face turned pale, and he shook his head vigorously. Ms. Ronnie is examining Lady Ms. Trina upstairs. Just when everyone was getting anxious, Otis came down from upstairs and nodded to Duanmu Huai. Master, Miss Lonnie wants you to go up. Okay. Under the guidance of Otis, Duanmu Huai came to the top of the magic tower. And then he saw Lonnie sitting on the chair, and Mistelina lying beside her, her body charred and unconscious. What's the situation? Looking at Mistelina, Duanmu Huai asked him without hesitation that there was no need to be polite at this time. And Lonnie answered with a serious expression. She's got the three-finger curse. Curse? Yes. 3 Fingers chose her as his messenger and sealed the mad fire in her body. 3 Fingers. That's the guy who wanted to restore the entire border to one. Is he still alive? Never mind. It's not important now. What will happen to Mistelina? She will die sooner or later. Lonnie made her judgment in a calm but ruthless tone. From the moment she was engulfed by the fire, her fate was sealed. Just like a lit candle, it will eventually burn out. When all the things that bound the fire were burned out, the fire would burst out of her body and engulf the entire border area. In other words, 3 Fingers turned her into a time bomb that would destroy the entire world. After listening to what Lonnie said, Duanmu Huai's face also became gloomy. Is there any remedy? In order to fight against external threats, the Valkyrie Marnia once forged a golden needle. Theoretically, if this golden needle is used correctly, it can suppress the insanity in the body. But the problem is that this golden needle has been lost a long time ago. And I don't know where it went. So I have no way to find it. Is there any other solution besides this? There is indeed one. This time, Lonnie thought about it for a long time and finally gave an answer. Any solution? Destined death. As Lonnie spoke, she stretched out a finger and pointed at Duanmu Huai. Destined death is the end of all things. Theoretically, it should also be able to extinguish the madness fire. Of course, this is only theoretically. If you cannot control the power of destined death, then this girl will also be killed by you along with the madness fire. I can understand what you mean. Duanmu Huai frowned. Although Lonnie's words were not clear, Duanmu Huai understood what she meant. Duanmu Huai remembered that in the novels he had read before, there was a girl with similar power, who could not only see, but also kill everything. And this not only included killing on the physical level, but also included specific diseases, or even curses and magic and other things. If the power of destined death is similar, then Duanmu Huai can indeed eliminate the evil fire in Mistelina's body without causing any harm to her. So, what should we do? Duanmu Huai quickly decided to adopt this plan. Although Lonnie said that if he was not careful, he might kill Mistelina. But for Duanmu Huai, killing Mistelina was not a sacrifice, because this was a fragment of the world. As long as the fragment of the world became Duanmu Huai's property, he could directly transform Mistelina into a soul card, and then use some means to directly pull her out of the cemetery. It's not a big deal. It's very simple. For some reason, a sly smile appeared on Lonnie's face as she stared at Duanmu Huai. Just inject it into her body. How to inject it? Then you can do whatever you want. From above or below. Just do it as you like. Chapter 226 Firefighting. For Mistelina, she was in a hazy state at the moment. So hot, Mistelina could feel the fire inside her body, which seemed to be gradually burning her body. Her body was like a piece of dry firewood. Mistelina could feel the scorching fire crackling and gradually spreading along her body. At this moment, she felt like she was in the desert, and every breath she exhaled seemed to carry unbearable heat. Every breath she took was like steam from a volcano. The blood flowing through her veins was more like a stream of molten lava. Her skin, her muscles, and her internal organs were all burned and roasted under this unimaginable high temperature. And even her soul seemed to be reaching its final end. The temperature inside her body continued to rise. And now Ms. Trina felt drowsy, and as if she had a high fever. Am I going to die like this? Maybe this is my punishment. If I hadn't acted rashly, things wouldn't have gotten to this point. But what about the border area? What should we do? I'm sorry. This is all my fault. Woo! Just as Mistalina was becoming more and more pessimistic, she suddenly felt a strong sense of suffocation. As if something was preventing her from breathing. Mistalina instinctively wanted to avoid it. But at this moment, she was completely engulfed by the fire of madness. And her whole body was completely out of control. She could only barely endure this painful suffocation. Perhaps, for Mistalina at this moment, she only hoped to end everything that happened to her as soon as possible. It was unknown how long it had been. But the feeling of suffocation became more and more intense. Just when Mistalina felt that she was about to fall into complete darkness, suddenly, a cool and comfortable feeling burst out and went directly into Mistalina's body through her throat. At this moment, Mistalina's body trembled suddenly, just like a traveler who had been walking in the desert for many days and was already thirsty, and finally drank the cold spring water. The even icy power entered Mistalina's body and then spread in all directions. The madness that had originally tortured Mistalina's body and soul now seemed to have encountered a natural enemy and began to gradually weaken. Gulp, gulp, gulp. For Mistalina, this cold spring water was her life-saving straw at the moment. She subconsciously swallowed the life-saving spring water in big gulps, although this power was so cold that it seemed to freeze her bones and soul. For Mistalina, even if she froze herself to death, it was better than letting the crazy fire burn her body and then destroy the world. Unfortunately, this icy power did not last long and disappeared. However, at this moment, Mistalina had already ignited her will to survive. She instinctively stuck out her tongue, trying to experience that icy feeling again. Perhaps her efforts were effective. After a while, another icy and cold feeling broke out and penetrated directly into her body. At this moment, Mistalina's whole body was cold. If she was in a scorching desert just now, then now Mistalina felt like she was in the cold polar regions. Her hands and feet were frozen by the cold air, and the raging fire had completely disappeared. Just like a piece of burning wood being submerged, extinguished, and then frozen by water. Although Mistalina didn't know what happened to her, she had a hunch that the fire that had been tormenting her before had completely disappeared. And so, it's over. Thinking of this, Mistalina forced herself to open her eyes, wanting to take another look at the world in front of her. But her eyelids were extremely heavy, and the only thing she saw was a huge shadow and a blurry light. Then, Mistalina lost consciousness and fell into a dark sleep. It was unknown how long it took before Mistalina regained consciousness. She opened her eyes, and the first thing she saw was Milfy's face. "Your Highness, you're finally awake." Milfy. Ms. Trina looked at Milfy in front of her blankly, as if she was a little confused about the situation. But soon she came to her senses. "I am not dead?" Mistalina raised her arms in confusion and looked at her arms. But to her surprise, Milfy's arms no longer had the scars of being burned and carbonized by the fire. Instead, they became flawless white jade. No different from usual. "Yes, it was the knight who saved you. And Miss Lorena treated your wounds. It's so kind. Lady Ms. Trina. Is that so? I'll go inform everyone now." As she spoke, Milfy turned and left quickly, while Mistalina sat up, looked at Milfy's back as she left. Then she stretched out her fingers and gently stroked her lips. I don't know why, but Mistalina always feels like something is a little sour. At the same time, on a platform not far outside the tower, Duanmu Huai and Lorena were standing there, looking up at the sky in front of them. "This place is truly beautiful, my Lord Knight." "Yes, it is very beautiful," Duanmu Huai answered casually while pounding his waist. Then, he looked forward. "But I didn't expect there would be such a coincidence." "Yes, Sir Knight. I hadn't thought of that either." Hearing Duanmu Huai's sigh, Lorena nodded, then looked forward, where two soul jellyfish were leaning against each other hand in hand. One of them is Kulara, which Duanmu Huai got from Little Red Riding Hood, and the other soul jellyfish is Kulari's, the good friend who accompanied Lorena when she contacted Duanmu Huai before. According to Lorena, she found this soul jellyfish standing there stupidly in the ruins before, and she seemed to have been eager to go to see the stars with her sister. Since Lorena followed Duanmu Huai, she naturally knew where to go to see the stars. So Lorena invited this little soul jellyfish sister to go with her to find her sister. and then everyone went to see the stars together. But she didn't expect that. Her sister was actually right next to Duanmu. That's not bad. Taking them to the battleship will be a bit of fun. Duanmu didn't mind keeping 2 soul jellyfish on the battleship. After all, these 2 little cuties were really pretty. And in this way, he could be considered as having pets. Right? Just as Duanmu and Lorena were chatting, Milfy's voice came from behind them. Sir Knight. Miss Priestess. The princess is awake. Awake. Hearing what Milfy said, Duanmu was also relieved. Although he could find a way to salvage Miss Talina's grave if she died, Duanmu didn't have a grave salvaging card yet. So being able to be alive was naturally the best thing. Okay, Lorena. Let's go see what's going on with Her Royal Highness the Princess. Yes. When Duanmu and Lorena returned to the magic tower, the others who had been informed by Milfy had also gathered together. They were also very curious about what happened to the princess, and how she got involved with Sanji and Yinhua. Although she was very embarrassed, Miss Trina knew that she had done something wrong. So she lowered her head, and told everyone everything she had experienced. I never thought you would be fooled by someone like this. After listening to Miss Talina's story, Duanmu was speechless. Apart from anything else, when you see people eating those grapes, you should be alert. How could something good be made with such a disgusting ritual? I'm so sorry. Miss Talina was speechless at the moment, and could only bow her head and apologize. As you said, Mr. Knight, I made a serious mistake in judgment. Perhaps it was because seeing that girl named Irina die was too much of a blow to me. At this point, Miss Talina was also depressed. As she said, the biggest reason why she chose to help Haida was because of Irina's sudden death. At that time, Miss Talina blamed herself very much. She knew that the world was very dangerous, and Irina was a blind person. She might be in danger alone on the street, but she ignored it at that time, which eventually led to Miss Talina finding that Irina had been killed when she came back. And now she doesn't even know who killed Irina. Anyway, 3 Fingers is missing now. Right? Duanmu asked. And Miss Trina, Bambi and Milfy all nodded. Yes. Bambi didn't see anything but his big sister while he was underground. Ms. Lonnie, what do you think? Duanmu looked at Lonnie, who was still sitting on the chair. And the latter thought for a moment. The lifting of the seal on the 3 Fingers is indeed a threat. But there are ways around it. It's true that we can't actively find the 3 Fingers without any clues. But we can let the 3 Fingers come to us. So the plan continues. Huh? Duanmu raised his eyebrows. What he was talking about was Lonnie Star's plan, which would completely isolate the Supreme Will from interfering with the border. It can be imagined that the spokespersons of the Supreme Will, those fingers, would never let them succeed, and would definitely stop them at the last minute. It's just that Duanmu and Lonnie originally expected to deal with 2 Fingers. But now it seems that they will have to add 3 Fingers. After all, whether it was 2 Fingers or 3 Fingers, they were all representatives of the Supreme Will. They just chose different methods. As representatives of the Supreme Will, they certainly could not sit idly by and watch the Supreme Will lose its border. Well, there are exactly 5 Fingers. It would be nice to pick them up as a pair. Yes. Very good. As he spoke, Duanmu clenched his left hand and stared at the great rune on the back of his hand. When Miss Talina was unconscious, Duanmu was not idle. Under the guidance of Lonnie, he found the Valkyrie Marnia and the Blood King Munder hidden underground, killed them, and obtained their great rune. Now Duanmu has collected almost all the rune fragments of the demigod. Grek's great rune, the great rune of the unborn, the great rune of Latarn, the great rune of Lacade, the great rune of Malnia, Munder's great rune, and the rune of death that exists as the shadow of the Golden Law. Now all that remains are the great rune of Mondot, the evil king, who sits outside the golden tree in the royal city, and the golden law of Marika, the eternal queen, who disappeared into the golden tree. Next is the final moment that will determine the fate of this world. Chapter 227 Under the Golden Tree. The royal city of Rodel. This is the center of the Golden Clan, and where the golden tree is. This city has also been destroyed in the Shattering War. No matter what kind of civilization was here, now there is only a silent dead city. At this moment, Duanmu has arrived in front of the golden tree, where the final throne is located. The others did not show up, which was also Duanmu's intention. As usual, he was responsible for attracting hatred, and the others hid on the side and waited until Duan Mu Huai took action. This was better than everyone going out together, and then being killed in one go. Especially considering that the seal of the 3 fingers had been lifted. It was very likely that they would join hands with the 2 fingers to cause trouble. So it was necessary to be cautious. Call. Duan Mu Huai breathed a sigh of relief. Then he carried the war hammer, walked up the steps step by step, and walked into the door in front of him. The entire hall was empty. In the center of the hall was a throne, and opposite it were 6 chairs. Duan Mu Huai carried a war hammer and walked slowly to the front. Then, a voice sounded. You who are not blessed, why do you come to the throne? Duan Mu Huai raised his head and saw a tall figure with a cane slowly walking down the stairs leading to the golden tree behind the throne. Are you Mondat, the king of evil omens? Duan Mu Huai stared at the other person and asked. That's right. Mondat nodded. Then he looked at the 6 chairs in front of him. Golden Greg, the twins blessed by God, Michaela and Melnia, General Latin, Justice Officer Lackard, Princess Lonnie of the Moon. Munget's eyes swept across the 6 chairs, and his eyes gradually dimmed. You are a bunch of traitors who don't know how to obey. You are all birds of a feather. The golden law has been broken. The golden clan has perished, and the era of the supreme will has ended. Duan Mu Huai raised his left hand, and the great rune on it emitted a faint light as he moved. From now on, you're the only one left. Very good. Mangyet tightly grasped the cane, and the next moment, the cane in his hand broke into pieces, and a colorful black sword emerged from it. Then Mangyet raised his head and stared at Duan Mu Huai. You plunderer who plays with the fire of ambition. On your foolish tombstone will be engraved the name of my last king, Mongat. In response to Munget's words, Duan Mu Huai clenched his war hammer and pointed it at the other party. These are your last words. Mungert, prepare for your death. I will bring you the death you are destined to receive. As soon as he finished speaking, Monget held a big sword in one hand and summoned a golden war hammer with the other. He leaped up and smashed towards Duan Mu Huai's face. Playing hammer with me? Are you serious? Facing this move of Monget, Duan Mu Huai certainly could not choose to dodge. He shouted loudly, clenched the war hammer with both hands, and soon, the dark god-killing flames erupted from it. And then Duan Mu Huai raised the war hammer in his hand high and swung it hard at Monget, directly hitting the golden war hammer in his hand. Boom! Under the bombardment of black flames, even the golden hammer in Munget's hand dimmed, and Monget flashed and jumped back to avoid it. Then he stared at Duan Mu Huai with a look of surprise and doubt in his eyes. The power of the death rune. You can actually control the death rune? You don't stand a chance. Mondalt. Duan Mu Huai gripped the war hammer tightly with both hands and stared at the enemy in front of him. Die! As Duan Mu Huai finished speaking, the jetpack behind him suddenly opened, and a huge airflow gushed out, carrying Duan Mu Huai like a black meteor through the royal court, and rushed directly to Mangyet in front of him. The latter obviously did not expect Duan Mu Huai to have such a method, and was caught off guard and could only barely raise the sword in his hand to block in front of him. But it was too late. Boom! The thunder hammer whistled out and hit the sword in Monget's hand heavily. The curved, colorful black sword instantly shattered like a fragile glass craft, and then the hammer burning with black flame smashed directly into Monget's chest. The hammer head with spikes like the teeth of a beast whistled past, directly tearing Monget's body and smashing into his chest. With a scream, Monget flew backwards and fell heavily to the ground. Ayah! The blow of the thunder hammer wrapped in the god-killing black flame was beyond the limit of Munget's resistance. He collapsed to the ground, spitting blood, but couldn't get up. Duan Mu Huai strode to Monget, stared at him, then raised the hammer again and swung it hard at Munget's head. Call! At the same time, a battle axe suddenly flew out from the front and shot straight at Duan Mu Huai's helmet. However, Duan Mu Huai seemed to ignore it and had no intention of retracting the attack. Instead, he continued to hold the war hammer tightly and smashed it down. Boom! Just as the warhammer in Duan Mu Huai's hand smashed Munget's head, the battle axe also hit Duan Mu Huai's head. The huge impact force came head-on, causing Duan Mu Huai to step back several steps. Click! Click! Logically speaking, an ordinary person would have been torn into pieces long ago after facing such an attack. However, Duan Mu Huai just stood there, twisted his neck, then raised his head and stared ahead with cold eyes. Who are you? At this moment, in front of Duan Mu Huai, where he just came up. A tall man came over. He was wearing armor, had white hair and a big beard, and looked very old. However, from his muscular body and majestic expression, it can be seen that the man in front of him was obviously not an easy person to deal with. And on his body, a translucent lion was lying there, roaring angrily. Mungert. The man looked at the headless body of Mungert in front of him. A trace of sadness emerged. And then he turned his gaze again and looked at Duan Muhuai. Then he stretched out his hand, and the long-handled battle axe instantly flew back into his hand as the man moved. It is indeed not easy to fight to this point, for someone who is not blessed by the golden tree. However, I have returned here, just to see it again, the Elden Ring that is so close at hand. As he spoke, the man swung his battle axe and raised it. My name is Jeffuli, the original King of Elden. Well, this is really a case of the old coming after the younger one is beaten. Having said that, you found a good time to show up. Duan Muhuai carried the war hammer and stared at Gufule with narrowed eyes. You didn't come out when your descendants were killing each other. Now they are all dead. And you ran out? But unfortunately, it's too late. Having said that, Duan Muhuai also swung his war hammer suddenly. The era of the Supreme Will is over. The golden tree is about to be destroyed. Your rule will also come to an end. And just like that, another battle began again. Do we really not need to help? At this moment, on the platform not far away, watching the fierce battle in the royal court, Mistalina asked anxiously. The previous Munger was fine, but the appearance of the king of the beginning, Jeffuli, surprised Mistalina greatly. After all, this king of the beginning was a legendary existence. The king who led the Golden Clan to sweep across the border, for Mistalina and other forest tribes. It was the ultimate boss that could stop children from crying at night. In fact, Gufule was indeed extremely powerful. Compared to Mungert, his every move was earth-shattering. Every time he swung his battle axe, the shock was felt even by Mistalina and others who were far away. To be fair, Mistalina felt that if it were her, she would probably not be able to stop the attack of such a terrifying king. No need to worry. Lonnie still looked calm and composed. In fact, she was not worried. Gufule was indeed very powerful, but Duan Muhuai was not to be underestimated. If Munget's attack was like a huge wave, then Duan Muhuai was like a huge reef on the seashore. No matter how the waves overturned and roared, he would stand still and even be able to confront them head-on. And you see, the others don't seem too worried. Do they? Mistalina turned her head and found that Ogus, Lorena and others beside her did not seem to be particularly worried. Especially Ogus. At this moment, she was seen clenching her fists and stuffing them into her mouth. Miss Ogus, what are you doing? Lorena looked at Ogus in surprise and asked. But the latter just tilted her head. I just wanted to see if I could get my hand in there. It's difficult. After all, the mouth is so small. But Miss Trina has stuffed something bigger than this into her mouth before. Is that so? Bambi. Lorena and Milfy were all surprised to hear Ogus's answer and turned to look at Miss Trina. As expected, the human body is truly amazing. Staring at Mistalina, Ogus seemed to have come to a conclusion silently. Then she turned her head again and began to study. At the same time, on the battlefield below, the outcome of the battle had already been decided. Bang! The battle axe and the war hammer collided heavily, then bounced away. Then Gufule roared, threw away the weapon in his hand, reached out and grabbed Duan Muhuai's body, and then jumped up suddenly. Do you think you're the only one who can do this? However, just when Gufule was about to knock him to the ground, he heard Duan Muhuai roaring, and at the same time he reached out and grabbed Gufule's body tightly. Then he saw the jetpack behind Duan Muhuai erupt again. Instantly, the two of them turned directly into a small black dot in the air. Go to H.L. The next moment, under the influence of gravity, the two fell from hundreds of meters in the air. Gufule tried desperately to break free, but Duan Muhuai's arms were like pliers, tightly holding his body. Driven by the jet airflow and attracted by gravity, the two fell heavily into the royal court like a bomb dropped from the sky. Boom! Accompanied by a loud bang. Smoke and dust exploded, and the originally flat platform of the royal court collapsed directly under this blow, forming a huge pit. After a moment, Duan Muhuai walked out from the dissipating smoke and dust. and Gufule beside him. Well, it's horrible. Want to compete with me in strength? It's a good idea, but it's not practical enough. Duanmu Huai looked at Gufule's body again and snorted coldly. Then he picked up the warhammer and looked at the golden tree in front of him. Next, it's the final battle. Chapter 228, Deja Vu. After defeating Gufule, there was no more obstacle in front of Duanmu Huai. He passed through the royal court and came to the golden tree. But this was not the end, because at the entrance of the golden tree, there was a thorn-like existence that closed the entrance. Duanmu Huai was not surprised by this. He had heard from Lani a long time ago that after Marika disappeared, the entrance of the entire golden tree was closed, and no one could enter, not even the king of Eldon. But now, Duanmu Huai gripped the warhammer tightly, and soon, black flames spurted out from the warhammer. Then he raised the warhammer and smashed it hard at the wall of thorns in front of him. Boom! The warhammer hit the wall of thorns hard, and soon, black flames burst out and began to spread along the golden tree. The golden tree, which originally emitted golden light, was now completely ignited by the black flames. The burning flames gradually engulfed the entire tree from the inside out and from the bottom up. At the same time, scarlet spots of light emerged from between the leaves like burning sparks and scattered to every corner of the border. Under the cover of Mars, all the creatures that were walking on the border and could not die fell down one after another. The golden law was dissipating along with the golden tree. And with death, the eternal law of nature returned to its place again. The distorted order originally formed by the golden law began to gradually dissipate from the border. Kala, Kala! The wall of thorns that was originally blocked was also burned up in the flames. Duanmu Huai carried the war hammer and strode into the interior of the golden tree. At this moment, the inside of the golden tree was already dark, and the black flames were devouring the body of the golden tree mercilessly. Duanmu Huai seemed to be able to hear the painful pleas and screams from the golden tree. But it was meaningless, because what was destroying the golden tree was not some other existence, but the power of the death rune. The power that was originally forcibly expelled from the law and existed as the shadow of the world. To it, the golden tree in front of it has neither value nor meaning. But for Duanmu Huai, the only valuable thing at the moment is that the Ever-Queen? Duanmu Huai raised his head and looked at the only shining existence in the tree hole. It was a broken female body. At this moment, she had lowered her head, as if she was completely dead. Her hands were imprisoned by the golden rune arc, and she was suspended in the air like a prisoner. Sure enough, it seemed that Lani's guess was correct. Marika's efforts to fight against the Supreme will ultimately fail, and she was even hung up and whipped. But that was the end of it. But soon, Duanmu Huai discovered that things were not over so soon. Click! The rune arc that imprisoned Marika began to break, and then the incomplete body of Marika, who was originally hung in the air, fell from the air and fell to the ground. Then, a strange big hand suddenly stretched out from the ground, grabbed Marika's body, and pulled it into the golden tree. What is that? Duanmu Huai looked at the strange hand in front of him. He originally thought that the 5 fingers had appeared. But soon, a strange, huge existence that looked like an alien monster slowly emerged from the ground. It had a translucent body, and you could clearly see the branches and leaves inside that looked like roots emitting golden light. However, this monster had no face and no facial features. Not only that, Duanmu Huai also found that many of the branches and leaves that were originally glowing in the body of this monster began to gradually dim. I see. Is this the beast of Eldon? According to Lani, in the beginning, the Supreme will brought the seeds of the golden tree, the beast that guarded the golden tree, and the fingers that conveyed the Supreme wills will from outer space to the border area. Now it seems that this guy should be the gardener of the golden tree. A gardener would certainly be annoyed if he saw the trees he had worked so hard to maintain being burned down. In fact, the performance of the beast of Eldon quickly proved this point. The beast of Eldon raised its head, and soon the whole world turned into an appearance similar to the starry universe. Then it flapped its wings and flew high. Along with the movements of the beast of Eldon, hundreds of golden meteor flashes emerged from its side and whistled towards Duanmu Huai. However, at this moment Duanmu Huai did not take any action immediately, but just stood there. It wasn't that Duanmu Huai was frightened, but he had seen this thing before. In fact, this so-called beast of Eldon is a subordinate of an extremely powerful being in the universe. Wait, this thing is here to protect the golden tree. which means the supreme will behind it is. Thinking of this, Duan Mu Huai's face turned pale, and he instantly felt cold sweat breaking out. No! The golden tree must be destroyed. The connection between this world and the supreme will must be completely isolated. Otherwise, I will be in big trouble. At this moment, Duan Mu Huai made up his mind decisively. Then he gripped the warhammer tightly and rushed straight towards the beast of Elden. Bang! 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 The golden beam of light hit Duan Mu Huai. But he had no intention of dodging at this moment. If Duan Mu Huai was planning to play with the beast before, after discovering the true identity of the monster, he now entered a nervous mode. Damn it. If I don't get rid of it, I'm going to be in big trouble. The jetpack was strengthened again, directly breaking through the firepower net of the Elden Beast. Duan Mu Huai was now wrapped in huge black flames. Looking at the huge Elden Beast in front of him, he roared and raised his warhammer, rushing forward. The next moment, dragging a long dark shadow, Duan Mu Huai directly penetrated the body of the Elden Beast. The warhammer at his hand hit a light source inside the Elden Beast without hesitation. And then the Elden Beast screamed, and the whole body suddenly burst like a balloon. And then it fell heavily to the ground. On the other side, Duan Mu Huai, who had passed through the body of the Elden Beast, also fell heavily to the ground. And after rolling several times, he managed to stabilize his body. The attack just now had almost condensed all of Duan Mu Huai's strength. And the reaction force brought by the sudden explosion was a bit unbearable even for someone as strong as Duan Mu Huai. No, it should be said, depend on. Duan Mu Huai stretched out his hand and hammered his waist. The princess looked innocent, romantic, lively and cute. But I didn't expect her to be so horrible. She almost sucked herself dry. Well, of course, my lack of experience is also one of the reasons. As expected, no matter what the matter is, experience is the most important. At this moment, Duan Mu Huai's expression showed that the Elden Beast was seriously injured. A huge hole was blown out of its body, and the branches and leaves inside its body that looked like light were gradually becoming dim. But Duan Mu Huai didn't care about this little thing. He knew that this was not the end. Sure enough, when the Elden Beast was struggling, the ground suddenly cracked, and a big hand stretched out from it, grabbed the body of the Elden Beast, and then squeezed it hard. The huge beast turned into golden light and disappeared, and the big hand stretched out its 5 fingers and pointed them at Duan Mu Huai. After beating the watchdog, the master comes? Right. Oh kiss. Lorena. Bambi! Come together. Following Duan Mu Huai's call, the girls who were hiding on the side and had been ready quickly began to act. Hualalalalo. Countless black bats descended from the sky, directly covering the huge palm. But soon the fingers that were devoured by the bats suddenly opened up, and golden flames instantly erupted, burning most of the bats summoned by Bambi in the blink of an eye. Ah! As the group of bats that obscured her figure was eliminated, Bambi's figure was exposed. She screamed and stepped back, but the big hand obviously did not intend to let her go. It stretched out its 5 fingers and grabbed Bambi directly. Drink Iowa. In a flash. At that moment, Lorena descended from the sky holding the holy book in her hand, and directly swung the brick-thick holy book in her hand and smashed it on the index finger of that hand, instantly knocking it off track. Then Ojas appeared from the other side. She spread her hands, and the thin puppet silk thread stretched out and wrapped around the fingers of the huge palm. To that palm, the silk thread of Ojas's puppet was as fragile as a spider web and was not worth mentioning. At most, it only caused it to pause slightly. But that's enough. As the huge hand was bound by Ojas's puppet thread, Lonnie emerged silently from the shadows, holding the hunting finger knife tightly in her hand, and chopped directly at the big hand in front of her. At this moment, the hand seemed to have sensed the threat from Lonnie. Soon, the golden flame broke out again, spinning towards Lonnie together with the yellow flame. But soon, black flames fell from the sky. Duan Mu Huai held the warhammer in his hand, turned into a meteor across the sky, and landed in front of Lonnie, and black flames burst from his body, like a shield blocking the golden flames of the Supreme Will's fingers. Lonnie seized the momentary gap, took advantage of the moment when the momentum of the golden flames weakened, and then the knife was directly swung down, cutting the connection between the middle finger and the index finger. Logically speaking, such a knife, which is not even as big as its fingernail, cannot cause any harm to the finger. However, after being stabbed by Lonnie, the giant hand seemed to have been seriously injured and began to struggle frantically, directly knocking Lonnie and Oki's away. Duanmu Huai also grabbed the two and quickly withdrew under the cover of Bambi's back group. Afterwards, under the gaze of everyone, the giant hand struggled and struck desperately as if it had been poisoned. But in the end it spurted out dark red blood. And then the entire finger turned into some strange dark blue color. And then it fell down completely and silently, without any movement, and turned into a completely dead corpse. Seeing this scene, Duanmu Huai silently breathed a sigh of relief and prayed secretly in his heart. He died so quickly this time. It shouldn't be, however, as if to go against Duanmu Huai. Before Duanmu Huai could finish his thoughts, the system prompt sounded, and then a line of system prompts appeared in front of Duanmu Huai. Your actions have attracted the attention of the Great Being. Attention plus 10. Seeing this scene, Duanmu Huai was completely speechless. Chapter 229, A New Era. The fallen leaves bring a message. At the border beyond the fog, the golden tree has become a thing of the past. The grace of the gods has left this land, and the long dark night will end. The remaining people have walked out of the ruins and left the jungle. They will usher in a new era in this land that has lost the golden blessing and guidance. And this is the Age of Stars. Fragment Quest Elden Ring completed. Obtain the World Fragment Junction. Gain special ability Death Law. Death Law, a brand new law born from Death Rune, can restore HP by attacking enemies. Increase HP limit. Increase all ability values by 5%. And grant the ability to summon soul black flames. Finally done. Looking at the map in front of him, Duanmu Huai also sighed. After obtaining the world fragment of the junction, Duanmu Huai's first headache was where to put it. Finally, Duanmu Huai thought about it, and decided to put the junction above the holy city. In other words, if the current map is regarded as a planet, then the area where the holy city is located in the middle of the Tropic of Cancer, while Maalia and Regs are on the right side of the holy city. As for the border area, Duanmu Huai plans to place it above the holy city. That is to say, the border area bordering the holy city is the Weeping Peninsula, and the Holy Snow Principle at the top is close to the Arctic Circle. The order of the borderland has now returned to nature. The power of the Death Rune has erased everything that was distorted by the Golden Law, including the Scarlet Curse that Gale suffered. Currently, Ms. Trina and Milfy are leading the people of the forest back to the borderland, and together with the remaining people of the borderland, they are rebuilding their own world and homeland. Lorena also returned to the holy city and reported to the Archbishop, who also agreed to send people to the border to help Mistalina and others build it. Of course, the border issue was then resolved by Mistalina and the church in the holy city. As for Duanmu Huai, although he is currently the nominal king of Elven, Duanmu Huai is not interested in these things. Professional matters should be left to professionals. At least for now. It will take decades for the border area to recover. Since Duanmu Huai has already obtained the ownership of the border area, he can naturally open the door and return to his warship. So Duanmu Huai kept his promise and brought Lonnie to his warship. When Lonnie crossed the portal and came onto the battleship, she was shocked by everything she saw. Duanmu Huai then gave her a brief explanation of concepts such as the universe, the Milky Way, and the stars, which surprised Lonnie even more. You mean, each of those shining stars in the night sky is a planet? A world? Not all planets have life. After all, life comes from water and air. Well, I'll ask and for a few copies of the Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy to help you learn more. Just remember to bring your own towel. Nothing. Just a joke. It was obvious that Lonnie didn't understand the joke Duanmu Huai was making. But that didn't stop her from drawing a conclusion. So, if what you said is correct, is the supreme will that rules the border area the cosmic civilization you mentioned? Although Lonnie did not particularly understand the concept of the universe and stars, Duanmu Huai had already told her that each world was a star, and that some powerful forces could even cross the sea of stars and rule over several planets. A smart person like Lonnie could naturally understand what this meant. It's a little different, but it's almost the same. In fact, I know what the supreme will you are talking about is. Hey! You know? Well, I'd rather I didn't know. At this point, Duanmu Huai's face showed a bitterness, as if he had found a worm halfway through eating an apple. In short, that's not you. And it's not something we can deal with right now. That thing is quite dangerous. Frankly speaking, I don't want to deal with it in my life. If possible, I would like to stay away from it. What on earth is that? Hearing Duanmu Huai's serious words, Lonnie stared at him with a serious expression. But Duanmu Huai just shook his head. I'm sorry. I can't even tell you its name. In fact, just knowing its name may make it notice and pay attention to you. Believe me, that is definitely not something you are willing to come into contact with. Especially in your current form. You are too easily affected. In short, it is better to know nothing. At least for now. Alright. Lonnie was not stupid. Since Duanmu Huai had spoken so seriously, she would certainly not be so stupid as not to understand the meaning of Duanmu Huai's words. So she nodded and obediently went to watch the stars with the jellyfish sisters. Watching Lonnie leave, Duanmu Huai was also relieved. To be honest, this time at the border, he gained a lot. But being noticed by that thing is much more dangerous than being noticed by the chaos evil god. Fortunately, that guy should not have any special interest in a tiny reptile like himself. As long as he does not take the initiative to provoke him, it should be fine? Forget it. Let's talk about this later. Duanmu Huai shook his head. Then he left the combat command room and came to the void barracks, where he saw the blonde girl who was buried in the drawings. Ah, my lord knight. Seeing Duanmu Huai appear, Kulala raised her head from the drawings and bowed to him. It's okay. No need to be so polite. I came to you this time because of that. Have you done it? It's been done. Theoretically, there won't be any problems. However, we haven't done more precise tests yet. It doesn't need to be that precise. Are you sure it can achieve the effect I want? Sure. Very good. After that, Duanmu Huai returned to the border through the portal again. Then he followed the map and came to a cemetery near the royal city. Then Duanmu Huai opened the door and walked in. Puff. A flying rat was trampled into a paste under Duanmu Huai's feet. Duanmu Huai looked up and saw that the originally flat cemetery had now turned into a huge hole, with rotten and dilapidated ruins everywhere, and the torches around it burning with a faint green glow. A giant statue of a god stood in the middle of it. It had several long curved horns and an ugly and ferocious face. Duanmu Huai only glanced at it and then looked away. Okay, let's get to work. Duanmu Huai hummed a song while speaking, and then took down a huge iron box that was almost as tall as him from his back. He reached out and put the iron box on the ground, then released the restraints and placed the bracket. Then he adjusted the equipment in front of him while humming a song. The sun is shining overhead. The flowers are smiling at me. The birds are saying, "Good morning. Good morning." Why are you carrying a bag of explosives? In the silent and empty underground hall, only the monotonous sound of steel colliding echoed. Black shadows emerged silently from all around, their eyes flashing with scarlet light, staring intently at the guy who was fiddling with something in front of the statue. Duanmu Huai seemed to have no problem with this. He just continued to hum the song while fixing the things in front of him to the ground. Intruder. Bad. Intruder. Bad. Kill the bad invader. A series of whispers sounded. And then, a poisonous arrow flew out silently, directly hitting Duanmu Huai's head. Then it bounced off the helmet with a clang. Seeing this scene, those who were originally hiding in the shadows quickly retreated. But Duanmu Huai just reached out and touched the helmet without even raising his head. Bold. 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 Seeing that the other party actually didn't take it seriously, the figure in the darkness became more and more angry. It jumped and let out a sharp roar. Soon the next moment, accompanied by roars, hundreds and thousands of rat men suddenly rushed out from the shadows and rushed towards Duanmu Huai from all directions. At this time, Duanmu Huai also finished humming the song. When the rope was pulled, I ran, and with a bang, everything was blown away. As soon as he finished speaking, Duanmu Huai slammed the button on the steel box in front of him. At the same time, the portal opened again behind him, and Duanmu Huai took a step back and disappeared directly into the portal. Then, dazzling white light filled the entire space. No one knows what happened. Those who were lucky enough to witness it all saw only one thing: the infamous, cursed, terrible city of Skaven, belonging to the Ratmen, erupted completely at this moment. The ground surged upward under the huge impact force, and all the objects on the land of Skaven were blown to pieces. They flew up into the sky with a huge airflow, and then fell down into the dark cave that was almost invisible underground. The deafening roar almost swept across half the world. Even in the imperial capital of Altdorf, the thunderous roar could be heard. The ground around them was shaking constantly, and the houses collapsed under the violent shaking. In just a moment, the huge magic city that was cursed in the legend and became the city of Ratmen completely disappeared from the surface of the earth. In its place, there was only a huge, dark pit. Damn it! Damn it! A Ratman came out of the rubble screaming. He was covered in wounds and looked almost dying. But even so, he was still trying to climb out. The underground hall that was once extremely sacred to the Ratman was completely destroyed. Only the huge Ratman statue was still standing there intact. It seemed that the violent explosion that was enough to destroy an entire city was meaningless to it. Help me! Help me! The Ratman desperately crawled towards the stone statue. It raised its hands and made a heart-wrenching plea to the statue in front of it. Perhaps because it was too focused, the Ratman did not notice the terrible screams and roars coming from underground at this moment. The temperature of the earth began to rise gradually, and the fur of the Ratman that was close to the ground was scorched. Even it itself let out a shrill scream and rolled its body desperately. However, no matter where the Ratman rolled, it felt that the ground beneath it was like a hot iron pot, burning its body. It's so hot! So hot! So hot! I'm going to be roasted. I'm going to be roasted. The Ratman almost lost consciousness under the high temperature. He rolled around aimlessly, and then he suddenly felt a lightness on his back. The feeling that he was almost burnt to death disappeared instantly. At the same time, gravity bound the Ratman's body. He screamed and waved his limbs, falling to the dark ground and being completely swallowed by the huge magma that emerged from it. Boom! Like a volcanic eruption, hot magma spurted out from the ground, spreading in all directions and flowing in along every channel. In just a blink of an eye, the huge rat city under the entire Skaven demon city was completely engulfed in fire. The rats screamed and ran away, but they had nowhere to go. The magma rushing in the tunnel flowed slowly and unwaveringly forward, and nothing could stop this terrifying existence. Many rats even fell to the ground while running, and then their whole bodies were completely swallowed up by the flames that appeared out of nowhere. In the underground world, these Ratmen have no way to escape. They screamed, wailed, and cried out in pain for help and prayers. And of course, these sounds were heard by their gods. Roar! The huge statue shattered with a roar. And then a huge Ratman strode out of it, staring at the magma that was spreading and submerging the Ratman's underground city, with red eyes and roaring angrily. However, just as the Ratman raised his hand and was about to do something, a black flame suddenly fell from the sky. Go to H.L. Big Horned Rat. Duan Muhui held a war hammer in his hand, his whole body wrapped in black flames. He fell from the sky like a meteor and pounced directly towards the giant horned rat in front of him. Chapter 230, Eliminating the Four Pests. Ever since Duan Muhui knew that he had been discovered by the big horned rat, he has regarded the big horned rat as his next target. The reason is simple. The horned rat is one of those weak and bad guys. Of course, for mortals, the great horned rat is still an invincible god. But in the realm of gods, the current strength of the great horned rat is actually the same as that of Duan Muhui, the god of destruction. For the gods in Star Ocean OL, the demonstration of strength is very clear. To put it bluntly, it's about quantity. Whoever has more beliefs and a wider range of influence is the most powerful. Simple and crude, but it's true. The Chaos Evil God is an existence condensed from the souls and spiritual projections of all life in the entire galaxy. The big horned rat is similar. It is the god worshipped by the rats on this planet. To put it bluntly, the more rats and Ratmen there are on this planet, the stronger the big horned rat will be, and vice versa. However, even if they are all life, there are differences in the strength of their souls. Otherwise, there would be no Chaos Evil God in this galaxy, and the cockroach god would just destroy everything. Rats themselves are weak, if quantified by faith. Then the faith given by about 50 rats is equivalent to that of a human. What's more, although the great horned rat brags a lot, to be honest, it is just a local indigenous god. That's right. It's actually just the god of rats in the novice village. If it were the god of rats in the entire Milky Way, Duan Muhui wouldn't even dare to think about it. But since it's just the god of rats on a planet, that's it. The most important thing is that the priesthoods of both sides counteract each other. Duan Muhui can be said to be the god of destruction and death. After possessing the death rune and transforming it into the law of death, Duanmu Huai has basically become the natural enemy of all living things. Because his death is not the kind of reincarnation, but the complete destruction and extinction of them. From this point of view, Duanmu Huai is now also an enemy of the god of plague. After all, the death he represents is the true extinction of all things, not just the transformation into undead creatures, like a certain bone mage. The extinction of all things. Complete destruction and extinction. This is the definition of death given by Duanmu Huai, and it is also the meaning of his position as a priest. So it can be seen that even the god of death has different meanings of death. For example, the god of death believed in by the empire refers to the god of death, who takes human souls into the underworld and makes them face death. However, Duanmu Huai's god of death means to completely wipe out everything, leaving no trace of destruction. Well, if we don't limit the scope, this becomes the core idea of some evil sect that wants to destroy the world. Although Duanmu Huai's own strength has not reached that level, it is enough to deal with a giant horned rat facing Duanmu Huai, who fell from the sky. The big horned rat clearly felt the breath of death coming towards him. As an evil god in charge of conspiracy, betrayal and other disgusting things. If the big horned rat didn't know that he had been fooled, he would have died 100 or 80 times. So facing Duanmu Huai's attack, the big horned rat also screamed, and at the same time, it suddenly retreated, trying to return to its own divine domain. However, Duanmu Huai was waiting for this moment. Killing the giant horned rat in the main plane will not cause any harm to it. Only by entering the giant horned rat's territory can it be completely eliminated. Before being attacked by Duanmu Huai, the big horned rat disappeared into the air. However, this did not pose a problem for Duanmu Huai. As long as the big horned rat appeared, it meant that he had opened a passage from his own divine realm to here. Then Duanmu Huai just had to find this passage. Boom! Ignoring the disappeared giant horned rat, Duanmu Huai smashed the ground hard with a hammer. Soon, black flames emerged from all sides of him. And then a place that seemed normal suddenly began to shatter and burst, and then exploded with a bang. Then, accompanied by howling winds and shrill screams, a storm of plague and poison gas surged out of it and raged around. Right here. Seeing this scene, Duanmu Huai's eyes lit up. And then he leaped forward and jumped directly into it. The next moment, Duanmu Huai appeared in the ruins of a city. This place is similar to the city where he met the horned rat in his dream before. The whole city, or the whole world, is in a state of decay, with ruins and bones everywhere. This is the territory of the horned rat in the warp, the kingdom of ruins. All the ratman's souls will come here after death, becoming slaves or disaster lords of the horned rat and serving it. Generally speaking, it is almost impossible to find the gods who rule in such a place. But Duanmu Huai doesn't care, because he doesn't need to find the other party. As long as he activates the black flame and burns this ghost place directly, he doesn't believe that this rat will not come out of the hole. That's right. This is Duanmu Huai's plan against the big horned rat. Duanmu Huai is no match for the big horned rat in terms of conspiracy, traps, and tricks. But as long as he forces the other party to fight him head-on, that would be another matter. To do this, he must create an environment that allows the big horned rat to fight him head-on. The big horned rat is insidious and cunning, and it has 3 burrows. Duanmu Huai would never be able to find it. But, if you can escape from the monk, can you also escape from the temple? I burned down your temple. Where are you going to get incense? In Xinghaiol, about which is more important about gods and gods. Players have always been divergent. As if there are chickens or eggs first. No one is sure whether there is a god first, and then create a god domain. If the words of the gods are destroyed, the gods basically have no curse. From this, the players also made a judgment that in this world, the first thing created by the projection of soul and spirit is the divine realm. And then after the concentration of the divine realm increases, gods with self-awareness will appear. It's like a subspace with soul projection. And then the chaos evil god appears after the concentration is high. In other words, the divine realm is the receiver through which the gods absorb the power of faith. Once the receiver is smashed, no matter how colorful the outside world is, it has nothing to do with you. After figuring this out, it became much easier for Duanmu Huai to force the big horned rat out. That is, burn its divine domain. Go to H.L. Duanmu Huai roared, raised his war hammer, and smashed the ground under his feet. With his hammer, the ground around him suddenly rose up. And then the black flames instantly ignited, quickly engulfing everything around. Whether it was dry trees, broken house ruins, broken bricks, or even the piles of bones and corpses scattered in the ruins. They all became flammable materials like gasoline, and were quickly covered by black smoke, and then turned into ashes. Burn them all. Feeling the endless power in his body, Duanmu Huai also revealed a cold smile. The power of the god of destruction comes from destruction, which means that the more things he destroys, the stronger they are, and the stronger his power will be. Why does it sound more and more like the final boss? Never mind. As long as it's useful. Soon, under Duanmu Huai's control, the black flames became more and more violent, and everything around was now shrouded in the black flames. More importantly, since this world is not an ordinary world, but the divine domain of the big horned rat, it can be said that what Duanmu Huai is burning, devouring and destroying now, is the divine power of the big horned rat. For the great horned rat, this is as painful as someone grilling it on fire. Squeak! There's a bad guy. A bad invader. Kill him! Sure enough, at this moment, countless rat men appeared from all directions. The leader, the disaster lord, raised his hands angrily, pointed at Duanmu Huai and shouted loudly. Under their orders, they rushed towards Duanmu Huai in groups. However, these rat men were almost meaningless except for adding fuel to the fire and making the black flame spread more. With their power, it was completely impossible to destroy the law of death, and the power of the hunting gods was not something these ordinary rat men could resist. This is the horror of the power of destruction. Unless there is a force more powerful than it, it will only make the black flame stronger and more unstoppable. Well, this is also the reason why Duanmu Huai came to find the big horned rat. After all, his current strength is not enough to fight against the chaos evil god. But dealing with a big horned rat is still no problem. Countless ratmen fell one after another, and their spirit of sacrifice was certainly worthy of praise. But it was meaningless. The black flame spread slowly but unwaveringly, devouring everything along the way and turning everything into thick ash. This was the destined death from the death rune. The final fate that nothing could resist. Total destruction. Roar! Suddenly, a deafening roar sounded. Duanmu Huai looked up and saw a huge ratman with big curved horns sticking out from the clouds in the sky. It stared at Duanmu Huai angrily and let out a howl full of anger. Then the big horned rat suddenly stretched out its hand and grabbed Duanmu Huai. As expected, I knew you wouldn't be able to help yourself. Seeing this scene, Duanmu Huai's eyes flashed, and then he raised his war hammer. As Duanmu Huai moved, the surrounding black flame seemed to be attracted by the smoke, swirling and entwining towards the war hammer, and condensed together. Then Duanmu Huai aimed at the outstretched hand of the big horned rat and swung his war hammer hard. Chapter 231 Trap. The raging flame shot up into the sky, colliding violently with the claws of the big horned rat. With a heart-wrenching wail, the big horned rat could not help but step back. It stared at Duanmu Huai in doubt, anger and fear in its eyes. Then the next moment, the big horned rat quietly disappeared, and was nowhere to be seen again. Duanmu Huai didn't care about the reaction of the big horned rat. He just kept a defensive posture. Duanmu Huai didn't think about actively attacking the big horned rat's territory. All he had to do was to stay in a defensive state as much as possible, and then release the black flame to completely burn the big horned rat's divine domain. But the big horned rat obviously wouldn't sit back and watch its divine domain being completely destroyed. It would definitely do something to stop Duanmu Huai. It's like someone sets a fire in your house. You can either run away and live a penniless life as a wanderer, or find a way to put out the fire. As for calling, it's too late. How can anyone come over to help? Therefore, the big horned rat now has only two choices. Either watch his nest being burned down, or find a way to kill Duanmu Huai and prevent further invasion of the black flames. In terms of conspiracy and tricks, Duanmu Huai admitted that he was definitely no match for these old-timers. But no one said that he had to play tricks with them. As the saying goes, force can defeat skill. No matter how many tricks you have in your head, I will give you two choices and see what you choose. After all, even in reality, it makes no sense for humans to go into rat holes to kill rats. Moreover, for Duanmu Huai, even if the giant horned rat does not attack, he is not completely without benefits. After all, this is the sacred domain of the great horned rat. And the parts that Duanmu Huai burned are almost all the power of the Great Horn Rat. In the world fragments, Duanmu Huai could not gain experience points. But it is another matter here. Destroy the Ruined Kingdom 1 out of 100 progress. Gain 3000 experience. Destroy the Ruined Kingdom progress 2 out of 100. Gain 3000 experience. Destroy the Ruined Kingdom progress 3 out of 100. Gain 3000 experience. Hearing the pleasant system prompts coming from time to time, Duanmu Huai also revealed a cold smile. That's right. For Duanmu Huai, the biggest reliance of this plan is his own system in the world fragments. Duanmu Huai can't gain experience points. But it's different here. The ruins are the domain of the Great Horn Rat. Burning it is also an attack and destruction. So naturally you can also gain experience points. Although manipulating the black flame does consume one's own strength, it will automatically be restored to full every time you upgrade. Because of this, many players will deliberately suppress their level experience when fighting boss, and then upgrade to full when fighting in the boss room, which is equivalent to one more full recovery. And Duanmu Huai now, it happened more than once. God of Destruction level increased to LV2. Gain attribute points +1. Specialization +1. Black Flame level increased to LV2. Gain range expanded. Critical hit chance increased. This is faster than simply killing monsters. Looking at the system prompts that flashed in front of him from time to time, Duanmu Huai's eyes lit up. In the previous life, no player in the game had found such a method of killing monsters. Of course, there was no way to do it. After all, in the previous life, no player in the game obtained Black Flame and Death Rune, nor did they obtain the advanced profession of Doom Slayer. So it was naturally impossible to research this upgrade method. However, this profession requires a lot of experience. Duanmu Huai just did a simple calculation and found that it took nearly 300,000 experience points to upgrade from level 1 to level 2 of the God of Destruction. Now, the experience requirement has doubled from level 2 to level 3. As it stands now, even if I burn down all the ruins of the Great Horn Rat, it will be difficult to upgrade to level 10. But no matter what, this is a free gift, so it would be a waste if I don't burn it. I'm afraid that there will be no more opportunities like this to burn other people's divine domains at will. So, just burn as much as you can. Just as Duanmu Huai catalyzed the black flames and devoured and destroyed the Grand Herm Rats. The big horn mouse was also staring at Duanmu Locust anxiously. The gods. The rats quickly recovered, and at the same time quickly concealed the shape. That's right. The opponent's power should be limited. As long as the invader consumes enough power, he will be able to completely control it. In this way, not only can he kill it, but he can also obtain this terrifying power full of destruction and death. Squeak! Thinking of this, the big horn rat's eyes turned red, although it was heartbroken that its domain was destroyed. On the other hand, if it could obtain such power, it would become even more powerful, even enough to be on par with the Chaos Evil God. In that case, it would also become a powerful main god. Rats are greedy animals, and the big horned rat is no exception. When it saw the black flame full of destructive power displayed by Duanmu Huai, the big horned rat immediately wanted to take it for itself. After all, the goal of the horned rat is to completely destroy the world. So what could be more coveted by it than this black flame filled with destructive power? So at this moment, the horned rat also quickly gave orders. Kill that man! That's right. The idea of the big horned rat was to consume Duanmu Huai's strength as much as possible. And when he was weak, he would take his soul and black flame. Under the command of the big horned rat, countless rats and ratmen rushed forward again and pounced on Duanmu Huai. However, what they did was just like moths flying into a flame. One rat after another pounced into the fierce black flames. But the black flames did not weaken at all. It continued to spread outward slowly and unwaveringly, gradually engulfing the entire ruined country. Damn! What the hell is going on? Looking at the scene in front of it, the great horned rat began to feel a little anxious. Of course, it wanted to obtain this black flame full of destructive power. For this, the great horned rat even sacrificed its believers and divine domain. However, until now, the flame still showed no signs of weakening, but became more fierce. What's going on? This is his own divine domain. Doesn't the guy need to consume his power to maintain the flame? But it won't be good if this continues. The great horned rat was originally just a follower god, and was transformed into a god through the belief of rats. Its own power was not very strong. and its divine domain was naturally not very large. If it could obtain this flame by sacrificing its own divine domain and believers, then it would naturally be a very cost-effective deal for the great horned rat. But what if, in the end, all your efforts are in vain? At this moment, the horned rat had to think about this possibility. If you think about it carefully, the other party took the initiative to enter his divine domain, so he was naturally well prepared, which means that he might be very clear about the power of the black flame. If this black flame really can't be extinguished due to consumption, then what he did can only have a counter effect. But now, what should I do? After thinking about this possibility, the great horned rat immediately became restless. For the great horned rat, the best way now is to abandon his own divine domain and find a place to make a comeback. For mice, this is not impossible. After all, mice will abandon their nests when they encounter danger and look for new nests. But the problem is that the horned rat is not a popular god. It is certain that once it leaves its lair, the gods who want to kill it will probably have to line up and fight over who will be the first to kill it. Well, it would be better if this were true. But kill this guy? The big horned rat looked at its front paws. Although the previous attack did not cause fatal damage to the big horned rat, it burned its front paws black and even brought it excruciating pain. This flame is not good. That's right. The reason why the great horned rat retreated was that the flames were so terrible that they could even harm it as a god. This was just the front paws, and it was conceivable that if the flames caused fatal injuries to itself, then maybe it would really die. So, do you want to fight or run away? Staring at the black flames that kept spreading in front of it, the eyes of the big horned rat kept changing, as of being condensed from the beliefs of rats. The big horned rat also possessed the rat's natural cowardice and greed in its essence. In fact, no matter how many hundreds, thousands, or tens of thousands of years pass, the methods humans use to deal with rats will always be the same. Set the mouse trap and wait for the mouse to take the bait. Because this is the nature of the mouse, and it cannot change. Greedy by nature and cowardly as a mouse. For the big horned rat, the surrounding black flames were a mousetrap, and Duan Mu Huayan it was the fragrant bait. It wanted to eat the fat bait and gain his power. But at the same time, the big horned rat was also afraid of the surrounding black flames. It was now like a mouse lingering in front of a mousetrap, hesitating between swallowing the bait and running away. So, what's your choice? Duan Mu Huai stood on the ground, holding a war hammer, staring at the sky in front of him. In fact, many times players view the enemy too complicatedly. If you follow its thinking, it is equivalent to attacking others' strengths with your own weaknesses. And naturally you will find the opponent difficult to deal with and very scary. But once you know its essence, it becomes much simpler. Leaving aside the chaos evil god, essence is very important to the gods of order. In fact, essence is the core of why they are gods. For example, Duan Mu Huai is now the god of destruction. His core essence is ruthlessly destroying all enemies that threaten humanity. Therefore, Duan Mu Huai and his believers must always act according to this belief. Once Duan Mu Huai chooses to let go of a threat to humanity, or chooses to escape or even surrender in front of the opponent, then according to the fairy tale novels, this is equivalent to the collapse of his Tao heart and his death. Your head will explode immediately. The same is true for the horned rat. No matter how resourceful, cunning and insidious it is, it still cannot escape the nature of a rat. So, in the face of nature, the great horned rat has only two choices. Either take a chance or turn and run away. Call. It was at this moment that the horned rat made his decision. A dark green gale filled with death toxins suddenly arose, and even the black flames trembled violently under the attack of the gale, and began to weaken. Then Duan Mu Huai saw a figure about the same size as himself suddenly falling from the sky and pouncing towards him. Its two claws were as sharp as blades and stabbed directly into his body. Sure enough, the big rat couldn't resist the temptation of the bait and took the bait. Duan Mu Huai roared, and swung the hammer in his hand towards the big horned rat in front of him. The latter suddenly turned over and dodged at the moment when he swung the hammer. The big horned rat stretched out its right hand and grabbed Duan Mu Huai's hammer. At the same time, it suddenly moved forward and took advantage of Duan Mu Huai's mouth to jump into his arms. If the person in front of him was a young girl, then this bird-like posture would naturally be very comfortable. However, when a big rat jumped into his arms, it was a different story. Drink! Duan Mu Huai roared angrily, and the war hammer in his hand burst into black flames again. This time, The big horned rat didn't care about the black flames devouring its arm, and went straight into Duanmu Huai's arms. Then it opened its big mouth and bit Duanmu Huai's neck tightly. Puff! Even the Space Marine's power armor could not withstand this attack from God. The armor on Duanmu Huai's body was easily torn into pieces, like brown paper, by the sharp teeth of the giant horned rat. The sharp teeth pierced directly into Duanmu Huai's muscles, passed through his muscles and bones, and bit them together with force. I see. You want to act quickly and kill me before I kill it? At this moment, Duanmu Huai's mind raced, and he immediately understood the idea of the big horned rat. This thief rat really couldn't give up the black flame and the law of death. But at the same time, it was also afraid of the power of the black flame. So the big horned rat decided to make a quick decision. As long as he killed Duanmu Huai before he killed him, there would be no problem. Although this will certainly injure the big horned rat. As long as it can kill Duanmu Huai before that, obtain the black flame, and then accumulate strength to recuperate, then it will still be a win for the big horned rat. And in fact, the horned rat's idea was indeed correct. The moment he was bitten by the giant horned rat's teeth, the poison in its body directly flowed into Duanmu Huai's body. Then Duanmu Huai felt his neck suddenly become cold. The next moment, his neck and shoulders were bitten off by the giant horned rat, and then his whole body turned into a pile of unconscious meat. Success? Feeling the life of its prey slipping away, a flame of excitement appeared in the eyes of the great horned rat. Next, as long as I devour this guy and his soul, this power will belong to me. Boom! However, before the big horned rat could finish thinking, suddenly, a fierce flame burst out from Duanmu Huai's body, instantly pushing the big horned rat away. Then, the body whose neck had been bitten off by itself actually stood up again. Immortal warrior, after receiving fatal damage, he will instantly revive, knock back and stun enemies within a 30-meter radius, and turn into a furious state after resurrection. You? What are you doing? The horned rat was already dizzy at this moment. It stared with wide eyes in horror at the figure wrapped in flames. However, before the horned rat could say anything, the rotating chainsaw sword whizzed down and directly split the horned rat's head. Chapter 232, Rat Extermination. It was the first time that Duanmu Huai witnessed the destruction of a god. The chainsaw sword roared as it split the giant horned rat's head. Immediately afterwards, a shrill scream rang out. Duanmu Huai only saw a ball of strange black mist flying out of the giant horned rat's body. However, the next moment, the black flames around him instantly pounced towards the black mist. Immediately afterwards, the black mist suddenly exploded like gas. At the same time, accompanied by deafening screams, the earth cracked and the sky shattered. This ruined country that once belonged to the giant horned rat finally could no longer hold on after losing its master and collapsed completely. Although Duanmu Huai wanted to stay here and watch the final demise of this world, the warp storm was extremely powerful. He was only a weak god now, and did not have the strength to fight against the warp storm, let alone actively start a warp storm like the chaos evil god. So he took one last look around at the shattered god's domain that was being sucked into the warp storm, and then opened the portal. Slipped away. Slipped away. Squeak. 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 However, when Duanmu Huai returned to the real world again, the scene he faced was not much better than H.L. The screams of countless ratmen rose and fell like waves, even penetrating the thick underground. The death of the gods they believed in also brought unimaginable damage to these ratmen. They held their heads tightly, as if they were enduring some extreme pain. Then Duanmu Huai saw a large group of ratmen running out of the shadows not far away, like lemmings moving forward and throwing themselves into the sea without hesitation. Thousands of ratmen fell from the cliffs, so dense that they almost looked like some kind of black waterfall. Anyway, the fish in the water must have had a good time, turning his eyes away from the rats that were diving madly. Duanmu Huai opened the system again and soon saw his own information. It has to be said that killing the giant horned rats was also a huge gain for Duanmu Huai. God of Destruction level increased to LV5. Black Flame level increased to LV5. Gain 5 attribute points. 5 specialization points. Weak Divine Power plus 8. Immortal Warrior, unlocked, requires 5 million experience points to unlock. Consumption times 1. You have destroyed the Great Horned Rat. You may choose a concurrent priesthood from the following: murder / betrayal / corruption / disaster / ratman / hunger / ambition. What the H.L. is this? Duanmu Huai was speechless when he saw the priesthood in front of him. To be honest, he didn't want any of it. Although if Duanmu Huai was also the god of rats, he would also get the faith of rats. But as mentioned before, the essence of gods is consistent with the believers who believe in them. This is why Duanmu Huai transformed his beliefs into the doctrine of the Inquisition. Because only in this way can the two support each other. Conversely, if Duanmu Huai took on the priestly duties of the rat man, his inner nature would begin to be influenced by the rat man. Then one day, you will see Duanmu Huai wearing black armor, holding a war hammer, standing there shouting, "Big rat! Big rat! So strong! So powerful! Big rat is going to rule the world!" and other nonsense. Well, just thinking about this scene, Duanmu Huai gave up. As for other priesthoods, none of them are what Duanmu Huai wants. Murder, betrayal, disaster, hunger, ambition. Among these, except for disaster, they are basically incompatible with the god of destruction. And as for corruption, it is not to mention that this is a business that robs the god of plague. Duanmu Huai thinks that his aesthetics are still very normal, not as loving as a kind father. So you should keep it for yourself. At least I declined. As for the disaster priesthood, Duanmu Huai took a look and felt that it was of no use. After all, the big-horned rat was just a local indigenous god of the novice village. Its so-called disasters were nothing more than plague, infectious diseases, or some locust plagues. Frankly speaking, Duanmu Huai felt that the damage caused by a round of main gun fire from his flagship was much greater than this. I feel a little bit at a disadvantage. After flipping through the system information, Duanmu Huai gritted his teeth. This time, he didn't get much benefit from fighting the big-horned rats, because Duanmu Huai's priesthood was too far away from the big-horned rats. Even if he won, it would be difficult to obtain the spoils from the big-horned rats. After all, the self-destruction rate of Ratman technology was as high as 80%, which was completely useless. The rest were just some specialized curses, poisoning, corruption and the like. If there was no law of death, Duanmu Huai might have taken a fancy to them. But with the law of death that could directly reduce the upper limit of blood volume and all attributes, Duanmu Huai no longer cared about these poisons and curses. Not to mention, in order to deal with the giant horned rat, Duanmu Huai also paid the price of Immortal Warrior. And it took 5 million experience points to refresh the cooldown. Add to that the one at the end times 1. Duanmu Huai is almost certain that the more this thing is used, the more experience points it consumes. In other words, most of the experience values of Duanmu Huai's horned rats this time have been consumed into Immortal Warrior. If we look at it from the player's perspective, Duanmu Huai's biggest gain from fighting the big horned rat this time is that he increased the levels of the God of Destruction and Black Flame. And at the same time, the weaker divine power was increased to 8. According to the rules, as long as the weak divine power is increased to 20, it can be upgraded to medium divine power. After obtaining the medium divine power, Duanmu Huai can unlock the exclusive skill of the god's privilege to instantly kill mortals. But now, this distance is far away. Of course, if we don't look at the problem from the player's perspective, then Duanmu Huai's action this time has a very good result. The big-horned rats that have been a scourge to the world have been eliminated, and the rat people have been seriously injured and are on the verge of destruction. In the upcoming doomsday, at least everyone doesn't have to worry about a group of rats stabbing them from behind. Of course, in addition to this, Duanmu Huai also gained some intangible benefits. That's right. The reason why the word benefit is put in quotation marks is because Duanmu Huai stretched out his hand and silently clicked on the last line of information. You killed the great horned rat, destroyed its sanctuary, and completely destroyed a god. Your actions have attracted countless attention in the warp. Attention of the god of deceit plus 100. Favorability plus 100. God of plague attention plus 100. Favorability plus 100. Attention of the god of tyranny plus 100. Favorability plus 100. God of desires attention plus 100. Favorability plus 100. Dwarf gods attention plus 100. Favorability plus 500. Favorability with the dwarf gods increased to friendly. Human gods attention plus 100. Favorability plus 500. Favorability with human gods increased to friendly. Elf god clan attention plus 100. Favorability plus 100. Favorability with the elf gods increased to neutral. Follow brother Go Mao's attention plus 300. Favorability plus 100. You have become the opponent they want to defeat. MMP. I would rather not have the first 4. Oh. And I don't want the last one either. What a mess. But having said that, you are so bad. You are so bad. You dyed this circle. Whether the gods in the entire novice village are orderly or chaotic, they have a good sense of impression. I guess no one pays attention to or likes your friend's circle. So you are so angry that you want to destroy the world? It seems that using the horned rat as a sacrifice was the right thing to do. At least no other gods would come to trouble them because of their past ties with the horned rat. Maybe. Looking at the last reputation prompt, Duanmu Huai twitched his mouth. What the HL? Second brother is the god of the orcs. And the orcs? Well, to be honest, Duanmu Huai really doesn't want to be noticed by them. But now it seems that they are very interested in picking a fight with me. However, Duanmu Huai had no interest in picking a fight with the two green skins. This thing is much more difficult to deal with than the giant horned rat. After scanning the area, Duanmu Huai also added all the points to Strength 2, Intelligence 2 and Constitution 1, and then invested the specialization points into Death Aura to upgrade it to level 5, increasing the chance and strength of counter-injury. Then he dragged his exhausted body, opened the portal, and returned to the battleship. Although Immortal Warrior resurrected Duanmu Huai on the spot, the weakness debuff after the rage state ended was also a headache, at least for Duanmu Huai now. He only felt sore all over and wanted to have a good sleep to restore his strength. However, just as Duanmu Huai dragged his tired body back to the warship, he saw a petite figure rushing towards him. Mr. Knight? Help! What's wrong? Hearing Anne's words, Duanmu Huai was also stunned for a moment. He remembered that Her Royal Highness the Princess was currently supervising the first magical version of the modern commercial district in Maalia. Why did she come back to cry to him? Something happened. It seems like there's another succubus sneaking in. Although I didn't know what was going on, Duanmu Huai felt that it was important to rest for himself. After the appointment would deal with the problem of peace. Then Duanmu Huai returned to his room and went to bed directly on the bed. The content of the story is actually very simple. To put it simply, 5 noble sons fought in the street. And the reason for their fight was because of a woman. According to them, this woman was their girlfriend. But she cheated on them with someone else. That's it? After listening to Anne's story, Duanmu Huai was confused. What does this have to do with the charm? Well, because those noble sons are all very talented people. Their families don't believe that their children would encounter such a thing. So they believe that the girl is a succubus. I hope you, Mr. Knight, can help investigate. You want me to investigate this kind of shit? Duanmu Huai rolled his eyes helplessly. He understood more or less what those nobles were thinking. It would be a disgrace to the family if he told others that his sons were fighting in the street for a woman. And according to him, these sons of nobles were different from the group of idiots who were deceived by the succubus before. Each of them was a talented person. In addition, there is a history of succubus deceiving the sons of nobles. I don't know whether this group of people thinks they can avoid losing face, or they are afraid of the ropes after being bitten once. In short, they just put the blame on the succubus. The Inquisition is not a church. Why don't you go find Lorena and Savilo? This kind of thing is not the responsibility of the Inquisition. Of course, if you hold an unobstructed meeting, the Inquisition will have to consider the possibility of a gathering of believers of the God of Desire. I've looked them up, and they all think that girl is just an ordinary human. Isn't that the end? But those nobles insisted that you, Sir Knight, conduct the interrogation in person. Hearing this, Duanmu Huai was speechless. Okay then. I'll go check it out. I just woke up, so I took it as a pastime. But then again, why do the nobles in your country always produce such weird things? I don't know either. I'm desperate too. And was about to cry. The descendants of nobles are all like this. Is there really nothing wrong with Maalia? Chapter 233, Weird. Under Anne's leadership, Duanmu Huai came to the prison and met the girl who was accused of being a succubus. She was a girl with long golden hair, a good figure, and wine-red eyes. She looked quite gorgeous. Just looking at her appearance, it was not difficult for her to charm several men. According to the results of the previous investigation, this lady was named Christine, the daughter of a merchant in Maalia. Although she was about the same age as Anne, she did not go to the magic academy because she had no magic power. Instead, she went to an ordinary school and helped with family affairs. How did such a young lady get mixed up with a group of noble sons? However, when Duanmu Huai began to interrogate the other party. The answer he got surprised Duanmu Huai. I wasn't in a relationship with them at all. In fact, they just paid me to play another woman. What do you mean? That is, these people all like another noble lady, but they don't dare to get close to her, saying that she is their goddess. It just so happens that I look a lot like her, so they paid me to be her substitute. According to this young lady, what she has to do every day is to dress up like the noble lady and accompany them. For example, working with each other, or accompany each other to the street, or have dinner with each other. When the job is done, they pay themselves a large sum of money. In fact, I have also thought about whether I should have a bit of service spirit. After all, the other party has given too much. But every time I get close to them, they will push me away and tell me, "Don't be wishful thinking. You are just her substitute. I will not be moved by you at all. My heart and body will always belong to her. You can tolerate this? What's so hard to tolerate?" Merchants encounter all kinds of strange customers. Even if their attitude is not very good, the money they give is real money, and I have nothing to lose. I just need to act as the woman according to their ideas. I will just be scolded a few times, and I won't be touched. Isn't it good to get the money? Well, after hearing each other's words, Duanmu Huai and An were both confused. So, they give you money, ask you to pretend to be someone else, buy you clothes and gifts, eat with you, but don't touch you? Yeah, it's hard to find such good customers. So I was a little greedy, thinking that if I could plan my time well, I could make more money. Having said that, Christine spread her hands helplessly. That's how it turned out. These people, why are they doing this? How should I know? How should I know what you men are thinking? Sorry, I don't understand what these idiots are thinking either. Facing Kristen's answer, Duanmu Huai was speechless. He rolled his eyes silently and looked at him beside him, who was holding his head with a speechless look on his face. But soon, Duanmu Huai discovered a suspicious point. Wait, according to what you said, they don't care about you at all. So why are they fighting over you? I don't know either. I was originally accompanying one of them to the dance that day, but I met the other four at the gate. They looked at me in surprise, as if I had fallen in love with someone else. Then they came up to question me, and then they started fighting. As she spoke, Christine curled her lips, and Duanmu Huai understood what she meant. To put it bluntly, in Christine's view, this was equivalent to a cosplay companion job. She dressed up as a doll according to the men's requirements, and then spent some time with them and got paid. In Christine's view, this was a very obvious transactional relationship, and the other party's attitude towards her was also quite cold. So Christine did not expect these people to fight for her. In Christine's opinion, this actually didn't make sense. She just treated this as a job, and they kept telling her that she should recognize her identity as a substitute and not have any improper expectations of them. But she ended up getting anxious first. What the hell is this? She really had no improper thoughts about them. She just wanted their money. Isn't it a transaction if both parties are willing? After interrogating Christine, Duanmu Huai and An went to question the sons of nobles. And the result was, their statements were very consistent. That woman, she obviously took my money, but she flirted with other men. She was not the person I expected at all. She was just a substitute. No matter how similar they looked, they were different inside. She was not as kind, innocent, cute, beautiful, pure, and as she was. In short, I must have been bewitched at the time. Yes, it was all that woman's fault. Basically, their statements were consistent, believing that Christine had betrayed them, and that they were possessed by a demon and committed suicide in the street, thinking that they must have been seduced by a succubus. I just can't stand them. Back in the room, and finally couldn't help complaining. It's clearly their own problem, but they just try to deny it. In Anne's opinion, these sons of nobles are the real bad ones. They keep saying that Christine betrayed them, and that she is not that woman at all. But the problem is that Christine is not that noble lady. No matter how similar they are, their personalities are definitely different. As a result, these men are so indignant that they think they are victims. You took the initiative to find someone to be a substitute, and they pretended well, which is called professionalism. As a result, you are still sensitive? This thing is suitable for morality and law, but it has nothing to do with the Inquisition. Duanmu Huai, who was watching the whole process, said that he was also shocked. Are you nobles all playing so extravagantly? But no matter what, this matter has nothing to do with the tribunal. It is simply an economic dispute. Those noble sons are stupid enough to cause trouble, so they should not blame others. As for the lady named Christine, since both parties are just a simple transaction relationship and have already made an agreement, there is no big problem. At least Duanmu Huai does not think she is lying. On the contrary, the IQ of those noble descendants needs to be improved. To be honest, Duanmu Huai feels that they eat too much. So, she has nothing to do with the succubus? It doesn't matter. Let it go. Although Duanmu Huai meant to release Christine directly, when she came out of prison, she was very unhappy. Excuse me, can I file a lawsuit against those people for compensation? After all, they actually accused me of being a succubus. And because of this, my father's business also went bankrupt. In theory, there must be no problem. As he spoke, Duanmu Huai looked at him, who shook his head helplessly. To be honest, even though we gave our verdict, those nobles still refuse to give up. There are quite a lot of things going on with a bunch of idiots. Duanmu Huai could understand why Christine was so angry. After all, she was accused of being a succubus for no reason, which ruined her family's business. If it were modern times, she would just sue for defamation, and the other party would at least have to pay compensation. But unfortunately, Manalia was a kingdom after all, and the nobles still had great power. A merchant's daughter like Christine really couldn't do anything to them. But, staring at Christine in front of him, Duanmu Huai tapped his fingers, and suddenly his eyes lit up. By the way, you said those idiots asked you to play another woman. Right? How did you play it? Can you show me? Okay. Although she didn't know why Duanmu Huai made this request, Christine still nodded. Then she tidied her hair slightly, coughed lightly, and lowered her head. When Christine looked up again, the atmosphere around her suddenly changed. The Christine that Duanmu Huai and had seen before was a very strong and even a little imposing girl. But when she calmed down and lowered her head and looked submissive, she gave people a kind of pity. Very quiet and gentle, and pitiful look. Seeing Christine like this, and was stunned for a moment, and then he screamed. Ah! I've always thought she resembles someone. Isn't it Miss Lilina? Yes. At this moment, even Christine's voice became soft and light, as if it were made of glass that would break at the slightest touch. Those people asked me to pretend to be Miss Lilina and accompany them, and I couldn't refuse. As she spoke, Christine clasped her hands together against her chest and even looked a little uneasy. As pure and innocent as Snow White in danger, they really look alike. Although Duanmu Huai had never seen her, and seemed to know the noble lady, she widened her eyes in surprise and looked Christine up and down for a long time. To be honest, if we met at a party, I would have thought you were sisters. I am not qualified to marry a noble lady. The next moment, Christine returned to her original aggressive attitude. Her expression changed so quickly that Duanmu Huai was shocked. However, after a glance, he understood that the temperaments of the two were indeed very different. No wonder he didn't recognize her before. But I have to say that Kristen did a great job imitating that girl. Even some of the subtle body expressions were well expressed. To be honest, Duanmu Huai felt that she was more suitable to be a movie actor. It's a pity that there is no such thing as movies in this generation. Well, in that case, I have a suggestion. Do you want to work for me? For my Lord Knight? What do you want me to do? It's no wonder that Christine's eyes were clearly full of vigilance as she stared at Duanmu Huai. Do you know Miss Odell? I have heard some rumors about her. I heard that Miss Audrey was framed by a succubus. Listening to Christine's words, and helplessly reached out her hand to press her forehead and shook her head. This scandal has become a legend in the streets and alleys of Manalia. As a princess, she really has mixed feelings. She was indeed framed by the succubus, but she herself is not without problems. So I hope you can work under her. To be more precise, I hope you can change her a little bit. Change her? The details are very complicated, but I think you will understand once you meet her. That's right. This is what Duanmu Huai came up with. Audrey's biggest problem is that she doesn't understand people's hearts. On the contrary, Miss Christine, perhaps because of her business background, is first-rate in her ability to speak to different people. Now Duanmu Huai just happens to need such an assistant to help him bond the relationship between people. Since Christine can easily deal with several noble heirs, It shows that she is quite good at observing people's words and expressions. The girls around Duanmu Huai are all good kids, but their personalities are too strong. Only Lorena is slightly better. The rest are basically in the stage of playing with each other. Duanmu Huai doesn't have time to care about their problems all day long. So finding someone to be responsible for bonding them together is the best choice. Not only that, regarding your family's business, I suggest that you move to the Holy City. Perhaps you don't know that the Holy City is currently conducting a joint development of an area called the Junction. I hope you can also participate in it and report to me. Duanmu Huai would certainly not ignore the border area. Although he could get answers to important questions from Miss Delina, it would be a bit awkward to meet Miss Delina. Secondly, Miss Delina was a high-level official after all, and didn't know much about the situation in the lower levels. As a judge, Duanmu Huai knew very well that most chaos activities started from the lower levels. If you want to obtain intelligence from the lower levels, merchants are the best choice. Although he could not guarantee the loyalty of Christine's family, at least as long as he could protect Christine, he could control that group of businessmen to a certain extent. Duanmu Huai was originally short of manpower, and Christine seemed to be a very good candidate at the moment, so he didn't mind letting her try first. The judge will make use of everything that can be used. In fact, it is easier for the Inquisitor to make deals with prisoners. Wow. Looks like I can't refuse. Christine frowned, thought for a moment, and then nodded helplessly. Well, I will do as you say, Sir Knight. Chapter 234 The Front Line. After briefly sorting out the troubles in the world fragments, Duanmu Huai returned to the Empire again. He first went to Altdorf, and then was told that because the Chaos Army was heading south, the Emperor had led the coalition forces to Middenheim. So Duanmu Huai once again came to Middenheim, a city that looked dilapidated and cold. After receiving the notification, the Emperor immediately ordered Duanmu Huai to be brought into the castle. Oh, my friend, you are back at last. Seeing Duanmu Huai walking into the hall, the Emperor sitting on the throne immediately stood up, walked to Duanmu Huai with a loud laugh, reached out his hands, hugged him tightly, and then patted his back. I have already heard the specific situation from Lord Bardo. Carl smiled and nodded, then looked at Duanmu Huai again. So, how's the situation over there? It is a mission well accomplished. Duanmu Huai nodded. The Ratmen are no longer a threat. At least for a long time. They are unlikely to cause any trouble. Duanmu Huai did not directly tell Carl that he had killed the horned rat. After all, he knew that it was a difficult concept for people in this world to understand. Perhaps for the Inquisition that once dominated the galaxy, the horned rat was ultimately just a slightly stronger subspace creature on an ordinary planet. But for the people living on this planet, although the horned rat was not strong, it was indeed a god. If Duanmu Huai told Carl that he had killed a god, well, whether he believed it or not was another matter. Really? Hearing Duanmu Huai's answer, Carl burst into laughter. I knew you wouldn't let me down. I also guessed that you must have done something to make those Ratmen flee. Oh! After hearing what Carl said, Duanmu Huai became a little curious. Almost no one knew that he had killed the giant horned rat. Could it be that Carl had been informed by the gods in his dream? Is such that, seeing the confusion on Duanmu Huai's face, Carl smiled and explained to him. Not long ago, I received a message from the High King. He said that he had received a revelation from the gods. The threat of the dwarves underground had been eradicated. In return, they would join the allied forces to fight against the Chaos Army. I knew that you must have done something. Oh, I got it. Hearing this, Duanmu Huai immediately understood that the dwarves and Ratmen were mortal enemies. The happiest person who had killed the big horned rat was the dwarf god, because it meant the complete collapse and demise of the Ratmen. And in return, the dwarf god would certainly not sit idly by and watch the current situation of the coalition. So he asked the Supreme King to lead reinforcements to come to the aid of the coalition. A big part of the reason why the dwarves were divided was because of the threat from the Ratmen. Now that the Ratmen were finished, the dwarves naturally had no reason to oppose. In addition, the High King had the oracle in his hand. So the dwarves immediately gathered their army and headed to Middenheim to join the coalition forces. Carl was naturally very happy about this. Chaos was now powerful, and the coalition forces on his side could no longer hold on. The arrival of the dwarves would not only bring them fresh reinforcements, but the dwarves themselves were good at making weapons. In this regard, they could also bring considerable help to the coalition forces. So, what's the situation on the front line now? After a brief greeting, Duanmu Huai immediately got down to business. He had no interest in nonsense like what the weather was like today. Ha ha ha. Just look at the heavy snow outside Middenheim to know what the weather is like. Frankly speaking, the situation is not optimistic. Having said that, Carl also restrained his expression. He took Duanmu Huai to a sand table and explained the current battle situation to him. The Chaos Army in front of them was the best of the best, and they directly blocked the road in front of Middenheim. If Middenheim's location was not suitable for a defensive battle, and if Ulrich's holy fire prevented all chaos monsters from approaching, I'm afraid Middenheim would have fallen by now. Among the chaos armies, the army of the god of plague was the main force, and other chaos armies were also among them. One thing I need to point out here is that the chaos beliefs of those northerners are actually not clear at all. Any guy born in a northern tribe may get the attention of 4 chaos evil gods at the same time. Of course, as to which evil god he will choose to submit to in the end, it depends on his own choice, and which evil god likes him more. Leading the vanguard of the plague army were the 3 brothers of the chaos lord Groot of the plague god. One of them was a huge plague beast, and the other 2 were the champion warrior of the plague god and the plague mage who spread the plague. In addition, there were the Pox Maggot Knights from the Ice Peak, who led the plague god's terrifying plague army and contaminated almost everything along the way. In addition, there is the army of the Chaos Lord Bloody Valkyrie Valkia of the god of tyranny, and a group of vampire knights called Blood Dragon, who have surrendered to the god of tyranny. Sigvald the Beauty, the servant of the god of desire, also displayed terror and horror that was no less than that of the tyrannical army. His creative way of killing frightened the enemy, and made it impossible for them to resist his power. The Cursor Velik, the chosen one of the god of deceit, is equally troublesome. The power of the Twisted Twins controls the wind of magic to wreak havoc on the battlefield, bringing unspeakable curses and dark destruction. The only 2 reasons why the Chaos Alliance failed to defeat the United Army were that Ulrich's holy fire and the cold winter were too unfriendly to the god of plague to spread his mercy. If it were spring when everything comes back to life, maybe the whole city would be covered with flowers. Carl was also aware of this, so he hoped to end the war before the arrival of spring. Although Middenheim was at a higher dimension, spring would arrive slowly, but it would not be impossible. It was almost impossible to completely destroy the Chaos Alliance before then. Not to mention that the legendary Eternal Chosen Archaon had not yet appeared. Well, just like in an RPG game, you probably have to kill the 4 kings before the final boss will jump out to fight you. In addition to the armies led by these Chaos Lords, the Beastmen, who had always been a major threat to Middenheim, also found an organization and joined the Chaos Army. This made the threat faced by the Coalition even greater. The Coalition forces on Carl's side may sound impressive, but in fact they are in a terrible state. Aldolf needs to be garrisoned, and the borders of the Empire also need to be guarded. Not to mention that his 3 stupid idiot offspring had consumed a lot of manpower in the previous fighting among each other. Naturally, the number of troops that can barely stop them now cannot be compared with the Chaos Army. There is no need to mention the elves and Kislev. The elves only have a small delegation of 100 people. Kislev is fierce, but it's of no use. They only have remnants left. Fortunately, the Knights of Battle brought by the Green Knight have barely filled some of the gaps. This is why Carl was so happy when he learned that the Dwarf High King would send reinforcements. Otherwise, if this continues, we won't be able to fight a war of attrition alone. So, what we need to do next is to kill these idiotic Chaos Lords first, and then bring Archaon to the front line to kill him. Duanmu Huai looked at the sand table and started to calculate silently. Yes. What do you think? My idea is very simple. Just call it, and it's done. Duanmu Huai stretched out his hand and pressed it on the side of the chaotic army on the sand table, crushing all the flags and symbols on it into pieces. I brought an army of 3,000 men with me. I believe they have enough strength to deal with these chaos forces. Oh! Hearing this, Carl was stunned for a moment. In this world, an army of 3,000 people is not a small number. Although he didn't know where Duanmu Huai found these people, Carl still welcomed new blood to join. Of course, I'm more than welcome to. Where are they? When the battle begins, they will appear. Duanmu Huai didn't intend to expose the reinforcements too early. Cade 6 did complain to him that their butts were moldy from staying up there. How about you? A robot? Be afraid of moldy butts? How about I give you some engine oil? Of course, the Guardians have not been idle during this time. The warships have been monitoring the front battlefield so that they can understand the various capabilities of the Chaos Army and not rush forward blindly to die. Although the Guardians cannot die, they still have to be careful. Right? After all, the Guardian is not really immortal. Now, it's time for them to take action. This time, Duanmu Huai did not call other people, and only planned to take Ojas and in with him. After all, this time it was a battle between two armies, not an adventure like usual, and the girls were not suitable to fight in a large army. Gu Lia seemed to be still busy with the internal affairs of Reg Nice. Although the dragon roar she learned was very helpful in this war. Considering her identity, Duanmu Huai decided to hide her temporarily, unless she was called in when things got out of hand. After that, Duanmu Huai said goodbye to Carl and wandered alone in the city of Middenheim. Perhaps because of the war, Middenheim was becoming more and more desolate. Most of the residents seemed to have fled the city long ago, and there were fully armed soldiers everywhere. Duanmu Huai came to the temple of Ulrich and stared at the pure white flame burning in the huge brazier. This is Urich's sacred fire. Standing in front of the temple, staring at the holy fire in front of him, Duanmu Huai fell into deep thought. If he remembered correctly, according to the post on the forum, the Chaos Army occupied Middenheim and dug out a powerful artifact under the temple of Ulrich, which destroyed the planet. But from what Carl said, it seems that as long as the holy fire of Urich is still burning, the Chaos Army will not be able to enter the city. So, what caused the Chaos Horde to take over this place? Urich's sacred flame has gone out? Why did it go out? There is no answer given in the forum, and it is estimated that the players don't know either. But for Duanmu Huai, this issue is very important. Maybe we need to pay more attention here. Duanmu Huai looked at the holy fire of Urich again, then retracted his gaze and turned away. Tomorrow, there is another big battle waiting for him. However, just when Duanmu Huai was about to go back to the castle to rest for a while, suddenly, a voice sounded from behind him. Long time no see, Sir Knight. Duanmu Huai turned around and saw an elf looking at him with a smile. Well, no need to ask. This was the Eternal Child. Elisera. Hello. Miss. It's been a while. Duanmu Huai also nodded and said okay to her. The latter stared at Duanmu Huai with an unchanged expression, with a kind of excitement flashing in her eyes. You seem to be more imposing than before. I wonder what you have been through to have such outstanding charm. Thanks for the compliment. I just got rid of the 4 pests. Hearing what Elisera said, Duanmu Huai twitched his eye. He really couldn't figure out whether the princess was sincere or mocking him. I have learned from His Majesty the Emperor that you will also participate in the next war. It is my honor to fight alongside you. As she spoke, Elisera began to tremble, her expression like a fanatic fan seeing her star. But Duanmu Huai really couldn't understand the princess's train of thought. He stared at her and took a half step back, while Elisera seemed to have noticed her own gaffe and quickly came to her senses. Sorry. I was just excited. See you tomorrow then. After saying this, Elisera knelt down and bowed to Duanmu Huai, then turned and left. Duanmu Huai looked at Elisera's back and scratched his head in confusion. What on earth is this woman doing? Chapter 235 First Battle. Although Carl hoped to wait until the dwarves arrived before starting the battle, unfortunately, the Chaos Army obviously would not follow their arrangements. Perhaps the Chaos Army also learned that the dwarves had sent reinforcements, so they soon prepared to launch another attack on the coalition forces. Faced with this situation, Carl had no choice but to fight back again. Although it is a good idea to hold on to Middenheim, the problem is that although Middenheim has blocked the main transportation routes, it has not blocked the surrounding forests and wilderness. If they cannot consolidate their advantage on the battlefield, the Chaos Army can completely bypass Middenheim and launch an attack on other cities in the Empire. In addition, they have the assistance of the Beast Men who are familiar with the Black Forest. So in order to avoid this, Carl must take the initiative to launch an attack. The battlefield was relatively narrow, so both sides could only fight head-on. The Chaos Army was naturally happy with this approach, as they had enough Yankee soldiers to consume in this war. However, the situation on the Empire side was another matter. If Carl had not thwarted the enemy's conspiracy, the Empire would have been in chaos. But no matter what, the war must continue, and there is no choice but to face it. Early the next morning, Duanmu Huai arrived at the frontline camp, where he met several other leaders for the first time. Elisera and the Green Knight were both acquaintances, And Carl was no exception. Instead, a woman wearing a thick fur robe on the other side caught Duanmu Huai's attention. She was Queen Katrin of Kislev. Although Kislev had been destroyed, the queen still looked very calm. To Duanmu Huai, she just nodded silently without saying a word. She looked like she was keeping people at a distance. But Duanmu Huai didn't care. He came here to fight against chaos, not to make friends. As long as the other party didn't cause trouble for him, he wouldn't care too much about other things. Carl also quickly introduced to Duanmu Huai the current deployment of troops. The Imperial Army was naturally the backbone of the army. They placed a large number of infantry and musketeers in the middle, including the Empire's #1 Great Swordsman of Kronborg, and the Sword of Ulrich Regiment from the Church of Ulrich. On the two wings are the cavalry units including the Knights of Everlight and the Knights of Mor. And the vanguard naturally comes from Brednia, the Holy Grail Guards and the Pegasus Knights, led by the Green Knight himself, are indeed the leading cavalry unit in Brednia. Unmatched. As for Kislev, there are only the Tsar's guards and the War-Bearer Legion guarding the Queen. They will wander around the battlefield as a guerrilla force. In other words, they are junglers. As for the ranged troops, the Empire had foreign soldiers riding on war horses and holding guns, as well as pioneer troops holding grenade launchers. In addition, a large number of musketeers and crossbowmen also joined the battlefield. In addition, the Empire is most famous for its large number of long-range weapons, including rocket launchers, giant cannons, and even a huge steel tank. Well, this is almost at the level of World War I. As the Child of Eternity, Elisara led a group of elven wizards and guards. Although they numbered no more than 100 people on the battlefield, this elven army was the only powerful force that could fight against the magic of the Chaos Army. Although the Empire also brought a lot of wizards, these wizards were still somewhat inferior to the elves. We will have the halberd soldiers cooperate with the ranged troops to block their first wave of attacks as much as possible. And then? No need. Duanmu Huai waved his hand and interrupted Carl. I will completely defeat them. All you have to do is follow me. Hearing Duanmu Huai's words, Elisara, Green Knight and Carl were all stunned, while Catherine frowned and said nothing. So, you plan to be the vanguard? That's right. Duanmu Huai stretched out his hand and drew a line on the map. I will just completely destroy the Plague Army, then eliminate those Chaos Lords. I hope that idiot named Archeon can act like a man and come out to die on his own initiative. Well, it's up to you then. Carl didn't know where Duanmu Huai got his confidence from, but he just reached out and patted the other person on the back. After all, he couldn't reach his shoulders. Give it to me. Snowflakes are flying and the north wind is howling. Duanmu Huai strode on the snowy field, looking through the howling blizzard at the Dark Chaos Army, the Plague Legion, the Vampire Knights, all kinds of heretics, evil beings, and human traitors who defected to chaos on the other side. They were all targets of the Inquisition. Aji sat on Duanmu Huai's shoulders as usual, but now the black silk dress she was wearing turned into a thick robe. After transforming into a human form, Aji's resistance to the cold was also weakened a lot, which made her very unhappy, but also made Aji's very happy. This is how the master feels. Feeling the heavy, steady, and cold touch beneath her body, Ojas clenched her hands slightly, and then she spoke. Everything is ready. So, let's get started. Duanmu Huai raised his hand. First, summon the puppet to enter the field. Then activate the power of dragonization. Remove the puppet in your hand, and then transform all the puppets on the battlefield into dragons. Call. The next moment, dozens of pitch-black dragons suddenly appeared in front of Duanmu Huai, opening their mouths and roaring angrily. The Imperial soldiers behind Duanmu Huai could not help but stir when they saw the appearance of these dragons. They could not understand why a group of dragons suddenly appeared on the battlefield. Then Duanmu Huai summoned the metal dragon, turned over, and raised his war hammer. Soon, the dark mark of the Law of Death appeared behind him, turning into dark black power and injecting it into the bodies of the dragons. Go. Bring destined death to our enemies. Roar. Following Duanmu Huai's order, the black dragons spread their wings, flew into the sky, and under the leadership of Duanmu Huai, rushed straight towards the chaotic army in the distance. Attack! The Chaos Army naturally saw the incoming dragon army, and soon, countless arrows and various magics were fired from the army formation and flew into the air. However, for these dragons in the sky, These attacks were not worth mentioning at all. Under the command of Duanmuhui, they pulled up like bombers and avoided the first round of attacks from the Chaos Army. Then these black dragons swooped down, opened their bloody mouths, and then black and white flames sprayed out from the dragon's mouth, covering the plague army on the ground. The black flames from the Law of Death, the hunting god, devoured the plague army on the ground mercilessly. They screamed and raised their hands, trying to resist this terrible force. However, the cold and desperate power of death did not give them any chance. Soon, countless plague warriors turned into snow-white dust in the flames. This is why Duanmuhui chose to target the Plague Legion. His Law of Death is a natural nemesis of the god of plague. No matter what kind of disease, or even microorganism the god of plague controls, the Law of Death will bring them to an end. From this point of view, Duanmuhui and the god of plague can really be regarded as mortal enemies. In the face of the Law of Death and the Black Flame, any existence will be destroyed, even viruses. The arrival of the Dragon Army obviously shook the Chaos Legion. They obviously did not expect that dragons would join this war. However, this is not the end yet. Just as the dragons roared past, bringing chaos and destruction to the Chaos Army on the ground, hundreds of huge fire meteors fell from the sky. These steel-structured meteors roared through the clouds, and like cannonballs, they directly bombarded the already chaotic positions of the Chaos Army. Before these Chaos soldiers could figure out what was happening, they saw the steel objects suddenly open their doors. And then countless artillery fire poured out, tearing apart the enemies who dared to stand in front of them. The Guardians rushed out with weapons in hand, and together with the Night Guards, who also landed in the airborne pods, they rushed towards the Chaos Army in front of them. Boom! Duanmuhui rode the giant dragon and landed heavily on the ground. He raised his war hammer and pointed it forward. We are an indestructible shield against the oncoming darkness. We are sharp blades forged in defiance of fate. In the face of the wrath of the Inquisition, any enemy will be destroyed. In the name of the Inquisition, kill them all, leaving no one alive. Just as Duanmuhui led the Night Guards and Guardians to charge into the Chaos Army, Carl and others in the rear also saw this scene. I never expected that he could always surprise me. Carl stared at the battlefield ahead and smiled. To be honest, before this, although he had confidence in Duanmuhui, Carl didn't know how Duanmuhui was going to fight the enemy. However, now seeing this scene, he was relieved. All along, the coalition army was passively beaten. Although it did defeat the enemy's offensive, it also had a great impact on the morale of the army. And now, seeing the Chaos Army being defeated, Carl also smiled. He raised the golden hammer in his hand and shouted loudly, "Now, it's time for us to settle accounts with those bastards. All troops, listen up and attack." Woo! With the heavy sound of the marching horn, the Allied forces turned into a raging wave and rushed towards the enemy ahead. Chapter 236 Judgment Battlefield. This was the first direct war between the Inquisition and the forces of chaos since its rebirth. Our enemies are no mortals, for whom mercy is but a delusion, and self-deception is their only ally. Prepare your weapons. Face them in the name of the Inquisition, and destroy them. Respond to their actions with our sole duty. We live to bring the fire of purification. Bring your clubs and scepters, your armor and psychic cannons, and march forward until we die. Boom! The metal dragon charged into the plague army in front of it. Duanmuhui jumped down from it with a roar. He raised his warhammer high and slammed it hard at the ground. The whistling black flames instantly erupted with him as the center, burning all the plague warriors around him into ashes. Their bodies circled and danced in the air, being swallowed by the black flames, and turned into gray snowflakes like volcanic ash before they landed. Duanmuhui parted the snow like an angry bull and rushed out. In front of him was an extremely fat, unclean being. He waved a big stick in his hand, and his fat belly split open from the middle, revealing another bloody mouth. The maggots inside kept squirming, and flies turned into dark green clouds and hovered around him. The surroundings were full of corruption and stench. The dark green body was full of rotten meat and filth. Such a being, just standing here, has brought unimaginable evil and ugliness to the world. Ha 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 ha. Facing Duanmuhui, who was rushing towards him, the great unclean one laughed without a care. Then it clenched the wooden stick and smashed it at Duanmuhui. However, Duanmuhui did not dodge or evade, but went straight forward, using his shoulders to resist the attack of the great unclean one. While roaring and holding the war hammer tightly with both hands, and swinging it forward with force. After the whistling wind, the great unclean one's head had disappeared directly from its body, and the black flames rushed into its fat and bloated body mercilessly, instantly turning the great unclean one and the surrounding flies into gray ashes. Seeing this scene, the surrounding plague regiments all had red eyes, not out of fear, but out of anger. Duan Mu Huai brought absolute, cold, irreversible destruction and death. This was in stark contrast to the respectable, loving father they believed in, who treated all lives equally. Because of this, in the eyes of these plague regiments, nothing was more hateful than the man in front of them. He destroyed beautiful life, blew out the burning fire of life, and made everything fall into an eternal scene from which there was no possibility of awakening again. This was the greatest blasphemy against the great god of plague. Kill him! The twisted and mutated Chaos Warriors roared and rushed forward. Beside them were deformed monsters, like a tide. Their bodies were about the size of puppies. But there were many of them. They screamed and mixed in with the crowd, rushing towards the enemy in front of them. Then, the invisible silk thread condensed into a huge sword, sweeping across and cutting all the monsters around into pieces. Oja still sat quietly on Duan Mu Huai's right shoulder, her left hand pressing on Duan Mu Huai's armor, and her right hand slightly raised. The tough, thin puppet threads turned into various weapons under her control. From a nearly 5-meter-long broadsword that could sweep across the battlefield, to a spear that could penetrate the hardest armor, and even a scimitar that could tear apart all enemies. In Oja's hands, these threads formed various shapes like a trolley, and with the blessing of the black flame, they brought eternal, irreversible death and destruction to the enemy. Duan Mu Huai continued to stride forward. This time, the ones standing in front of him were Chaos Warriors. They were wearing thick black armor and holding sharp axes. These Chaos Warriors were also the least disgusting and clean group under the god of plague. However, Duan Mu Huai knew very well what kind of disgusting existence was underneath this clean and tidy-looking armor. But, you are far worse than a bad kin. Duan Mu Huai did not take these Chaos Warriors, who were enough to destroy an entire legion, seriously. He strode forward. Each step carried with him the rage of the soul and gushing air waves. With just one blow of his hammer, dozens of Chaos Warriors in heavy armor were reduced to ashes. The original formation was instantly shattered. And Duan Mu Huai did not even stop, for he had only one goal. Come here and die, you bastard of the filth of corruption. Duan Mu Huai raised his head and stared at the monster not far ahead. It was a giant that looked like a small meat mountain, and there were two equally disgusting monsters standing on it. They were the three brothers of Glot, the chosen champions of the Chaos Alliance's god of plague. Foolish and arrogant, the plague mage uttered a sharp curse. How dare you insult the majesty of the loving father? How dare you be so disrespectful to the loving father? I will let you know how powerful the power of the great loving father is. Along with cursing, the plague mage raised the staff in his hand, and at the same time, the jet pack behind Duan Mu Huai exploded, carrying him directly to the three Glot brothers. The third brother of the three brothers. The huge monster let out a soul-stirring roar, and his right hand suddenly opened, turning into a huge flying oak-up mouth with countless sharp teeth, and directly grabbed Duan Mu Huai. But Duan Mu Huai didn't care. Facing the squirming big mouth, he directly swung the war hammer in his hand and smashed it to the side. At the same time, the eldest brother standing on the monster jumped up. His fat body looked like a flexible ball at this moment. He swung the bright red sickle at Duan Mu Huai. However, soon, several blades formed by condensed silk threads emerged out of thin air and blocked his attack. Then, before the three brothers reacted, Duan Mu Huai grabbed the second brother, who was trying to apply. He screamed and raised his staff, released the aura of the curse of corruption. However, the burn of black flames had no effect in front of the burning black flames. In the big mouth of his right hand, with a scream, the body of the plague mage was torn by the teeth of the plague mage. Then Duan Mu Huai stretched out his hands, grabbed the huge bone spurs on the monster's body, and tore them off the monster's body, stabbing the monster's eyes. The sharp bone spurs penetrated the monster's eyes and skull, and opened two huge bloody holes on the monster's back with blood plasma and brain flowers. No! In just a blink of an eye, his two younger brothers were killed so ruthlessly and cruelly, which made the elder brother extremely angry. He jumped up with a roar, flipped over Duan Mu Huai's head, and tried to give this arrogant man a fatal blow from behind. But perhaps because of his anger and sadness, He did not notice the slight trembling of Ojus's fingers under her cloak. The next moment, the elder brother felt a chill in his waist, accompanied by severe pain. He lost his balance and fell to the ground. When he turned around, he found that his lower body had been completely separated from him. He fell on the battlefield not far away. Before the elder brother could do anything, Duan Muhui stepped on his head with his big foot, turning it into a pile of broken flesh and blood. Die! Just when Duan Muhui had just killed the three Glot brothers, another figure rushed towards him accompanied by a war cry. It was a woman as tall as Duan Muhui, wearing bright red armor, with demonic wings and twisted horns. In her left hand, she held a shield made of a demon's head, and in her right hand, she held a spear. She descended from the sky and stabbed straight at Duan Muhui. She is none other than Valkyria, the bloody Valkyrie chosen by the tyrannical gods, and known as the tyrannical bride. However, her attack also failed. Just as the bloody Valkyrie descended from the sky and tried to attack Duan Muhui, Ojus raised her hand, and the weapon condensed from silk threads was quickly released, transforming into a huge spider web, which directly trapped the moth that actively pounced on it to die, blocking her further attack. How dare you! Valkyria was extremely angry because she was blocked by Ojus. However, before she could break free from Ojus's spider web, Duan Muhui pounced on her. His two big hands grabbed Valkyria's arms tightly like pliers. Valkyria certainly would not give up. She tried to struggle desperately, but Duan Muhui's hands seemed to be made of iron, and did not move at all. Let me go! You're going to die! Before Valkyria finished speaking, the muscles on Duan Muhui's arms suddenly swelled. The next moment, Valkyria's arms exploded. Her muscles, armor, and bones were completely shattered and exploded under Duan Muhui's grasp, turning into useless rotten meat. The pain made the Valkyrie even more angry and humiliated. She opened her mouth and tried to bite the flesh of the enemy in front of her with her teeth to eliminate the hatred in her heart. However, Duan Muhui didn't care. He just grabbed Valkyria and then tore it apart with both hands. The next moment, this furious bloody Valkyrie was torn in half by Duan Muhui. Her internal organs flew out of her broken body, and her bones were pulled out and broken. The spurting blood turned into a bloody rain, soaking the surrounding ground. Duan Muhui threw away the Valkyrie's broken limbs in his hand, grabbed the warhammer, stared around, and then shouted loudly, "Who else?" Chapter 237, Collapse. With the fall of the bloody Valkyrie, the Chaos Army before them finally began to waver. They looked at the man before them and hesitated for the first time, not daring to take even a single step forward. However, at this moment, a voice rang out. It's barbaric. Along with this breeze-like voice, a beautiful man with long golden hair and wearing gorgeous armor walked out from the Chaos Army. He held a rapier and a golden shield in his hands, looking sacred and beautiful. His handsome face stared at Duan Muhui, not disguising his disgust and contempt for him. Barbaric, ugly, and not worth mentioning. Seeing something as ugly as you shamelessly wandering before my eyes makes me sick. Be utterly destroyed by the hands of my beautiful Sigvald. This is your only value. Hack you. Pretty boy sissy. What Duan Muhui hated the most was someone mocking his ugliness. Not to mention that the other person was a transvestite who looked like a Korean plastic surgery transgender star. He roared, rushed forward, and swung his warhammer hard at the blonde pretty boy in front of him. However, the blonde pretty boy sneered, dodged like a ghost, and easily avoided Duan Muhui's attack. He shook his long golden hair and showed a smug sneer. In his opinion, the black iron monster in front of him was not vulnerable at all. His slow body could not keep up with his movements, and his ugly appearance was no match for him. Then, Sigvald saw Duan Muhui raised his right hand and pointed it at him. Gravity changed direction in an instant, and Sigvald found that his body suddenly became much heavier, as if the armor on his body had turned into a 1,000-pound stone. This caused his speed to suddenly stop and slow down. Not good. Realizing this, Sigvald's expression changed slightly, but at the same time, he saw Duan Muhui panting and rushing in front of him like an angry bull. Go to H.L. Sigvald roared and swung his rapier at Duan Muhui, but his swordsmanship that was enough to cut the enemy into pieces in an instant was ineffective this time. The dark armor blocked Sigvald's attack like a solid wall, and then Duan Muhui stretched out his hands, grabbed a pair of demon horns on Sigvald's head, and broke them apart with force. Crack! Eh? The bent demon horn was broken by Duan Muhui. The sudden pain made Sigvald wail in pain. But the next moment, Dwanmu kicked him directly between his legs. This blow made Sigvald in great pain. He could feel that the most important part of his body was completely broken, like a hammer swinging down, smashing the fragile eggs into pieces, and even the sausages into bloody fragments. His legs also bent forward strangely under this blow. And then Dwanmu directly held him down, lifted him up high, and then smashed him hard on the ground. Louder. Haven't you eaten yet? Dwanmu grabbed Sigvald's legs and slammed him left and right like a broken puppet, smashing Sigvald's proud face to the ground. His handsome face soon became bloody under the huge impact. His cheeks were broken, and even several teeth were knocked out. Your rotten soul will never be able to return to your perverted master. You will remain ugly and disgusting, and become a pile of rotten meat that no one cares about. You BXXXH. With a roar, Dwanmu knocked Sigvald to the ground again, and then he stretched out his right hand and grabbed Sigvald's face. Then Dwanmu's index finger and ring finger of his right hand directly crushed Sigvald's eyeball and inserted into his eye socket, while his thumb stretched into Sigvald's mouth, which was wide open due to screaming in pain. Then Dwanmu clenched his fingers and pulled upward with force, and directly pulled Sigvald's skull out of his head. And this is what will happen to you. You sissy. She-male. Gigolo bastard. With a roar, Dwanmu clenched his right hand tightly, and Sigvald's skull was completely shattered in his hand, and then turned into ashes under the cover of black flames. Together with his body, it completely turned into tiny dust on the battlefield. At this moment, the Chaos Army in front of Dwanmu finally wavered. They looked at the terrifying black figure in front of them, and an indescribable feeling of fear that almost suffocated them surged into their hearts uncontrollably. The next moment, the Chaos Army in front of Dwanmu completely collapsed. They screamed, threw down their weapons, turned around and ran quickly, trying to escape from this terrifying existence. It was not just the center of the Chaos Army that collapsed. The armies on both sides also came under attack from the Night Sentinels and Guardians. The Guardian covered in lightning wielded a lightning staff and whizzed through the crowd. Electric currents flew everywhere, covering all the demons around. Then, another Guardian jumped up, bent his bow, and shot an arrow forward. The dark arrow shot out from the bowstring and fell into the crowd, turning into a huge vortex. The invisible force spun around and gathered the demons and Yankee soldiers around. And then, they were blasted into pieces by the Titan, who fell from the sky and radiated flames. With the total collapse of the Chaos Army, the morale of the United Army was boosted. They drove the Chaos Army out of the area in one go. The beastmen who were in cahoots with the Chaos Army were not much better. They did not expect that their vanguard would be defeated so badly. They were caught off guard, and then completely annihilated by the United Army. A bunch of idiots. Seeing the army collapse in front of him, the cursed Velik cursed in his heart. He did not expect that the coalition army would be so powerful this time. Especially that terrifying man who killed the three Glot brothers and Valkia in succession. Even Sigvald could not escape from him. The vanguard army was completely defeated. If they stayed here, they would die. Fortunately, as a believer in the god of deception, he would not fight to the death like those foolish followers of the blood god. They should evacuate immediately and inform Archaon of the situation here. Just as Velik turned around and was about to escape, suddenly, a warhammer fell from the sky and smashed directly in front of him, blocking the way of both of them. Immediately afterwards, Dwanmu's voice came from behind them. Two mice. Running fast. Running fast. One has no eyes, and the other has no mouth. How strange. How strange. Vilichi turned his head, with sweat dripping down his face, and saw that the terrifying black iron warrior had come to a place not far from him at some point, and was slowly walking towards the two brothers. Just as Dwanmu was saying, the cursed Velik looked very strange. He merged with his brother's body. The part below Velika's waist completely disappeared and merged with his brother's back. Velik also lost his eyes, and could only see with the help of his brother's eyes. So what Dwanmu saw was a tall warrior holding a flaming sword and a meteor hammer, on the back of which stood a thin monster with only the upper body, a bald head with only a nose and mouth but no eyes, and holding a magic staff. Damn it. We have to get out of here. Just seeing this figure made Wyliki's soul fly away. He hurriedly wanted to turn around and leave. But at this time, Wyliki found that his brother, who had been acting as his body and had lost consciousness, was just standing there, motionless. He even raised his long sword and strode towards Duanmuhui. What are you doing? Brother. Stop it. We have to get out of here. Seeing this scene, Velik was horrified. He tried desperately to take back control of his body, but it was meaningless. What controlled his brother at the moment was not will, but a kind of rage. Chaotic rage. If Duanmuhui knew Velik's doubts at the moment, he would definitely tell him that the reason for this was actually very simple. Duanmuhui's fear aura will conduct a round of will identification for all creatures, and those who fail to pass will fall into a panic state. Although Velik and his brother's bodies are fused together, the fear aura obviously treats them as two units. Since Velik's brother has lost his will, he certainly cannot pass the will exemption identification. So he directly falls into a state of panic. Then, as Duanmuhui approaches further, the panic becomes frenzy. At this moment, Velik's brother has completely fallen into a kind of rage caused by extreme fear. He raised his weapon high and strode towards Duanmuhui. No. Brother. Don't. Oh. Looking at Weilichi, who turned and walked towards him. A cold light flashed in Duanmuhui's eyes. He actually walked towards me, and instead of running away, he came to me to seek death? Thinking of this, Duanmuhui clenched his fists, quickened his pace, and walked towards the other party. Not good. Not good. Not good. Seeing Duanmuhui approaching, Weilichi's face was filled with fear and despair. At the same time, his brother raised his weapon and roared, swinging it directly at Duanmuhui. Duanmuhui stretched out his hand, trying to block this fierce blow. At this moment, the frightened expression on Velik's face suddenly turned into a smug sneer. You've fallen into my trap. Idiot! While Duanmuhui was holding out his hand, Weilichi suddenly raised the staff in his hand, and then a purple torrent of magic roared out from the top of his staff, directly hitting Duanmuhui's head and completely devouring it. Ha ha ha. Idiot! This is the real power. The power of wisdom. Looking at Duanmuhui's head being swallowed by his magical torrent, Weilichi laughed loudly. He injected unprecedented strength into that attack. Almost all of his powerful strength. At such a close distance, there was no way the opponent could block this attack. However, before Velik's laughter died down, a ruthless iron hand suddenly stretched out and grabbed its eyeless, duck-egg-like smooth head. Velik's laughter also stopped abruptly at this moment. How is this possible? Why? He obviously had no way of blocking this attack. Weilichi widened his eyes in horror, staring at the thick smoke in front of him. As the smoke dissipated, Duanmuhui's head appeared again, and on his body, the armor shining with colorful light collapsed. It's a good idea, but it needs more practice. As the words fell, Duanmuhui clenched his hands. Puff. Then, the heads of Velik and his brother burst like two watermelons, and their headless bodies fell to the ground and were swallowed by black flames. The vanguard of the Chaos Army was completely destroyed. Chapter 238 Invitation. With the Chaos Army's vanguard defeated, the battle came to an end. For the Coalition Army, this was a long-awaited victory. Not to mention that all four Chaos God-chosen champions were killed by Duanmuhui. That scene shocked many people. Of course, the battle did not end there. After retaking the position, the Coalition Army immediately held on and built fortifications. They knew very well that the battle was still going on. This was just the vanguard. The eternal God-chosen, who was favored by the four Chaos evil gods, had not yet appeared. But now, if the soldiers were to ask who could fight him, Duanmuhui would naturally be the first choice in their minds. Duanmuhui sat in a tent, looking at the campfire outside and resting with his eyes closed. Although he eliminated four Chaos champions in a row this time, the experience he gained was not enough for Duanmuhui to continue upgrading. In fact, the Chaos God was just having fun on this planet. Perhaps to the people of this world, those Chaos Warriors and the Eternal Chosen were very scary. But Duanmuhui knew that this world was just a game for the Chaos God. And the level cap of the Chaos enemies here was also here. If the Chaos God really wanted to completely destroy this world, then what the Empire is facing now is not some boring Everchosen and these Yankee idiots, but Chaos Space Marines that descended from the sky. An artillery fire full of roars and destruction. If they really come to this planet, it will take no more than a few days to completely destroy everything on this planet. Duanmuhui had seen in the game what the planets destroyed by Chaos Space Marines looked like. Believe him, it was more than 10 times more tragic than the scene before his eyes. How stupid. Thinking of this, Duanmu Huai's eyes narrowed slightly. For the people on this planet, perhaps this planet is the world they know. And they will never imagine that outside this world, there are countless planets and civilizations that are as powerful as them or even more powerful. In fact, the same is true for the Chaos Evil Gods. Although they claim to be extremely powerful, in the final analysis, they are just the overlords of the mountains within the Milky Way. They have no idea that outside the Milky Way, in the vast and infinite universe, there are people who are more powerful than them. Thinking of this, Duanmu Huai suddenly felt his hair stand on end, as if some kind of existence had sensed his thoughts and was looking at him from the depths of the distant universe. Duanmu Huai quickly changed direction and forced himself to stop thinking. Then he felt that gaze disappear, as if it had never appeared. Damn, that was a close call. I really shouldn't have thought too much. This thing is much more terrifying than the Chaos God. Think of something else. Think of something else. Duanmu Huai shook his head. But at this moment, he saw a figure appear outside the tent. It was a beautiful woman. She was wearing a gorgeous robe that was out of place on this battlefield. But her bright golden hair and long ears were not unfamiliar to Duanmu Huai. Miss Elisera. Duanmu Huai looked at Elisera, who smiled. Hello, Sir Knight. What do you want so late? We were just about to rest. Duanmu Huai glanced at Ojas, who was reading by the light. At this moment, Ojas was curled up next to the fire. It seemed that she also had the feeling of cold and warmth. Duanmu Huai did not think this was a bad thing. But Ojas seemed to have a different opinion on this. Of course, I have something I want to tell you in person. Elisera stared at Duanmu Huai, her cheeks slightly red. If you don't mind, could you please take a walk with me? Sure. Although he didn't know what Elisera wanted to do, Duanmu Huai nodded. And then he gestured to Ojas to stay where she was. Then Duanmu Huai and Elisera walked out of the tent and came outside. Then, under the leadership of the Eternal Sun, the two came to the Black Forest on the edge of the battlefield. It was pitch black here, and there might be beastmen active in it. But for the two, this was obviously not a threat. Elisera walked in front, and Duanmu Huai followed behind. He didn't know what the elf princess wanted to talk to him about. But no matter what he would face, Duanmu Huai would not be particularly surprised. After a moment, Elisara's voice rang out. Today, your bravery is beyond imagination. I think people will soon sing poems praising you. Even in the history of the elves, there has never been a being as mighty and powerful as you. You defeated the vanguard of the Chaos Army with your own strength. And you killed the Chaos God's chosen champion. To be honest, although I had anticipated your strength, the scene before was still beyond my expectations. As she spoke, the elf princess turned around and stared at Duanmu Huai. Please answer my question. Sir Knight, what are you fighting for? To protect humanity. Duanmu Huai gave the answer without hesitation. He narrowed his eyes and stared at Elisera. This is the duty of the Inquisition. To protect humanity and eliminate all threats to humanity. In other words, even if the opponent is an elf, it will still be the same. Of course, even if it is an elf, if it threatens humans, it will only die. After hearing Duanmu Huai's answer, the elf princess was silent for a moment and nodded slightly. Okay, I understand. Then, I have some information that I want to tell you. But I have a condition. Condition? Yes, my Lord Knight. Having said that, Elisera looked at Duanmu Huai, the corners of her mouth slightly raised, revealing a smile. Please torture me. Uh-huh. It has to be said that Duanmu Huai was confused when he heard Elisara's request. What did you say? Please torture me. My Lord Knight. I have a piece of information that concerns the safety of the entire North. As an elf, I will not take the initiative to provide this information to humans. If you want to know the content of this information, then interrogate me, torture me, and do everything in your power to make me surrender to you. Only then will I tell you the content of the information. Hearing this, Duanmu Huai was silent for a moment and stared at Elisera. You think I wouldn't dare? That's for you to decide. Not for me. Very good. As soon as he finished speaking, Duanmu Huai reached out and grabbed Elisara's neck, lifted the petite and slender elf princess high up, and then pressed her directly against the stone wall. I think you are challenging me, Miss Elisera, but you may underestimate the power of the Inquisition. We will do whatever it takes to protect humanity. Ouch. Ah. Duanmu Huai's actions were not gentle at all. His fingers tightly grasped Elisara's neck and smashed her against the stone wall next to her. At this moment, Elisara could feel severe pain. Her whole body seemed to be falling apart, and even her bones seemed to have been completely broken by this blow. Not only that, she could feel that she was gradually suffocating, and the pain of losing oxygen was gradually attacking the elf princess. But for Elisara, the most important thing is, this is it. Feeling the death aura that froze her soul, Elisara's body trembled with excitement, facing this terrifying death pressure that seemed to penetrate into the soul level. She felt her rotten soul shaking constantly. Everything around her that originally seemed to be extremely gloomy, at this moment, brought her life back to life. That kind of excitement, that kind of fear and pressure of being on the verge of death, and the joy of feeling that you are still alive. That kind of joy and happiness. This is what I want. Elisara opened her mouth and tried to let out a gasp of pleasure, but Duan Muhuai's ruthless iron hand around her neck choked her cry in her throat. The suffocation made the elf princess's mind begin to become increasingly blurred. Her slender legs instinctively kicked and struggled, as fragile and helpless as a deer with its neck bitten by a wild beast. I'm dying. I'm dying. I'm dying. The fear of death occupied Elisara's mind. She could feel that Duan Muhuai was serious. Although he had saved her once, now he would really kill her. If she did not reveal the information, then her fate would probably not be much better than those Chaos God's chosen ones, who died tragically. Help! Elisara opened her lips, and there were only intermittent screams coming out of her small lips. Then, Elisara's slender legs suddenly tensed up, as if she instinctively wanted to touch the ground below to free herself from the torture of death. Her body stretched out with all her strength. And then, at this moment, Elisara felt as if her spirit had reached its limit, and her mind was blank. Boom! Duan Muhuai loosened his right hand, and Elisara fell heavily to the ground. She breathed in the cold air, her body shaking constantly, not knowing whether it was out of fear or excitement. Ms. Elisara, my patience is limited. Duan Muhuai stared at the elf princess and spoke lightly, while the latter panted for a long time before recovering. Then, she raised her head and looked at Duan Muhuai. I'm really scared. Sir Knight, you really want to kill me, right? I rarely joke about this kind of thing. And from the looks of you, you'll die in my hands sooner or later. Duan Muhuai stared at Elisara with a cold face and no expression. Perhaps, when that time comes, I hope you, Sir Knight, can let me die without too much pain. Elisara breathed a sigh of relief. Then she raised her head and looked at Duan Muhuai. Then the Son of Eternity spoke in a low voice and told her the secret that she had kept. After listening to Elisara's words, Duan Muhuai's expression did not change at all. He turned around and left the forest without looking back. He left, kneeling on the ground. Elisara didn't care about the stench and coldness coming from under her. She just stared at Duan Muhuai's receding back, her face flushed and her eyes slightly moving. He abandoned her without hesitation, just like abandoning a piece of garbage, a piece of useless waste. To him, she was just an unnecessary existence. He could kill her, abandon her, and destroy her anytime and anywhere, without any hesitation. It was like crushing an ant on the roadside. This feeling of being looked down upon is really great. As expected, you are the partner of my dreams. Elisara placed her hands on her chest and confessed her feelings to the disappearing figure of Duan Muhuai in the distance. Chapter 239 Night Thief. Middenheim. Temple of Ulrich. It is already late at night. The blazing flames lit up every corner of the Temple of Ulrich. The city was silent, except for the soldiers who occasionally patrolled the streets with torches. There was no sign of anyone else. The soldiers guarding the temple stood there, motionless. At this moment, a graceful figure quietly emerged from the darkness. As the magical breeze invaded, the sleeping mist made the guards guarding the temple close their eyes. They lost consciousness and fell to the ground and fell into a deep sleep. The shadow stepped over the soldiers lying on the ground and came to the gate of the Temple of Ulrich. He stretched out his hand to push open the gate and entered the empty Temple of Ulrich. Before him was the blazing flame of Ulrich's holy fire, which pierced through the ceiling of the temple and illuminated the entire city. This was the protection from Ulrich, the sacred flame of fire. The shadow walked forward slowly, then stopped because at this moment, he saw a huge figure standing in front of Ulrich's holy fire. You damned elf bastard. You're here as expected. Duan Muhuai narrowed his eyes. revealing a hint of murderous intent. He clenched the war hammer in his hand and stared coldly at the intruder in front of him. It was an elf, wearing a luxurious archmage robe and holding a staff. He was the High Elf, the commander of the Magic Sword Council. Teclis. This is also the information that Elisera told Duanmu Huai. Tonight, Teclis will sneak into the Temple of Ulrich while the allied forces are leaving Middenheim, steal the holy fire of Ulrich and resurrect his brother, Tyrion. Duanmu Huai did not doubt Elisara's intelligence. In fact, when he heard about this from Elisera, Duanmu Huai could confirm that it was true. The fall of Middenheim in the game has always been a mystery in the minds of players. No one knows why Ulrich's holy fire went out. But now Duanmu Huai knows the answer. These lowly elf bastards. Duanmu Huai clenched his war hammer and stared at Tigris coldly. You are just like your distant relatives, despicable and lowly. The holy fire of Ulrich is not something that a foreigner like you can get your hands on. Now, get out of here quickly, or you will die. Duanmu Huai has never liked these pointed ears very much. Whether they are elves or spirits, they are all the same to Duanmu Huai. I will not leave. Teclis raised his staff, his eyes determined. For my brother, I must obtain the holy flame of Ulrich. You can't stop me. Then I will kill you first, and then completely destroy your ugly nest. Duanmu Huai scoffed at Teclis's threat. What a joke. He could destroy Somerset Isle. So what about Althuan? No race can threaten humans and get away with it. No one. You will soon learn the horrors of the Inquisition. Pointy-eared bastard. I will tear your head off and bring it straight to Althuan to show them the tragic end of a thief. As soon as he finished speaking, Duanmu Huai jumped up, roared, raised his war hammer, and smashed it towards Tigris. Teclis did not speak. He could feel the murderous intent, death and destruction coming from the terrible enemy in front of him. He held the staff tightly in his left hand and drew a sharp blade with his right hand. At the same time, the wind of magic condensed around Teclis and turned into a roaring air wave that rushed towards Duanmu Huai. But it didn't work. The black flame surged and burst out, like a raging wave that directly destroyed the magic wind of Teclis, and turned into giant dragon claws and grabbed the elf in front of him. Seeing this scene, Teclis's eyes changed slightly. He hurriedly stepped back and raised his staff to the ground. Boom! Pure magic flames erupted from under Teclis's feet, transforming into a flaming phoenix. It let out a clear cry and spread its wings to face the enemy in front of it. The next moment, the magical flaming phoenix collided with the black flame beast. Duanmu Huai strode forward, swung the hammer in his hand, and smashed the flaming phoenix into pieces. He raised his head, and the eyes on the black helmet shone with blood-red light, and rushed towards Teclis. You don't understand at all. Teclis swung his staff once more, and the power of magic exploded and took shape in his hands. This world needs heroes. The ancient gods cannot defeat the god of darkness. That's not for you to decide. You long-eared bastard. Duanmu Huai didn't care about the magic released by Teclis. He rushed forward and smashed Teclis hard with the hammer in his hand. The fate of mankind will be decided by mankind itself, not by you despicable and lowly aliens. You are destroying the world. Who the hell are you? The burst of magic energy rushed towards Duanmu Huai, who directly knocked away the force that was enough to knock down a towering tree, and rushed directly in front of Teclis, swinging the hammer in his hand. Teclis panicked and tried to raise his sword to block it. But the next moment, the hammer whistled and hit Teclis's sword, and the sword in his hand was completely broken into pieces. A huge shock wave erupted, blowing Teclis away and hitting the wall heavily. You don't understand what you are doing at all. Tigris stood up trembling, his left hand limp and paralyzed, while he clenched his teeth and stared at Duanmu Huai. You are a cursed race. You blindly pursue personal interests and glory, while ignoring the entire world. You don't realize that your actions will only bring destruction. Such a world is doomed to not last long. However, this is our human problem. Duanmu Huai walked slowly towards Tigris. His steps were firm, and there was no trace of confusion in his eyes. The so-called cursed and corrupt races you mentioned have existed in this world for countless times, and they will continue to exist, whether the final fate of mankind is destruction or glory. It is our own choice. We do not need guidance from other races, nor do we need those alien races to tell us how to survive. Whether it is the elves or the chaos god, the fate of mankind will eventually be decided by mankind itself, even if that is a road to destruction. It is not the turn of aliens like you to oppose it. You're crazy. Teclis roared and raised the staff in his hand. The roaring magic flames burst out again and rushed towards Duanmuhui. However, soon, in the surrounding black flames, the magic flames quickly dissipated, and Duanmuhui swung his hammer again, which passed through Teclis's magic flames and hit him directly. The staff in Teclis's hand shattered, and he wailed, and was smashed into the wall by Duanmuhui like a nail. Then Duanmuhui reached out and grabbed Tigress's head. You dare to kill me? The High Elves will not. I do not care. Duanmuhui twisted his hand suddenly, and then he directly took Tigress's head off his body and threw it aside. The headless body collapsed to the ground, blood spurting out. But for Duanmuhui, this was nothing. Call. At this moment, Yurik's flames became more violent and surging. Duanmuhui turned his head and saw a huge ice wolf walking out of the flames. It came in front of Duanmuhui and lowered its head. Thank you for your help. God of Destruction. You're welcome. This is the work of the Inquisition. Lord of the White Wolf. Duanmuhui nodded lightly to the ice wolf in front of him. The fate of mankind, in the final analysis, must be decided by mankind itself. Any alien race that dares to manipulate the fate of mankind will only end up dead, no matter how great their reasons are. This is not an excuse for them to interfere with mankind. The elf has gone mad. The old white wolf glanced at the head of Teclis, who was lying on the ground with his eyes open. They have lost their glory and are drowning in fear, despair and lies. But it doesn't end here. Let's solve the current problem first, and then discuss it. Duanmuhui did not intend to consider other things at this time. After all, his next goal was to be the Eternal Chosen One. However, since Bai Lang was here, he might as well talk it out with the other party. White Wolf God. As he spoke, Duanmuhui looked at the white wolf in front of him. I don't know if you know that under the holy fire, there is a terrible holy object sealed. If it falls into the hands of the Chaos Evil God, they will use that object to open the Chaos Channel and completely destroy this world. Just in case, I want to obtain that object and take it away from here or completely destroy it. This time, the white wolf did not answer immediately. It stared at Duanmuhui and spoke after a moment. How did you know this secret? I have my channel. You can regard it as a prophecy. In the future I saw, this despicable elf stole the holy flame of Ulrich, causing the fall of Middenheim. The Chaos Legion occupied the city. They dug up the holy relic hidden under the temple of Ulrich and used its power to connect with the Chaos channels at the North and South Poles, directly destroying the world. Duanmuhui told Bai Lang about the records he had seen on the forum. After all, he was far away on an alien planet at the time and didn't see it with his own eyes. Right? The white wolf was silent for a long time. Then it slowly turned around. Come with me. Under the guidance of the white wolf, Duanmuhui came to the depths of the Temple of Urich. The sealed gate here was of course meaningless to the white wolf. Soon, it took Duanmuhui through one passage after another, and walked along the long stairs to the bottom of the temple. Here, Duanmuhui saw a mysterious existence sealed in the void. It was a dark, triangular pyramid-shaped strange object, suspended in the air, and was installed in a strange space-blocking box. In fact, I don't know what it is. White Wolf stared at something floating in the air in front of him, and spoke lightly. It seems to have existed here before I existed. I can feel its enormous power. In order to prevent it from being used by others, I sealed it up. The navigation beacon of the ancient saints. If Duanmuhui didn't know what this thing was before, then after seeing it, he immediately knew what it was. The old one's navigation beacon. It has been said before that a long time ago, the ancients came to this planet, and in order to fight chaos, they created a large number of creatures here for research. Then the portal set up by the ancients at the North and South Poles collapsed. The Chaos Army invaded, and the ancients were frightened and ran away. The rest is history. The strange black pyramid in front of us is actually the channel beacon used by the ancient saints to build a portal. To put it bluntly, this thing is used to drill holes and open doors in the ancient saints' channel. Obviously, it seems that the ancient saints originally planned to open a subway station here, but later gave up for some reason. In this way, Duanmuhui understood how Chaos used this thing to destroy the planet. After all, Chaos had rushed in by destroying the North and South Pole portals of the ancient saints. So they are familiar with this stuff. Do you know what this is? Certainly. Duanmuhui nodded. Then he looked at the white wolf. You don't mind if I take it away? Do you? If you can take it away. Yurik seemed very curious, and it had obviously tried to remove the seal. But the seal of the ancient saint was obviously not something that a low-level god like Yurik could remove. Of course, the most important thing was that it was not familiar with this. But Duanmu Huai was different. He had even vomited out the ancient saint's box. Okay? Duanmu Huai stretched out his hand and placed it on the beacon blockade in front of him. Soon, he closed his eyes and saw the originally irregular patterns changing rapidly. After a moment, the original blockade mark was eliminated, and the black pyramid beacon fell into Duanmu Huai's hands. Call. Duanmu Huai breathed a sigh of relief when he saw the beacon in his hands. Anyway, a hidden danger has been eliminated. Chapter 240 Eternal God's Choice. At the same time, the north, shrouded in darkness, was filled with a murderous aura. Even the cold wind could not weaken this terrifying murderous intent. Snort! Archeon coldly threw the corpse aside and stood up, his 3 eyes burning with endless anger. Feeling the anger of this great chosen one, the demons around him didn't even dare to breathe. For Archeon, he had never expected that the situation would take a turn for the worse in just one day. Just before that, he was confident of victory, and believed that the resistance of the coalition forces was just a futile struggle. However, after just one day, he felt as if his face had been slapped hard. Full of anger and humiliation, all of Chaos' chosen champions were killed. Not a single one was left alive. The vanguard suffered heavy losses and completely collapsed. This was an unacceptable defeat for Archeon. It doesn't matter whether you accept it or not. The result is predetermined. Archeon was furious. He always felt that things were not as he imagined. He sought answers from the Chaos Gods, wanting to know who had ruined his plan. However, the Chaos Gods' responses were ambiguous and unclear, and it seemed that they did not intend to tell Archeon the truth. But Archeon knew that this was a test he had to face. After becoming the chosen lord of the end, the ever-chosen, this would be the last and biggest obstacle in front of Archeon. If he could not destroy that guy, then he would also fail. In the end, his fate might be the same as the previous 16 ever-chosen, or even more tragic. We can't let those damn bastards succeed. Archeon clenched his fists. In fact, this eternal chosen, blessed by the Chaos Gods, did not worship the Chaos Gods. On the contrary, he hated these abominable beings. It was because of the Chaos Gods' curse and despicable means that he had to fall into such a state. In fact, Archeon has a rather peculiar background. He was originally a knight of Sigmar and a fervent believer. Before this, Archeon had been shouting the name of Sigmar to eliminate evil and heresy. However, one day, he met a nun who was escorting a book with the prophecy of the heretic eternal chosen, who would destroy the world to the church. As an imperial knight and a believer of Sigmar, Archeon naturally volunteered to escort the nun to the church. As a result, he was captured by his colleagues in the Knights Templar. At that time, Archeon had not thought about whether he was related to any prophecy of doomsday. He even planned to go with his colleagues to prove his innocence. However, before he set out, a group of Chaos Knights suddenly rushed out. They shouted slogans, protected Archeon, and then attacked the Imperial Knights. The Imperial Knights were naturally horrified when attacked by Chaos Knights, and believed that Archeon had surrendered to Chaos. However, Archeon himself was also confused. Later, both Chaos Knights and Imperial Knights were defeated and all died. Archeon could not understand why the Chaos Knights pledged allegiance to him, and why he was declared a heretic. So Archeon took the initiative to go to the cathedral, knelt before the statue of Sigmar, prayed and longed for the god he believed in to give him guidance. However, it was not known whether Sigmar had drunk too much or had fallen asleep. But Archeon did not receive any words of comfort from the god he believed in. This immediately plunged Archeon into the abyss of despair. He thought that if even the god he believed in had abandoned him, what was the point of his firm belief? If Duanmu Huai knew this story, he would definitely sigh that the facts were surprisingly similar. This was almost identical to the civil strife in the Empire. In fact, there was a joke circulating among the player inquisitors that if the Emperor spends more than an hour alone with his children, the Horus heresy will not happen. From this, we can see that both the Emperor and Sigmar were quite lacking in the education of their offspring. Archeon, who did not receive a response from Sigmar, naturally went berserk. He then killed the church guards and rushed into the Archbishop's room, asking the Archbishop why he regarded him as a heretic. After all, Before this, Archaon could be regarded as an imperial knight with excellent character and academic performance. He was also very devout in his beliefs, and had never done anything blasphemous. So Archaon could not understand why the Church of Sigmar believed that he was the eternal chosen one who would destroy the world. However, the Archbishop's answer made Archaon speechless. The Archbishop said that they were not sure whether Archaon was the ever-chosen one. So to be on the safe side, they searched all over the country for people who matched the description in the prophecy. More importantly, the prophecy said that the real ever-chosen one would come to the cathedral and ask the Archbishop the question Archaon asked. This shows that this is another self-fulfilling prophecy. Of course, similar things are often seen in RPG games. The devil learned that there was a hero in the prophecy who could destroy him. So he sent people to search for and kill the hero. However, the hero happened to survive and embarked on an adventure for revenge, becoming the devil's enemy and eventually becoming strong enough to kill the devil. Therefore, if the devil does not listen to the prophecy and does not send troops to search for and kill the hero, then the hero will not take revenge on the devil and will not kill the devil. Same principle, same ending. The only difference is that the demon king in this story is replaced by the Empire, and the hero is replaced by Archaon. What happened next was just like those RPG games. Archaon escaped the Empire's pursuit and embarked on a road of adventure. Like a brave warrior, he collected the 6 magical tools of the Chaos God and became the eternal chosen one who would destroy the world as predicted. Then he began to sharpen his knife to destroy the demon king. No, to destroy the world. But Archaon did not surrender. The reason why he chose to accept the test of the Chaos Gods and become the eternal chosen was to completely destroy the world. In this way, he would make the Chaos Gods lose their power and bring everything to an end. If Duanmu Huai knew what Archaon was thinking, he would definitely laugh at his stupidity. Perhaps Archaon naively believed that as long as he destroyed this planet, the Chaos Gods would fail or even be destroyed together. But in fact, this place was just a playground for the Chaos Gods. And it's one of them. There are thousands of similar planets in the Milky Way. Even if Archaon goes to great lengths to destroy this planet, for the Chaos Gods, it is just a matter of moving to another place and continuing their fun. But it is obvious that Archaon does not know this. So he does not understand that no matter how firm his beliefs and ideals are, his actions will ultimately only bring a little pleasure to the Chaos Gods. That's all. Small, ignorant, and impulsive souls are the perfect toys for the evil gods to play with. Even if Archaon really destroyed the world, the Chaos Gods would not perish. On the contrary, they might show Archaon the vastness of the entire universe and let this poor creature know that everything he cares about is just a drop in the ocean in this huge world. Everything he does is just like an ant trying to shake a tree. It is meaningless and worthless except for fun. Whether this stupid idiot will collapse in despair at that point, or resolve to spend his entire life destroying everything, is another matter. But unfortunately, Duanmu Huai will not let this ending happen. Prepare the horses. A chain stepped out of the account camp and issued an order. This time, he will personally destroy the enemy that stands in his way. In the darkest moment before dawn, the Chaos Army set out again. And at the same time, the Allied forces, having received the signal, also acted quickly and reorganized their formation. Duanmu Huai was holding a war hammer and riding a metal dragon. He had burned Teclis' body to ashes with black flames, leaving only his head to Yurik. The White Wolf God was extremely angry about Teclis' behavior and said that when things here were over, he would talk to Assyrian and Lilith about this issue. If they could not give him an acceptable answer, he might bite off the necks of these elf bastards. But now, the most important thing is to repel the offensive of the Chaos Legion. Soon, the Chaos Army slowly emerged from the darkness. Duanmu Huai was leading the charge here, and the opponent was naturally Archaon. After yesterday's battle, both Order and Chaos knew that the outcome of the battle would determine the final outcome of today's battle. If Duanmu Huai destroys Akin, it means that the destruction of the world is just an illusion, and everyone can go wherever they want. If Archaon kills Duanmu Huai, it means that the Ever-Chosen will truly destroy the last hope of this world. Like the Vanguard, the main force of the Chaos Army is led by 4 chosen champion lords, who report directly to the God of Chaos. Among them is the tyrannical lord Undefeated Abar, who is huge in stature and rides a flesh hound. The 6-armed snake demon the betrayer Disera, the messenger of desire transformed from a high elf. The son of Plague, wearing heavy armor and holding a meteor hammer. the Soul Reaper Eviscerator Vonir, and the Warlock Dragon Rider Igrim, who was once an Imperial Wizard of Light, but has now fallen into treachery and deceit, and rides a two-headed dragon. Standing at the forefront of the Chaos Army is naturally the one wearing the battle-scarred armor of the first ever chosen, Makai, holding the Kingslayer greatsword that sealed the demon Yuzua, riding the pitch-black Apocalypse Warhorse, wearing the crown of domination that can rule all Chaos creatures, and the Eye of Shirin that can predict the future, and with the Mark of Chaos, the Ever-Chosen, burning on his forehead, which carries the ultimate blessing of the four Chaos Gods. In the eyes of others, this terrifying existence riding a black warhorse, wearing black armor, and holding a flaming sword in his hand, does possess a powerful sense of oppression that is enough to crush and destroy everyone. If it were an ordinary person, it would probably be a luxury to muster up the courage to stand in front of him. However, his opponent is no ordinary person either. Duan Muhui sat high on the back of the metal dragon, holding a thunder hammer in his hand, and the eye sockets of his dark skull helmet radiated scarlet light. On his chest, the double-headed eagle logo, with its wings spread out, gleamed, and on his shoulder armor and waist, the huge golden skull radiated some kind of ominous light. It seemed that in the next moment, he would turn this world into ruins. Who is the Eternal Chosen One? I have to say, the moment he saw Duan Muhui, Akin was even a little dazed. He even suspected that the other party was here to compete with him for the position of the Eternal God Chosen. After all, the way he was dressed didn't look like a good person at all. And why is your skull bigger than mine? This thought flashed through Archaon's mind. And then he swung his sword suddenly, looked at the Imperial army in front of him, and roared loudly, "Fear me, mortals, for I am the Anointed One, the Chosen One of Chaos, the one who scourges the world. Behind me are the armies of the gods. By my will and my sword, your weak nations will be doomed." Archaon's roar echoed throughout the battlefield, and the warriors who heard his roar could not help but feel a sense of fear and turmoil. However, at this moment, another voice sounded. A pointless struggle. Archaon. Duan Muhui sat on the metal secret dragon and stared at Akin coldly. You call this strength? In you, I only see corruption and slavery. What made you degenerate and shamelessly kneel before those monsters? Arrogance. Really arrogant. You are complacent about your own strength and think that we are vulnerable in front of the gods you serve. But this is not the case. You don't understand how powerful the will and wrath of the Inquisition are, and how fragile and insignificant your anger and cowardice are. Duan Muhui's voice was not loud, but for some reason, his words made the demons tremble, as if he was simply stating a fact. A fact that everything was about to be destroyed. Then, Duan Muhui raised his war hammer. Fight. Then destroy. Then repeat. And repeat again. Until there is no living creature left that dares to oppose us. Everything else is an illusion. Duan Muhui's roar turned into thunder, echoing in the sky. And even the reckless demons trembled and widened their eyes in fear. The morale of the coalition army was greatly boosted. They raised their weapons high and roared angrily. Go to H.L. The next moment, Duan Muhui jumped down from the metal dragon and rushed towards Akin with a war hammer in hand. In the name of the Inquisition, I will completely destroy your vile body and filthy soul.